Remember, this is just fictional. Your likes and subscriptions help the continuous work. Thanks. Also, let me know if you want the next part of this video in the comments section. I'll definitely update it if there's a demand. Now, let's get it started. 1. Chapter 1, Divorce. Mop the floor clean for me. When Yunmeng brings young Master Chen from the East Gate to our house to discuss business, if I see even a speck of dust on the ground, I won't let you off the hook. Mother-in-law Chen Meijiao leaned back on the sofa, soaking her feet while giving orders in an arrogant manner. Lu Qingxian took the mop and went in and out of the bathroom again and again without any complaints. You eat and drink my daughter's food every day, and you don't even work hard. Even a dog would be better than a good-for-nothing like you. Chen Meijiao glanced at him, defiantly shook the water off her feet, propped herself up on the coffee table, and showed off her status in the family. Lu Qingshuan's figure stiffened. An inexplicable anger made him clench his fists. Oh ho, you're still not convinced? No, Mom. Lu Qingxian forced a smile. Chen Meijiao snorted coldly, you'd better not have one. Come here and help me dry my feet. Ive poured out the foot bathwater. Lu Qingxian walked over and squatted down on the ground. Suddenly, Chen Meijiao kicked over the foot bath basin, splashing water all over Lu Qingxian. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, you little brat. You recursing me, aren't you? Let me tell you, Mr. Lu, I'm the boss in this family. Even my daughter has to listen to me no matter how much you're unhappy. You'd better keep it to yourself. Go against me, believe me or not, I'll make you sleep on the streets tonight. Lu Qingxian wiped the water off his face with a sullen expression. Mom, I've been married to Yunmeng for 3 years to support Yunmeng's career. I've worked tirelessly at home, just so that Yunmeng wouldn't have any mental stress from the family. But in the last 2 years, don't you think you've gone too far? Chen Meijiao's expression changed, and as if springs had been inserted into her buttocks, she jumped up and slapped him across the face. Lu Qingxian didn't dodge, and the slap landed squarely on his face. You surnamed Lu, are you tired of living? You dare talk back to me? How many guts do you have? What a spineless coward who lives off a woman, and he has quite the temper. If you've got the guts, then divorce Yunmeng. Do you have the courage? Chen Meijiao sneered coldly. Lu Qingxian sighed. He knew exactly what his mother-in-law was thinking. When the two first got married, Yunmeng had nothing. Her family was burdened with millions of yuan in debt. He paid off the debt and helped Yunmeng establish her first company. At that time, he was the perfect son-in-law in his mother-in-law's eyes. However, as Yunmeng's career flourished, she secretly began to have other ideas. She wanted the two of them to divorce. They want Yunmeng to form a marriage alliance with a truly powerful family, creating a powerful partnership. She wanted to get rid of him, this good-for-nothing who only did housework and took care of the family after marriage. She knew that Yunmeng would not take the initiative to file for divorce, so she tried to force him to leave by making things difficult and humiliating him, so that Yunmeng could remarry into a wealthy family. However, she had no idea that everything Yunmeng had now, and how smoothly her path had progressed, was all thanks to him quietly providing for her behind the scenes. I will not divorce Yunmeng. Hearing this, Chen Meijiao was so angry that she gritted her teeth and raised her hand to hit him, but this time, her wrist was caught by Lu Qingxian. Ouch, ouch, help, someone hit me. Lu Qingxian, what are you doing? Just then, a cold voice came from the front door of the living room. A woman in a long red dress, with skin as smooth as jade, hair as black as silk, a noble temperament like a princess, and a cold and beautiful appearance like a glacier, walked gracefully towards them. Her full breasts and slender waist made it impossible for anyone to look away. Li Yunmeng's appearance instantly brightened up the black and white living room. Beside her stood a well-dressed, elegant young man from a wealthy family. Yunmeng, Yunmeng, you're finally back. Look at this little bastard. He bullies me when you're not home. He kicked over the foot bath and even tried to hit me. Chen Meijiao plopped down on the ground, crying and making a scene. Mom, stand up first. I'm here, no one will bully you. Li Yunmeng rubbed her temples, looking somewhat tired. Yunmeng, I didn't. Enough. Before Lu Qingxian could finish speaking, she interrupted him with a shout. Lu Qingxian, I'm really tired. You've disappointed me so much. Help my mother up and apologize to her. Li Yunmeng said without room for argument. Lu Qingxian stared at her blankly, the light in his eyes gradually fading, a strong sense of disappointment building to its peak. Didn't you hear what I said? I'm telling you to apologize to my mother. Forget it, it's all my fault you work so hard outside, and you still have to worry about the family when you come back. Let's just let this matter go. I don't mind suffering a little, Chen Meijiao said earnestly. In our wealthy family, those who disobey will be stripped of all their financial resources. If any unfilial descendant dares to talk back to their elders, their legs will be broken as punishment. As for the outrageous act of hitting an elder, well, they'll usually be thrown out to be fed to the dogs. Beside Li Yunmeng, the handsome young man in a suit and tie, Chen Yulong, stepped forward to help Chen Meijiao up. Auntie, are you alright? Should I take you to the hospital to get checked out? Oh, no need, I am not hurt at all. Chen Meijiao looked at the other person with a big smile. This must be young Master Chen from Dongmen, right? He is indeed handsome and elegant. I have heard my Yunmeng mention him many times. If young Master Chen could be my son-in-law, I would be laughing in my dreams. Mom! Li Yunmeng frowned and glared at her reproachfully. Yunmeng, do you still respect me? Lu Qingxian, standing to the side, suddenly spoke. Chen Yu tilted his head and glanced at him. You must be Lu Qingxian, right? I heard Yunmeng mention you a few times when we were having dinner. To put it bluntly, what does it matter if a dog is being kept as a pet? Inside, you think too highly of yourself. Li Yunmeng lowered her head and did not answer him. She took a deep breath and took out an agreement from the bag she was carrying. Lu Qingxian, I've thought about it for a long time. Let's get a divorce. The divorce agreement was on the table. It looked like it had been drafted a long time ago, but Li Yunmeng had never taken it out. Unlike Lu Qingxian, whose face showed sadness, Chen Meijiao was practically jumping for joy. She had been eagerly anticipating kicking this good-for-nothing out, and finally, the day had come. Luckily, the two didn't have any children, otherwise, it would have ruined her daughter's life. Why? Lu Qingxian lowered his head, his gaze fixed on the divorce agreement. He had a lot to say, but in the end, he could only ask, why? Why, this little brat actually kept asking why. Chen Meijiao almost had a heart attack when she heard this just as she was about to start cursing. Li Yunmeng shook her head at her. Then, Li Yunmeng came to Lu Qingxian and handed him a pen. If I had to ask why, it's probably because we're on different paths and see different scenery. You're destined to be the man who can't accompany me to the top. We'll only drift further and further apart, and this kind of marriage is destined to be unhappy. Reaching the pinnacle. Lu Qingxian exhaled a breath of stale air, his expression a mix of laughter and tears. Back then, when we were together, I knew you were very career-oriented. I loved you, so I gave up everything to support your dreams. I thought that once you had your own company and a stable life, you would stop and look at the people who had always been there for you. But I never expected that this would be the last thing I heard. Knowing she was in the wrong, Li Yunmeng didn't dare to meet Lu Qingxian's eyes. Instead, she took out a bank card she had prepared beforehand from her wallet. There's no point in saying these things anymore. Here's 2 million. 1 million is to repay the favor you did for me back then, and the other million is a divorce gift. Also, the car we bought when we got married and the apartment in Ping'an community are all yours. Not enough? Seeing that Lu Qingxian didn't react, Li Yunmeng took out another card. There's another 2 million here, making a total of 4 million. I've done everything I could. Please accept it. This way, we can leave a good impression on each other. Yunmeng, are you crazy? Just kick this little bastard out. Why give him money? With all that money, why don't you give it to your mother? Why don't you buy your brother another house? Mom, I'll handle my own affairs. Don't interfere. Li Yunmeng's attitude was unusually firm. Lu Qingxian fiddled with the bank card the other person handed him, then casually tossed it on the table. Now you seem to like to talk about everything with money. Are wealth and power really that important? Li Yunmeng turned around and looked out the window at the distant horizon, her eyes filled with the image of stars and the sea. When you reach the top, you will see all the mountains below. People standing at the foot of the mountain can never understand what people standing on the peak are thinking. This is also the difference between you and me. You will never understand what I really want. In Li Yunmeng's view, once a gap appears on a spiritual level, there is no need to continue the marriage. It will only increase the suffering of both people. Yes, Lu Qingxian nodded. I will never understand what you really want. All I will do is pick you up with an umbrella when it rains, make medicine for you when you have a stomachache, run 7 blocks every morning to buy your favorite soy milk and fried dough sticks, and keep the house clean so that you can come home in a good mood every day. Lu Qingxian took a deep breath and pointed at Chen Yulong, the young master of the Chen family. I've heard a lot of rumors that you've been getting very close to him lately, and that he's one of the reasons we're getting a divorce, right? Li Yunmeng paused for a moment, then nodded, that's right. Okay, I've gotten the answer I wanted. I wish you happiness in the future. Without further hesitation, Lu Qingxian picked up the pen and signed his name on the divorce agreement. Birds and fish take different paths, and from then on, they will never meet again. His gentle gaze turned completely cold at that moment. He pushed 2 bank cards, totaling 4 million, in front of Li Yunmeng. He simply took the pendant off Li Yunmeng's chest, his eyes slightly red. I'm taking this. I only wanted to give it to my wife, but you're not anymore. Li Yunmeng didn't say anything, and returned the pendant to Lu Qingxuan. Lu Qingxuan's eyes were filled with sadness as he turned around and slowly said, Li Yunmeng, to be honest, I regret knowing you. Watching Lu Qingxian pick up the pendant and leave without looking back, Li Yunmeng stiffened, feeling an emptiness in her heart, as if something important was being pulled out of her body. At this moment, Li Yunmeng, who had regained her freedom, was far from the happy she had imagined. All she felt was a strange sense of loss. Chapter 2, This is his betrothal gift. Yunmeng, congratulations on regaining your freedom. Chen Yulong stepped forward. Chen Meijiao quickly pocketed the 2 bank cards on the coffee table and said with a big smile, Yunmeng, why are you looking so gloomy? Get rid of that good for nothing, and you can fly freely in the sky. You should be happy. Young Master Chen, don't leave today. I'll have someone prepare some good wine and food. Let's have a good chat and get to know each other better. After all, we'll be family sooner or later, won't we? Chen Yulong smiled. The two were on the same page. Li Yunmeng glanced at the two of them and sighed. The reason she brought Chen Yulong over was not to announce their relationship to her family, but to make Lu Qingxian give up. Although Chen Yulong's status and position made them a perfect match, she couldn't have any other thoughts about him right now. Young Master Chen, Mom, I'm tired. I am going to rest for a while. Don't call me for dinner. For some reason, even though she had resolved a major concern and should have felt relieved, she couldn't feel happy at all and absent-mindedly returned to her bedroom. In the room, her photos with Lu Qingxian were neatly arranged. Every day, Lu Qingxian would wipe these photos clean. He was very meticulous and there was nothing wrong with his work, but in the end, he could not become the man destined for him. Leave the Li family. The slightly glaring sunlight shone down, filtering through the dappled strands of hair on his forehead and falling onto his skin. He took a deep breath of the fresh air outside and looked down at the dragon-shaped pendant in his hand. He could talk about being at peace with a 3-year relationship, but when the moment of its end actually came, he simply couldn't be carefree. But he did try his best. He tried his best to maintain a harmonious family atmosphere, to be tolerant of every mean-spirited relative in Li Yunmeng's family, and to secretly help her smooth things over so that her career could go smoothly. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, Lu Qingxuan's cell phone rang. Young Master, there's something I might need your help with. A strong, powerful voice came from the phone. I'm in a bad mood right now, so it's best not to bother me too much. There was a noticeable pause on the other end of the phone. Is the young master having relationship problems? We're divorced. Lu Qingxian didn't intend to hide it. In fact, he knew that with the old man's methods on the other end of the phone, the news would reach his ears in less than 2 hours, so there was no point in hiding it. Sigh, apart from emotional issues, I've never seen the young master's emotions fluctuate so much over the years. This old servant said long ago that Li Yunmeng is not a good match. She is a woman driven by ambition and desire and is not worth the young master's sacrifices for her. Enough with the nonsense. What do you want by calling me? Lu Qingxian frowned deeply. Ahem, it's like this, young master, you know the Sihai Henghui, one of the 3 major powers in Jiangnan province, right? Your father owed Sihai Henghui a favor back then. Now that Sihai Henghui is in trouble, they've come to me for help. I'd like to ask you to lend them a hand, as a way of repaying the favor from back then. My father owes them a favor, so let my father repay it. Why are you asking me? Lu Qingxian couldn't help but say angrily. My master had no choice in the matter, otherwise, why would he have sent this old servant to Jiangnan to assist the young master? Furthermore, young master, you may not know this, but you and the eldest princess of the Four Seas Shipping Association were betrothed when you were children. Now that you are divorced, perhaps. Shut up, Don't mention this, Lu Qingxian interrupted him instantly. I'm going back to Ping'an community to pack my things now. Have someone from the Sihai Henghui pick me up there. I am only going to do this once, and I won't wait any longer. Very well, this old servant will certainly inform them. Not long after Lu Qingxian left, the Li family became quite lively. The news of their divorce spread throughout the entire family except for the grandfather's side, which was kept in the dark. All the other relatives, including aunts and uncles, came to investigate. Chen Meijiao announced that she would be hosting a Manchu Han imperial feast today to entertain all her relatives. Mom, you said that after my sister got divorced, the apartment she and her husband bought in Ping'an community would be given to maidos that still count? Li Yunhao asked, both excited and nervous. You brat, we'll talk about this later. Your uncles and the others are watching, aren't you ashamed? Chen Meijiao glared at him. Then, she greeted everyone with a big smile, and at the same time pulled Chen Xiao and Chen Yulong over to introduce them one by one in front of many relatives. Good heavens, the Chen family of Dongmen, that's a super big family. If Yunmeng can marry young Master Chen, she'll really soar to the top. Second uncle clapped his hands and exclaimed in admiration, while also lamenting that his daughter was not ambitious enough. They were both women, so why was there such a big difference? Yunmeng has great ambitions. How far our Li family can go in Nanling depends entirely on Yunmeng. She is the pride of our Li family. A group of aunts gave her a thumbs up. Before long, Li Yunmeng's father, Li Wanghua, also arrived. He was holding a pipe and dressed very elegantly. His family used to be poor and in debt, barely making ends meet, but in recent years, his daughter has been doing well, so he can finally enjoy the benefits. Wenghua, come here quickly and meet your future son-in-law. Chen Meijiao hurriedly ran over and pulled him. Chen Yulong was very polite and greeted him soon. His eyes were drawn to the ceramic pipe in Li Wenghua's hand. Uncle, you have excellent taste. This is a Han or Tang dynasty blue cloud pattern pipe, isn't it? I heard it ended up in the Nanling area. My dad asked me to help him find it, but we've been looking for it for a long time without success. I never expected it to be in your possession, uncle. Li Wenghua was taken aback. Is this valuable? Chen Yulong laughed. Uncle, you're joking. Of course it's valuable. The starting price at the auction was 3 million. You'd need some real skills to win it. Li Wenghua gasped. He and his wife, Chen Meijiao, exchanged a glance and both saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Soon, Li Wenghua pulled out another old object, a jade thumb ring, the entire piece of ancient jade being a vibrant green color and wrapped in several copper wires. Even the well-informed Chen Yulong was stunned. A dragon pattern thumb ring from the late Warring States period. Really? Well, uncle, where did you get it? You're incredibly resourceful. This thing appeared in the Zhangzhou area back then, but it's said to have been taken away by a wealthy merchant. It's a priceless treasure. Li Wenghua swallowed hard. He pulled Chen Meijiao back to the room, and soon returned with 6 or 7 antiques. Young Master Chen, you have a broad eye. Can you help me take a look? Are these all valuable items? After carefully examining the case for a long time, Chen Yulong's final answer made Li Wenghua fall to the ground in disbelief. They are all antiques, and all of them are very valuable. The cheapest one costs more than 4 million, and they are priceless. Uncle, where did you find all these things? Any one of them would cause a stir in the entire antique circle of Nanling, Chen Yulong said excitedly. This Chen Meijiao mumbled, swallowing hard. These are all the betrothal gifts from that man surnamed Lu. Chapter 3, The Ignited Fury. The expression on Chen Meijiao's face was priceless. That good-for-nothing gave a bunch of antiques as a bride price, and 3 years have passed, and not a single person in their family recognizes their value. Her husband, Li Wenghua, smokes an antique pipe every day and plays with historical artifacts worth millions. Good heavens, she's going crazy. Where would Lu Qingxian, that good-for-nothing loser, get all these antiques? And don't you find it strange? He didn't mention these antiques at all, and he didn't take them with him after the divorce. I think he definitely stole them from somewhere and was too afraid to take them with him. They're all stolen goods. Chen Meijiao insisted. Should we call the police? Li Wenghua's face turned pale when he heard that the items were stolen. He had been playing with them for so long. Would he be implicated? Are you stupid? If we call the police, they'll just take everything anyway. It was that guy surnamed Lu who stole it. What does it have to do with us? Chen Meijiao smiled sinisterly. Besides, if anything happens, we'll just pretend we didn't know anything. Yes, we are all victims anyway. It was Lu who did it. If something goes wrong, he will take the blame. If nothing goes wrong, these antiques will be kept in our house, Li Yunhao said wisely. My precious son is so smart, Chen Meizhou said with a beaming smile. Hee, congratulations, uncle and aunt, this is quite an unexpected surprise, Chen Yulong said with a smile. It was indeed a pleasant surprise. Who would have thought that the good-for-nothing would leave behind such a large fortune? This shows that the Li family is destined to rise to prominence, and no one can stop them. Wait. Chen Meizhou's smile suddenly vanished, and she touched her head as if she had remembered something. After that kid signed the divorce agreement, did he ask our Yunmeng for a pendant? It seems there is such a thing. Chen Yulong thought for a moment and nodded. He even claimed that the pendant was proof that he, Lu Qingxian, was his wife. How shameless. He didn't take a single one of these antiques, nor did he even glance at the 4 million in cash, yet he took that pendant? Chen Meizhou's eyes widened. What kind of treasure is that pendant? When she said that, Li Wenghua, Li Yunhao, and Chen Yulong were all stunned at the same time. Yes, they didn't want anything else, except for that pendant. In other words, the pendant was more valuable than everything else. Only in this way can it be explained. Shameless. Chen Meizhou's sudden shout startled everyone else in the living room. What's wrong, Meizhou? Why are you so angry? Who made you angry, Xiaohao? Did you make your mother angry again? This child is always aware, is so old and still hasn't found a job. Your mother is so worried about him. Why can't he learn from his sister? Li Yunhao looked puzzled, wondering what it had to do with him. Lu Qingxian, you shameless bastard. Chen Meizhou cursed. Cursed, you still want to steal our Li family's treasure after the divorce? I'm not finished with you. In her eyes, the pendant had become a family heirloom of the Li family, a treasure whose value surpassed that of these antiques. Of course, there was no problem with it being a family heirloom. No way, that guy surnamed Lu eats our food and drinks our drinks every day, and spends money earned in Yunmeng. What kind of face does he have? You can know a person's face but not their heart these days. There are too many people with ill intentions. Exactly, I could tell from Lu's face that he was a bad guy. The more honest and unassuming he seemed, the more cunning and scheming he was. All the aunts and uncles gathered around, and once they started talking, they couldn't stop. Chen Meizhou was panting heavily, becoming increasingly angry the more she thought about it. No way, I have to go find him taking things from my Li family. He's got some nerve. I'm not done with him today. Chen Meizhou stormed out. Mom, I'll go with you. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Li Yunhao's eyes flickered, and it was unclear what he was planning. And so, the two stormed out of the house. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxian. Back in Ping'an community, back in the house where the two of them used to live, looking at the memories they shared in the room, they were overwhelmed with emotions. This house was bought when the two first got married. Later, Li Yunmeng started her company and became wealthy, so she moved to a villa and the whole family moved into the villa. This house was then left vacant. Their relationship began to fade from that point on. Perhaps, the ending was already predetermined. Knock knock knock. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Qingxian was packing his luggage when suddenly there was a rapid knocking on the door. So fast? The Four Seas Navigation Association truly lives up to its reputation as the premier maritime navigation association. Its efficiency is indeed remarkable. Lu Qingxian walked to the door and opened it. The two people stood there, their four eyes fixed on Lu Qingxian. What are you doing here? I didn't take a single penny of the money, and I didn't touch a single thing that belonged to your Li family. After signing the divorce agreement, I have nothing to do with your Li family anymore. Lu Qingxian looked at the two people in front of him and said expressionlessly. And don't worry about this house, I'll leave as soon as I pack my things. Knowing that the two were difficult to deal with, Lu Qingxian didn't want to have too much contact with them. Oh. Chen Meizhou pushed him away sarcastically, walked into the house, and sat down on the sofa by herself. Of course you want to leave, of course you're not taking anything. How could these cheap goods possibly catch your eye, Lu Qingxian? Lu Qingxian was taken aback, and for a moment he couldn't figure out what the other person meant by those words. Whether it's marriage or divorce, he has done everything he could, so why does it seem like he got the better deal in the other person's eyes? At this moment, Li Yunhao also squeezed in, glancing up and down. I didn't realize that the guy surnamed Lu was so good at hiding his abilities. He usually keeps a low profile, but when it comes to dividing the family property, he's not going to mince words. I don't understand what you're saying. What are you talking about? To put it bluntly, I don't have time to play guessing games with you. Ha, let's get straight to the point. I am too lazy to waste time with your nonsense. Chen Meijiao crossed her legs and said contemptuously, after you signed the divorce agreement, you took a pendant from my daughter, didn't you? A pendant? Lu Qingxian raised an eyelid. That's right, and then what? That belongs to him, what's wrong with taking it? Ever since my daughter became president, all the money you spend on food, drink, and even your personal expenses has come from the company. Now that we're divorced, you still want to take my daughter's things? Speaking of which, Mr. Lu, how come I never noticed you were so shameless before? Chen Meijiao gave a cold laugh. Let me tell you straight today, you can leave if you want, but leave the pendant behind and take nothing with you, otherwise, you'll regret it. Hearing such obviously unreasonable words, Lu Qingxian laughed in anger. Putting aside the fact that I've been working as a project consultant at Yunmeng Company since its inception without taking a single penny of salary, that pendant belongs to me and only to me. What's wrong with me taking it? Finally, regarding the divorce, the fault wasn't mine. What reason do I have to leave with nothing? You, Chen Meijiao's eyelids twitched. She knew that Lu Qingxian didn't want anything else, only this pendant, which must be extremely valuable. Lu Qingxian didn't give her a chance to speak at all, and said coldly, during our marriage, I respected you as Yunmeng's mother and treated you with great respect. I could tolerate your unreasonable behavior. Now you want to take advantage of your age? Who do you think you are? You Chen Mei blushed with embarrassment and almost couldn't speak. You surnamed Lu, are you tired of living? You dare say that to my mother? Believe me or not, I'll take care of you. Li Yunhao slammed his hand on the table, stood up, pointed at Lu Qingxian, and said in a fierce but weak tone. You might as well give it a try. I can't guarantee that you'll be able to walk out of this room standing up after you make your move. Lu Qingxuan's eyes were extremely cold. Chen Mei's delicate chest heaved violently. With her hands on her hips, she pointed at Lu Qingxian and cursed like a shrew. What right do you, a poor bastard and a spineless gigolo, have to own something so valuable? Only my daughter is worthy of that pendant. If you don't want to die, hand it over right now. Mom, no need to ask him for it. Li Yunhao saw the emerald green pendant casually placed on the round table in the center of the living room. He ran over in a few quick steps and suddenly sneered, that idiot, he actually threw such a valuable treasure here. Haha, he got it without any effort at all. Well done. Chen Meijiao's eyes gleamed with admiration. Lu Qingxian held out his hand. The pendant, give it to me. Li Yunhao scoffed upon hearing this, gripping the bag tightly in his hand. What the hell are you going to do to me if I don't give it to you? You want something back once it's in my hands? Keep dreaming. I'll say it again, give me the pendant. Li Yunhao was also getting anxious anyway. He came here today to help his mother. He had the Li family and his sister backing him up, so he had nothing to be afraid of. You bastard surnamed Lu, you dare threaten me? Lu Qingxian walked up to him step by step, staring at him with a terrifying look in her eyes, and grabbed his wrist. I'm not fucking going to give it to you. Do you think I'm easily scared? Snap. Enraged, Li Yunhao threw the pendant to the ground and stomped on it hard. Chapter 4, Beating Up Li Yunhao. Lu Qingxuan's pupils shrank to a black dot the moment the pendant shattered. This pendant was a keepsake given to him by his mother when he left his family, to be given to the woman he would love in the future. It was a token of his status as a daughter-in-law of the Lu family and his wife, Lu Qingxuan. There was only one of its kind in the world, and its value was beyond monetary measure. Oh dear, it's broken already, it's so fragile. What kind of trash is this? Does this even deserve to be called a treasure? Mom, you must be mistaken. Li Yunhao grinned and acted indifferently, which completely enraged Lu Qingxian. You're asking for it. Lu Qingxian grabbed his collar, the terrifying force nearly destroying his throat. Hey Lu, let go of me, what are you doing? Li Yunhao was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. How could this little bastard be so strong? If it were anyone else, Lu Qingxian would have already killed them by now, but this beast was Li Yunming's younger brother. He suppressed his murderous intent, slapped the other man across the face several times, and then threw him out the door like a dead dog. You two, get out of here. I never want to see anyone from your Li family again, including Li Yunmeng. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Chen Meijiao finally came to her senses. Seeing her son so badly injured, she was filled with both heartache and anger. Forget about the pendant. She lunged at Lu Qingxian with bared teeth and claws. You dare hit my son, you little beast, I'll tear you apart. A cold glint flashed in Lu Qingxuan's eyes. Get lost. Just one word was enough to startle Chen Meijiao so much that she froze on the spot, her legs went weak, and she almost knelt down. Murder, what? This beast is going to kill his mother-in-law, he's going to commit matricide. Li Yunhao struggled to his feet, clutching his swollen cheek, his neck flushed with anger. He immediately pulled out his phone, yelling, "Damn it, Longjie, are you here yet? Get the hell up here, I've been beaten up." Got it, brother Howei here, the brothers are all here. Putting away his phone, Li Yunhao sneered repeatedly. He wasn't stupid enough to come alone with his mother. He had called for backup on the way, and they were all brothers he had met in the underworld. Knowing that his sister is Li Yunmeng, who in the underworld wouldn't give him some face and call him brother Hao. Soon, a group of people rushed up the stairs. They were all gangsters with brightly colored hair, mostly young men with a spirited attitude, and some even brought their girlfriends with them. Brother Hao, who dares to hit you, the brothers will help you beat him up. A tall, thin young man with green hair shouted arrogantly. Li Yunhao pointed at Lu Qingxian and said, "It's this little brat, be careful, he's strong, help me grab him, I'm going to cripple him myself." "Don't worry, brother Hao, since I started my adventures, what tough guy haven't I, general, you dealt with? I'm just afraid he won't be able to take a beating and won't let me have my fill." Yu lit a cigarette and gestured for his girlfriend to step back. He was about to make his move. "You little brat, you dare mess with brother Hao? Have you even asked around to see which gang we're from? Have you ever heard of General Yu? You think you're so great?" Yu took a deep drag on his cigarette, took a few steps back, and then leaped up with a powerful kick, aiming a flying kick at Lu Qingxian. "Handsome!" The crowd gasped in surprise. The next second, a cold glint flashed in Lu Qingxian's eyes, and he raised his leg and delivered a powerful volley that struck Lu Qingxian squarely in the waist. A large man weighing over 100 pounds was thrown away and crashed into the wall, his fate unknown. "Damn, you can't beat him, let's all attack and kill him." The group pulled out their weapons and swarmed forward. "Stop!" Just then, a voice, cold to the bone, came up from the stairwell. Downstairs, a woman in a black dress appeared before everyone. She was tall and slender, with her long, straight legs peeking out from under her skirt, exuding a cool and noble aura, like a black rose. Behind her, several special forces bodyguards wearing anti-terrorism masks and tactical vests, armed with live ammunition, completely controlled the stairwell. These thugs had never seen anything like this before. Their legs went weak with fear, and they became spineless. "I'd like to see who dares to lay a finger on Dr. Lu." "Dr. Lu, who is Dr. Lu? You must have mistaken me for someone else." Chen Meijiao stood there, stunned. The moment Li Yunhao saw the beautiful woman, his eyes widened instantly. He quickly got up from the ground, straightened his clothes and hair, and approached her solicitously. "Hello, beautiful lady, you must have mistaken me for someone else. There are no doctors here, let alone any miracle doctors. Also, my name is Li Yunhao, the second young master of the Li family of Nanling. Miss, have you heard of the Li family of Nanling?" The girl in the black dress glanced at Lu Qingxian, then at Li Yunhao, a playful smile playing on her lips. "The Li family of Nanling, which has risen to prominence in the last 2 years, huh?" Li Yunhao was thrilled and took another step closer. Yes, since this beautiful lady has heard of our Li family, then things will be simple. I'll treat you. Let's find a restaurant to eat something, get to know each other, and I'll introduce you to my sister. Maybe there will be opportunities for cooperation." The girl in the black dress flicked her fingers, a smile on her face. The next second, she slapped Li Yunhao across the face. "The Li family of Nanling isn't even worthy to carry my shoes. How dare you lay a hand on Dr. Lu?" Li Yunhao was stunned by the slap. His face was still swollen and painful from being slapped several times by Lu Qingxian before, and now he was slapped again in the same spot by this woman. He is Li Yunming's younger brother, the second young master of the Li family, and the future heir to the family business. What a disgrace, what a disgrace. "You dare hit me, you actually dare to hit me? So what if I hit you?" the girl in the black dress said dismissively. As the princess of the Four Seas Aviation Association, Lu Bingqing possesses countless honors. What difference would it make if she killed him, let alone hit him? It's truly a case of an ant trying to shake a tree, utterly overestimating herself. The pitiful state of ants. But Li Yunhao was completely taken aback by those casual words. "You son of a bitch, I don't care who you are, if you don't give me an explanation today, I'll bankrupt you and make you kneel down and beg me to let you go." Lu Bingqing chuckled and waved. The next second, a heavily armed bodyguard walked out from behind her and tightly gripped Li Yunhao's shoulder. Then, Lu Bingqing put on black lace gloves. What are you going to do?" Li Yunhao was scared this time. He was really scared. This woman was crazy. Slap slap slap. Slap after slap, Li Yunhao's face swelled up like a pig's head. Upon seeing this, Lu Qingxian shook his head. What a fool! Although the Four Seas alliance is nothing to him, it is an existence that the Li family absolutely cannot afford to provoke. He has completely brought this upon himself. Seeing her son being beaten so badly, Chen Meijiao rushed down, brandishing her claws and shouting, "Ma Yunhao, you little bastard, I'll fight you to the death." With her strength, she might be able to stop Lu Bingqing, but unfortunately, Lu Bingqing had someone by her side. A bodyguard instantly drew a gun, held it to her knees, and forced her to kneel on the ground. After a while, Lu Bingqing got tired and stopped. Li Yunhao's mouth was full of blood as he glared at her viciously. He secretly vowed that as long as he could go back, he would take revenge on this woman and torture and humiliate her day and night. Only in this way could he quell the hatred in his heart. Chen Meijiao shared the same thought. Since the Li family rose to power, she had never suffered such humiliation, her dignity being trampled on the ground. Lu Bingqing glanced at the two men, took off her blood-stained gloves, and said, "Tie these two to stones and sink them into the Nanling River." Chapter 5, I'll make a phone call and ask. WH what? Chen Meijiao and Li Yunhao thought they had misheard. Sinking into the Nanling River. What a joke, she's going to kill someone. It wasn't until several people started strapping heavy objects to their bodies that the two realized the woman wasn't joking. This crazy woman was going to kill them. It's a misunderstanding, beautiful lady, this is all a misunderstanding. Please let us go, and my Li family will reward you handsomely. Chen Meijiao panicked, begging for mercy and apologizing. Li Yunhao, who was standing to the side, came to his senses and started kicking his legs as a pool of liquid flowed down his thighs. The air was filled with a foul stench. Lu Bingqing pinched her nose, walked up the stairs, came to Lu Qingxian, extended her fair and delicate hand, and smiled slightly. "Hello, Dr. Lu, my name is Lu Bingqing. I have come to take you away on my father's orders." Lu Qingxian did not reach out in response, but simply nodded. Lu Bingqing frowned, secretly displeased. What an arrogant man. As the princess of the Four Seas Aviation Association, Lu Bingqing was favored by countless men, and many prominent figures would go to great lengths to see her and shake her hand. But this person, who took the initiative to reach out his hand, completely ignored her. "Let them go, let's go." Lu Qingxian went downstairs without even glancing at Li Yunhao and Chen Meijiao, and walked straight to the silver van parked across the street. Lu Bingqing followed her downstairs, her gaze sweeping over Chen Meijiao and her son. "If it weren't for Dr. Lu's kindness, you would both be dead today. Get out." After being untied, the two felt as if they had been granted a pardon. They didn't dare to linger for a second and scrambled out of the residential area. Along the way, they lost their shoes and threw away their bags, fearing that they wouldn't run fast enough and would be caught. Seeing that no one was chasing after her, Chen Meijiao started to speak recklessly again, turning around and jumping and cursing at the neighborhood. "You ungrateful little beast surnamed Lu, who tried to kill your mother, bringing that vixen with you to show off in front of me. I'll remember this debt as long as you're still in Nanling City. You'll see if I don't get my hands on you. And that little vixen, I don't believe you really dare to kill anyone. You hired a few actors with a fake gun to scare me. We'll settle this score later." "Mom, stop shouting, take me to the hospital quickly. I'm about to die," Li Yunhao said weakly. Okay, my dear Xiaohao, you have to hold on, I'll call your sister and the others right now." Chen Meijiao frantically searched for her phone, only to find that it was in her bag, which she had left on the street in the neighborhood when she ran out. Just as the two were helping each other turn around to look for their phones, a line of silver luxury Bentleys slowly drove out of the residential area, followed by two spacious silver minivans, and then four Mercedes-Benz G-Class modified special bodyguard vehicles. Li Yunhao stared in astonishment, mouth agape. "Holy crap, what's going on? This is way too much." "Wait a minute." Suddenly, he rubbed his eyes and stared intently at one of the vans. "Am I seeing things? That guy surnamed Lu is sitting in the car?" Upon hearing this, Chen Meijiao burst into tears, sobbing helplessly. "Wah, my poor Xiaohao, he's been beaten senseless. How could that loser surnamed Lu afford to ride in a car like this? Even my Yunmeng doesn't have a fleet of cars like this. What makes him so special?" "Xiaohao, I know you're angry, you hate that little bitch, you hate that guy surnamed Lu, but don't worry, Mom promises you, I'll definitely avenge you." Li Yunhao stood there blankly, rubbing his temples. Could it be that he had really seen wrong? After a long pause, he spat out a mouthful of saliva, damn it, you bitch, you almost drove me insane, I can barely see people now. Lu Qingxian, who was sitting in the nanny van with his eyes closed, naturally had no idea what the mother and son were thinking, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. Beside her, Lu Bingqing was organizing documents, and a moment later she handed the documents to Lu Qingxian. Dr. Lu, please take a look. These are the records of our employees in Nangang who have suddenly fallen seriously ill recently. We have consulted with many well-known experts at home and abroad, but with little effect. Some employees have even passed away due to their serious illness. Although our 4Cs Air Club can still keep things under control and handle the aftermath well, if this continues and the situation is allowed to deteriorate, it will put our 4Cs Air Club in an extremely passive position. So, Dr. Lu, you must save us. Lu Qingxian took the documents and glanced at them. I cannot guarantee that I will be able to solve your problem 100%. Dr. Lu Bingqing leaned closer gently. Her soft, smooth touch felt like a piece of natural silk. Her voice was soft and charming, as if she were born with an irresistible allure. Dr. Lu, as long as you can help my Sihang Association solve this problem, I will do anything you ask. Lu Qingxian pushed her away. I will do my best, although I can't guarantee 100%, I have 90% confidence, so please don't worry. Lu Bingqing was taken aback. What stunned her wasn't that the other person had 90% confidence, but that he actually pushed her away. Is he really a man? Or has Lu Bingqing lost the charm that a woman of exceptional talent should possess? Putting aside her stunning figure and flawless skin, and her innate allure and enchanting face, just her status and her charisma alone would make any man want to hold her in his arms and possess her, satisfying his ultimate sense of superiority and possessiveness. After all, how could an ordinary person possibly have the chance to get close to the eldest princess of the 4Seas Shipping Association? Thinking of this, a strange emotion welled up in Lu Bingqing's heart. A master. To possess such a calm and experienced aura at such a young age, never showing his emotions, what else could he be but a master? It seems my father was right, this Dr. Lu might really be able to solve the troubles of his 4Seas Shipping Association. At the same time, Nanling Hospital. Li Yunhao lay on the bed howling incoherently, his face wrapped in gauze, with only his nose, mouth, and eyes showing. Soon, Li Yunmeng arrived with a handsome man. She was stunned when she opened the door. What exactly happened? How did Junhao get so badly injured? Sitting on the edge of the bed, Chen Meijiao said irritably, it's all because of that bastard surnamed Lu. He almost beat your brother to death. You know, people are really boring. They act harmless when they're together, but as soon as they get divorced, their true colors are revealed. They'll do anything for money. If I hadn't run away with Xiuhao, you would have been preparing for our funeral today. You're saying Lu Qingxian did this? Li Yunming's eyes widened in disbelief. Although the two were divorced, she felt that she still knew him very well. Lu Qingxian was gentle and mild-mannered, tolerant and meticulous. He had never had any conflicts with her in the past few years. He was a model of a good man. How could he hit her? Who else could it be but him? I'm telling you, Yunmeng, you've been fooled by him for a long time. That guy is no good at all. Has been seeing other vixens behind your back for a while now. The one who beat me and Xiuhao today was that vixen. She even said she wanted us to tie us up, put stones on us, and sink us into the Nanling River. What a vicious woman. Li Yunmeng frowned even more deeply. He actually found another woman outside? Has he been deceiving himself all along? To be honest, Li Yunmeng didn't believe it. On the one hand, she was confident in her judgment of people. Lu Qingxian was not that kind of person, otherwise she wouldn't have felt so distressed and guilty after the divorce. On the other hand, she knew exactly what kind of person her mother was, a woman who talked nonsense, was selfish, snobbish, and demanding, and that she could only believe a fraction of what she said. She would say anything to slander Lu Qingxian. Mom, how did you run into Lu Qingxian? Did you go to his house to cause trouble? Li Yunmeng stared at her mother suspiciously. Chen Meijiao's expression changed. Yunmeng, what do you mean by this? Do you think I'm looking for trouble? Suddenly she collapsed onto the bed and burst into tears, her voice filled with grief. My Howard, how pitiful we are, mother and son. If I had known, I should have just let them beat us to death. Mom! Li Yunmeng was in a real bind. Beside her, a tall and handsome man comforted her. Yunmeng, you can know a person's face but not their heart. Although you've known Lu Qingxian for a long time, can you guarantee that you've completely seen through him? Men are all good at disguising themselves in order to be with you and stick with you. This beautiful CEO, he will definitely do anything to leave the best impression on you. Now that you're divorced, he knows he'll lose everything, so naturally he won't want to keep up the pretense any longer. It's entirely possible that he'll hysterically take his resentment out on your family. Chen Meijiao's eyes lit up, and she quickly chimed in, young Master Chen is right, that's the truth. My future son-in-law is so understanding, he's thousands upon thousands of times better than that scumbag surnamed Lu. Chen Yulong smiled amiably, Mom, you and Xiuhua should focus on recovering. I'll take charge of this matter and give you a perfect explanation. As long as we're in Nanling City, Lu Qingxian won't be able to escape. I'll bring him to you and break every single bone in his body, so he'll understand that he's a loser who can't make a fuss once he leaves Yunmeng. He's a complete waste. Chen Meijia was so moved she almost cried, but she smiled broadly and said, okay, Mom believes you. Beside her, Li Yunmeng was bewildered. Could it really have been Lu Qingxian who did it? Had she misjudged him all along? Was he actually a two-faced, vicious, hypocritical, and wicked scumbag? After rubbing her temples for a while, Li Yunmeng took out her phone and dialed Lu Qingshuan's number. I'll call him and ask him what's going on. If he really goes this far, I'll definitely get an explanation for you. 6. Chapter 6, Facing the Question. Upon hearing that she was going to make a phone call, Chen Meijiao's expression tightened the next second. She quickly put on a smiling face and said earnestly, there's no need for that, is there? Although Mom hates that scumbag, she's not unreasonable. You've had a relationship with him for so many years, and Mom doesn't want to make things difficult for you. Don't call anymore. As long as you can be with young Master Chen in the future, Mom will be satisfied. What's a couple of slaps? Mom can endure this little grievance. Mom hearing this, Li Yunmeng felt a pang of sadness in her heart. Her mother had always been a domineering, unreasonable woman who would fight tooth and nail to get revenge, no matter how wrong she was or how much she suffered. But this time, she had really changed. Of course, Lu Qingxian had also changed, becoming unfamiliar and unrecognizable to her. Oh, Yunmeng, don't worry about me. As long as you don't get involved with that scumbag, I'll be happy. Go on with your work. Seeing that her daughter was wavering, Chen Meijia smiled and persuaded her again. Chen Yulong gently put his arm around her waist. Yes, Yunmeng, aren't you invited to the royal court banquet in the provincial capital tonight? Calm down, I'll take you to buy 2 dresses, and we'll go to the banquet looking beautiful and happy. Chen Meijiao's eyes lit up. Yes, the royal court banquet. I heard it's a top-tier banquet that brings together the leading forces of the provincial capital. Even the Four Seas Aviation Association will be attending. Daughter, if you can get on the good side of the Four Seas Aviation Association, then you'll truly have a firm foothold in Nanling. All those powerful families and industry leaders will have to look up to you with envy. Chen Yulong chuckled. The Four Seas Aviation Association's ambitions don't lie in Nanling, but rather in the entire Jiangnan and Jiangbei region. If you can curry favor with them, you can indeed change your fate instantly. However, the rumored princess of the Four Seas Aviation Association is an extremely arrogant woman. It will probably be very difficult to catch her eye. But it's okay, I know people in the Sihai Hangui project team. If we run into them tonight, I'll take the lead and introduce you. Li Yunmeng nodded. Then thank you very much, young Master Chen. Mom, please take care of my brother. I will definitely give you an explanation regarding Lu Qingxian and make him pay the price. Li Yunmeng gave a few instructions and then turned and left. In the car, Li Yunmeng was restless. She had been with Lu Qingxian for several years, and although they had had conflicts and arguments, they had mostly been happy and joyful. He was indeed a refined and warm person, but now it seemed that she had misjudged him and had never seen through his disguise. This deception made her feel very sad, as if several years of feelings had gone down the drain. Secretary Han, tell me, I've been in the business world for years, and I've dealt with countless shrewd business tycoons who are good at disguising themselves. I can tell a person from a ghost at a glance. Could it be that I really misjudged Lu Qingxian? I've always believed that the divorce was my fault, that I wronged him. Upon hearing this, Secretary Han, who was driving, immediately sighed. President Meng, you are just too kind and too trusting. I saw that Lu Qingxian a long time ago, that he was not a good person. Now that he has revealed his ponytail, it's perfect for President Meng to see his true colors. Besides, the facts are right in front of us. Aunt and young master were beaten up like that, so why does Lu Qingxian claim to be innocent? Li Yunmeng pursed her lips. I know, I just can't believe he could pretend in front of me. For 3 years he has always been gentle and has never raised his voice. It may have never even worried about what to eat or wear when I'm with him. I can't believe that someone like him would hit my mother. Besides, no one knows my mother's personality better than me, especially in recent years. As my company has steadily developed and our family's status has risen accordingly, she has become increasingly arrogant and domineering. I suspect that she did something to offend Lu Qingxian, which is why he couldn't help but take action. Chen Yulong chuckled softly. Yun Meng, I just want to ask you one thing. Did mom's temper only become like this after the divorce? Li Yunmeng was taken aback and subconsciously shook her head. Right, our mother has always had this temper. Lu Qingxian knows that, doesn't he? Why didn't he lose his temper and hit our mother before the divorce? This shows that he had been harboring resentment for a long time before the divorce. He ate and drank your food and drank your drinks, and he had to endure any grievances. Now that the divorce is over, he has no more scruples and naturally reveals his true colors. Chen Yulong's words instantly enlightened Aries. That explained it all. Her mother's temper had always been like this, not something that had only developed recently. Logically speaking, Lu Qingxian should have known about it long ago, so why did he only take action after the divorce? It was because he had been holding back all along. Chen Yulong revealed a confident smile, his hand unconsciously reaching towards Li Yunmeng's waist again. He's a penniless loser who married a rich and beautiful woman like you. He'll definitely treat you like a precious bud. Everything you saw before was just a carefully crafted persona. Now, this is the real him, a complete scumbag. Li Yunmeng clenched her fists, and after a long while, she slammed her fist on the seat. Damn it, he really went too far. If he had any complaints, he could have come to me and told me. What kind of man is he to lay a hand on my mother and my brother? Li Yunmeng became increasingly angry, so she simply took out her phone and dialed Lu Qingxuan's number. On the other side, Lu Qingxian, who was almost at his destination, looked at the incoming call on his phone, thought for a moment, and then pressed the answer button. Yun Meng, I really didn't expect you to call me again. Lu Qingxian sighed softly, as if he had 1,000 words to say but couldn't say them. However, Li Yunmeng was slightly taken aback on the other end of the phone. He didn't expect to call him. He assaulted someone, his own mother, and his younger brother, causing him to be hospitalized, and he actually said he never expected me to call him. Did he do something to himself? Doesn't he feel any remorse for what he did? Doesn't he know that I will definitely come and confront him? Thinking of this, Li Yunmeng was so angry that she laughed. She stopped holding back and said, Lu Qingxian, we've been together for years, and I never thought you were this kind of person. You're despicable, shameless, vulgar, hypocritical, and insidious. I was blind to think you were a good person. I really regret knowing you, and even more so, I regret marrying you. You know what, Lu Qingxian, divorcing you was the best decision I ever made in my life. Lu Qingxuan's mouth was agape. Every word the other person uttered felt like a nail piercing his heart. In his memory, even if Li Yunmeng was angry, she would never disregard her image and yell and curse like a shrew. But now she's almost gone mad, saying the most vicious things to herself, completely tearing off the mask of civility. I've said it before, if you have any complaints or needs, you can come to me and talk to me. Out of consideration for our past relationship, I will try my best to meet your needs, but you shouldn't have laid a hand on my mother and my brother. What right did you have to hit them? Do you think my Li family is easy to bully? Seeing that Lu Qingxian remained silent, Li Yunmeng felt that she had all the evidence and coldly pressed him for answers. Speak, explain, I'd love to hear your explanation. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, then you can expect my wrath and my revenge. 7. Chapter 7, My patient, no one else is allowed to touch him. Lu Qingxian was very calm, unusually calm, so calm that Lu Bingqing, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but shiver. On the other end of the phone, Li Yunmeng was still venting her anger and accusing Lu Qingxian of his crimes. Speechless now, huh? People like you need to be caught red-handed, otherwise who knows how long you'll keep deceiving me with that hypocritical face. You disgust me. Are you finished? Lu Qingxian asked softly. Li Yunmeng trembled with anger. Was he finished? Instead of giving her a proper explanation, he actually asked if she was done. So what if she was finished? Did Lu Qingxian think she would let this go? In Nanling City, no one could bully the Li family, and even less could anyone bully Li Yunmeng. Lu Qingxian, I'm warning you, you only have one chance to explain. By the time either I or my fiancé find you, it will be too late. Lu Qingxian scoffed, you just got divorced today and already found a fiancé. Li Yunmeng, you're really efficient, but I'm afraid I can't give you an explanation. If you want an explanation, you might as well ask your mother or your younger brother and see if they can give you one. You, Lu Qingxian, you despicable and shameless scoundrel, don't push your luck. Li Yunmeng was completely enraged. Despicable and shameless, thank you for your assessment, Li Yunmeng. Our years of relationship have come to an end today. I was the one who hit, and do whatever you want. I'm ready. I also want to see how much power you, Li Yunmeng, have to make me, Lu Qingxian, bow down and admit my mistakes in front of you, now that you've come this far as the president of 3 companies. Li Yunmeng listened blankly to the dial tone on her phone. This was the first time Lu Qingxian had hung up on her call on his own initiative. After a while, Li Yunmeng regained her composure, reached out and removed Chen Yulong's groping hand, and looked straight ahead. After tonight, I will definitely sign a cooperation agreement with the Four Seas Aviation Association and firmly establish myself at the top level in Nanling City. Lu Qingxian, at that time I will make you kneel before me, make you understand that without me, you are not even an ant, and make you understand the insurmountable gap between you and me, Li Yunmeng said firmly and coldly, as if making a vow. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxian sat quietly in the back seat of the car, while Lu Bingqing stared at him with her mouth agape in astonishment. From the moment she met him until now, Lu Qingxian had always given her the impression of being calm, cold, and confident, but what just happened shattered her perception of him. This man could also be angry, hysterical, and lose control of his emotions. And what caused these changes in him was undoubtedly the woman on the other end of the phone. Lu Bingqing's expression was somewhat complicated. Sitting next to Lu Qingxian, she had overheard part of the conversation on the phone. The man in front of her had been married and divorced, and the woman on the phone was his ex-wife. She was very curious about what kind of woman could drive this steady, unwavering man to hysteria and make him, who was usually so composed, fall in love. Is there any woman in the entire Jiangnan region who was more outstanding than Lu Bingqing? Mr. Lu, did my actions just now cause you any trouble? I can apologize to her and I am willing to bear all the consequences. Lu Qingxian shook his head. No need. Alright then, I won't ask any more questions. Let's head to the Nangang headquarters right away. We have a royal banquet to attend later, and I hope we can make it in time. Lu Bingqing glanced at the itinerary recorded on her phone and couldn't help but facepalm. To test her, her father put her in charge of the headquarters of the Four Seas Airlines in the Nanling area every day. She was overwhelmed by all sorts of trivial matters, which were about to explode her head. 20 minutes later, a brightly lit building came into view. Sihai Building, Nanling Branch. As Lu Bingqing arrived at the top floor, many nurses in white coats hurried past, all looking tense. It was clear that the situation was urgent and could not be delayed any longer. Mr. Lu, all the patients have been arranged here, a total of 37. I will have someone send over all the patients' test reports shortly. No need, we'll know once we go in and take a look. Just as Lu Qingxian was about to push open the door, an old doctor came out from inside, looking worried. Upon seeing Lu Bingqing, the old doctor sighed, Miss Lu, you're back. Master Kong, how is the situation? Lu Bingqing came forward and asked with concern. Kong Yihai shook his head. It's no use, we've tried everything, and we don't even understand the underlying cause of the disease, so there's no way to treat it effectively. Alas, in my 50 years of medical practice, this is the first time I have encountered such a strange illness. Hearing him say that, Lu Bingqing felt a chill run down her spine. Kong Yihai is known in the industry as Kong Yizhen, who can bring the dead back to life with a single needle and heal flesh and bone with a single needle. He is not only a successor of a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, but also a professor of internal medicine at Nanling Hospital. He combines Chinese and Western medicine and has unparalleled medical skills. Even he is helpless. How many people in the entire Jiangnan region, the entire Jiangbei region, and even the whole country can help her? Lu Bingqing took a deep breath and turned to look at Lu Qingxuan. This was her last hope. Mr. Lu, I'm pinning all my hopes on you now. I told you, I'll do my best. Go in. Just as Lu Qingxian was about to step inside, Kong Yihai suddenly blocked his way. He looked at Lu Bingqing with confusion. Miss Lu, who is he? Lu Bingqing slapped her forehead. Oh right, I forgot to introduce him. This is Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu? Kong Yihai was stunned upon hearing this, seemingly unable to believe it. Then he said with a forced smile, Miss Lu, no one wants to see something like this happen. Not only are you anxious, but I am also very anxious. But no matter how anxious we are, we cannot be careless when it comes to finding a doctor. This is a matter of life and death. Lu Bingqing frowned. Elder Kong, this Dr. Lu is my dad. Miss Lu, one can be stupid, but one must never be foolish. Your Lu family is large and powerful, and there are many people eyeing it. All sorts of shady characters want to seize the opportunity to make a quick buck. If you don't have a keen eye, even the largest family fortune will be swindled out of everything sooner or later. Kong Yihai raised an eyebrow, looked at Lu Qingxian and sneered, little guy, you're not old, but you're quite ambitious. You haven't even grown your hair yet and you're already trying to scam people. A miracle doctor, I think you're more like a charlatan. I can't even cure your illnesses. What qualifications do you have to research anything? It's a joke. Lu Bingqing was at her wits' end. She had long known that Kang Yihai was an extremely stubborn old man. Although he was a skilled doctor, his temper was always a major problem, but she hadn't expected him to be so stubborn that he would even ask her which doctor she should see. However, since Master Kong was her father's friend, she couldn't very well refuse him. Master Kong, say no more, it's all for the sake of saving lives. Kang Yihai didn't listen at all. Miss Lu, I'm just taking your opinion on your behalf. Besides, I will never allow other doctors to have contact with the patients I've treated. I feel that would be an insult to me, and I, Kong, can't bear that kind of humiliation. 8. Chapter 8, Let the Gentleman Choose. I, Kong, have been practicing medicine for over 50 years and have my own pride. Since your father invited me to treat his illness, then all patients should be under my full responsibility now. Letting some nameless nobody take over my patients is an indelible stain on my career, and I hope Miss Lu can understand. Kang Yihai blocked the doorway, clearly determined not to allow Lu Qingxian to enter. Lu Qingxian was also amused by the old man's bizarre behavior and couldn't help but tease him. Old sir, I'd like to ask you a question in return. You think it's a great disgrace to let others take over patients you can't cure, so as a doctor, don't you feel ashamed if you can't cure your patients and let them lie there suffering and die? Kang Yihai was taken aback, clearly not expecting the other party to speak from such a tricky angle, leaving him speechless for a moment. You sharp-tongued little bastard, how dare you criticize what I do? Miss Lu, I need you to get rid of this shameless swindler immediately, or I will turn around and leave right now. I will not treat this disease. Lu Bingqing's face darkened. She had just been trying to help the other person out of a tight spot, but the next second this old guy actually threw the problem back at her. Was he deliberately making things difficult for her? Lu Qingxian was the person her father had assigned her to find to break the deadlock if she drove him away, who would treat her illness. Judging from your tone, it's as if you can cure the illness just by wanting to? Lu Qingxian chuckled and picked at his ear. Who was it that just said they were helpless? You're incompetent, yet you still stop others from saving people. Your ability is less than half as much as your temper. If I were you, I would quickly slink away, cover my face, and stop saying such shameful things. I won't be like you, mistaking incompetence for ability. Kang Yihai stared wide-eyed, almost unable to catch his breath. He is a distinguished visiting professor at Nanling Hospital, the 28th generation manager of Nanling Zongkeatang, and has been a prominent figure in the medical field for 50 or 60 years. Yet he was called incompetent by a young man who hadn't even grown up yet. Elder Kong, let Mr. Lu go in and take a look. My Lu family has no other choice now, has it? Lu Bingqing quickly suppressed her smile and stepped out to stand between the two to smooth things over. Fine, I'll see what kind of skills you, this little brat, have to be so arrogant in front of me. Kang Yihai stepped aside to let Lu Qingxian in, but just as he was about to follow, Lu Qingxian slammed the door shut, leaving him feeling embarrassed. Standing at the door, Kang Yihai jumped up and down in anger. You little bastard, I'll be waiting right here. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant when you show your true colors. Lu Qingxian walked into the ward and his gaze fell on the 30-odd patients. These patients were connected to life monitoring instruments. Some of them had extremely weak vital signs, and the instruments would occasionally emit a beep 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 alarm. However, many doctors who came to help were helpless in the face of this situation, including the previously arrogant Kang Yihai. Lu Qingxian walked along, glancing at it briefly. Mr. Lu, our Sihai Aviation Association mainly deals in overseas trade. I suspect that the accident involving the crew members might be related to our newly developed aerospace materials. I suspect that this new material has some kind of radioactive characteristic. I have already had the batch of materials sent for testing, but the results are not yet available. After Lu Bingqing finished speaking, he found that the other party ignored him and instead raised two fingers and placed them on the patient's neck. Only traditional Chinese medicine practitioners would use this method of treating illnesses. We have consulted many famous traditional Chinese medicine doctors before, and their pulses were all normal. But you've seen these instrument data as well. Lu Bingqing pointed to the modern medical equipment around her that was connected to the patient's body, measuring the patient's heartbeat and displaying vital signs. All the patient's vital signs are declining in a straight line. It was indeed very strange, but Lu Qingxian glanced at it and a smile appeared on his lips. Mr. Lu, what are you laughing at? Don't worry, you'll have the answer soon. Lu Qingxian raised his hand and pulled, tearing open the patient's clothes in front of him with another wave of his hand. 3 silver needles flashed and disappeared, sealing the 3 main acupoints on the patient's chest. Lu Bingqing stared blankly, when suddenly, the 3 silver needles began to tremble violently, as if they were placed on a flat drum and being struck violently. How so? As long as a person is alive, their body has the instinct to fight back. I sealed the 3 major life acupoints, forcing their bodies to unleash their potential. The needles move with the qi, and the stronger the movement, the stronger their bodily functions. As soon as Lu Qingxian finished speaking, the silver needles stopped trembling. Huh, why isn't it moving? Is it dead? Lu Bingqing's expression changed drastically. She turned her head to look at the instrument, which emitted a loud alarm. The patient's vital signs had disappeared. When qi enters the body, it is called life. When the spirit leaves the body, it is called death. If the qi does not dissipate and the spirit does not disperse, then a person is not dead. Then what about them? Just watch it. It's exhausting to explain it to a layman. Lu Qingxian interrupted her, flicked his right hand, and sent more than 10 silver needles flying out, landing precisely on the patient's 12 acupoints. Just then, the patient suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils turning blood red. The next second, he sprang up from the bed and lunged at Lu Qingxian, trying to bite him. Humph, quite stubborn. Lu Qingxian raised his hand and pressed it against the patient's neck. Puff! With a nauseating sound, a dark glint vanished and was caught in Lu Qingxuan's hand. The culprit has been found. What? Let me see. Lu Bingqing hurriedly moved closer. Lu Qingxian opened his palm, and a soft, purplish-black insect egg, about the size of a fingernail, was wriggling in his hand. What is this? It's disgusting. Lu Qingxian laughed. The northern frontier insect goo, once it enters your body, will quickly destroy your internal organs, control your consciousness, and turn you into a walking corpse. Furthermore, this kind of insect goo, it spreads its eggs through the bloodstream, making it highly contagious. Upon hearing this, Lu Bingqing was instantly terrified, her hands and feet turning ice cold. Someone is trying to harm my 4 Seas Shipping Association. Lu Bingqing wasn't stupid. These were turbulent times, and the Sihai Aviation Association was facing numerous difficulties. Major business alliances in Jiangnan and Jiangbei were eyeing them covetously, trying to take a bite out of them. And then, the northern frontier insect goo incident occurred. Under the dual pressure of economic and public opinion, one wrong move could lead to utter ruin. This clearly shows that someone is setting a trap for her Lu family and the entire Sihai Airlines Association. To put it mildly, it will harm your 4 Seas Shipping Association. To put it more seriously, once this kind of insect plague spreads, the entire Nanling and the whole Jiangnan region will be plunged into a huge disaster. Lu Bingqing, who was always calm and composed in the face of adversity, panicked for the first time at this moment. Smack! The next second, Lu Qingxuan's expression froze as a huge, soft object came from behind and pressed tightly against his back. Mr. Lu, please, you must save my Sihai Hanghue. Bingqing is willing to pay any price, willing to be yours. 9, Chapter 9, One-Sided Love. Known for her coldness and ruthlessness, and praised as a cold and beautiful princess, Lu Bingqing's behavior at this moment was exactly the opposite of her reputation. She took the initiative to throw herself into the man's arms and offered herself to him. In the past, she wouldn't have dared to even think about such a thing. But now, no one understands her pains and difficulties. The Lu family has come this far over the past 100 years. They stand at the pinnacle of the business world, thanks to the painstaking efforts of countless family elders who have endured countless hardships and pains. This family business must not be lost. But now, she is facing a crisis that could wipe out her entire Lu family and the entire Sihai Aviation Association. She absolutely cannot allow the slightest accident to happen. Just then, Lu Qingxian removed her hand and turned to look at her. Mr. Lu, is this guy really as unyielding as Lu Xiaohui, or is he a saint who has no desires or wants? Or is it that he really has no interest in me at all? If one doesn't care about money, power, or beauty, what else can one offer? Thinking of this, Lu Bingqing's face was full of bitterness. She was ultimately just a woman, unable to escape the fragility within her heart. The strength and coldness she displayed were merely masks she used to disguise herself in the dead of night. She would also shed tears and break down under the weight of her burdens. Looking at her delicate and soft appearance, Lu Qingxian frowned. Miss Lu, we are actually engaged, but it seems you are unaware of it. Ah? What? Lu Bingqing looked up at him in astonishment, her mind a little blank for a moment. A marriage agreement? Her father had never mentioned anything like that to her. Had the other party made a mistake? Her Lu family is a top noble family in Jiangnan. Anyone qualified to be engaged to her must at least be from a famous and wealthy family, but no matter how hard she racked her brains, she couldn't think of any superpower in the Jiangnan area with the surname Lu. But the next second, Lu Bingqing's eyes darted around, her worry turning to joy, and she revealed a sly expression. She needs his help now, so what does it matter if it's true or not? The most important thing is to keep him firmly on the ship of the 4Seas Shipping Company and get through this difficult time. You may not have heard of the Lu family, but that doesn't matter, because I'm not a member of the Lu family now, but the marriage agreement is real. It's just that I haven't talked to your Lu family about it all this time. It's alright. Lu Bingqing smiled and pulled her hand away before hugging him again. It's alright, Mr. Lu, since you are my fiancé, that's even better. After we resolve this crisis, I'll go to my father and ask him to set a wedding date for us, then we'll be a family. Lu Bingqing felt bitter inside. How much had she sacrificed to resolve this crisis? She had never been close to a man before, yet today she had repeatedly humbled herself to please him, abandoning her aloofness and tearing away her noble facade. She didn't even know if it was worth it. But right now, there's no time to worry about that. Unexpectedly, after she finished speaking, she was pushed away again. Miss Lu, you misunderstand. What I mean is that I can help you with this, but on the condition that this engagement be dissolved. The smile on Lu Bingqing's face froze instantly. She thought that the other party wanted to use the marriage agreement as an excuse to completely tie himself to their 4Seas Shipping Association and become her husband, Lu Bingqing's husband, so that he could rise to prominence and wield immense power. So, he came to break off the engagement? That bastard, isn't he going a bit too far? He had helped the 4Seas Airlines so much, he could have taken advantage of their kindness and made an exorbitant demand, but what happened? His condition was actually to annul the engagement. It's as if he didn't help, Lu Bingqing would shamelessly fawn over him and refuse to break off the engagement. Damn it, I've never seen anything so humiliating. He, Lu Bingqing gave a dry laugh, then gritted her teeth and said, so that's how it is. Okay, fine, I agree. As long as Mr. Lu helps me with this favor and does it to the end, I will agree to dissolve the engagement and will persuade my father and the others. I will definitely not cause Mr. Lu any trouble. He laughed. He actually laughed happily. This bastard, does he really look down on her, Lu Bingqing? After saying these words, Lu Bingqing noticed that the other person was smiling very happily. It was a smile she had never seen on the other person's face since they first met. It was as if a huge weight had been lifted from her heart, and she felt relieved. Lu Bingqing's face was as black as charcoal. She clenched her fists, turned around, and went to the bedside. She took a deep breath to calm herself down. Let's not talk about that now. Mr. Lu, regarding the Guworm incident, it is obvious that someone has meticulously planned a scheme to target my 4Seas Guild. However, they are currently in the shadows while I am in the open. Once the news of these patients' recovery spreads, it will alert them, making it much more difficult to catch the mastermind behind the scenes. When the other side makes its careful preparations and strikes again, it will surely cause a disaster that our 4Seas Aviation Association cannot bear. Therefore, I need Mr. Lu to do me a favor, to help me cure these patients, and to hide everything here until my Seahai Guild completely resolves this problem and leaves no room for future troubles. Hide? Not bad. Lu Bingqing nodded, his face regaining its ancient, indifferent expression, his eyes flashing with a wise light. Keep the news of these crew members' recovery a secret until I find that big rat. I am confident, but I need Merla's cooperation. Lu Qingxian nodded. Alright, I won't reveal what happened here until the truth comes out. However, I hope you will keep your promise. Afterwards, Lu Qingxian took silver needles and removed the worms from their bodies one by one, placing them on a silver tray. A bunch of fleshy, blackish-purple worms made Lu Bingqing feel nauseous after just a few glances. Fortunately, their vital signs stabilized, and she felt relieved. A huge weight has finally been lifted off the ground. Just then, the door to the room was pushed open without warning. Chapter 10, What does this have to do with you? Miss Lu feels that I have not cured these patients and does not trust me. Have nothing to say but to let a completely inexperienced child replace me to treat patients that I am helpless against is absurd. I cannot tolerate this humiliation. Sunny Hai stood behind a middle-aged man, his tone conveying a sense of grievance and a complaint. Second uncle. Bingqing, is what Mr. Sun said true? Lu Wenxiang asked in a calm and unhurried tone. Having held a high position for many years, Lu Wenxiong has long cultivated an imposing aura that commands respect even without anger. Just a casual glance from him can create a sense of pressure that makes people want to bow their heads. Moreover, the Lu family has strict family rules, and Lu Bingqing would never dare to be disrespectful in front of her elders. I saw that these patients couldn't hold on any longer, so I just... Nonsense! Lu Wenxiong interrupted her, angrily rebuking, "Who is Mr. Sun? He is the undisputed leader in the medical field of Nanling. If he can't cure a patient, then the King of Hell has sentenced him to death." Sunny Hai clasped his hands in a fist and said, "Mulo, you flatter me, but as doctors, we naturally hope to do our best to treat patients and reduce the suffering in the world. Seeing these people suffer from illness makes me very sad. But this is indeed an incurable disease, and I am ashamed. Mr. Sun, please don't say that you have done your best. The rest is up to fate." Sunny Hai chuckled, "Mulo, you don't know this, although I have no way to help. Someone just boasted to me that he could cure these patients." Sunny Hai stared at Lu Qingxian, his smile enigmatic, and said mockingly, "May I be so bold as to ask, after this divine physician's examination, do you have any good solutions?" He deliberately emphasized the words "miracle doctor," making it clear to anyone, human or ghost, that he was being sarcastic. Lu Qingxian shook his head indifferently. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I really don't have any good solutions for these patients." Sunny Hai had been holding back his anger for a long time. Upon hearing these words, his mocking expression was immediately revealed. His face was full of wrinkles, which gathered together like a blooming chrysanthemum. "Ha, you have no good solutions? You're just a greenhorn with nothing better to do than spout nonsense. How pathetic and laughable that you dare to point fingers at my old patient. However, I thought you would come up with a decent excuse, but I didn't expect you to be too lazy to even come up with one. Miss Lu, Mulo, now you should see the true colors of this charlatan, shouldn't you? Talentless, incompetent, and immoral. I don't know where Miss Lu found her. Miss Lu, if I may say something I shouldn't, you have little life experience and are easily deceived by wicked people. You must be very careful in the future." Lu Bingqing moved her lips, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped, and looked up at Lu Qingxian for a long time. He had clearly cured these patients. He didn't need to suffer these injustices. He could have openly and honestly slapped him in the face, trampled on his head, and told him that his medical skills were 1,000 times better than his, but because of his promise to himself, he chose to remain silent, chose to endure this injustice, and chose to let a clown jump around on his head. At this moment, Lu Bingqing felt extremely complicated, and her opinion of Lu Qingxian completely changed. Perhaps only a man like this can be called a real man. Unlike those superficial rich young men she came into contact with, beauty and empty fame cannot move him at all. He has his own principles and adheres to them. Having thought all this through, Lu Bingqing smiled slightly. "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Sun. I will be more careful in the future." Sunny Hai nodded, then took out his phone and called the police. "Miss Lu, you are kind-hearted and can't bring yourself to do this today. I will teach this unscrupulous swindler a lesson for you. Practicing medicine without a license and performing acupuncture without authorization, which led to the patient's critical condition, is tantamount to intentional homicide. If I don't make sure you spend the rest of your life in jail, you won't know how foolish it is to show off your medical skills in front of me, Sunny." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxian chuckled, a smile spreading across his face. He hadn't expected that this old doctor, in his 70s or 80s, would be so narrow-minded, holding a grudge against him simply because he had touched a patient he couldn't cure. How amusing. However, before he could speak, Lu Bingqing had already stepped in front of him. "Mr. Sun, isn't this going too far? Miss Lu, you must not show mercy to those with ill intentions. They should pay the price they deserve." Sunny Hai insisted on calling the police. "Mr. Sun, aren't you just as helpless with these patients yourself? Does that mean that if others can't cure them, they have ulterior motives, but if you can't cure them, it's understandable? That's a bit unreasonable, isn't it? Furthermore, my Lu family paid you 5 million in compensation, while he did not take a single penny. If you're talking about ulterior motives, then I ask you, Mr. Sun, what is his purpose?" Seeing Sunny Hai's changing expression, Lu Bingqing added another sentence. "Everyone else is struggling to get better, yet you, Mr. Sun, have already received 5 million for nothing and now you're going to send them to the police station. Isn't that a bit too ruthless? Leave a way out for yourself if something happens in the future. It's like having a backup plan, don't you think?" Sunny Hai's eyelids twitched, and he felt a lump in his throat, almost choking with anger. Bingqing, you've gone too far. Lu Wenxiong sneered. Disrespectful to elders, rash in handling affairs, and disregarding consequences, it seems I need to have a serious talk with your father. Is it really appropriate to entrust such a large family business as the Nanling branch of the Four Seas Aviation Association to you? Lu Bingqing smiled faintly upon hearing this. Second uncle, even if I'm not the best, I'm still much better than your son who spends all his time in nightclubs and indulging in debauchery with women, right? Moreover, my father entrusted this matter entirely to me. It seems my second uncle has no right to interfere in how I handle it. If he wants to discipline me, he'll wait until I actually make a mistake before asking me about it. It's not too late to punish you. Lu Wenxiong narrowed his eyes and gave her a deep look. Fine, I'm looking forward to seeing how you clean up this mess. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Seeing this, Sunny Hai also slunk away. After clearing the room, Lu Bingqing let out a deep breath and said with a wry smile, Mr. Lu, I'm sorry you had to see this. Lu Qingxian waved his hand, not caring. Having made the promise, he naturally had no reason to break it. Moreover, being able to smoothly end the engagement and repay the favor was a sure win for him. Large families have always been like this, full of open and covert struggles, and everyone is full of hypocrisy and cunning. Sometimes it's really tiring. I understand. Lu Qingxian nodded. Lu Bingqing pursed her lips, and soon a sweet smile appeared on her face. Okay, let's not talk about these unhappy things anymore. Mr. Lu, I have a party to attend later. It's for representatives of major leading companies in Nanling City. How about we go together? You've helped me so much, so I should treat you to a meal. Mr. Lu, please don't refuse. Lu Qingxian pondered for a moment. Among the representatives of the major leaders, does the Wu family of Wanqiatang count? Lu Bingqing looked at him in surprise. The Wu family of Wanqiatang, could it be that he knows someone from the Wu family? No wonder, his Chinese medicine techniques are mysterious and unpredictable. He can find the root cause of the disease and cure it in the blink of an eye. Even if Sunny Hai is helpless, maybe he really has something to do with the Wu family. After all, the Wu family is a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners with a history of over 100 years. All 70 or 80 Wanqiatang chain stores in the Jiangnan region are owned by the Wu family. Mr. Lu, the Wu family is one of the 4 major families in Nanling. They have a deep foundation and are naturally considered a leading enterprise. Moreover, they will also be attending the royal court banquet tonight. Lu Qingxian nodded. In that case, it's no problem to make the trip. He happen to have something to discuss with the Wu family, and it's about time they repaid the favor they owe me. Lu Bingqing was taken aback. The Wu family owes them a favor. Are they just bragging? After going downstairs, the two got into the car, and the silver Bentley sped away. Royal Banquet. The Royal Court Hotel, an ultra-luxurious establishment, was packed with guests, and this was only one floor. On occasions like this, Lu Qingxian noticed that Lu Bingqing's entire demeanor suddenly changed. Her aloof face was like an iceberg that would never melt, and her neck, as graceful as a swan's, would probably make any woman feel inferior. Her black dress added a touch of mystery to her cold beauty. Mr. Lu, please feel free to wander around the first floor. I need to go upstairs to meet with a few people and finalize the cooperation details. Once I'm done, I'll come back down to the first floor to keep you company. Lu Bingqing took the documents handed to her by her secretary, gave a few hurried instructions, and strode towards the elevator. Lu Qingxian grabbed a drink from the side and found an empty seat to sit down. To him, this kind of occasion was no different from an ordinary restaurant. The only difference was that in a restaurant, people drink and have heart-to-heart talks, while here, everyone wore a mask of hypocrisy. Why are you in a place like this? A cold voice suddenly came from behind, and a slightly tall figure walked towards them. Li Yunmeng carried an expensive Hermès bag and wore a white dress, looking radiant, but her complexion was not good, with a faint gloom on her face. Lu Qingxian looked at the other person expressionlessly. What does this have to do with you? 11, Chapter 11, let me show you what you're capable of. Upon hearing this, Li Yunmeng felt a lump in her throat and almost fainted. The man who had always been obedient to her now seemed to disregard her completely, as if she were less important than a stranger. Lu Qingxian, you injured my mother and my brother, and instead of feeling guilty, you're even acting self-righteous. Do you think I, Li Yunmeng, am easy to bully, or are you taking advantage of our 3-year relationship and thinking I won't do anything to you? Li Yunmeng tossed her hair. It seems you've never truly understood the real me. Lu Qingxian smiled faintly. I understood the moment you produced the divorce papers. Fortunately, it's not too late. Li Yunmeng knew he had misunderstood, and she understood the implication behind his words, but she didn't care. I mean, you don't understand the real me at all. What I would do to my enemies if you think that I, Li Yunmeng, will not take revenge because of past feelings, then you were sorely mistaken. My revenge will send you straight from heaven to hell. I am not kidding you. Lu Qingxian maintained his smile. So what? So what, Lu Qingxian? I really don't know who gave you the confidence to act so recklessly. Don't forget, I own 3 companies worth billions. I am the most sought-after female CEO in the entire Nanling city, and you, without me, you're nothing. You have no job, can't afford rent, and even have trouble eating. Li Yunmeng snorted coldly. Right now, with just one word from me, you'll be kicked out by the lobby manager. Do you believe me? Don't force me to do something that will cause a complete breakdown in relations. If it really comes to that, even if you kneel down and beg, it won't help. Finished? Lu Qingxian picked up his water glass, took a small sip, and said, if you're done, disappear from my sight. Furthermore, I'll return your words verbatim. Don't force me to do anything that would escalate the conflict. Otherwise, everything you have now will vanish, and I think you won't be able to withstand that kind of blow. Li Yunmeng scoffed, her expression filled with disbelief and mockery. She couldn't believe this loser could say something so thoughtless. Are you kidding me? Yunmeng, why are you saying so much to him? In the distance, Chen Yulong, holding a glass of red wine, strode over. A dog that sneaks in, no matter how much it tries to gild its image, can't change the fact that it's just a dog. Lu Qingxian didn't even glance at him, but Chen Yulong couldn't wait to introduce himself. You must be Lu Qingxuan. Yunmeng has talked about you many times. You gained Yunmeng's favor by cheating and swindling. I usually beat up any scum like you I see until you submit. Li Yunmeng frowned. She had never said these things to Chen Yulong, but she was angry now and too lazy to explain. Do you know who I am? I'm Chen Yulong, the heir of the Chen family, a noble family from Nanling, and the heir to the old Dongmen group. I founded the Dongmen Dasenyuan Club. Hee, you wouldn't understand even if I told you about those high-end circles. In short, they are something you can never reach in your entire life. Is that so? Lu Qingxian looked at him calmly. The two were locked in a fierce battle of wits, sparks flying. People were slowly gathering around. Holy crap, isn't that Chen Yulong, the young master? Who's he fighting with this time? Didn't you see? They're fighting over a woman. But then again, Li Yunmeng is all the rage right now. No man could resist her. But, I think she's already married, right? Young Master Chen likes to mess with married women. What bad luck. Who is young Master Chen? A newbie who hadn't fully integrated into the circle asked in a low voice, puzzled. You don't even know young Master Chen. The Chen family of Dongmen, big shots in the gray areas of Nanling. Chen Yulong is the heir of the Dongmen group. The Dasenyuan Club he runs in Dongmen is said to be a high-end elite circle where you need to be worth tens of millions to become a member. Ordinary people would kill to get in touch with it. Moreover, this young Master Chen is quite ruthless. Many rich young men in Nanling don't dare to mess with him. There was a guy from Shaanxi who caused trouble at the Dasenyuan Club before young Master Chen chopped off all 10 of his fingers on the spot, tied him up, hung him at the club entrance, and whipped him with a belt for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, the guy's father came to apologize to young Master Chen in person to save his son. When he was saved, he was barely alive. The group of people listened, completely bewildered. That's amazing? Who would dare to oppose such a ruthless person? Who was that guy in the white clothes? The guy opposite him looks unfamiliar. I don't know him, but judging from his clothes, he's probably some hothead who sneaked in from somewhere. A reckless and fearless kid. After a brief commotion, Chen Yulong said with a smile, it seems everyone knows me and understands me well. You've introduced me clearly. Mr. Lu, did you hear that? Kneel down and kowtow to me to apologize, and lick my shoes clean, and I might consider letting you off the hook. Otherwise, I'll make the imperial banquet bloody tonight, and incidentally, vent my anger for Yunmeng. Li Yunmeng moved her lips, hesitant, but seeing that Lu Qingxian showed no remorse and sat there calmly like a big shot, she couldn't help but feel angry, and her last bit of pity vanished. This kind of fool won't give up until he's completely defeated. A smile appeared on Lu Qingxuan's calm face as he put down his water glass and leaned back in his chair. If you think you can do it, come on, let me see what you're capable of. 12, Chapter 12, I am his woman. What, he actually provoked young Master Chen like that. Is he not afraid of death? Who does he think he is? Even if the young masters of the 4 major families were present, they would still give young Master Chen some face, right? Instead of getting angry, Chen Yulong laughed, clenched his fist, and crackled it like popping beans. Yun Meng, you saw it. It's not that I wanted to take action, but someone's skin is itching and they want to loosen up their muscles. Li Yunmeng remained silent with a sullen face. Hee, I was thinking, if you really knelt down and licked my shoes, wouldn't I just let you go for nothing today? Luckily, you naive fool didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. Then, Chen, will give you a good lesson today. The topic is how fragile the human nasal bone is. Chen Yulong's face instantly turned ferocious. He leaped over the table and punched Lu Qingxian in the face. The whistling wind blew away the stray hairs on Lu Qingshuan's forehead, and the fist rapidly enlarged between his pupils. All around, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. 1 second, 2 seconds. Large beads of sweat seeped from Chen Yulong's forehead. He swallowed hard and stared intently at the other person. At this moment, his wrist was being tightly gripped by the other party. His fist was only millimeters away from the other party's nose, but even at this almost invisible distance, he could not reach it no matter how hard he tried. It was as if his wrist was being tightly bound by wire, unable to move. It is impolite not to reciprocate, so in response, I will also teach you a lesson. The topic is, even a tough bone can soften. As Lu Qingxian exerted force, squeezing his bones, Chen Yulong let out a heart-wrenching scream. His legs instantly went weak, and he twisted and knelt on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. Enough, Lu Qingxian, you've hit my family, and now you want to hit my fiancé. I think you're just jealous and envious, and you're just using this as an excuse to get revenge. Lu Qingxian looked at her in surprise, then shook his head and chuckled. Letting go of her hand, Chen Yulong stumbled and fell to the ground, clutching his hand in pain until tears streamed down his face. What, am I wrong? Chen Yulong is indeed better than you in every way. Does being with him make you feel uncomfortable? Li Yunmeng, wearing high heels, walked over and helped Chen Yulong up at the same time. She said, jealousy can indeed make people ugly. Lu Qingxian, I regret being with you so much. I wasted several years of my youth. Her words were extremely hurtful, at least based on her understanding of Lu Qingxian. These words would definitely provoke him. After all, he loved her so much that he was hopelessly in love with her, willing to give her anything, and regarded her as the lover he could never be separated from for the rest of his life. But soon, she was disappointed. She didn't see the expression she wanted on Lu Qingshuan's face. All she saw was calmness, mixed with a little bit of sarcasm and mockery. She couldn't stand his sarcasm. What right did he have? What gave him the right to look at her like that? Li Yunmeng. Li Yunmeng frowned as she looked at the other person. Do you know, your place in my heart has changed from lover to a joke. Lu Qingxian smiled faintly. You completely ignored him when he provoked and attacked me first, but when I turned around and taught him a lesson, you saw it as revenge, jealousy of his excellence. Li Yunmeng, it seems that your brain has deteriorated since you stopped being with me. Upon hearing this, Li Yunmeng's face turned ashen, and she trembled with rage. Lu Qingxian continued, but that's normal. Like mother, like daughter. Your mother and your brother are both like that, so how can I expect you to be any better? What do you mean, Lu Qingxian? If you don't explain yourself clearly today, don't even think about stepping out of this door. Li Yunmeng was completely enraged. What do I mean? Before asking me what I mean, I think you should ask them why they were beaten. Li Yunmeng was taken aback. She did ask, but her mother was always vague, so she eventually forgot about it instead. Her emotions were led astray by them, and in the end, she only felt anger towards Lu Qingshuan. That's why she made a phone call to confront him. Seeing Lu Qingshuan's mocking expression, she immediately felt that something had been hidden from her. Thinking of this, Li Yunmeng hurriedly took out her phone and dialed her mother's number. On the phone, Chen Meijiao panicked at first when faced with Li Yunmeng's questioning, but she still insisted on her own statement and refused to admit her mistake. However, when she heard that her daughter was confronting that little bastard, she knew that she could not hide it any longer, so she simply confessed everything. They came to Lu Qingshuan's door demanding money and a house, ransacked his house, and even threatened and intimidated him. Hearing these words, Li Yunmeng was so angry she almost had a heart attack. Lu Qingxian didn't take the divorce compensation she received, so where was he going to give her mother the money? She knew her mother's personality too well. There must have been a huge fight, and she must have said some extremely hurtful things. It's no wonder she got beaten. Li Yunhao, his body wrapped in bandages, struggled to sit up in bed and cried out into the phone, "Sis, you're divorced from that little brat. Why are you still asking these questions? He's an outsider. We should treat him however we want." He got so angry over a broken piece of jade that he hit metal him to pray that I'm discharged from the hospital later, or I'll definitely find him and break his arm. Li Yunmeng was stunned. Did you break a piece of jade? Could it be the jade pendant she returned to the other party? How could this be? Having spent years with him, how could she not understand what that jade meant to Lu Qingxian? When they divorced, he didn't want the car, the house, or the money, but he wanted the jade pendant back, which was priceless to him. At this moment, Li Yunmeng finally understood why Lu Qingxian had acted. In fact, he might have even considered killing him, but he hesitated because of past affections. After hanging up the phone, Li Yunmeng's eyes were filled with complex emotions. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Lu Qingxian shrugged and said indifferently, "There's nothing left to discuss between us after we signed the agreement. I don't need to report to you what happens to main return. Before you cause me trouble, please find out the whole story, otherwise, I'll think that you, the president of these 3 companies, are nothing special." Li Yunmeng felt a sharp pain in her heart. That inexplicable sense of alienation made her feel suffocated, especially after she felt she had done something wrong to the other person. "Brother Qingxian, who are you chatting with so happily?" Just then, a sweet voice came from afar. Li Yunmeng subconsciously looked over and saw a beautiful woman in a black dress, with an aloof and imposing aura, walking towards Lu Qingxian. She naturally took his hand. "Lu Qingxian, who is she?" Li Yunmeng tensed up, pointing at the other person with a mixture of anger and rage as she saw the two of them being so intimate. "Me?" Lu Bingqing chuckled, her ample breasts nestled in Lu Qingxuan's arms. "I'm Qingxuan woman, do you have a problem with that?" 13, Chapter 13, How about we make a bet? Lu Qingxian rolled his eyes. He had no idea what this woman, Lu Bingqing, was up to. However, there seems to be no need to explain right now. After all, he and Li Yunmeng have ended their marriage. What he does and who he is with is entirely his own freedom. Beside her, Lu Bingqing couldn't help but scrutinize Li Yunmeng with her eyes. It turns out that this woman was his ex-wife, the woman who made him angry and caused him to lose control of his emotions. She is indeed good-looking and has a decent temperament, but compared to me, she still lacks a certain something. As if thinking of something, Lu Bingqing smiled faintly, walked up to the other party, and extended her hand. "Miss Li, Brother Qingxian has mentioned you many times since our first meeting. Please give me your guidance." Li Yunmeng didn't want to lose face in public, so she politely extended her hand. At the same time, he was also subtly observing the other person. She had always prided herself on her stunning beauty, but at this moment she had to admit that the woman in front of her was simply too beautiful, flawless from every angle, and even more magnificent and proud than her in some respects. "I'd never heard Lu Qingxian mention you before. Did you two just meet recently, or have you known each other for a long time?" Li Yunmeng pursed her lips. Lu Bingqing smiled faintly. "What does it matter, anyway? Brother Qingxian doesn't belong to you anymore, does he?" Li Yunmeng nodded. Indeed, Lu Qingxian was no longer her husband, but she was not reconciled. How could he find a woman who looked even more beautiful than her right after the divorce? How could he? "Lu Qingxian, we just got divorced and you've already started seeing someone else. Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Lu Qingxian smiled faintly. "It's much better than you being involved with other men before you're even divorced, right? I didn't even ask you for an explanation. How dare you make this request?" This remark really stunned Li Yunmeng. When signing the divorce agreement, the other party asked her if she had been getting close to Chen Yulong recently and whether the divorce was related to Chen Yulong, to which she tacitly agreed. "She's reaping what she sowed. I admit that I was wrong in this matter, including when you were violent towards my family. I also failed to investigate properly before accusing you, which was wrong of Meso. Can we talk this out now? I mean, perhaps there's still a chance for us to make amends." Lu Qingxian said with a half-smile. "You mean you want to remarry me?" Li Yunmeng raised an eyebrow. "Perhaps that's possible. What do you think?" Lu Qingxian stood up from the chair, shook his sore wrists, and a wide smile spread across his face. He shook his head and said, Li Yunmeng, I know you better than you know yourself. You don't actually want to remarry me. You just feel ashamed that I've lost face and feel like I've lost out right after our divorce, and you're just unwilling to accept it. You've always been Been this kind of woman in relationships and careers. You always want to be the absolute winner in your eyes. Everyone is just a pawn that can be discarded. Li Yunmeng frowned, her eyes turning cold. Do we really have to tear off all pretense of civility like this? Yunmeng, why are you arguing with him, this little brat? I'm going to kill him today. Chen Yulong got up from the ground. The next second, when he saw Lu Bingqing, he almost stopped breathing. Holy crap! What kind of luck is this little bastard having with women? Every woman he meets is more beautiful than the last. Why can't Chen Yulong have any of those? He's even playing with what other people have already had. Thinking about this made him so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Beautiful lady, come over here quickly. You've been fooled by him's just a lowlife, a loser from the bottom of society. He has no money or power and is no match for you. Ali can introduce you to some rich young noblemen, any of whom are 1,000 times better than him. A noble young master? Lu Bingqing said with a smile. What kind of noble young master is worthy of me? You're not talking about yourself, are you? I wouldn't even give a second glance to a sleazy guy like you on the street. Chen Yulong's expression froze. He was a pervert. Damn, in what way was he inferior to that guy surnamed Lu? Beautiful lady, I won't be angry even if you insult me, because you are also a victim. You haven't seen his true colors at all. This kid used to be with Yunmeng, but he didn't work or have a job. He just lived off her and sucked her dry. Yunmeng found out and dumped him. If you stay with him, you'll eventually be cheated out of your money and your virtue, and you'll regret it. Upon hearing this, Lu Bingqing laughed. Instead of keeping her distance from Lu Qingxian, she turned around and hugged his arm tightly. Trying to swindle money and sex, I'll cooperate as long as he's willing. Brother Qingxian, I'll book a room tonight. I'll wear some nice clothes, and you can do whatever you want with me, okay? Lu Qingxian was speechless. This woman was truly a demon. Although he knew the other person was joking, such flirtatious behavior was something no man could resist. Chen Yulong on the other side was on the verge of losing his temper. Beautiful lady, you. Shut up, are you annoying or what? Who I'm with is none of your business. Only a blind person would be interested in a sleazy guy like you. You're not even worth a hair on my brother Qingxuan's head, Lu Bingqing said impatiently. Chen Xiao is now my fiancé. After all, can I be considered to be provoking me by humiliating him like this? Li Yunmeng retorted sharply. Lu Bingqing glanced at her, her face full of disdain. So what if I provoke you? I don't even consider an opponent with your level of discernment a threat. However, I should thank you for letting go of such a gem as brother Qingxian, allowing me to get a free advantage. It won't be long before you realize this is the stupidest decision you've ever made in your life. That's so stupid it's infuriating. Li Yunmeng frowned deeply. He didn't think Lu Qingxian was anything special, but it was just a little uncomfortable to have someone flaunt his ex-husband in front of him. It felt like something that originally belonged to him was now being used by someone else to show off, and the other party even mocked him for not recognizing its value. If you like it, just accept it. I never regret the decisions I make. In my opinion, a successful person like young Master Chen is infinitely better than a freeloader like him. Li Yunmeng tucked her hair behind her ear. Tisk tisk. Lu Bingqing smiled faintly, a strange light flashing in her eyes. Miss Li, since you are so confident in this sleazy man beside you and so disdainful of my Qingxian brother, how about we make a bet while there are so many people here? 14, Chapter 14, A Little Known Plan. Bet? That's right, a bet 3 months in advance, a comprehensive evaluation of their assets, power, and personal abilities, to see who is better, Lu Bingqing said confidently. Beautiful lady, are you kidding me? Don't even mention 3 months, I'll give him 3 years, 30 years, what makes this little good for nothing compared to me? I can lie there and do nothing and earn millions a month, while he can lie there and do nothing and starve to death in 3 days. What does he have to compare to me? Young Master Chen is right. This kind of bet is unnecessary. Ordinary people have ordinary lives. There are certain social classes that he can never reach even if he works his whole life. Considering that we were husband and wife, I don't want to continue to cause him trouble. This farce should come to an end here. Lu Bingqing couldn't help but sneer. Brother Qingxian, you've been underestimated. Li Yunmeng frowned. She simply couldn't stand the woman's charming yet disdainful laughter. Okay, since you want to gamble, I'll play along. It'll be 3 months, right? What's the stake? Lu Bingqing pointed to the huge spire building opposite the Royal Court Hotel. Stand on the roof of the Nanling Media Building and tell everyone that I was blind to his abilities. Li Yunmeng nodded. Alright, then we'll see in 3 months. Young Master Chen, let's go. After saying that, she turned and left, not wanting to stay there for even a second longer. Lu Qingxian then left the first-floor lobby and went to the central garden area. Mr. Lu, are you satisfied with my performance just now? Lu Bingqing, her icy demeanor gone, stood behind her and asked playfully. You, the head of the Nanling branch of the Sihai Airlines, are getting involved with me in public. Aren't you afraid that business will suffer in the future? Lu Qingxian turned to look at her. What's there to be afraid of? There are enough groups from Jiangnan to Jiangbei to want to cooperate with my Sihai Hanghui. I always choose my partners, not the other way around. Besides, you are indeed my fiancé, aren't you? Lu Bingqing walked up, took his arm in a generous manner, and said proudly. Lu Qingxian quickly distanced himself and said with a helpless smile, let's not talk about that for now. What's the deal with that bet? I don't want to be your tool for amusement. Lu Bingqing quickly shook her head and said, I just don't like that sleazy guy, and I also want to teach your ex-wife a lesson so she knows just how precious something she has lost. Humans, as long as they haven't reached the level of saints, will more or less have some desire for revenge and a competitive spirit. Mr. Lu, I don't believe that you wouldn't feel a little bit unmoved when your ex-wife brought in nobody to flaunt in front of you. Lu Qingxian fell silent. Does it fluctuate? There was a bit of that, but it wasn't revenge or a desire to outdo someone. It was just that he felt sorry for Li Yunmeng after she left him and ended up with someone like her. Perhaps he never truly understood Li Yunmeng, and Li Yunmeng never understood him either. She always treated him as just an ordinary working man, or even less than a working man. From this perspective, Li Yunmeng did a pretty good job. After all, she wanted to climb the social ladder and see a bigger and wider world, so how could she tolerate her partner being just a useless wage earner? In comparison, the eldest son of the Chen family, the founder of the Dongmen Dasenyuan Club, could indeed provide her with greater assistance. That's true, but aren't you afraid that even if I do nothing, you'll be the one standing there apologizing 3 months from now? Lu Qingxian looked at her and smiled slightly. Lu Bingqing raised an eyebrow. Mr. Lu, I'm standing up for you today. If you really make me lose, then you'll owe me a favor compared to a favor from you, Mr. Lu. I don't think apologizing is a big deal. What do you think? Mr. Lu? Lu Bingqing smiled slyly. Besides, I don't think Mr. Lu would willingly lose to that kind of sleazy man, especially the sleazy man who stole your ex-wife. Lu Qingxian shrugged, indicating that he didn't care. At the same time, on Li Yunmeng's side. Just as Chen Yulong was about to grab her hand, Li Yunmeng instinctively dodged away. Yunmeng, calm down. That kid cheated. Otherwise, with my skills, I would never have suffered a loss at his hands. Yunmeng, with our power, as long as we leave the royal banquet, we have 1,000 ways to make him kneel down and admit his mistakes. Then you can humiliate him however you want. Why be so sullen now? Li Yunmeng stopped in her tracks. Young Master Chen, you seem to have misunderstood. I just feel that we haven't developed to that level of relationship yet. Don't you think it's very impolite of you to touch my hand like that? Chen Yulong's expression froze. He apologized verbally, but inwardly he was cursing him to death. You little slut, who knows how many times that guy surnamed Lu has slept with you, and you still pretend to be innocent in front of him. You have no shame. Li Yunmeng, of course, had no idea what he was thinking. She said to herself, as for Lu Qingxian, he will naturally reveal his true colors in 3 months. Why should I be in such a hurry to deal with him? If that woman finds out, wouldn't she laugh at me for being a sore loser and resorting to underhanded tactics? I, Li Yunmeng, am not that despicable. By the way, young Master Chen, you're not scared, are you? If you really get outdone by Lu Qingxian, I'll be shocked and very disappointed. What a joke! Chen Yulong said with disdain. I, the heir of the Chen family with a net worth of hundreds of millions, am afraid of a poor loser like him. In 3 months, I will not only make him lose miserably, but I will also make him know that offending me, young Master Chen, will only have one consequence in Nanling, death. I'll wait and see. Li Yunmeng nodded. She is actually feeling very complicated right now. The jade pendant incident made her feel somewhat guilty, and she wanted to make amends in some way. However, after their recent confrontation, she felt Lu Qingxian felt nothing but disgust and couldn't wait to get revenge. He wanted to make the other party understand that without him, he was nothing, and that opposing him would only lead to a terrible end. Mr. Meng. As I walked towards you, Secretary Han approached, carrying a thick file folder. Li Yunmeng hurriedly asked, "How did it go? Did you manage to schedule an appointment with the person in charge of the Four Seas Aviation Association? Did you show them my cooperation project?" Secretary Han beamed and handed over the documents. "President Meng, as expected, your proposal and cooperation plan have been officially adopted by the other party and have made it into the top 4. Sihai Airlines will be selecting 3 partners this time, and we're practically a done deal." Li Yunming's eyes lit up immediately. "Well done, come on, let's go see the person in charge of the Four Seas Aviation Association." 15, Chapter 15, Pull it out quickly. "Ms. Meng, please don't be in such a hurry," Secretary Han hurriedly called out to her. "The person in charge of the Four Seas Airlines Association is not receiving anyone now. Even if you go, you will be kicked out." "Not receiving anyone?" "Yes, many famous entrepreneurs are queuing up at the entrance on the 3rd floor. The other party said that it is currently their break time and they will not see anyone." Li Yunmeng took a deep breath, such an air of superiority. Chen Yulong comforted her, "There's nothing we can do. This is the Four Seas Aviation Association, one of the 3 giants in Jiangnan. There aren't many so-called wealthy families and powerful clans in Nanling that can catch their eye, but since Yunmeng, your project has already been selected by them, you don't need to worry about anything else." "Well then, let's visit the Wu family of Wankeatang first." A light shone in Li Yunming's eyes. "This time, the new drug for beauty and skin rejuvenation developed by my company has been initially recognized by the market in just 1 month. There are already more than 30 regional distributors. The next step is to expand the production line and solve the problem of raw materials. The production line is not difficult, but the raw materials for the drug are tightly controlled by the Wu family. Without the support of the Wu family, this road would be many times more difficult." Chen Yulong laughed and said, "That's easy. I happen to know Wu Yanji, the eldest son of the Wu family. Come on, I'll go with you." Li Yunmeng smiled and nodded. This is the role of Chen Yulong. His connections and influence can provide her with considerable assistance. This is also why she chose him. If it were Lu Qingxian, what could he do to help her? She doesn't need that kind of cheap love, the empty words of concern and cooking. On the 3rd floor of the Royal Court Hotel, Lu Bingqing sat at a table, holding a proposal signed Li Yunmeng in her hand, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. "What a coincidence. Xiaoya, please retrieve Li Yunmeng's information for me." A petite girl in business attire took out her laptop, pulled up a whole page of information, and placed it in front of Lu Bingqing. The more Lu Bingqing looked, the more her brows furrowed. In less than 3 years, she opened 3 companies and successfully listed them on the stock exchange, becoming a highly regarded female CEO in Nanling City. Most importantly, she had no background and received no assistance whatsoever. Her life was simply like a dream come true. Soon, Lu Bingqing discovered the key point. Li Yunmeng's rise to wealth coincided remarkably with the time when she met Lu Qingxuan. In other words, her career only took off after she married Lu Qingxian. Could it be that everything Li Yunmeng has now was paved by Lu Qingxian? Lu Bingqing smiled. "If that's the case, then it's very interesting." Li Yunmeng, you've kicked away the person who paved the way for you. How are you going to walk the road ahead now? "Mslu, which of these 4 proposals should we reject?" Secretary Xiaoya asked. Lu Bingqing smiled and threw Li Yunmeng's proposal into the trash can. Xiaoya immediately understood and bowed as she left the private room. At the same time, Lu Qingxian also found the Wu family's private room. At the royal court banquet, the Wu family, as one of the representatives attending, had their lounge located on the westernmost side of the 2nd floor, in a luxurious presidential suite. When Lu Qingxian entered, more than a dozen eyes were focused on him. The white-haired old man, lying in bed with a ventilator and various life-monitoring instruments attached to his body, suddenly had his pupils contract when he saw Lu Qingxian. "Mr. Lu?" Lu Qingxian smiled and said, "It seems that old Master Wu's health is not very good after not seeing him for a while. Judging from your condition, I'm afraid you don't have many days left to live." Upon hearing this, everyone in the room stood up, glaring angrily insolence. The hot-tempered young man rushed up to Lu Qingxian, shouting, "Kid, believe me or not, I'll kill you and use you as fertilizer in the imperial court's back garden." An 18 or 19-year-old girl with a petite figure glared fiercely at Lu Qingxian. "You dare to curse my grandfather, you're finished." Wu Yanji, the representative of the younger generation of the Wu family and the recognized successor, stared at Lu Qingxian suspiciously, but he remained silent. Because Because he keenly noticed that his grandfather's expression was one of shock when he saw the young man, as if the two had known each other for a long time and had a complicated history. Lu Qingxian chuckled and went to the bedside on his own. "Who let you in? Get out." The hot-tempered young man was about to take action. "Shut up!" Old Master Wu shouted angrily, then coughed violently. "Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, you must have seen this funny." Lu Qingxian waved his hand, not caring. "It's alright, I came here just to inform you that it's about time you gave me the herb you promised me, otherwise, once you die, your Wu family will go back on their word, and it will be very troublesome for me to deal with." Grandpa Wu's expression immediately turned awkward. That medicinal herb bit was one of the few family heirlooms in the Wu family, and he really couldn't bear to part with it. Back then, during his voyage to Swan Lake, he suddenly fell seriously ill. It was Lu Qingxian who saved him. He promised a 500-year-old herb as a reward, but then kept delaying and never heard from him again. Old Master Wu was trying to renege on his debt. A cold glint appeared in Lu Qingxuan's eyes. "Ahem, Mr. Lu, you misunderstand. I had no intention of defaulting on the debt. It's just that the 500-year-old medicine is extremely valuable and of great significance to my Wu family. Sigh, never mind. After the royal banquet ends, I will have someone deliver the medicinal herbs to Mr. Lu. At the same time, I will also pay off the interest that has been overdue for so long," Old Master Wu said with a wry smile. Seeing his pained expression, Lu Qingxian laughed and said, "A 500-year-old medicine is indeed valuable, otherwise I wouldn't have searched for so many years. I don't like to take advantage of others, so I'll extend your life by 3 to 5 years as compensation. Bring me silver needles." Inside the room, a group of people looked at each other, completely bewildered. "Silver needles? I told you to get silver needles. What are you all standing there for? By the time you bunch of bastards bring the doctor, I'll be dead already." While Old Master Wu was cursing angrily, he was secretly overjoyed. As long as this young man was willing to help, his life would be saved, and he would no longer have to run around looking for those quack doctors to prolong his life. Wu Luoluo hurriedly opened her medical kit and pulled out a needle case. "Here are your silver needles." Taking the silver needles, Lu Qingxian laid the needle pack flat on his left arm, flicked his right finger, and several silver needles flew out instantly, hitting the old man's Tianmen acupoint precisely. The second needle is applied to the Baihui acupoint. 3 needles, Xinshu acupoint. The fourth acupuncture point is Dazhui, GV14. Finally, all 7 needles were fired simultaneously, each one pointing half an inch below the heart, like 7 stars aligned perfectly. Soon, black secretions began to ooze from the old man's mouth, emitting a strong stench that made everyone in the room pinch their noses. "Get a good night's sleep. You'll live for 3 to 5 years after you wake up, but remember, for the next half hour, you must not move any of the silver needles in your body. I'm going to wash my hands." Lu Qingxian pinched his nose and turned to leave. Inside the room, a group of people looked at each other in bewilderment. 3 to 5 years, are you kidding me? Many top-tier hospital directors, professors, and renowned doctors have given the old man a death sentence, saying he can only live for 10 days or half a month at most, after which even a miracle won't save him. Is this young man more authoritative than those experts and professors? Brother, haven't we already contacted Dr. Kong and now? Before Wu Luoluo could finish speaking, the door was pushed open. A group of doctors in white coats rushed over, carrying medical kits and equipment. The one leading them was none other than Dr. Konihai, whom Wu Luoluo had mentioned. Inside the room, everyone's eyes lit up instantly, and they quickly got up to greet them. "Dr. Kong, you finally arrived." Tears welled up in Wu Luoluo's eyes. "Grandpa's condition is very bad. You must save him." Konihai, with a stern expression, casually waved his hand. "I will do my best." A group of doctors surrounded Mr. Wu. "What's with all these silver needles on his body?" Director Zhao, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, asked sternly. "Silver needles?" Konihai turned his head and his face darkened. "Nonsense, didn't I tell you that no one was allowed to touch the patient before we arrived? Who will be responsible if something goes wrong?" Wu Luoluo said timidly, "A young man just came over. He was the one who did the acupuncture for Grandpa. He said it could cure his illness and allow Grandpa to live 3 to 5 more years. Youth, to live 3 to 5 more years? Konihai was first taken aback, then laughed in anger. These days, some young people really don't know what they're talking about. This is utterly absurd and outrageous. Pull it out right now. 16, Chapter 16, Despicable and Shameless. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat tense. In the end, it was Wu Yinji who stepped forward. Dr. Kong, the young man said before he left that these silver needles must not be removed. Should we wait until he comes back before we decide? After all, Grandpa's health is the most important thing, so we should be cautious. Kong Yihai's expression froze instantly. The next second, he slammed his medical kit shut and said coldly, "If you think our Nanling Hospital expert team is inferior to that young quack, then don't call me Haremi. Time is precious. If it weren't for my relationship with Mr. Wu, I wouldn't have bothered making this trip at all." Director Zhao adjusted his glasses and sneered repeatedly. Old Kong is a chief physician hired by the Sihai Aviation Association. He just returned from the Sihai Aviation Association and immediately organized an expert team to come here. I didn't expect your Wu family to compare Old Kong with some nobody quack doctor. It's ridiculous. Director Zhao, Dr. Kong, you've misunderstood. My brother didn't mean that. It's just that it concerns Grandpa's health, and we can't be careless. Brother, let's remove the needles. I don't think these silver needles are of any use, and they're only delaying Dr. Kong's treatment. Wu Luoluo quickly gave a wink. Yes, Dr. Kong is second only to the national physician, a renowned figure in the medical community of Nanling. That young man's background is unknown. Wu Yinji thought about it for a moment, and although he was still hesitant, he had no choice but to nod. After all, it's not easy to offend Dr. Kong. Even though the Wu family is one of the four great families of Nanling, with a long history and profound heritage, the divine Dr. Kong in front of them does not rely on them for food at all. Doctors have always been a highly sought-after profession, especially for veteran doctors like Kong Yihai who have made a great name for themselves and received high praise in the industry. It is unlikely that any powerful or ignorant person would dare to offend or provoke him. For a top-tier family, they have no shortage of money, wealth, fame, or power. The only thing they lack is life. No one can avoid birth, aging, sickness, and death. Whether you are an ordinary person with nothing or a powerful tycoon with extraordinary influence, no one can guarantee that they will not get sick. These top doctors and industry giants are the stabilizing force that can pull them back from the clutches of death when they are suffering from terminal illnesses. Don't you think about it? If a few silver needles could cure diseases, save lives, and extend life by 3 to 5 years, what would be the point of having us Western medicine professors who have studied abroad for decades? Director Zhao raised his head with considerable pride. Furthermore, Master Kong is a renowned doctor proficient in both Chinese and Western medicine. When it comes to acupuncture, no one in the entire Nanling can compare to Master Kong, right? Inside the room, everyone lowered their heads, speechless. Kong Yihai's expression softened slightly, and when he turned to look at the locations where the silver needles had been inserted, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. This rudimentary acupuncture technique clearly shows that the practitioner is just a clueless novice in traditional Chinese medicine. Amidst laughter and conversation, Director Zhao rushed forward and diligently removed all the silver needles from old Master Wu's body. Just as he opened the medical kit to hand the tools to Mr. Kong, the instrument connected to Mr. Wu in the room to monitor his heart rate suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. The red warning line indicates that Mru's life is hanging by a thread. Even more terrifying was that blood was flowing from Mru's ears, nostrils, eyes, and mouth. How could this be? Director Zhao was stunned, and so was Kong Yihai. Director Zhao, Dr. Kong, what's wrong with my grandfather? Wu Luoluo asked, her face pale. Wu Yinji said coldly, that young man said before that these silver needles must not be removed. Director Zhao, you ignored the advice and insisted on doing it your own way. Now you'd better think of a solution quickly. Director Zhao was sweating profusely. He quietly took a few steps back, gritted his teeth, and stubbornly said, what a joke, this has nothing to do with removing the silver needles. Don't frame me. Master Kong can testify for me. It has absolutely nothing to do with me. Kong Yihai nodded. In all my years of medical practice, I've never heard of anyone getting problems from removing a needle. This can't be blamed on Director Zhao. The Wu family members turned pale upon hearing this. This son of a bitch caused trouble and now he wants to shirk responsibility? Wu Luoluo burst into tears. Director Zhao, Dr. Kong, no matter whose fault it is, you should at least help my grandfather's dying, can't you see? Kong Yihai frowned deeply. In all his years of practicing medicine, he had never seen such a situation before, and he was at a loss for what to do. Director Zhao was completely at a loss. this severe pathological reaction was beyond his comprehension, and he had no way to deal with it. If I touch him now and he dies later, won't you blame me? I can't take that responsibility. You. Wu Luoluo couldn't believe that a doctor could say such a thing. Enraged, Wu Yenji rushed forward and grabbed his clothes, shouting, "You surnamed Zhao, if anything happens to my grandfather today, I will mobilize all the resources of my Wu family to make you pay with your life." Director Zhao was so frightened that his legs went weak. As one of the 4 great families, the Wu family could easily make him disappear. He didn't believe that this was just a joke by the young master of the Wu family. Just then, with a creak, Lu Qingxian pushed open the door. Seeing the mess in the room and old Master Wu lying on the bed convulsing, he couldn't help but lower his voice. "Didn't I tell you not to remove these silver needles?" After saying that, he took a few steps to the bedside, and with both hands moving at the same time, sealed several of the most critical acupoints on the body. Fortunately, the bleeding stopped and the situation quickly stabilized. With a sob in her voice, Wu Luoluo cried, "Wah, you're finally back, you have to save my grandpa." Lu Qingxian glanced at her and angrily rebuked, "This is ridiculous, who pulled out these silver needles? What did you take my words for?" All eyes in the room were on Director Zhao and Kong Yihai. Lu Qingxian naturally saw him, and the other party also saw Lu Qingxian. "It's you?" The two spoke almost simultaneously. "It's you again, you little bastard," Kong Yihai gritted his teeth in hatred. At this moment, Director Zhao rushed up like a madman, grabbed Lu Qingxian by the collar, and said through gritted teeth, "You little brat, you're the one who gave him the injection, aren't you? Do you know that because of your negligence, old Master Wu almost died from massive bleeding? You quack doctor, you must take full responsibility today." 17, Chapter 17, A Perfect Encounter. I'll take full responsibility? Lu Qingxian was both amused and exasperated. He glanced at the name tag on the other person's chest. "You removed the silver needles, causing old Master Wu's life to hang by a thread. Now you want me to take full responsibility? Is this the head of internal medicine at Nanling Hospital? You and this old bastard are birds of a feather. No wonder you're from the same school." Lu Qingxian pointed at Kong Yihai. "You. What, I let you be this presumptuous just because you're older? You don't really think I have a good temper, do you?" Lu Qingxian interrupted the other person directly. "You little brat, how dare you speak to Master Kong like that? Do you even know who Master Kong is? Be careful, or you won't have a place to stand in this Nanling." Director Zhao was so angry that his teeth itched. Lu Qingxian glanced at him and said, "If I were you, I would have kept my mouth shut to avoid making a fool of myself and being ridiculed. You are a good-for-nothing who is incompetent and likes to act on his own and shirk responsibility. You're talking nonsense." Director Zhao has never been treated like this before. His mouth is crooked with anger. At this moment, old Master Wu, who had just stabilized his condition, started bleeding from his mouth and nostrils again, showing signs of losing control. "Brother, please save my grandfather first. We can discuss other matters later," Wu Yenji pleaded hastily. Lu Qingxian nodded, picked up the needle case next to him, and just as he was about to start, Kong Yihai silently stood aside. Lu Qingxian glanced at him, "Trying to steal my skills?" Kong Yihai sneered, "You, even if you started learning medicine from the womb, you're still not as good as Meido. I need to learn from you? I just want to see how an unlicensed quack like you can lose your composure and slap yourself in the face. You have no skills but you try to show off. You'll suffer a terrible fate today." Director Zhao immediately jumped out and said, "That's right, you're dead today, practicing medicine without a license. Just wait and see how I call the police to arrest you." Lu Qingxian was taken aback by these words. Had this guy taken the wrong medicine, he wasn't allowed to make a move. Wasn't this blatantly telling old Master Wu to die? Lu Qingxian simply tossed aside the silver needles in his hand and said, "You all heard that. It's not that I don't want to save people, it's that this guy is going to call the police to arrest me. Don't have a medical license, and I'll be arrested in no time. I don't want to take that risk." Without saying a word, Wu Yenji went up and slapped him. "Damn it, after the royal banquet tonight, I'll make you regret ever being born." Director Zhao covered his face, only then realizing that he had said the wrong thing. The Wu family is now counting on this kid to save their lives, and he just said he was going to report the Mai Ascent that obviously trying to kill Master Wu? What an idiot. Lu Qingxian shook his head, but felt much relieved. turning to look at Grandpa Wu's condition. The situation is not good. The damage to the internal organs is irreversible. Originally, with my silver needles to prolong his life, he could have lived for 3 to 5 years, but now 3 years is the limit, Lu Qingxian concluded after examining him. Mr. Lu, please do your utmost to save my grandfather's life. Wu Luoluo's tears fell in droves. That's right, our Wu family will definitely pay a sufficient reward to satisfy you, Mr. Lu. As Wu Yanji spoke, he glared fiercely at Director Zhao, wishing he could tear this stupid dog to pieces. 5 years and 3 years may seem like only a 2-year difference, but for a family head who was nearing the end of his life, the difference is like heaven and earth. Yet those precious 2 years of life were taken away by this fool's casual action. This time, Lu Qingxian did not use ordinary acupuncture techniques. Instead, he connected the needles one by one, using the qi from his dantian to guide the needles. As a result, after these needles were inserted into the acupoints, they continued to vibrate rhythmically. A bunch of charlatans. Kang Yihai crossed his arms and watched everything indifferently. I've never seen acupuncture done like this before. Young Master Wu, Miss Wu, I may not have much influence, and you may not believe me, but Master Kong is an absolute authority. If he says it's just a charade, then the other party is definitely charlataning. There's a 90% chance that old Master Wu's sudden illness is a trick he pulled. He only has one purpose, to extort and swindle. Director Zhao covered his face, trying to exonerate himself. Seeing the worry on Wu Yanji and Wu Luoluo's faces, he turned around and sneered repeatedly, "You little bastard, when old Master Wu's condition worsens, I hope you can still be this calm and composed." Lu Qingxian calmly administered the acupuncture, inserting the needles from the Yindu acupoint all the way to the Tiantu acupoint, for a total of 24 needles. Starting from the 18th needle, each time a needle was inserted, old Master Wu's body would tremble violently. Once this strange phenomenon left Kang Yihai full of questions, and his pupils flashed with a solemn light. He has been immersed in traditional Chinese medicine for more than 30 years and is proficient in various acupuncture methods. He has never seen any way of needling that can cause the human body to resonate and produce a resonance phenomenon, which is beyond common sense. If you keep stabbing like that, I'm afraid old Master Wu will turn into a zombie and start biting people, won't he? Director Zhao said sarcastically, seemingly no longer in pain. Smack! Wu Yanji slapped Director Zhao with all his might, making him flip over, and at the same time stomped on his chest, saying, "Shut your stinking mouth. If you say another word, I'll cut your tongue out right now." Mr. Lu, please continue. There's no need to pay attention to this clown. Lu Qingxian nodded. 22 needles. 23 stitches. When the 24th needle was inserted, it was as if old Master Wu had springs inside him. He sat up abruptly from the bed, his eyes wide open and filled with bright red blood vessels. How is this possible? Kang Yihai exclaimed in shock, stumbling and falling against the wall. Lu Qingxian put away his needle case and smiled. The Yin-Yang 24 needles technique is remarkable for reversing the imbalance of yin and yang energies within the body. It uses the original yin and yang energies to nourish the 5 internal organs, thereby achieving the effects of curing stubborn diseases and prolonging life. Call. After a while, old Master Wu came to his senses. His pupils cleared, and he exhaled heavily. That feels great, it's so exhilarating. The next second, his gaze fell on Director Zhao and Dr. Kong. Although I was unconscious, I knew everything that happened around me. Yanji, this person almost killed me. Our Wu family has always been clear about our grudges and debts. You know what to do, right? Old Master Wu pointed at Director Zhao. Don't worry, Grandpa, I'll handle it. Wu Yanji nodded. Director Zhao, who was lying on the ground, was so frightened by these words that he fainted. Dr. Kong, I once respected your unparalleled medical skills and took great care of you in Nanling Hospital, but now, you have disappointed me greatly. Luo Luo, see the guest out. And so, Dr. Kong and his party were driven out of the house. Apart from the Wu family members, only Lu Qingxian remained in the room. Mr. Lu. Lu Qingxian gestured for him not to continue. No need for thanks. I must see that 500-year-old herb within 3 days, or I will take it all back with interest. Mr. Wu smiled ingratiatingly. Mr. Lu, you've saved this old man twice. If you're still worried about the medicine now, I'll really lose face. Inside the room, everyone wore relieved smiles. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Wu Luolua walked over and looked through the peephole. It's Chen Yulong from the Chun family in Dongmen, and Li Yunmeng, the beautiful CEO who's been making headlines lately and keeps trying to collaborate with us. Grandpa, do you want to see them? Grandpa Wu thought for a moment and nodded. Let them in. 18, Chapter 18, No Cooperation Accepted. Lu Qingxian picked up his water glass, took a small sip, and then stood up. I think I should take my leave. Mr. Lu, why don't you stay a little longer? Let me be your confidant and introduce you to the hottest female CEO in Nanling City right now. Maybe you two can even find a wonderful match, Old Master Wu said, half jokingly and half seriously. To everyone's surprise, Lu Qingshuan's expression turned extremely ugly after he said those words. The beautiful CEO that Mr. Wu mentioned, if I'm not mistaken, is my ex-wife. Could it be that Mr. Wu is planning to make me remarry her? Suddenly, the atmosphere in the entire room became extremely strange. Ahem, Old Master Wu coughed awkwardly twice. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I don't know the inside story. Lolo, could you see Mr. Lu off? Wu Luoluo took small steps to the side and looked at him curiously. This amazing young man is actually the ex-husband of Li Yunmeng, the currently popular and beautiful CEO? Why did Li Yunmeng want a divorce from him? A man with such medical skills would be sought after by any powerful family. It's practically a passport to high society. No fool would refuse such a thing, right? Could it be that Mr. Lu has some strange quirk that she can't accept? The room door opened. Li Yunmeng smiled warmly, humble yet confident, and bowed slightly. This humble girl Yunmeng greets Wu Wu. Lu Qingxian, what are you doing here? When she saw that all too familiar face appear at the main entrance, Li Yunmeng's smile vanished, replaced by shock and unbearable humiliation. Exposing this humble and gentle side of herself to Lu Qingxian, who had just gotten divorced, made her feel like she had completely lost face. It was an indescribable feeling of shame. I don't need to explain where I am to you, do I? Lu Qingxian quickly looked away from the other person's face, turned back and smiled. Miss Wu, please wait a moment, no need to see me off. After saying that, he quickly disappeared at the end of the corridor. Chen Yulong glanced at it with a sinister look. What a pretentious thing, it's quick on its feet. Li Yunmeng lowered her brows and remained silent, gazing thoughtfully in the direction Lu Qingxian had left. Miss Li, young Master Chen, please come in and have a chat. Wu Yanji's words brought her back to her senses. Li Yunmeng smiled again and gracefully stepped into the private room. As soon as Chen Yulong entered, he grasped Wu Yanji's hand and said in a rather ambiguous tone, Brother Wu, no matter how busy the family business is, you still need to take a break from time to time. I've even saving your VIP membership card for the Desanyuan Club. Let's go have some fun together after the royal court banquet. Hee, no problem. Wu Yanji smiled casually. Seeing that the two had a solid relationship, Li Yunmeng was secretly delighted. As expected, she still needed Chen Yulong's influence. Otherwise, with her extremely distant relationship with the Wu family, it would have been too difficult to facilitate the cooperation, and it would have taken a long time. By the way, Mr. Meng's name has been widely known lately. May I ask what brings you to the Wu family? Wu Yanji asked bluntly. Upon hearing this, Li Yunmeng no longer hesitated and immediately revealed her purpose. It's like this, young Master Wu, a new drug called Mei Huanyan, developed by one of the beauty companies under my Yunmeng group, has been officially launched on the market and has received a very good response. However, the raw materials have always relied on imports, and the quantity is limited. Therefore, I would like to cooperate with Wankeatang, a company under the Wu family, and hope that Wankeatang can become the supplier behind my Yunmeng group. Wu Yanji nodded, but did not reply immediately. Inside the room, the Wu family members looked at each other in bewilderment, and finally, all their eyes fell on Old Master Wu. Miss Li, our Wu family has always been keen to cooperate with young people. Young people represent unlimited potential in new life, but... Grandpa Wu, please tell me your terms. I will accept any conditions, Li Yunmeng quickly stated. Hee, Old Master Wu waved his hand. Don't be nervous, I just want to ask Miss Li a few questions before we start our cooperation. They are personal questions. Li Yunmeng looked puzzled. A personal matter? Miss Li must have just gotten divorced, right? Li Yunmeng was taken aback, then nodded subconsciously. The engagement was just dissolved this afternoon. What does this have to do with cooperation? Mr. Wu smiled and said, "There's no contact whatsoever, but I'd like to ask about the reason for the divorce. I wonder if that's considered private for Miss Li?" Li Yun thought for a moment, then shook her head. "It's not really about privacy, and there's nothing to hide. Those who know me know that I, Li Yunmeng, am a woman with a strong sense of self-respect and great ambition. I aspire to be at the top and stand above all others. In just 3 years, I have indeed achieved a lot through my own efforts and am getting closer and closer to my goal, but unfortunately, my other half is just an ignorant and useless person who can do nothing to help my career. Therefore, we are destined not to be together." Grandpa Wu nodded. "I see. Your other half is named Lu Qingxian, right? That young man who just left us. I sensed there was a lot of tension between you." Chen Yulong laughed and said, "That loser was kicked away by Yunmeng and he's holding a grudge. Of course, he's full of hostility. There's no need to pay him any attention. What waves can a nobody make? In front of us, he's just a clown. Ignorant and incompetent, utterly useless, truly a clown." How old Master Wu chuckled, then slapped his thigh. "Alright, I think I understand now. Grandpa Wu, about the cooperation." Old Master Wu shook his head. "I'm sorry, our Wu family does not accept cooperation." Lolo, see the guest out. 19, Chapter 19, His Origins. "Ha, it's me again?" Wu Luoluo was speechless, including Director Li and the others. She had already sent out 3 groups of people. "Miss Li, please leave. Grandpa is not feeling well and needs to rest." Even after being kicked out, Li Yunmeng was still bewildered. They had been having a good chat. So why did things suddenly change? Wasn't he supposed to be enthusiastic about collaborating with young people? Wasn't he supposed to say that young people were full of potential and represented new life? Also, what did that old man Wu mean by asking her a bunch of questions about her marriage? Li Yunmeng was going crazy. She felt like she had been completely played. "Young Master Chen, didn't you say you were friends with young Master Wu and could help me resolve this? What do we do now?" Chen Yulong gave a dry laugh, cough. "Well, Yunmeng, don't you find this strange?" "Strange? What's strange about it?" Li Yunmeng frowned deeply. She didn't think it was strange at all. She was definitely going crazy. "Why was that guy surnamed Lu in the Wu family's private room? Why did he run away when he saw us? Why did old Master Wu ask you a bunch of personal questions about your marriage?" "You mean?" Li Yunmeng was taken aback. "It must be that guy surnamed Lu who secretly talked badly about you. That little loser is cunning and wicked, full of bad ideas. He'll stop at nothing to make you suffer," Chen Yulong said through gritted teeth. Li Yunmeng stood there blankly, her eyes gradually turning red, her fists clenching tightly, and her hatred bursting forth uncontrollably. Why? Lu Qingxian, why did you do this?" She even felt indebted to him, felt guilty, and wanted to apologize or even make amends. Now it seems that everything was his own fault. Seeing Li Yunmeng on the verge of collapse, Chen Yulong silently put his arm around her shoulder and gently comforted her. Alright, darling, as long as we expose that Lu guy's true colors, or make him clarify everything in front of the Wu family, I believe they will understand that you are the most innocent victim." Looking at his watch, he said, "The royal court banquet is almost here. All the major powers will gather on the 2nd floor for a roundtable meeting. Those of us without invitations should probably go to the music and dance party on the 1st floor. Yunmeng, let's try to get an invitation from the imperial court within 3 years, so we can sit at the imperial court's round table rightfully. Only then can we truly be considered to be at the top of Nanling." Ha. Li Yunmeng nodded and exhaled a breath of stale air. She thought today's trip would be simple, but things didn't go as planned. Fortunately, there were no problems with the 4 Seas Shipping Association, otherwise she would have really collapsed. Inside the Wu family's private room, Wu Luolu pouted. "Phew, idiot, how did she become the president of 3 companies? Can't she tell the people around her from ghosts to gods?" Lolo. "Huh, what's wrong with Grandpa?" Wu Luoluo scratched her head. "I heard from your brother that you're pretty good with computers. You're quite famous on the hacker leaderboard, is that true?" Wu Huazhong said with a half-smile. Ha. Wu Luoluo blushed and glared fiercely at Wu Yinji, who kept his eyes down and pretended to be stupid. He, don't be nervous. Do Grandpa a favor, and Grandpa won't hold it against you." Wu Luoluo's expression completely collapsed. Wu Yinji. That filthy spy, I absolutely must never tell him anything again. Turn on the computer and help me look into that Lu Qingxuan 2 years ago. I used the Wu family's intelligence network. but I couldn't find any useful clues. This person is too mysterious. Grandpa, remember what you said, don't come looking for trouble with me afterwards. After speaking, Wu Luoluo took out a pink laptop from her bag, plugged in a USB drive, and a special software prompt popped up. After a series of dazzling operations, Wu Luoluo stared blankly at the data on the screen. Wow, this guy surnamed Lu is pretty impressive. What's wrong? Wu Yenji quickly came over. Wu Luoluo jumped onto the bed with her laptop, scoffing, I won't let you see it. Wu Yenji chuckled dryly and touched his nose. He knew he had completely offended his younger sister, who had always held grudges since childhood. Stop messing around, what's going on? Wu Huazhong glared at the two of them. Wu Luoluo quickly said, that guy surnamed Lu is very good at counter-surveillance. All his online intelligence is encrypted, but, that's no problem for me. After another series of operations, Wu Luoluo stared at the screen, frowning. This guy. He suddenly appeared at Swan Lake in western Nanling about 5 years ago. He was pulled out of the water by a mother and daughter and has been living with them ever since. However, the mother seems to be in bad shape. I'll check it out. Yes, as expected, that mother is seriously ill. In the past few years, the man surnamed Lu has been running around looking for a treatment. R1 Kaitang can check his medicine purchase records. Upon hearing this, Wu Huazhong smiled mysteriously. No wonder he's not interested in anything but my Wu family's 500-year-old herb. It turns out he was planning to use it to save someone. I was being stingy. Lolo, is there anything else? Wu Luoluo typed away on the keyboard, and after a while, she said with a smile, yes, he met Li Yunmeng more than 3 years ago, and then they got married. Before that, Li Yunmeng had nothing. Later, Lu Qingxian helped her clear all the obstacles, and that's how the Yunmeng group came about. It's a pity that this woman was too stupid and kicked away her own protector. This guy seems to have close ties with some important figures in secret, but all of this information is heavily encrypted and can't be cracked in a short time. That's about it. Wu Huazhong waved his hand. Yenji, you go home and fetch that 5-fingered vine, and give it to Lu Qingxian. Okay, Grandpa. First floor. The sound of music. The music grew increasingly suggestive. In the center of the dance floor, Li Yunmeng, holding a glass of wine, was tipsy as her skirt swayed. Her alluring figure resembled an elf fallen to earth. Many eyes were subtly drawn to her. The jealousy of women and the restlessness of men made the atmosphere around them delicate. Even Lu Qingxian, who was passing by, couldn't help but glance at her, but only for a moment before turning to leave. Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian paused. Behind him, Li Yunmeng saw him and walked over aggressively. Lu Qingxian, you despicable and shameless scoundrel, I haven't done anything to wrong you, have I? Why do you have to go around slandering and defaming me? What are you talking about? Lu Qingxian looked at her incredulously. What am I saying? The facts are right in front of you and you're still pretending to be confused. You're the worst kind of person. What good does doing these things do you? Li Yunmeng was furious, tears welling up in her eyes. 20. Chapter 20, what do you think we should do? Yunmeng, don't you know, he's the kind of despicable person who, when he's no good himself, tries to drag others down with him. He can't stand seeing others do well. You saw through his true nature and kicked him away. Now he will definitely do anything to retaliate against you. Chen Yulong walked over and smiled sinisterly. Yunmeng, you can't be sentimental about this kind of person. Giving him a chance is like digging a hole for yourself. Li Yunmeng stared intently at Lu Qingxian, hoping he would give her an explanation, but she was disappointed. He simply looked at her indifferently, his eyes filled with an indescribable expression, as if mocking her foolishness. Lu Qingxian, I am so disappointed in you. Let's end the last bit of affection between us here. Li Yunmeng was completely heartbroken and turned to leave. You little brat, if you can leave here standing up after the royal court banquet, I'll change my surname to yours. Chen Yulong said ruthlessly. Lu Qingxian sat on the sofa, watching the two figures leave with a calm gaze. The love he chose has withered away in Nanling City. He has nothing left to cherish. Once he gets the 500-year-old herb and gathers the other ingredients, he can cure Antang's illness and then leave this place. The Lu family, haha. Having endured hardship for over a decade and laid plans for more than 5 years in the entire Jiangnan region, Lu Qingxian was intoxicated by the feeling of being in control of everything from the shadows. Now, the time was almost ripe. Back then, his family of 3 was driven out like dogs. His parents risked their lives to save him, and from that moment, Lu Qingxian understood a principle. True strength is the only thing a strong person can rely on. The only true strong person can rely on is themselves, and the only one they can rely on is themselves. In other words, the only person you can trust is yourself, and the immense power you hold in your own hands. Love, family, and friendship can all turn against you in the end and become weapons that hurt you. This truth has been proven time and time again in Lu Qingshuan's life. In the center of the dance floor, just as Li Yunmeng was about to leave, Secretary Han suddenly rushed over from a distance. "Mr. Meng, I've finally found you." "What's wrong? Have some water and tell me slowly." Li Yunmeng handed her a drink. "There's no time to drink, something terrible has happened. Our proposal has been rejected by the Four Seas Aviation Association. They refuse to cooperate with us," Secretary Han said, panting heavily with a bitter face. Clatter! The water glass in Li Yunmeng's hand fell to the ground. What? Wasn't it already decided? Why are you refusing to cooperate? Secretary Han sighed repeatedly. "Yes, we had already made it into the top 4, and we thought it was a sure thing, but it turned out that our proposal was the one that was eliminated. Could there be some kind of shady dealing involved?" "That's impossible. I've been working on this proposal for over 3 months. I've also reviewed the proposals from the other partners. They're either sunset projects or high-risk investments with obvious shortcomings. Anyone with a brain at Sihai Henghui knows who we should choose as our partner. I need to see their manager. I cannot accept this outcome." Li Yunmeng is on the verge of a breakdown. She came to the royal court banquet full of enthusiasm, aiming to expand her network. However, after one round, all her cooperation plans fell apart. All the bad luck of the past 3 years combined did not compare to what happened today. Where exactly did the problem lie? "It's useless, Mr. Meng. The decisions made by Sihai Airlines are unlikely to be changed. Moreover, our group is currently too small compared to Sihai Airlines. We are not qualified to argue with them at all." Negotiations with the Wu family broke down, and the proposal was rejected by the Four Seas Aviation Association. Did I come to the imperial court banquet for nothing? Suddenly, Li Yunmeng grabbed Chen Yulong. "Young Master Chen, didn't you say you knew people from the Four Seas Aviation Association? You can help me, right, young Master Chen? You promised me this, you can't just sit idly by." Chen Yulong was taken aback. Yunmeng, don't worry, I'll call my dad and ask him for you." After saying that, he took his phone and went to the side. "Dad, could you help me contact the person in charge at the Four Seas Airlines, that?" "Fuck you, I'm in a meeting, don't mess with me." With a snap, the phone hung up. Chen Yulong was dumbfounded. Was he really being so disrespectful? Was he even his biological father? "Young Master Chen, how is he?" Li Yunming's heart was in her throat. "Oh, it's nothing. My dad said he'd call and ask for you." "That's great." Li Yunmeng breathed a sigh of relief. As a long-established bigwig in Dongmen, the Chen family, although not a wealthy family, still had some influence in Nanling. The Sihai Henghui should not disrespect them. Mr. Lu Xiaoya, the slender secretary with large black-rimmed glasses, came to Lu Qingxian. "President Lu said it would be better to leave this matter to you to make the decision. After all, Li Yunmeng is your ex-wife." Lu Qingxian took the document from her hand with a puzzled look, read it through, and roughly understood it. It turned out that Li Yunmeng had designed a proposal to cooperate with the Four Seas Aviation Association, but it was ruthlessly rejected by Lu Bingqing. After thinking about it, Lu Bingqing felt it was inappropriate, so she handed over the power of life and death to Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian looked up and glanced at her from afar. At this moment, Chen Yulong was holding her arm and comforting her carefully. Li Yunmeng did not resist, but kept wiping away her tears, as if she had suffered a lot of grievances. "Mr. Lu, what do you think we should do?" Xiaoya asked with a sweet smile. 21, Chapter 21, I have good news for you. What do you think of her proposal? Xiaoya asked, puzzled. I mean, under normal competitive conditions, without any emotional factors involved, what are the chances of her proposal being approved? Lu Qingxian put down the document. In a normal competitive environment, it should be adopted by President Lu without any surprises. After all, her proposal is indeed quite novel, with low risk and high returns, Xiaoya analyzed earnestly. Then let her pass. What, Mr. Lu, you are not. I'm sorry, I was narrow-minded and couldn't understand Mula's vision. I'll call and report to President Lu right away. Xiaoya took a deep breath. She thought that Mr. Lu in front of her would definitely not agree to pass the proposal after all. Who would want their ex-wife to have a smooth career after kicking her away? They would rather she have bad luck everywhere. But she underestimated his magnanimity. Call him foolish or repay evil with kindness. In any case, the image of Mr. Lu in her mind suddenly changed. After reporting the matter to General Manager Lu, Xiaoya searched the lobby on the first floor and finally found Li Yunmeng and her group. Li Yunmeng was sipping her wine, a blush spreading across her alluring face, adding to her charm. Xiaoya pinched her nose and came up to him. Hello, President Meng. I am the office secretary of President Lu of Sihai Aviation Association. After the final review, President Lu has decided to approve your proposal. Congratulations. Li Yunmeng's dazed eyes suddenly cleared, and she gripped Xiaoya's hand tightly. Is this real? A hint of disdain flashed in Xiaoya's eyes, and she took 2 steps back. Someone spoke up for President Meng, and it was also personally confirmed by President Lu, so the result is definitely not false. However, the specific details of the cooperation still need to be discussed slowly by the project manager. I hope President Meng can do a good job in the follow-up planning. Also, if I may add something, Mr. Meng, please open your eyes and see the people around you clearly. Don't trample on other people's kindness. After saying that, Xiaoya turned and left. Li Yunmeng paid no attention to her last words, completely immersed in an indescribable, ecstatic joy. Secretary Han said excitedly, President Meng, did you hear that just now? That person said someone pleaded on your behalf. It must have been young Master Chen's phone call that had an effect. Young Master Chen, you are truly amazing. You even have connections within the Four Seas Airlines. You truly deserve to be called the crown prince of the 3 great scholars. Chen Yulong chuckled, but inwardly he was puzzled. Didn't his father tell him to get lost on the phone? How come he had secretly taken care of things? Li Yunmeng pursed her lips gently, feeling both excited and moved. Cooperating with Sihai Airlines is the biggest purpose of my trip. Young Master Chen, too really don't know how to thank you. Secretary Han covered her mouth and chuckled, Mr. Meng, why don't you just repay him with your body? You know how much young Master Chen feels for you. Besides, you two are a match made in heaven. Once our Yunmeng group and Desanyuan join forces, climbing to the top of Nanling will be a piece of cake. Chen Yulong appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was ecstatic. Well, matters of the heart can't be rushed. Yunmeng just got divorced and isn't in a good mood. I don't want to take advantage of her. Take your time. Secretary Han couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Meng, you see, this is the difference between a gentleman and a villain. If it were that bastard surnamed Lu, he would have already taken advantage of the situation and made some excessive demands on you. Sigh, the difference between people is really huge. Young Master Chen is so outstanding, he can help in every way, and he has a good character. That Lu guy is a good for nothing, lazy and good for nothing, and he still won't let go of President Meng after the divorce. He's a blatant scoundrel. Li Yunmeng moved her lips and gave a self-deprecating smile. She had actually tried to defend Lu Qingxian just now. She must have drunk too much and was almost delirious. Chen Xiao was clearly the one who helped her the most, yet she kept avoiding his intimate gestures, subconsciously rejecting them. This was so unfair to Chen Xiao. Young Master Chen, after the imperial court banquet, let's go to Kueishai for a drink. Li Yunmeng took a breath, as if she had made a decision in her heart. Chen Yulong, standing opposite him, was so excited he almost jumped up. Damn, asking him out for a drink so late? What does this mean? It means that this little slut Li Yunmeng finally couldn't stand being alone anymore. It was all worth all the effort and scheming he put in. Oh shit. Chen Yulong's blood was boiling, and he stared at Li Yunmeng's body, drooling uncontrollably. After months of abstinence, Li Yunmeng was determined to satisfy her desire tonight using various positions, and to make her spend the whole night lying comfortably in the hotel bed tomorrow. Young Master Chen, congratulations. Enjoying President Meng's perfect figure is the dream of every man in Nanling, Li Yunmeng glared at her fiercely. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Secretary Han covered her mouth and chuckled. She had been with President Meng for 3 years and had earned his trust. She knew that President Meng could take a joke like this. I'm going to the restroom, you guys play first. Li Yunmeng made an excuse, but actually she just wanted some fresh air. After all, some decisions are hard to make, and once she made them, she would have to be with Chen Yulong after tonight. But if she didn't do it, it would truly be a waste of Chen Yulong's help during this time, and the efforts he made for her tonight. Moreover, from another perspective, Chen Yulong is indeed the most suitable partner for her at this stage, as he is impeccable in terms of both personal ability and family background. After Li Yunmeng left, Chen Yulong and Secretary Han walked through the crowd and found Lu Qingxian sitting alone in a corner, enjoying his tea. Chen Yulong was in a good mood and poured a glass of wine for Lu Qingxian. "Hey Lu, I have some good news for you." 22, Chapter 22, I just want to know the truth. Yunmeng just promised me that she would go out for drinks with me after the banquet. As for what to do after drinking, as a man, you should know, right? I've already booked the hotel, the Pearl Love Hotel, the top-floor luxury couple suite 901. I'll leave a hole in the door for you, so you're welcome to come and watch my high-difficulty battle with Yunmeng. To give you a good look, I risked being spied on and photographed. Kid, you should be grateful. Lu Qingxian remained expressionless and glanced at him indifferently. Chen Yulong's anger flared up at his nonchalant expression, and he lowered his voice. "Kid, I'm going to have my way with her tonight, aren't you angry?" "Get angry? Why would I bother with a clown like you?" Lu Qingxian laughed. "TCH, it's not like you're still head over heels in love with Meng Zong anymore, is it? You clearly care a lot, but you're still being stubborn. Lu Qingxian, you're despicable in every way as a man. Why don't you just admit your defeat?" Secretary Han flicked her fingernails. "But that's true. Young Master Chen is miles ahead of you, a gap that's practically unattainable. It's understandable that you don't feel the urge to compare yourself to him." Lu Qingxian shook his head. "You followed Li Yunmeng for 3 years and known me for 3 years, so you know me to some extent. If you think Chen Shao is enough, then let him provoke me again and see what happens. I spared his hand before because I showed him mercy this time. Do you think I'll make him leave here lying on his back?" Chen Yulong shrank his neck. "Damn it, this little bastard is taking advantage of his skills to humiliate me so brazenly after the banquet. I'll make sure someone guards the entrance of the Royal Court Hotel and drags this kid into an alley to cripple him." Secretary Han, his face dark, said indignantly, "You're just a brute who only knows how to use your hands and feet. That's all you'll ever amount to. Just watch President Meng and young Master Chen live happily ever after and stand at the top of Nanling City. It'll make you so jealous." "What are you doing here?" Li Yunmeng walked over gracefully in her high heels. "Ms. Meng, it's nothing. I just happened to run into Mr. Lu. Young Master Chen invited him for drinks," Secretary Han quickly explained. Li Yunmeng turned her head and glanced at Lu Qingxian. "After tonight, we probably won't see each other again. If you have anything you want to say to me, you'd better say it now, otherwise, you'll never have the chance again." Actually, Li Yunmeng was still a little hesitant, especially after she went to the bathroom and washed her face, which sobered her up considerably. She also felt a little regretful for so rashly asking Chen Yulong to go out for drinks alone. She said she was going to drink, but she knew perfectly well what would happen next. But words spoken are like water spilled. It's too late to take them back now. She only hopes that Lu Qingxian can say something to her so that she has no regrets, so that she can let go of her last worries, and so that there will be no more misunderstandings between them. "I have nothing to say." Lu Qingxian didn't even look up. Li Yunmeng's heart clenched, and an indescribable emotion suddenly erupted. What's wrong with her? Do you hate? Are you jealous? Are you uneasy? I had clearly made up my mind before, and I clearly told myself that I could give up everything for my dream, so why do I feel pain now, as if I have lost something that is most important in my life? These emotions became particularly intense and surging when the girl in the black dress appeared beside Lu Qingxian. "Ms. Meng, what are you still arguing with him about now? It will only make young Master Chen misunderstand," Secretary Han said, frowning. "Don't tell me what to do." Li Yunmeng yelled at her, startling Secretary Han into shutting her mouth tightly. "Lu Qingxian, I just want to hear the truth. Did you maliciously slander me in front of the Wu family? Did you do anything to hurt me behind my back? And what about you and that girl in the black dress?" Li Yunmeng clenched her fists. If she couldn't resolve these doubts in her heart, she would be unable to eat or sleep. She had always been a woman who pursued perfection. "Between us, it's always been you who takes the initiative to hurt the other. What right do you have to question me about these things?" Lu Qingxian raised his eyelids slightly. Li Yunmeng was speechless for a moment, but she still gritted her teeth and said, "Even if I have wronged you, please let me know the truth about these things, okay?" The truth? Lu Qingxuan's lips curled slightly. 23, Chapter 23, Li Yunmeng in despair. "Yes, the truth." Li Yunmeng bit her lip. "Young Master Yi, we've found her." Suddenly, the entire floor fell silent, the music was turned off, and everyone on the dance floor stopped moving, staring intently at Li Yunmeng and Lu Qingxian. A large group of burly men in black rushed in from the main entrance of the Royal Court Hotel and surrounded Li Yunmeng in the blink of an eye, leaving no room for her. Lu Qingxian, Secretary Han, Chen Yulong and several others were also surrounded in the middle. "Who are you?" Li Yunmeng's heart tightened. Judging from their attire, they seemed to be from the underworld. She had never offended anyone from the underworld. Just then, the group of burly men in black parted to make way for a young man wearing loose pajamas, with 10 jade thumb rings on his wrist and reddish-brown hair, who walked towards them. Yi Xiaohua. In the lobby on the first floor, several people's legs immediately gave way and they sat down on the ground with a thud. Who is Yi Xiaohua? Countless people's curiosity was piqued, and they were so eager that they scratched their heads in frustration. A seasoned veteran of the underworld wiped the sweat from his brow and whispered, "The overlord of Nanling City's underworld, Yi Tianlong's only son, Yi Xiaohua. Could it be any other Yi Xiaohua?" Holy crap, Yi Tianlong, you're not kidding, are you? The Master Long who stirred up the entire Nanling City and dominated the entertainment industry in Jiangnan province 10 years ago. I haven't heard anything about him in ages. At his level, even the 4 great clans are unwilling to provoke him. He is a true local tyrant of Nanling. It would be strange if you could hear about him. Yi Xiaohua lit a cigarette and stood in front of Li Yunmeng. Who am I, Miss Li? You must have a bad memory. Two of Miss Li's 3 companies are located in the core territory of my Black Dragon Guild, and Miss Li actually asked me who I am? Li Yunmeng's breath hitched. You're from the Black Dragon Guild. But even if you're from the Black Dragon Guild, I haven't offended you, have I? We've always coexisted peacefully. As soon as she said this, laughter erupted all around her like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing her completely. They built a company in the core territory of my Black Dragon Guild, made huge profits, and expanded and grew recklessly, without giving us a single penny in tribute. It's amazing that Miss Li could say the words peaceful coexistence. Li Yunmeng's face turned pale. Tribute? What tribute? A voice came from somewhere. The Black Dragon Guild has always had rules to do business on their territory. You either have to spend a lot of money to buy the land or pay 30% of the company's shares. So Yunmeng Group has never paid tribute to the Black Dragon Guild. How did she manage to do business like this? The Black Dragon Guild hasn't bothered her for so long. Yi Xiaohua's expression was extremely sarcastic. It seems that Miss Li has been a princess for too long and has never experienced the harsh realities of society. If no one had cleared the obstacles for you beforehand, would MSLI really have thought she was lucky enough to get such a large piece of land for free and then be able to start her company without any worries? Such a pipe dream is so unrealistic that anyone who doesn't know better would think she's taken too many sleeping pills. Another burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. This woman is unbeatable. Who does she think she is? She's got all the good luck on her shoulders. Ha! Most women are like this, always thinking the world revolves around them, unaware of how cruel reality can be. Li Yunmeng felt a cold sweat on her back. She suddenly woke up, all traces of alcohol gone. Yes, wasn't her entrepreneurial journey too smooth? The company was set up without costing a penny, and on the same day, someone delivered a land use contract for free. She encountered no difficulties in expanding the production base. That very night, someone from above called her, saying they were very optimistic about her entrepreneurial plan and that the government had decided to provide strong support. She has always believed that she is the chosen one, blessed by destiny. But now, the man in front of her slapped her back to reality. What do you want? What do I want? According to reliable sources, Miss Li, your backer is gone, so now you only have 2 choices. Either you transfer both companies to my Black Dragon Guild, and I'll spend 3 days with you as interest. Either you reject my proposal and witness the power of my Black Dragon Guild, and I guarantee that within a day, all 3 of your companies will go bankrupt, and you will become my slave. Li Yunmeng was so frightened that her whole body went limp, and she held onto the table tightly to keep from falling. You've gone too far. This is a society governed by law. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Secretary Han was so angry that she could no longer contain herself. Believe it or not, I'll call the police. You've committed threats, intimidation, kidnapping. Before she could finish speaking, a burly man in black grabbed her and dragged her aside, slapping her repeatedly across the face until it swelled up and 5 or 6 of her teeth broke. Everyone, calm down, Chen Yulong swallowed hard. Young Master Yi, let me introduce myself. I am from the East Gate Big 3, and my father is Chen Hanju from the East Gate. Please give me some face. Yi Xiaohua chuckled, looked around, and suddenly spat a mouthful of phlegm onto Chen Yulong, cursing, damn it, give you face? Who do you think you are? You tell your dad to come to me and ask him if he dares to ask me, Yi Xiaohua, to give him face. Tie him up, cut off his hands and feet, throw him at the East Gate, and tell his father that he must kneel at the entrance of my Black Dragon Guild at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning to apologize for his son. Otherwise, he can go to the sea and keep his son company. Yi Xiaohua's single sentence sealed Chen Yulong's fate. The next second, a strong stench mixed with the smell of urine spread through the crowd. Damn, young Master Yi, he's soiled his pants. Someone pointed at Chen Yulong, whose trouser legs were dripping wet. Damn it, this is bad luck. Maybe we should just kill him. Yi Xiaohua frowned. Young Master Yi, Father Yi, please spare me. Father Yi, I have nothing to do with this woman. I was just being mean. Please be magnanimous and don't stoop to the level of a lowly dog like me. Chen Yulong knelt on the ground, grabbing Yi Xiaohua's trouser leg, tears and snot streaming down his face, while quickly distancing himself from Li Yunmeng. Woof, woof. Chen Yulong barked like a dog, making everyone laugh. Roll. What bad luck! Yi Xiaohua kicked out, and the noise was instantly gone. Li Yunmeng closed her eyes in pain. How so? MSLI, my patience is limited. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. 10, 9, 1. Tie him up and take him away. Yi Xiaohua waved his hand, and a burly man in black, holding a rope, blocked Li Yunmeng's path. Li Yunmeng plopped down on the ground, her voice trembling as she said, Young Master Yi, I only want to know one thing right now. Who has been helping me all this time? Why have they abandoned me now? Why are they toying with me like this? She practically shouted her last sentence, and her voice echoed throughout the entire lobby. 24, Chapter 24, You didn't understand what I said. You little slut, you have too many questions. I'll answer them for you slowly in bed later. In fact, he himself didn't know about this, and even his father didn't know. All he knew was that a few years ago, an elderly man in his 60s, dressed in a tang suit and cloth shoes, came to their Black Dragon Guild. He somehow met with his father and drafted an agreement. From then on, his father stopped caring about Li Yunmeng, that little slut, and let her build a group company and expand production lines on his territory. He never charged her a penny for the land and even acted as her free henchman, helping her clean up a lot of trouble. With land that's practically free, plus one of the top-tier gangs in Nanling City, it's hard to imagine them failing. However, this evening, the old man suddenly called to say that the agreement was terminated. As soon as the news spread, he immediately volunteered to lead a large group of people to raid the Yunmeng Group's headquarters. However, they couldn't find Li Yunmeng. Upon inquiring, they learned that she had come to the Royal Court Hotel to attend the Royal Court banquet. This little slut, without her backer, what good is she? Just a plaything. Take away. Yi Xiaohua turned around, like a triumphant general, and everyone on the entire floor could only avoid his sharp edge, for fear of being hurt. Li Yunmeng collapsed to the ground in despair. With one last glance, she looked at Lu Qingxian, but quickly looked away, a bitter smile on her face. It's ridiculous that, in the very end, she actually expected Lu Qingxian to stand up and protect her. What can an ordinary person like him, a nobody who has achieved great success, do in front of behemoths like the Yi family and the Black Dragon Guild? Not to mention that the two are already divorced, and the other party has no obligation to stand up for him. Well. Meeting Li Yunmeng's gaze, Lu Qingxian finally sighed. It wasn't that he was being sentimental out of consideration for their past relationship, but rather that he felt he also bore responsibility for everything Li Yunmeng had gone through. He wouldn't take back the favors he had given, much less use them as a condition for revenge. It must have been old Yan who took it upon himself to terminate the agreement with the Black Dragon Guild, otherwise the Black Dragon Guild wouldn't be so audacious. Give me some face, let's leave it at that. Lu Qingxian raised his hand and grabbed the hand that was reaching for Li Yunmeng. On the first floor of the royal court, the air seemed to suddenly freeze. Yi Xiaohua slowly turned around, staring at Lu Qingxian with an unusually frightening look in his eyes. What did you say? Say it again, let me hear it. Yi Xiaohua picked at his ear, bent down and looked down at the other person. The cold killing intent made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice glacier, and their whole body trembled with cold. Those who know Ye Xiaohua know that he was truly enraged and had reached his limit of restraint. The calmer this kind of ruthless person is, the more unsettling they become. You never know what astonishing thing they might do next. Hey everyone, did I hear that right? Is this kid asking me to give him face? Ye Xiaohua glanced around, and everyone lowered their heads. Young Master Yi, you heard right, this kid did say that just now. Young Master Yi, this ignorant fool can be easily convicted with a single lawyer's letter, spending the rest of his life in prison. If young Master Yi needs me, I am willing to serve you unconditionally. A lawyer wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped out from the crowd. What a joke! If young Master Yi wants to deal with someone, he can make them disappear in a heartbeat. What's a little jail time? Young Master Yi, I am willing to do your best to get rid of him, so as not to dirty your hands, a muscular bodybuilder said earnestly. Ye Xiaohua really liked this feeling. No matter where he went, he was surrounded by a group of sycophants who obeyed him without question. Only in this way could his immense power be highlighted. However, he had encountered foolish and naive young men like the one in front of him before. Unfortunately, most of them were somewhere in Swan Lake, having been devoured by fish and shrimp. You little beast, kneel down and await young Master Yi's judgment. Lu Qingxian remained motionless, staring blankly at Ye Xiaohua. I don't like to repeat myself. Go back and tell your father that the matter with Yunmeng Group is over. Yunmeng Group will be moving within half a month. It won't interfere with his business. Tell him not to be ungrateful. Not only was Ye Xiaohua stunned, but Li Yunmeng and Chen Yulong were also stunned. Even the countless celebrities and nobles who were watching this scene and waiting to see a good show looked at each other with disbelief on their faces. This is the first time I've ever seen such a fool who can't see the situation and doesn't know his own predicament. Has he been scared out of his wits, starting to spout nonsense? He even dares to threaten the leader of the Black Dragon Guild, Ye Xiaohua's own father? That person is none other than the legendary Black Dragon King, the leading figure who sits in the top seat of the underworld. You little brat, are you crazy? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Chen Yulong wailed, curled up on the ground, trembling. Lu Qingxian, that's enough. I know you want to help me, but this will ruin us all. Li Yunmeng's last glimmer of hope was completely shattered. What was she expecting? This kind of person wasn't trying to save her, he was just adding fuel to the fire. Ha, did you hear that, little thing? It seems like you're the only one here who doesn't understand the situation. But it doesn't matter, I'll make you understand soon enough that offending the Black Dragon Society only results in wrongful death, not survival. Bring me a knife. Ye Xiaohua's demeanor changed, and he now held a triangular military knife with a unique blood groove. One stab from it would basically be the end of the day. Grab his hand, rip off his clothes, I'm going to play with human body art today. At Ye Xiaohua's command, two burly men in black stood on either side of Lu Qingxian behind him, and their large, fan-like hands pressed down sharply. Lu Qingxian calmly placed the water glass on the coffee table, his expression subtly changing. It seems you don't understand what I'm saying. 25, Chapter 25, Unprecedented Enthusiasm. At that moment, no one saw what happened. The two burly men in black who were about to grab Lu Qingxian from behind suddenly fell backward to the ground. Their faces were dented from being punched, and their noses and teeth were shattered into pieces. Lu Qingxian got up, dusted himself off, and took out a tissue to wipe the blood off the back of his hand. What happened? Li Yunmeng stared at him blankly. She knew Lu Qingxian knew Kung Fu, but she didn't expect him to be so good at it. He was a big man weighing 200 pounds. Damn it, all of you, get him, grab him, I'm going to tear him to pieces. Feeling utterly humiliated, Ye Xiaohua roared in exasperation. A dozen or so imposing figures rushed forward, instantly engulfing Lu Qingxian in the crowd. Two fists can't fight four hands. It's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly overestimating one's own strength. Even a city-level or provincial-level heavyweight free-fighting champion would be torn to shreds by these lunatics. Click. Amidst the crowd, the sound of bones shattering was particularly jarring, accompanied by a piercing scream. Can you fight? What good is being able to fight these days? What matters is power and background. You can beat one of me, but can you beat 10 of me? My Black Dragon Guild can drown you with a single spit from each member. Do you understand, you little punk? Ye Xiaohua sneered repeatedly. Lu Qingxian, Li Yunmeng felt a little uneasy seeing Lu Qingxian die in front of her. Even she, who was hard-hearted, was somewhat moved. Click click click. Just then, there was another series of sounds of bones cracking. Ah, you guys are too cruel, but I like it. I'll break all his bones and turn him into a mollusk that writhes and begs for mercy in front of me. Chen Xiaohua sat in the chair, watching with great interest. At this moment, Chen Yulong crawled up to Li Yunmeng and said, "Yunmeng, let's slip away while no one is watching us." "Mr. Meng, run, people will die." Secretary Han's face was swollen like a pig's head. But Lu Qingxian, he only attacked because of me." Li Yunmeng looked at the crowd, her heart clenching. "President Meng, why bother with that idiot? If we don't leave now, it's all over." Secretary Han said angrily. Suddenly, a series of horrifying screams interrupted everyone's thoughts. That wasn't just his voice, was it? Did he accidentally hit a teammate? Yi Xiaohua rubbed his eyes, and the next second, two figures flew over and crashed right into him, the three of them piling up on top of each other like a human pyramid. As soon as the crowd dispersed, everyone was dumbfounded. A group of burly men in black lay there with their limbs twisted, their fate unknown. They had broken arms or legs and were almost all incapacitated. The kid, standing in the middle, was completely unharmed. His clothes didn't even wrinkle. This little brat is so powerful? Chen Yulong felt a chill run down his spine, so he had held back when dealing with him before? Lu Qingxian, Li Yunmeng stared wide-eyed, feeling as if she were dreaming he had single-handedly taken care of all those guys. "Damn it, you little bastard, I admit you're good at fighting, but if you dare to go against our Black Dragon Guild, not even the Heavenly King himself can protect you." Yi Xiaohua jumped up, exasperated. "It seems you haven't figured out the situation yet." Lu Qingxian stepped forward, grabbed his shoulder, and pressed him down. Yi Xiaohua's knees went weak, and he knelt on the ground with a thud. "Don't want." When Li Yunmeng saw his fist, she screamed in fright. "We must not touch young Master Yi, or we will all be buried with him." "That's right, the Black Dragon Guild is far more powerful than you little brat can imagine. Release young Master Yi, apologize to him, and maybe you'll still have a way out." Chen Yulong chimed in. He wasn't stupid. As the largest underground force in Nanling City, the Black Dragon Guild had connections in both the legitimate and criminal worlds, and its influence was far-reaching. Anyone living in Nanling City would inevitably be affected by the Black Dragon Guild to some extent. And most importantly, they may feel good about beating up young Master Yi here today, but what about afterwards? Will they even survive? Therefore, the most important thing right now is to make amends, atone for one's sins, and reconcile with Yi Xiao so that one can truly have peace of mind. If he's even luckier and wins over young Master Yi's favor, he could truly rise to the top and become the Dragon of Dongmen, making his father proud. Lu Qingxian, listen to Chen Yulong, let's stop here. Apologize to young Master Yi and try to get leniency. Li Yunmeng kept giving him meaningful glances. "Treat me leniently, you son of a bitch. I'll skin you alive and wrap you up like a stool. Dare to make me kneel, I'll slaughter your ancestors for 8 generations. Yi Xiaohua's voice stopped abruptly as Lu Qingxian grabbed his neck and then stomped on his legs, breaking both of them. Such swift and decisive measures left everyone dumbfounded. That's too ruthless, directly crippling the heir of the Black Dragon Guild? Lu Qingxian, have you gone mad? Li Yunming's hair was disheveled, and her heart sank to the bottom. You're the one who's crazy. Lu Qingxian didn't even look at her, and kicked Yi Xiaohua's crotch, tearing it to shreds. Hiss. Countless people gasped in shock, and many others took photos on the spot and posted them on social media. This is outrageous, this news is absolutely explosive. Yi Xiaohua's legs have been broken, and his manhood has been ruined. This is an open declaration of war against the Black Dragon Guild, a fight to the death. Repeat exactly what I told you to your father, otherwise when I see you next time, it won't just be a matter of crippling you, it will be a matter of taking your life. Lu Qingxian looked at Yi Xiaohua and said, word by word. Seeing this, Li Yunmeng and her group were completely exhausted and collapsed to the ground. Blackleaf King is on the phone, quick. Quickly inform King Yi, his son has been crippled. At this moment, on the second floor, the emperor. The banquet at the courtyard came to a successful conclusion, and young talents such as Lu Bingqing and Wu Yanji also came to the first floor, where the atmosphere was unprecedentedly enthusiastic. 26, Chapter 26, You Can't Leave. Run, Yun Meng. Chen Yulong was so scared that he wet his pants again. President Meng, I don't want to die, I want to live. I am leaving now. If you're safe and sound, I'll report to the company tomorrow. Taking advantage of the chaos, Secretary Han crawled out on the ground. Yun Meng, are you stupid? That kid is an idiot's just drawn all the hatred for us. All we need to do now is distance ourselves from him and everything will be fine. There's no better outcome than this. Li Yunmeng was pulled and dragged, and her resolve wavered. She pursed her lips and finally escaped from the Royal Court Hotel. A cold wind blew on her face. After thinking for a moment, she took out her phone and called the police for Lu Qingxian. Yunmeng, you're just too kind-hearted, but you should know that the police are just decorations to the Black Dragon Guild. They're useless. Besides, that kid was just asking for it, it has nothing to do with us. Young Master Chen, I think you should sort yourself out before judging others. Li Yunmeng tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and glanced at him. Chen Yulong looked down and saw that his crotch was dripping with yellow liquid. When the wind blew, a strong sour smell made people almost suffocate. Whether he's a brute or a brainless idiot, he was ultimately targeted by Yi Xiaohua because of main terms of masculine characteristics. You, young Master Chen, are indeed inferior to him. Chen Yulong was about to speak. Don't rush to make excuses. I am not deaf, and my mind is still sharp. I clearly remember how you were so eager to distance yourself from me just now, young Master Chen. As for Lu Qingxian, he could have been safe and sound, but under those circumstances, he willingly got involved in this mess. Chen Yulong's face flushed red. Yunmeng, so you're planning to get back together with that guy surnamed Lu? Li Yunmeng shook her head. I know very well what I want, and Lu Qingxian can't give me those things. Young Master Chen, I'm not saying this to elevate him. No matter how good he is at fighting, he's still just an ordinary person. As long as he's an ordinary person, he can't possibly follow in my footsteps. But young Master Chen, you're different. You have Dongmen and Desan Yuan behind you. You have everything that meets my requirements, but today I'm very disappointed. So, let's postpone the drinking for another day. After saying that, Li Yunmeng hailed a car by the roadside. Yunmeng, listen to me first. Chen Yulong chased after him for a few steps, getting a nose full of car exhaust fumes. Damn little slut, you look down on me. One day I'll make you crawl on the bed. Chen Yulong touched his butt, and a sticky substance stuck to his hand. A young couple passing by quickly moved away. Holy crap, he's even pooped? I'd heard that the Royal Court Hotel was a gathering place for high society, that it was chaotic and had a lot of fun, but I never expected it to be this extremites insane. Chen Yulong, his face dark, got into his car. Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside the Royal Court Hotel remained tense. Yi Xiaohua's dismissal caused an uproar throughout the hotel. Wu Yenji approached Lu Qingxian with an exquisite wooden box in hand. It seems I've come at the wrong time, perhaps I've disturbed Mula's enjoyment. This is? When Wu Yenji saw Yi Xiaohua's back, he was stunned. When he got to the front and saw Yi Xiaohua's face, he was dumbfounded. The heir of the Black Dragon Guild? Are you kidding me? Yi Xiaohua, the heir of the Black Dragon Guild, had his legs and genitals crippled at the Royal Court Hotel. If that King Yi finds out, he'll probably turn the entire Nanling upside down. Mr. Lu, this. Lu Qingxian did not answer his question, but looked at the sandalwood box in his hand. Did you bring the things? That's right, this is an old medicine that has been passed down in my Wu family for 7 generations. It's over 580 years old. Wu Yenji grinned. This guy is fierce. He beat the Black Dragon Guild's heir like this, and he's still leisurely inspecting the goods. Doesn't he know what trouble he'll face? That's right, I'll accept the gifts. That settles my debt to the Wu family. Mr. Lu, if I may ask, what about you and young Master Yi? Wu Yenji said with a wry smile. You mean him? Lu Qingxian turned around and slapped Yi Xiaohua across the face, causing the already dying Yi Xiaohua to faint. He doesn't understand what I'm saying, so let him learn a lesson. Wu Yenji gasped. The price of learning this lesson was far too high. Good riddance. Yi Xiaohua has committed numerous evils and is known as the Nanling girl killer. Today, Mr. Lu has done a service to the people. Lu Bingqing clapped her hands as she walked over, her beautiful eyes constantly scanning Lu Qingxian, growing more and more fond of him with each glance. In Nanling, almost everyone with a reputation has heard of Yi Xiaohua's infamous name. This guy, relying on being the only son of King Yi, has done all sorts of bad things. Many people hate him to the core, but they can't do anything about it. Among them was Lu Bingqing. It's not that the Lu family is inferior to the Black Dragon Guild, but rather that the Lu family's branch in Nanling has a cooperative relationship with the Black Dragon Guild unless absolutely necessary. Lu Bingqing doesn't want to offend them. But today, someone else took her place and even crippled this prince's manhood, extinguishing his future evil intentions. How satisfying. The more she thought about it, the more she admired Lu Qingshuan. However, when she thought about the Black Dragon Guild's influence in Nanling City, she couldn't help but worry. Mr. Lu should know that Yi Xiaohua is the heir of the Black Dragon Guild, right? No. Now that you know, Mr. Lu must have a way to deal with it? Lu Bingqing continued to ask. When soldiers come, we'll block them. When water comes, we'll dam it. Lu Qingshan smiled faintly. Lu Bingqing looked at him in surprise. Judging from their short time together, Lu Qingshan was not a reckless person, nor did he seem like the kind of person who would say, when soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. Therefore, there must be something about the sky that Lu Bingqing did not know. Alright, Miss Lu, now that I've finished here, I should be going. Lu Qingshan. Just as he stood up, a group of people suddenly surrounded him. Hotel security personnel quickly took their positions, closing the hotel doors and blocking all possible exits. They also turned on all the lights on the first floor. In an instant, it became as bright as day. A deep, resonant sound came from the second floor. You can't leave. The news of what happened here has reached King Yi's ears. King Yi has ordered the entire city to be sealed off from now on. Your life no longer belongs to you. 27, Chapter 27, The choice is yours. The person who came down was none other than Pan Chongshan, the owner of the Royal Court Hotel. The Royal Court Hotel owns 50% of the shares of the Black Dragon Guild. The hotel's owner is also an important partner of the Black Dragon Guild. The moment Lu Qingshan hit Yi Xiaohua, Pan Chongshan received the news, saw everything on the surveillance footage, and then relayed the information to Yi Tianwang. Yi Tianwang also received the news immediately and took action. What Pan Chongshan needs to do now is to keep people here and wait for Yi Tianwang to come. Unfortunately, he didn't understand Lu Qingshan at all. My life no longer belongs to myself? Lu Qingshan smiled and looked at his phone. I want to leave, and you can't stop me. Oh, then you're welcome to give it a try, Pan Chongshan said with a smile. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you, I dialed the police 10 minutes ago, and the police are almost here now, a whole squad. Lu Qingshan looked at him, a meaningful glint in his eyes. There's no benefit in going against me. Pan Chongshan's smile widened, as if he had heard something funny. Everyone in Nanling City knows that anyone who opposes the Black Dragon Guild ends up dead. President Pan, please give me some face and let Mr. Lu leave, okay? Lu Bingqing didn't mind stepping in to do someone a favor at this time. I'm sorry, Miss Lu, I can agree to any other requests, but this matter concerns the Black Dragon Guild and King Ye cannot give them face. After this matter is over, I will personally visit Miss Lu to apologize, Pan Chongshan said firmly. In fact, this was within Lu Bingqing's expectations. After all, the relationship between the Royal Court Hotel and the Black Dragon Guild was well known, and this person was once Yi Tianwang's subordinate. There was no way he would betray the other party. Mr. Lu is my friend. In that case, I hereby announce that all contracts between Sihai Airlines and Huangting Hotel are terminated immediately, Lu Bingqing said expressionlessly. Pan Chongshan's expression changed. Miss Lu, is it worth it for such a minor character? Who knows, I'm a pretty capricious person. Since you, Mr. Pan, are not giving me face and making me unhappy, I naturally have to bear the consequences, Lu Bingqing said indifferently. At that moment, Wu Yanji also received a text message on his phone. He stared at the contents of his phone in astonishment, somewhat unable to believe it. Grandpa actually ordered him to unconditionally support this Mr. Lu? That's insane. Alright, since Miss Lu has made up her mind, I won't say anything more. Pan Chongshan had a cold face. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yanji also stepped forward. President Pan, I'm sorry, but our Wu family's cooperation with the Royal Court Hotel will be terminated from today onwards if President Pan insists on not releasing the person. Pan Chongshan was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Who was this kid? Did he have such great power? Even the Wu family stood up for him. The Wu family was one of the major investors in the Royal Court Hotel. If they withdrew their investment, it would be an irreparable blow to the Royal Court Hotel. I'm sorry, Mr. Pan, Sihai Airlines is the largest investor in our South China Business Alliance since Ms. Lu has made her decision. Our South China Business Alliance will sever all cooperation with your hotel from now on. The Wu family are major shareholders of Yunchuan Pharmaceutical. Mr. Pan, I apologize. Our Tianhe Real Estate is the same. Immediately following the statements made by Wu Yenji of the wealthy Wu family and Lu Bingqing, the princess of Sihai Airlines, representatives from more than 20 companies announced the termination of their contracts. This scene made Pan Chongshan's legs go weak. The investors and partners all terminated their contracts, which meant that his royal court hotel was directly dismantled. Even if he managed to keep operating, he would fall from the only 6-star hotel to a 4-star hotel, no longer enjoying any special rights and no longer being the only one in Nanling. Lu Bingqing winked playfully at Lu Qingxian, then looked at Pan Chongshan with a half-smile. President Pan, release them, or lose the entire Huangting family business. The choice is yours. 28, Chapter 28, Brother Qingxian. Pan Chongshan's palms and the backs of his hands were covered in sweat. He never imagined that the situation would reverse so suddenly. The influence of the Sihai Hanghui and the Wu family in Nanling City has unknowingly reached such a terrifying level. However, the Black Dragon Guild, as the holder of the #1 position in the underground world of Nanling City, is certainly not one to be trifled with. Hee hee, everyone, what if I let him go? The Black Dragon Guild wants to capture someone, and even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, it won't help. On the contrary, it will implicate more innocent people. Lu Bingqing shook her head. That's not within President Pan's scope of consideration. All President Pan needs to do is release them. Facing dozens of pairs of eyes, Pan Chongshan chuckled. It seems I have no choice but to let go. Open the door. The hotel's main entrance was wide open, but the Black Dragon Guild and the police had not yet arrived. Mr. Lu, if you don't leave now, it might be more troublesome to leave later. Although Mula's kung fu was good, it's unrealistic to face 100 thugs from the Black Dragon Guild, right? Lu Bingqing said with a smile. However, what Lu Bingqing didn't know was that Lu Qingxian never took those so-called thugs seriously. As long as they were ordinary people and didn't have any special weapons that could threaten his life, dozens or hundreds of them were the same. Miss Lu, I'll take my leave now. Lu Qingxian nodded. After he left, the Royal Court Hotel erupted in chaos once again. The most discussed topic was the identity of that young man, who could have the Four Seas Guild's princess and the Wu family's young master stand up for him. Even at the risk of offending the Black Dragon Guild, he was no ordinary person. Not long after Lu Qingxian left, the Black Dragon Guild members arrived. Yi Changping, dressed in a gray Zhongshan suit, stood in front of his son. His disheveled hair covered his eyes, but even so, his terrifying aura still made people unable to lift their heads. This was the first time he, who was known as the King of Yi, had been humiliated by being ridden on his head. He was especially enraged when he heard Pan Chongshan's report that the murderer who had crippled his son had been released. Very well, Miss Lu, and the Wu family, Yi, will remember you. Will have to deal with you a lot in the future, and I hope you two can handle my methods. Take Xiaohua to the hospital. Issue a black kill order. I will make the murderer's entire clan pay with their lives, leaving no trace of their corpses. Yi Changping smashed the table with a punch. After Yi Xiaohua was sent to the hospital and the doctor declared that he would be bedridden for the rest of his life and become a useless person, Yi Changping's anger reached its peak. He organized the Black Dragon Guild overnight and sent the black kill order to every corner of Nanling City. From the city's top official to ordinary beggars, everyone knows that the famous King Yi has gone mad with his only son crippled. Someone will inevitably pay the price with their life. At this moment, Lu Qingxian was staying in an old bungalow. After a round of acupuncture, the woman lying in bed looked a little better. The beautiful girl, who had been on edge the whole time, also breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Brother Qingxian, thank you so much, Su Yefei said, wiping away her tears. Xiao Xian, you've taken care of my daughter and me for so many years. If you hadn't gotten married, I would have really wanted to marry Yefei to you. The woman on the bed sat up straight and leaned against the headboard. Mom! Su Yefei lowered her head, her face and neck flushed red. If it weren't for Aunt Tang and Yefei pulling me out of the river back then, I would have been minced meat in a fish's belly long ago. I should be the one being taken care of by you, Lu Qingxian said with a smile. More than 5 years ago, Ye Fei was still a minor and studying at Nanling High School. The mother and daughter depended on each other for survival and lived a very difficult life. After rescuing him from Swan Lake, they also took care of him for quite some time, a kindness Lu Qingxian would never forget. So after Lu Qingxian recovered, he continued to help the mother and daughter, helped Aunt Tang get medical treatment, paid for Ye Fei's 4 years of university tuition, and secretly helped them buy this old house. Unfortunately, Aunt Tang's illness is very troublesome. Even with his methods, it is unrealistic to expect a complete cure unless he gathers 3 kinds of 500-year-old medicines and brews a Peiyuan pill that can cure all diseases. There is no way for modern medical technology to achieve a radical cure. Fortunately, he has already collected 2 kinds, and he has also made progress on the last one. Once he has cured Aunt Tang, he can leave Nanling City without any worries. Xiao Xian, there's something I've thought about and decided to tell you. Aunt Tang's expression was somewhat conflicted. Lu Qingxian saw this and said with a smile, over the years, I've been like your son, Aunt Tang. You can just say whatever you want without holding back. Well, it's nothing really, it's Ye Fei's father, her father is back. Lu Qingxuan's expression froze, then turned somewhat gloomy. That bastard who abandoned your wife and daughters for more than 10 years, does he still dare to come back? Aunt Tang smiled bitterly, I hate him too, and I thought he would never come back. I didn't even want him to come back, but when I actually saw him, my emotions became complicated. Ye Fei hasn't seen her father since she was 8 years old. I don't want her to live her whole life without a father. I don't mind suffering a little, but Ye Fei. Xiao Xian. Aunt Tang looked at him seriously. Ye Fei and I may be moving out in the next couple of days. Lu Qingxian was taken aback. Where are you moving to? It should be in the city center. Aunt Tang shook her head. It doesn't matter where it is anymore, and besides, I won't cause you any more trouble in the future. Aunt Tang, what are you saying? I said I would cure your illness. Lu Qingxian frowned. Just then, the sound of a car approaching came from outside the door. Soon, a large number of footsteps approached from afar. The room door was pushed open. A man in a black trench coat stood in the doorway. The moment he saw Lu Qingxian, his expression slightly changed, slightly surprised, but quickly regained his indifference. So you're the damned Qingxian brother that Ye Fei was talking about? The man's icy voice made the surrounding temperature drop sharply. 29, Chapter 29, A Spirit of Unyielding Integrity. My daughter is stunningly beautiful, but she is also naive and doesn't understand the ways of the world. She can't see through your motives for approaching her. But I am different. I am a man. I understand what a kid in his early 20s like you is thinking. Su Ao reached out, intending to push the other person away. We'll deal with your matter later, move aside first. The atmosphere in the room became tense the next second, because Su Ao pushed twice, but the other party did not budge, as if his feet were nailed to the ground. Su Ao laughed in surprise. Young people are still young people after all. Stubborn. It's a pity that he had no idea who was standing in front of him, otherwise he would probably have wet his pants in fear. Just as he was about to push the other person away for the 3rd time, Lu Qingxian slapped his hand away. You, a scumbag who abandoned your wife and woman, have no right to point fingers at me. As soon as these words were spoken, the black-clad bodyguards in sunglasses who were originally standing at the door burst through the door and surrounded Lu Qingxian. The gleaming knives shone brightly at their waists. Without any surprise, with just a glance from Su Ao, these knives would mercilessly pierce Lu Qingxuan's body. What are you doing? Su Yafei was both surprised and frightened, but she still bravely stood in front of Lu Qingxian. Su Ao, you just got back. What are you planning to do? Are you trying to intimidate us, my daughter, and Xiao Xian? Aunt Tang struggled to sit up. Upon seeing this, Su Ao quickly came to the bedside, apologizing profusely and showing concern, with a kind smile on his face. Get your people out of here immediately, Aunt Tang said coldly. Okay, Ayun, don't be angry. Su Ao waved his hand, and only then did these people put away their knives and retreat outside the gate. Then he looked at Lu Qingxian with great interest, chuckled, and gave him a thumbs up. After my name, Su Ao, spread throughout northern Sichuan, you are the first person who dared to say these things to my face. You are a promising young man. Indeed, I have wronged Ye Fei and her daughter, so I will do my best to make it up to them for the next few decades. Some things can't be made up for. Lu Qingxian looked at the other person. Su Ao raised an eyebrow. Whether or not you can make it up to them is not up to you, kid. I'm giving face to Ayun and Yafei and won't hold it against you. Don't try to push your luck. It's Dad who shouldn't push his luck, Su Yafei pouted. You left without a word for 12 years. Do you know how hard it was for my mother and me to live? Do you know how sick my mother was? The hospital issued critical condition notices several times. If it weren't for brother Qingxian taking care of us, my mother would have died long ago, and I would be homeless. What gives you the right to have a chance to make amends? You are the one who was most outrageous. Su Ao was speechless for a moment. Even though he has now risen to the position of the king of northern Sichuan, he still can't stand up to his wife and daughter, especially because of the debts he has owed them over the past 10 years, which leaves him with no excuse to refute what his daughter says. Hee, Yafei, it's all my fault, I swear. This kind of thing will never happen again. I will give this kid plenty of benefits as repayment for taking care of you and your mother these past few years. How about that? Su Ao said with a smile. Humph, that's more like it. Su Yafei winked playfully at Lu Qingxian. This girl. Lu Qingxian sighed inwardly. He was actually quite happy and relieved that someone would take care of An Tang and Yafei from now on. However, he didn't know the true nature of the man who had abandoned his wife and daughter for more than 10 years, so he was a little worried. Judging from the current situation, Yafei and An Tang have already forgiven this man and decided to leave with him. It's getting late, Yafei, Ayun, the house in the city center has been arranged. I'll help you pack your things, and you can move in tonight. So eager? Of course we need to be anxious. Su Ao's face hardened. You're my wife, Su Ao's wife. How can you live in such a rundown place? Aren't you going to come in and help pack your things? Don't you all have any sense of propriety? Su Ao turned around and scolded. A group of people rushed into the house in a flurry of activity, and in no time, the entire room was clean, spotless. Before leaving, Su Yafei took Lu Qingxuan's arm. Brother Qingxian. Lu Qingxian affectionately patted her head and said, you have to listen to your parents and study hard. Don't you want to be a star? Go to university first and then pursue your dream. So, brother Qingxian, will you come to see me often? Su Yafei looked at him with tears welling up in her eyes. Her gaze, filled with a faint affection mixed with admiration, made Lu Qingxian pause for a moment. He then nodded and said, yes, I will go to see Yafei again. Watching Yafei and An Tang get into the car, Lu Qingxian stood in the darkness, his last shred of hope slowly fading away. After the car drove away, Su Ao came up to Lu Qingxian and said, if you keep looking, do you believe I'll gouge your eyes out? Lu Qingxian glanced at him and said indifferently, if this is all the magnanimity you have, then the so-called Su Ao of northern Sichuan is probably nothing more than that. Ha! Su Ao's eyes flashed with a cold light. Get in the car. Mr. Su wants you to get in the car. An elderly man with silver hair and a hunched back stood behind Lu Qingxian, his terrifying aura locking onto Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian didn't say anything, but sat in the back seat of the car as the other party wished. There are some things that need to be resolved, and there are some things that he must confirm. He can't let Yafei and An Tang jump into another fire pit right after getting out of one. More than 10 minutes later, the car stopped south of Nanling, by Swan Lake. Lu Qingxian was rescued by An Tang here. Back then, standing here again, he felt a sense of things having changed and time having passed. It turns out that 5 years have already passed. Su Ao walked over and stood next to Lu Qingxian in front of the fence. He pointed to Swan Lake, which stretched as far as the eye could see, with wisps of mist rising from it under the night sky. With deep, penetrating eyes, he asked, little one, what do you see standing here? Lu Qingxian looked around and saw the boundless Swan Lake, connecting the South River and the North River, and running through the entire Nanling area. Su Ao smiled upon hearing this. That's right, it's boundless and connects the North and South. Standing in front of it, we are like ants, like dust, weak and ignorant. But did you know that while Swan Lake is the largest lake in Nanling, it only ranks below 20th in the vast Jiangnan region, let alone in the whole of China or the world? What is Mr. Su trying to say? Lu Qingxian looked at him, and at the same time, Su Ao also turned his head with a meaningful smile on his face. I want to say, little guy, your vision is limited to just a school campus and a street scene. Your life experience is just a blank sheet of paper with a few strokes. The world you know is just a drop in the ocean. It's pitiful and pathetic, yet you don't reflect on yourself. 30 years ago, I was just like you, arrogant and ignorant, but fortunately, I have now broken free, left Nanling City, and headed to northern Sichuan. What's more, I have made a name for myself and become the #1 figure in the underworld of northern Sichuan. Sueo snapped his fingers, and the white-haired old man handed him a leather suitcase. Sueo opened the suitcase, and inside, stacks of banknotes looked like a hellish abyss, threatening to suck one in. My daughter is a beauty of unparalleled grace and has an outstanding figure. Her looks alone are enough to make her stand out from the crowd. If you want to be with her, you must at least be from a prestigious family, the son of a high-ranking official, or a prodigy who can rise to the top through his own efforts and secure a position in the government or the military. Not to mention, now that I'm back, she's my daughter, Sueo's daughter, the little princess of the Sichuan North underworld. Therefore, the stakes have to be tripled. Who else but a general with real power in the province is worthy of my daughter? Take 5 million and leave from now on. You are not allowed to approach that mother and daughter again, or this vast Swan Lake will be your final resting place. Reasoning with him, appealing to his emotions, and then using his overwhelming power to intimidate him. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been too humiliated by Sueo's words to even lift their head, not to mention that he then threw out 5 million, an amount that an ordinary person could never earn in a lifetime. But Lu Qingxian didn't even glance at the money. Instead, he turned around, faced Swan Lake, and stood with his hands behind his back. Mr. Su, have you ever heard a saying? How dare the light of a grain of rice compete with the brilliance of the moon? 30, Chapter 30, Ruthless and Cruel. A grain of rice's light? Sueo raised an eyebrow and smiled. That's a fitting way to describe yourself. Clearly, Sueo did not understand Lu Qingxian's meaning. Take the money and get out of here. After saying that, Sueo turned around and went back to the car. He felt that he had talked to a young man for so long. If the young man wasn't stupid, he should understand what he meant and know his own limitations. He should also know how to treat everyone better in the future. The white-haired old man pushed the leather suitcase in front of him. 5 million is indeed a lot, but unfortunately I don't need it. Furthermore, those who abandon their wives and daughters have no right to talk about vision and perspective. As I said before, how can the light of a grain of rice compete with the brilliance of the moon? The vast world you see, the king of northern Sichuan, may be nothing more than an ant in the eyes of others. Lu Qingxian turned and left, leaving the white-haired old man standing by the lake, lost in thought. Perhaps, he really hadn't seen such a courageous young man in a long time. He remained unmoved in the face of Sueo from northern Sichuan and was unmoved by 5 million. This was something that a young man could not do. Back in the car, Sueo frowned slightly as he watched him return carrying the suitcase. He didn't want the money? Su Jia shook his head. I didn't want it, and I even said some very arrogant things. Arrogant, him, was he referring to me with that light of a grain of rice? Interesting little thing. It seems that I, Sueo, have been away from Nanling City for too long, and many people have forgotten my existence. 12 years ago, I failed to compete with that bastard Yi Changping for territory and was forced to go to northern Sichuan. After more than 10 years of enduring humiliation and swallowing my anger, I finally made my triumphant return today. I didn't expect to be taught a lesson by a little guy on the very first day. That's interesting. Mr. Su, there's no need to stoop to his level with a junior. Young people these days are inexperienced and generally ignorant and arrogant. Besides, he simply can't comprehend Mursa's achievements, which is why he says things without thinking. Sueo nodded. Has the Black Dragon Guild started its investigation yet? Yi Changping has had no rivals over the years, and he has probably already taken over the entire underground world of Nanling, with his power deeply rooted. However, this time I will make him return everything he took from me back then, untouched. The car sped away, and the Swan Lake returned to its tranquility. But what happened at the Royal Court Hotel is only now beginning to escalate rapidly. As the Black Dragon Guild took a series of actions, the entire high-level circle was shaken. After returning home, Li Yunming couldn't sleep at night, tossing and turning, feeling more and more uneasy. First, she wanted to know who had been helping her deal with the Black Dragon Guild and clearing the way for her all these years, and why they were abandoning her and the Yunming group now. This made her feel like she had been played, and she was extremely upset. Secondly, the current predicament facing Yunming Group makes her feel that she needs to have a serious talk with the Black Dragon Guild. She cannot relocate the company, at least not now. 80% of the company's production lines are located on the Black Dragon Guild's territory. Demolishing them would be a devastating blow, and it would take several years to recover. She doesn't have the time to go through that. Thirdly, regarding Lu Qingxian was tainted by the Black Killing Order. Because of her, she should do something for him, at least try her best before leaving it to fate, so that she won't feel guilty about about it when she looks back on it later. The next morning, Li Yunmeng called Chen Yulong. After offering an apology, they got down to business. But when Chen Yulong heard that this woman wanted to go to the Black Dragon Guild, he almost peed his pants in fright. Damn it, you're crazy. Yi Tianwang is probably going crazy right now if he were to walk right into his trap. Wouldn't that be courting death? Young Master Chen, no matter what you think, I must go to the Black Dragon Guild to meet King Yi today. I hope you can help me no matter what method you use. Contact the people in the Municipal Bureau and the Police Bureau. As long as I can make King Yi hesitate, I am confident that I can persuade him. Whether it is for Lu Qingxian or for my own company, I will try. Even if I can't persuade him, as long as there are people from the Municipal Bureau and the Police Department, he won't dare to touch me, and I can get out unscathed. After this is done, I can consider going out for drinks with you, Mr. Chen, please. After saying that, Li Yunmeng hung up the phone. Chen Yulong was determined to win her over, so she believed that he would not miss this opportunity and would do everything in his power to help him. Ms. Meng, what you're doing is too risky. It's not worth it, Secretary Han said, both anxious and angry. How can one succeed without taking risks? History tells me the truth is always in the hands of the bold few. Li Yunming's attitude was firm. Then I'll go with President Meng. Secretary Han gritted her teeth. Yesterday I deserted at the last minute, but President Meng hasn't fired me yet, so this time I must stand with President Meng, and we'll advance and retreat together. Li Yunmeng looked at her, smiled and nodded. Okay, then let's go together. Upon arriving at the Black Dragon Guild headquarters, Secretary Han became somewhat timid, and her two beautiful legs in black stockings trembled uncontrollably. Seeing her condition, Li Yunmeng couldn't help but sigh. But she could understand the Black Dragon Guild had a notorious reputation, and most people wouldn't have the courage to step through its gates. You stay at the door and wait for me. I've already contacted young Master Chen. He should be able to use his connections to get in touch with people at the Municipal Public Security Bureau and the Police Department. You'll meet him outside. If I don't come out within half an hour, you'll bring your men in short. Even if we don't succeed, we have to get out unscathed. Mr. Meng, are you sure you'll be all right on your own? Secretary Han asked, both worried and conflicted. Don't worry. After saying that, Li Yunming took a breath and walked into the main entrance of the Black Dragon Guild building. After confirming my identity and explaining my purpose to the receptionist on the first floor, I was quickly summoned. I followed Yi Changping's office secretary all the way to the 9th floor. Inside the huge, openwork office, Yi Changping was sitting behind his desk, his legs propped up on the table, wearing sunglasses and enjoying the sun. Upon seeing Li Yunmeng, his eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, sharpened, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. Miss Li, I heard that my son went to see you yesterday, which led to all those events, is that right? President Ji, I'm sorry nobody wanted this to happen, we're all victims. How is young Master Yi now? Li Yunmeng sat opposite him with a nervous heart. Both legs suffered comminuted fractures below the knees, his manhood was reduced to a pile of flesh, and he would likely spend the rest of his life in bed, losing his manhood. So, I gave him a quick death, Yi Changping said with a smile. Li Yunmeng, sitting opposite, suddenly contracted her pupils. He killed his son? To be honest, I admire Miss Li's courage in coming to my Black Dragon Guild alone. These days, it's rare to see a woman as brave as Miss Li. Li Yunming's face turned pale. She didn't know whether the other person was praising her or mocking her. President Yi, I've come here today hoping to resolve your son's matter calmly, after all. Yi Changping raised his index finger, making a shushing gesture. The dead don't need to be dealt with. What we should be talking about is the cost. Yi Changping lit a cigarette and blew smoke rings in Li Yunming's face. Miss Li, if you had come to my Black Dragon Guild a day ago, I would have had to treat you with great courtesy. But now, things are different. Li Yunmeng was stunned when she heard this. President Yi, there's something I really want to know. Young Master Yi said that someone paved the way for me to open a company here. I'd like to know who that person is? Miss Li doesn't know? Yi Changping smiled amusedly. Interesting. Miss Li doesn't even know who's been helping you these past few years. This is too interesting. 31, Chapter 31, The End of Li Yunmeng. Li Yunmeng sensed a strong sense of irony from the other person. Come to think of it, it's been 3 years, and I still don't even know who's been helping me. Although I built the company from scratch, it certainly wouldn't have gone so smoothly without someone paving the way at the very least. Getting past the Black Dragon Guild wouldn't have been easy. She was just curious, in this day and age, when people are driven by self-interest, are there still people who do good deeds anonymously? Could it be that Li Yunmeng hasn't developed enough value for the other party? Yi Changping took out a business card. The photo on the card was of a kind old man. Card read, Chen Jiadi, the top person in charge of Jiangnan Institute. Miss Li should know him, right? Li Yunmeng shook her head, staring blankly at the old man on the business card. She was certain she didn't recognize the old man. In fact, she had never even met this person before. Why would the other person help me? What is their purpose? That's strange. The top leader of Jiangnan Guild would actually help a complete stranger like me. He even called my Black Dragon Guild headquarters to tell me not to cause trouble for Miss Li. For the past 3 years, our Black Dragon Guild has acted as a free henchman, but we have secretly helped Miss Li deal with a lot of trouble. As a result, Miss Li indirectly caused the death of my son and made my Black Dragon Guild lose face. Li Yunmeng's pupils contracted. Come, serve Miss Li some wine. Outside the door, the office secretary brought in a bottle of red wine that had already been opened. I've lost my beloved son, so it's not too much to ask you to have a good drink with me, is it? Yi Changping poured a full glass of red wine and pushed it in front of him. If we've been pushed to this point, there's no point in talking further if we don't drink this glass of wine. Li Yunmeng sighed inwardly, pinched her nose, and drank it all in one gulp. A strong bitter and spicy taste bursts from the mouth, followed by a dizzying sensation. She had drunk quite a lot of red wine, but this was the first time she had ever seen such a strong aftereffect. The first sip almost made her faint. We've had our drinks, now it's time to be frank with each other. After speaking, Yi Changping unbuttoned his shirt, took off his vest, and revealed a full-body purplish-blue tattoo on his chest and back. Come on, don't be shy, Miss Li, take off your clothes too. I see your shirt is about to burst. It seems that some beautiful things are unwilling to be hidden in clothes and want to breathe some fresh air. Li Yunmeng was taken aback. Mr. Yi, you're already my father's age. What do you mean by saying that? What's the meaning? You're not only stupid, you're also incredibly dense. Your father's age. I only date girls in their teens and 20s. Have you ever seen a successful man who's always clinging to an old man? If it weren't for your looks, I would have chopped you into mincemeat the moment you stepped into my office. Do you really think I, King Yi, am someone you can talk to? They don't even consider their own capabilities before speaking. Even the 4 great families have to defer to me. Who do you think you are? Li Yunmeng's heart sank. This bastard. No wonder people say Yi Changping is a beast in human form. The outside world's evaluation of him is still too low. He is capricious and even killed his own son. He is worse than an animal. Mr. Yi, my secretary is outside. She has already called the police. If I don't go out within half an hour, the police will arrive. I advise you to think twice. In an instant, Yi Changping's aura changed. He crushed the Buddhist amulet he was playing with in his hand, and with his other hand, he grabbed Li Yunmeng's hair and pulled her in front of him. You bitch! He slapped Li Yunmeng across the face with all his might. You're threatening to call the police on me? You women are all a bunch of cheap and self-righteous bastards. You don't know the rules until you're beaten, you son of a bitch. Yi Changping pressed down on her head and slapped her twice, knocking Li Yunmeng unconscious on the spot. Strip her clean, then I'll take her away after I'm done. Let the brothers have some fun and have a good meal today. Thank you, Chairman. Inside the office, a group of men stared wide-eyed. They had never seen such a sexy, alluring, and stunningly beautiful woman in their entire lives. Let alone personally experiencing her. They would gladly shorten their lifespan by half. 2 burly men grabbed Li Yunmeng, drooling, and said, take off your skirt first, but don't take off your stockings, leave them on. 32, Chapter 32, Unrestrained and Domineering. President, would you like Chi-Chi to prepare some foreplay for you first? The sexy and alluring secretary in a cheongsam snuggled up to Yi Changping, diligently unbuckling his belt. Squeak! Suddenly, the office door was pushed open from the outside. Inside the office, several people stopped what they were doing. The unconscious Li Yunmeng was carelessly thrown on the ground, her clothes disheveled. More than a dozen pairs of eyes stared unblinkingly at the young man in white standing at the door. So this is where it was hidden. I've been looking for it for ages. Lu Qingxian smiled, his gaze falling on Yi Changping, then glancing at Li Yunmeng lying on the ground, before his expression faltered. How did she end up here? Did the Black Dragon Guild target her? Who are you? Yi Changping leaned back in his chair and lit a cigar. My name is Lu Qingshuan. Last night, Chairman Yi issued a black kill order against me, ordering the entire underground organization in Nanling to indiscriminately hunt down me and my relatives and friends. This has greatly troubled me, so I have come to visit you today to resolve this matter once and for all. Upon hearing this, Yi Changping instantly sat up straight. His previously mocking and disdainful expression vanished in an instant, replaced by an indifferent coldness that was impossible to look at directly. The intense killing intent that made people's hearts tremble told everyone that Yi Tianwan, who sat in the top seat of the Nanling city underworld, was truly enraged, and that someone must die here today to quell his anger. The burly men who were originally planning to vent their desires on Li Yunmeng quietly circled around behind Lu Qingxian, blocking the only way out. So you're the one who crippled my son? Lu Qingxian nodded. That's right, consider it a lesson for him, and also to teach your Black Dragon Guild master a lesson. But it seems that you haven't learned your lesson, and have even gone further. To teach my Black Dragon Guild a lesson? Yi Changping stroked his chin with amusement. He, you ignorant fool, barging into our guild master's territory all by yourself and daring to spout nonsense. Little guy, do you know what interesting things are going to happen next? First, your limbs will be broken by the elite bodyguards around the president. Then, we have some special guys here who, like men, they will thoroughly clean you up, then peel off your skin like skinning a wild boar, scrape off the grease, apply preservative oil, and then send you outside on the first floor and hang you in front of the building so that everyone can see the price for trespassing into the president's office and spouting nonsense. Secretary Chi-Chi stood behind Yi Changping, her smile pure and lovely, but her words made these bloodthirsty bodyguards shudder. That's fucking bloody. However, they do this quite often, and the deterrent effect is surprisingly good. Yi Changping looked at the other person with a smile. He didn't believe anyone could stand there without changing their expression after hearing these words. Soon, he was disappointed, and his smile faded, because Lu Qingxian, who was standing there, always had a calm and composed expression on his face, as if he were walking in his own backyard, calm, leisurely, and content. That sounds interesting, but you've got the wrong person. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qingshuan's lowered eyelids instantly lifted, and he grabbed an unlucky guy, twisting his neck with a flick of his wrist. Bang! The body crashed heavily to the ground. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Yi Changping finally changed color and put his legs down. Stop! Stop him! Stop him, sound the alarm, call for backup. Quick! Having spent decades in the underworld, Yi Changping, with his broad vision and strategic thinking, immediately realized something was wrong. This is a master. Even more swiftly than the top assassins he had previously hired at great expense, the elite bodyguard, weighing over 200 pounds, was killed instantly without even a chance to resist. This was a master of martial arts. What is Chinese martial arts? It is a series of deadly techniques, a unique skill held by a select few in modern society. It's no use since I'm here, it proves that I don't care about your entire Black Dragon Guild. Tap tap tap. Lu Qingxian walked over with his hands behind his back and stood in front of Yi Changping. 33, Chapter 33, Unable to Defend Oneself. More than a dozen burly men in black rushed at him from all directions. Lu Qingxian took a stance, and every punch he threw was like a grenade launcher ready to fire. With terrifying power, his weight of more than 200 pounds even caused the ground to cave in. With movements as swift as a dragon, he moved through the crowd, leaving only a series of shrill screams after a short while. Oh shit. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Upon seeing this, Yi Changping was completely dumbfounded, and then frantically crawled under the desk. Secretary Chi-Chi followed closely behind, only to have her entire cheongsam caught on the chair and torn from head to toe. No, don't kill me. Big brother, I'll serve you well and make sure you enjoy yourself. Chi-Chi sat on the ground, wearing only 2 pieces of underwear, looking disheveled, and tried to rub against Lu Qingxian. Women are so fickle. Lu Qingxian took a step back and kicked her in the lower abdomen. She flew out on the spot and crashed into the wall, her life hanging in the balance. At this moment, Yi Changping had already run to the office door, just 3 meters away, the door was already within reach. As long as he gets out, as long as his brothers outside rush in, he will be saved. You really think you can escape from me? A ghostly voice suddenly appeared next to Yi Changping's ear. Bang! Yi Changping couldn't hold back any longer and knelt down with a thud. Brother, I was wrong. Don't kill me, we can talk this over. Lu Qingxian grabbed his hair and leaned down. Old Chen only informed you that you no longer need to be Yunmeng Group's protector and no longer need to provide her with convenience, but he didn't ask you to deal with her, right? Ah. Yi Changping was stunned. Old Chen? What old Chen? Jiangnan, Chenjia, Lu Qingxian said calmly. Yi Changping looked up at him intently. You know Mr. Chen? We know each other, what's the problem? No problem brother, if you know old Chen, then we're family. I know old Chen very well, and I've done a lot for him. A smile appeared on Lu Qingxuan's face. He believed these words. There were many things that Chen Jiadi couldn't do in person, so they were definitely handled by local gangster organizations like the Black Dragon Guild. Moreover, such organizations were adept at doing dirty work. Brother, as long as you don't kill me, I will obey your every command. From now on the Black Dragon Guild will be your second home. Forget about the family, just remember what you said and let the matter of Yunmeng Group end here, and I can let you live and continue to run your Black Dragon Guild. Upon hearing this, Yi Changping instantly went limp, his tense body collapsing to the ground, his face showing an expression of relief at surviving a disaster. We're saved. Damn, this kid is terrifying. Our numerical advantage is useless against him. Could this guy be the successor of those old monsters in Chinese martial arts? I've heard that Chinese martial arts are all killing techniques, and that each master can take on 100 enemies. They even killed people while being riddled with Japanese bullets during wartime. I wonder if that's true. The office door opened, and outside, a large crowd of people, hundreds of thugs from the Black Dragon Guild, stood densely packed together. Get out of my way, all of you, and get Mr. Yi out of here. Yi Changping roared. Having barely escaped with his life, he was now unwilling to risk his own life. Whether he could kill him was another matter. If he let him escape and seek revenge later, would he even be able to live? The crowd parted to make way, and Lu Qingxian, carrying Li Yunmeng, swaggered out of the guild building. Yi Changping looked out the glass window and took a deep breath. This time, they really kicked a hornet's nest. Not only did they lose face, but they also couldn't avenge their son. Fortunately, was just an illegitimate child. However, Yi Changping never expected that the kid would actually know Chen Jiadi, such a big shot. Moreover, judging from what he said, he seemed to have a close relationship with Chen Jiadi. In fact, Lu Qingxian had not yet told the other party that Chen Jiadi was just his former steward in the Lu family. After his family was split and expelled, he continued to secretly serve him. If he told Yi Changping this, Yi Changping would probably be scared out of his wits. Black Dragon Guild, outside on the first floor. Hey Lu, what are you doing? Put Yunmeng down for me. Lu Qingxian arrived at the roadside and was about to hail a taxi when suddenly two people grabbed him tightly from behind, preventing him from leaving. Chen Yulong jumped in front of her and saw Li Yunmeng being held in the other person's arms. He was so angry that his eyes turned red. Damn it, he hasn't even held her hand yet, and this guy is divorced and can still hug her. What gives him the right? You shameless bastard. Surnamed Lu, we called the police, used our connections at the city bureau to pressure the Black Dragon Guild to release him, and you got away with it all, trying to steal the credit? No way, give Meng back to us. Secretary Han grabbed Li Yunmeng's thigh and ripped the stockings into strips with a rip. Mum. At this moment, Li Yunmeng also slowly woke up from her coma. She looked around in a daze, her mind a complete blank. All she remembered was being forced to drink by Yi Tianwang, and then he bared his fangs and, without giving her a chance to speak, slapped her twice, knocking her unconscious. She didn't even dare to think about what happened after that. This is. Li Yunmeng looked up and met Lu Qingxuan's gaze. Startled, she jumped out of his arms and awkwardly lowered her head, checking herself for anything amiss. After inspecting for a long time, all I could see was that the stockings were torn, the rest of the stockings were intact. Why are you here? Li Yunmeng straightened her clothes, her expression shifting from panic to cold arrogance. They're just trying to steal credit, like lapdogs, coming here as soon as they smell it, Secretary Han said with a look of disdain. What do you mean? Li Yunmeng frowned. Ms. Meng, you don't know, I contacted Nan as soon as you went in the Ling City Police Headquarters, called Chen Xiao again, and Chen Xiao, in turn, asked his father to use his connections to put pressure on the Black Dragon Guild from multiple angles. It must have been Chen Xiao's family's influence that played a significant role. Otherwise, Mr. Meng, why do you think the Black Dragon Guild would release them? Chen Yulong nodded. When I called my dad, he was in a meeting. He happened to run into Secretary Shen from the Municipal Bureau office. Secretary Shen has a close relationship with the city chief. With his help, Yi Changping definitely wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Secretary Han then sneered. Before we even had a chance to go in, this kid ran fast and carried you out first. Mr. Meng, he probably took advantage of us quite a bit along the way. Ms. Meng, look, your stockings are torn. Quickly check if there's anything uncomfortable, just in case some unscrupulous people do something bad to you. Secretary Han embellished the story. Li Yunmeng turned her head and looked at Lu Qingxian with a frosty expression. Is that so? Lu Qingxian didn't bother to explain. You'll never believe me anyway, so what's the point of asking this? Li Yunmeng paused, her voice growing colder. So, you won't even give me an explanation? If I sue you for assault and harassment now, what are your chances of escaping legal trouble? What are your chances of not going to jail? Do whatever you want, you don't need to report to me. With that, Lu Qingxian prepared to leave. Stop. Li Yunmeng stepped forward. I will not let anyone leave until the truth of this matter is revealed. Young Master Chen, please call your father now and find out who helped Mei. Li Yunmeng will never forget anyone's kindness, nor will I let any opportunist get away with it. 34, Chapter 34, You'll be scared. At this moment, it was Chen Yulong's turn to feel uneasy. He did call his dad, but his dad berated him and didn't promise to help him find connections. After all, the other party is King Yi. If they make a mistake, they'll get burned and their whole family will be finished. Young Master Chen, quickly prove it to President Meng and expose this bastard's true colors. Our Yunmeng Group's legal team will do everything in our power to send him to prison and let him know the price of offending President Meng. Secretary Han said, seemingly eager to stir up trouble. Chen Yulong took out his phone, turned around and took 2 steps, then dialed his father's number. Dad. What are you doing all day? I told you I'm in a meeting. Dad, it's like this, did you mention the matter I asked you to handle today to Secretary Shen? On the other end of the phone, the man flew into a rage. Are you out of your mind? I've only met Secretary Shen a few times, and we haven't even exchanged a few words and you're already asking me to do something for you, something as important as using connections at the Municipal Bureau? Are you dreaming? I'm warning you, you brat. Things are changing rapidly in Nanling City lately. Something big is going to happen. Don't you dare cause me any trouble, or I'll kick you out of the house and leave you to fend for yourself. With a click, the phone was hung up. Chen Yulong was dumbfounded, holding his phone. His dad hadn't helped. How did Li Yunmeng get out then? Young Master Chen, how did it go? What did Uncle Chen say? Chen Yulong put away his phone, turned around, and wore a confident and composed smile. My dad said it's all taken care of, it's nothing. That's right. Who was Secretary Shen? He's the spokesperson for the Municipal Bureau. His words are the words of the city head. No matter how powerful Yi Tianwang is, can he be more powerful than the Municipal Bureau, unless he wants to be suppressed by the army? Secretary Han said proudly and arrogantly, as if she had personally rescued someone from a predicament. Li Yunmeng turned to look at Lu Qingxian. Do you have anything else to say? Lu Qingxian shrugged. If I told you that young Master Chen was just scolded by his father on the phone and that everything he said was made up, and that I was the one who saved you, would you believe me? Chen Yulong's eyes turned cold. How did this bastard know that his father was cursing him on the phone? Who would believe your one-sided story? No matter how you look at it, I'm 100 times more capable than you. Li Yunmeng glared at him through gritted teeth, exasperated. Lu Qingxian, I'm trying to talk to you nicely, but you always judge me by my own petty standards. I know you don't like young Master Chen, but you don't need to say such nonsensical things. It only makes me despise you even more. See, you've never believed me, yet you always come to me demanding an explanation. Your contradictory personality is destined to make you a tragedy. Besides, I never need to prove anything, let alone give you any so-called explanation. I have a clear conscience, and that's enough. Lu Qingxian turned and left. This time, Li Yunmeng was no longer able to stop him. Secretary Han stepped forward to comfort her, saying, President Meng, don't lower yourself to his level. He's just envious and jealous of young Master Chen's family background, his connections, and the fact that he has you while he can only lie in bed fantasizing. Yunmeng, let's go. It's almost noon. I've booked a private room at Baiweishai, Chen Yulong said solicitously. Li Yunmeng shook her head. I'm going to see my grandfather today. After my father told him about the divorce, he was very angry and his health has deteriorated. I have to go see him. South of Nanling City stands a uniquely shaped high-rise building resembling a pentagon. This is the Jiangnan Institute, the intelligence hub of the entire Jiangnan region. At this moment, Lu Qingxian, the highest-ranking official in Jiangnan, sat on the office sofa, holding a thick stack of documents in his hands. Young master, there's news about the third medicinal herb. Oh? Lu Qingxian immediately sat up straight. It's in the hands of a caravan from Zhengzhou. They recently crossed the Zhengzhou River to Nanling, intending to hold a large-scale trade fair in conjunction with the major local merchant alliances. If nothing unexpected happens, this herb will appear at the trade fair. Lu Qingxian clicked his tongue and said with some surprise, what are the merchants from Zhengzhou doing in Nanling? Nanling isn't even a second-tier city, there's no need for them. The old man chuckled. Young master is indeed wise. You saw the key point at a glance. That's right. According to intelligence, this caravan's trip to Nanling for the trade fair is just a pretext. Their purpose is to disrupt the current situation in Nanling, support Suao, the overlord of northern Sichuan, to dominate Nanling, complete the control of the underworld of the two major cities, and then extend their influence to the entire Jiangnan region. This Suao is very ambitious, and I presume you've already met him, young master? Chen Jiadi had long white hair, a white tang suit, and a distinctive goatee, which made him look quite like a sage. Unfortunately, the sly smile on his face made him look a bit sleazy. Lu Qingxian rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Your intelligence gathering is truly impenetrable. I only met him once, and the news has already reached you? Ahem, didn't the young master instruct us to protect Su Yufei and her daughter Tang Yin, so the moment Suao returned to Nanling, I noticed him. Lu Qingxian nodded slightly. That Suao is a brave but reckless guy, is capable but lacks discernment. We don't need to pay attention to him. Also, how much intelligence have you gathered about the Lu family's headquarters? Lu Qingxuan's eyes changed, becoming like a deep, dark abyss filled with mountains of bones. Beep beep beep. Just then, his cell phone rang in his pocket. Is that Grandpa Li? Lu Qingxian was somewhat taken aback. Li Yunmeng's grandfather, why would he call him? Young master, please go ahead with your work. Gathering intelligence on the Lu family is extremely difficult, and there has been no progress so far. Lu Qingxian nodded. When the call was connected, a weak and aged voice came from the other end. The old man was somewhat incredulous at Lu Qingxuan's divorce from Li Yunmeng. He had always been very fond of Lu Qingxian as his grandson-in-law, as his character, virtue, and conduct perfectly suited his tastes. This was the fundamental reason why the two were able to get married smoothly without encountering any obstacles. Therefore, the two elders were actually the ones most hurt by this divorce. Even Grandpa Li fell ill after hearing the news. He really hoped that Lu Qingxian could go over there, sit down and have a proper talk, or at least tell him the reason. Lu Qingxian did not refuse the request and agreed to have lunch with him. Young master, would you like a gift? Chen Jiadi, who had also heard the conversation on the phone, asked with a smile. What present do you have that you can be proud of? Lu Qingxian asked with a smile. This made Chen Jia unhappy. Who was he? The number one person in charge of Jiangnan Bureau, a prominent figure in the entire Jiangnan region. Countless top tycoons fawned over him, and bigwigs from all walks of life who wanted to obtain the intelligence in his hands offered him lavish gifts in terms of treasures. His place was simply a treasure trove. Young master, just you wait, I'm sure you'll be in for a surprise. 35, Chapter 35, Who's Complaining? A moment later, Chen Jiadi brought over 4 bottles of wine. In 1935, 2 bottles of Lai Mao, the king of premium baijiu, worth 10 million, would that be enough? Enough? In 1992, 2 bottles of Han Emperor Mutai sold for 9 million at an international auction. Was that enough? Putting aside the value, these 4 bottles of wine are unique and rare, you can't buy them even if you have money. I isn't that enough to give the young master face? Lu Qingxian nodded with a smile. He had just said that on purpose, to provoke the old man into bringing out his good stuff. After all, everyone knew he was rolling in money. This old bastard really fell for it. Upon seeing the smile on his face, Chen Jiadi's heart skipped a beat, and his expression instantly changed. That brat, he tricked me into keeping it as a treasure. Lu Qingxian arrived at Li Yunmeng's grandfather Li Zheng's house, casually tossed the gift on the table, and didn't take the 20 million yuan worth of wine seriously. When Li Zheng saw him, the wrinkles on his old face were squeezed together, and he greeted him with a smile and invited him to sit down. Xiaoxian, it's so good that you could come. I've inquired about what happened between you and Yunmeng. It was Yunmeng who wronged you. Lu Qingxian shook his head indifferently. That's not true. When a marriage comes to an end, there's no question of who owes whom anything. Besides, Grandpa Li doesn't need to take this to heart. Everyone's path is different, and you can't force fate. That's true, but if Yunmeng leaves you, she'll go astray. That girl, others don't understand her, but you, Xiaoxian, understand her best. She's arrogant and complacent, lacks a broad perspective, has great insight but no foresight, and is unlikely to achieve great things. Lu Qingxian smiled. What has already happened cannot be changed no matter what. Even if Li Yunmeng knelt in front of him and begged him, he would not be able to let go of his resentment and accept her. Their relationship has completely become a thing of the past. His relationship with the Li family was completely severed the moment Li Yunhao smashed his jade pendant. All their ties vanished like smoke. Xiaoxian, just to give your grandpa some face, have a good chat with Yunmeng later. Lu Qingxian frowned. To be honest, he had just had a falling out with the Black Dragon Guild in front of their gates, and he had no desire to see Li Yunmeng now. But just then, two cars stopped at the front gate. Not only did Li Yunmeng appear, but Secretary Han and Chen Yulong also entered the courtyard, chatting and laughing. Following them, Lui Mei and Li Wenguo also got off the bus. Except for Li Yunhao, who was still hospitalized, the entire Li family was present. Grandpa, we've come to see you. Li Yunmeng was carrying an aged poor tea cake in her hand. Chen Yulong brought 2 bottles of fine red wine and also bought the old man's favorite century-old ginseng. Secretary Han, despite being the lowest-ranking official, still symbolically bought some expensive fruits. Dad, lately you. Lui Mei, who was originally in high spirits, suddenly froze as soon as she entered the door. You surnamed Lu, you son of a bitch, you dare come to my house, I'll tear you apart. When Lui Mei saw Lu Qingxian, it was as if she had seen her father's killer. Her eyes instantly turned red. Don't stop me, this is our territory today. Are we afraid of him? Mom, calm down, let me handle this. Li Yunmeng frowned as she approached Lu Qingxian. Why are you here, can you give me an explanation? Lu Qingxian sipped his tea in silence. I'm really fed up with the 6th brothers like a ghosts at the royal court banquet, the Black Dragon Guild, and now he can even run into me at home. He's a persistent pest. Secretary Han rolled his eyes. Only Chen Yulong wasn't surprised, and he said with a sarcastic smile. This guy still hasn't accepted the fact of the divorce, knowing that it won't work on you. He's trying to put pressure on you through your grandfather's really playing a clever game. Li Yunmeng stared intently at him. What did you say to my grandfather? I'm warning you, if you dare to spout nonsense, I won't let you off. Smack. The entire living room suddenly fell silent. Grandpa Li Zheng slammed his hand on the table, startling everyone. They've rebelled. Li Wenguo, you married a fine wife and had a fine daughter. They're all good for nothing and have completely disgraced the Li family. Dad, you're not in good health, try not to get angry. Li Wenguo wiped his sweat, his expression both embarrassed and helpless. The Li family's current glory was built by his daughter, but the Li family's foundation was continued by his father, Li Zheng. He is the one who has accomplished nothing and is now caught in the middle, pleasing neither side. Having raised you all, I'm afraid I'll have to wait until my next life to not get angry. Grandpa Li Zhang was both angry and frustrated, looking at Li Yunmeng with eyes full of disappointment. Grandpa never takes sides. Tell Grandpa, what do you call it when a cripple gets up and throws away the cane that has been with him all the way? Li Yunmeng glared at Lu Qingxian through gritted teeth. She hated this tattletale. He must have said something to her grandfather, otherwise he wouldn't be questioning her so angrily. How could this scoundrel be so shameless? However, she remained steadfast in her stance and would not compromise on this matter, regardless of who it was. Grandpa, I don't need a cane, I never have, it's not even worthy of being a part of my life, Li Yunmeng. You. Grandpa, these are all my private matters, you don't need to worry about them too much, you and Grandma just need to enjoy your old age in peace, I will take good care of my life. Moreover, Grandpa, you don't know, I have never mistreated him along the way even after the divorce, I promised to give him a large sum of money, it's not my fault that he didn't accept it. Li Zhang looked at her with eyes full of disappointment and sighed heavily. Lu Qingxian, I never expected you to be so cunning and treacherous, let me tell you, even if you use sweet words to get Grandpa and Grandma to side with you, I will never remarry you, not even if it kills me. You've misunderstood. Lu Qingxian was about to explain when he was ruthlessly interrupted. Misunderstanding, apart from my brother breaking your jade pendant, what else have I misunderstood about you? I have seen everything you have done, and I have complete faith in what I have seen. You should understand that I, Li Yunmeng, am a pragmatic person. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxian looked at her incredulously, then laughed, and then remained silent. Grandpa, you've been completely fooled by his harmless appearance, you have no idea how shameless he's been, you'll be shocked when I tell you. 36, Chapter 36, Throw it away quickly. Grandpa Li Zhang hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. Could it be that Xiao Xian really has a problem with his character? Although Yunmeng is young and impulsive, and somewhat lacking in interpersonal skills, she shouldn't be so foolish as to fabricate stories to frame the other party. Alright, it's not easy for us to get together for a meal, this noise is driving us old folks crazy. Grandma, with her gray hair, came out of the kitchen carrying a spatula. Grandma, I've told you so many times, the housekeeper can do the cooking, you're so old, why don't you just rest every day? Li Yunmeng quickly got up and helped her over. Seeing this, Chen Yulong quickly got up and eagerly moved closer. I've been busy all my life, I'm used to it, besides, you're all here today, what's wrong with me preparing a meal for you all by myself? Look at you, making such a fuss. Grandma pinched her nose. Li Yunmeng felt a surge of joy. Grandma still dotes on her. Grandpa doesn't understand anything, yet he wants to interfere in her marriage, it's simply unreasonable. Hee, this must be the young Chen you mentioned on the phone, right? He's quite the handsome young man. Grandma, my name is Chen Yulong, the eldest son of the Chen family in Dongmen, and the founder of the Desan Yuan Club. Chen Yulong quickly introduced himself. Grandma, you might not know about the Grand Slam Club, but it's a top-tier organization on par with the three major companies owned by President Meng, Secretary Han added, offering a compliment. Moreover, young Master Chen is the heir of the Chen family. When President Meng joins forces with the Chen family in the future, even the powerful families of Nanling might have to give way. The old woman smiled with narrowed eyes. I'm just an old woman who doesn't understand your messy affairs and won't ask about them as long as you're happy, Yunmeng. Li Yunmeng affectionately took her grandmother's arm, and was overjoyed to hear this. Old man, where's the wine I asked you to buy yesterday? Old Wang brought over 10 caddies of hairy crabs. I was thinking of making a pot of drunken crabs for the kids. You old geezer, you've drunk all the wine in the house, you can't control your mouth. Grandma grumbled as she shook her head and sighed. Who bought this wine? Perfect for pickling crabs. Grandma saw 4 bottles of mutai on the living room table, casually picked up a bottle of premium Limao, and took it to the kitchen. That's a gift Xiao Xian brought. Don't you know any manners, old woman? What's wrong with a gift? Xiao Xian can't afford anything expensive anyway, it's perfect for cooking, make the most of it. Grandma's voice came from the kitchen. That old hag Xiao Xian, don't be angry, your grandma is just like this. You've known that for all these years. Although the old man was angry, he only dared to mutter a few curses. It's alright, as long as she's happy, Lu Qingxian said nonchalantly. I'm not trying to be mean, but Lu Qingxian, you've come to visit the old man, and all you brought were a few bottles of liquor without even packaging. Aren't you ashamed? Chen Yulong pushed the gifts he brought to the table. A case of 6 bottles of gold-labeled Romanée-Conti wine and a box of century-old ginseng, worth over 500,000 yuan. Young Master Chen, isn't this a clear case of lowering the dimension? A bottle of Romanée-Conti costing 100,000 yuan and a century-old ginseng from Changbai Mountain costing 560,000 yuan, together they're worth over 1 million yuan, enough to be used as a betrothal gift. Speaking of betrothal gifts, back then some poor scumbag married my daughter with just a pendant. Thinking about it now, it's really bad luck. Young Master Chen, if you want to marry my daughter, I won't charge you a single penny. On the contrary, I'll even pay for your wedding. Chen Meizhou said this purely to see the reaction of the man surnamed Lu. She was disappointed. Lu Qingxian sat there without even raising his head. Mom, what are you saying? When I marry Yunmeng, I will throw a grand banquet and celebrate with the whole city, so that everyone will know how happy it is to be my woman. Chen Yulong's woman. Chen Yulong pointed 4 fingers to the sky and swore an oath to heaven. It's not that I, this old man, want to spoil your fun, but don't joke about such an important matter as marriage with me. The old man snorted coldly. Yunmeng, Grandpa doesn't want to interfere in your life. It seems that the conflict between you and Xiaoxian is irreconcilable now, and it's impossible for you to continue being together. Consider this meal today as a farewell dinner. Grandpa has a piece of advice for you. Your partner is an important partner who can determine the height of your life. You need to open your eyes wide for Grandpa. It wasn't that the old man didn't think highly of Chen Yulong. He came from a prominent family, but he was sly and seemed very unreliable. No matter how good a family background a man had, his achievements would be very limited. Lu Qingxian, on the other hand, was calm and low-key, never showing off or deliberately flaunting his abilities. At just over 20 years old, he already possessed the intellectual height that all those in positions of power should have. Such a person, even if born into humble circumstances, will soar to great heights and become unstoppable once given the opportunity. Unfortunately, his granddaughter is too young to realize this. You old fool, you really look down on Xiao Chen. I think Xiao Chen is great in every way these days. It's all about connections. Without connections, you're nothing. The old woman came out of the kitchen, carrying a large basin of marinated drunken crabs, and placed it on the large round table. Dinner's ready, so keep your mouth shut. Also, Xiaoxian, is there something wrong with the wine you bought? It's all yellowish when you pour it out. Is it expired? It's not a big deal to be greedy for small gains, but your grandpa Li is getting old. If he gets sick from drinking, no one can take responsibility, you know that? The old woman glared at him with great displeasure. Lu Qingxian, no one will blame you if you don't buy a gift, but to use inferior, expired items to hurt my grandfather, I will definitely pursue this to the end. As she spoke, Li Yunmeng was about to throw away those old-fashioned bottles of liquor. I've never heard of Baijiu expiring, and as the national liquor, Mutai isn't exactly a low-quality product, is it? Lu Qingxian didn't believe that old man Chen Jiadi would try to fool him with inferior goods. Besides, his collection included there's no such thing as inferior quality in the items. Almost all of them were top-tier collectibles that qualify for his treasure trove. Lai Mao, what is that? Han Emperor Maotai, what a catchy name, I've never even heard of it. Hey Lu, I have to say, your ability to buy counterfeit goods and pass them off as genuine is truly impressive. Can't you at least show some brand recognition? Have you heard of Romani Conti? It's the best brand of red wine, costing 100,000 yuan a bottle. I buy a whole case of it. Do you think these 4 bottles combined are enough to buy this glass of wine in my hand? Chen Yulong, holding a glass of red wine, came up to Lu Qingxian and spilled the wine on the ground. A single glass of this wine is worth several thousand RMB, enough to buy a bottle of genuine Mutai. Mr. Meng, quickly throw away those garbage things he bought. They're disgusting to look at, all yellow and dirty, like urine, Secretary Han urged. 37, Chapter 37, only a little over 9 million. Without saying a word, Li Yunmeng went up and was about to throw away the remaining bottles of wine. Seeing this, Grandpa Li Zhang grabbed her arm. No manners at all, go back to your seat. Li Yunmeng was scolded and felt resentful. Coupled with her previous frustration, her gaze towards Lu Qingxian was now filled with intense disgust. Any goodwill she had felt towards him after he saved her earlier had been completely eroded. This is the wine that Xiaoxian gave me. What are you also concerned about? If you really care, send me some Mutai. You keep sending me red wine and foreign liquor every day. I've just left them all lying around. Whoever wants to drink them can take them. Grandpa, we're just worried about your health. Red wine is good for you, while white wine is bad for you. Li Yunmeng frowned. Hee hee, the old man is so old, happiness is just as important as health. It was my oversight. Next time I come, I will definitely bring some Mutai that is over 30 years old to liven things up for the old man. Chen Yulong chuckled, not minding at all. Is 30-year-old Mutai very expensive? I think I heard someone say that the older the Mutai, the more expensive it is, and that it's all collected by rich people, Secretary Han said hurriedly. Chen Yulong said nonchalantly, it's just a matter of spending a little more money. In any case, at least I won't follow the example of some people who use some cheap, fake liquor to save face, and then deny it when they're exposed. That's true, some people put on a show even after getting divorced. I don't know who they're trying to fool. Secretary Han agreed wholeheartedly. Lu Qingxian didn't listen to a single word of their conversation, nor did he respond at all, leaving the two of them feeling like they were punching cotton, extremely frustrated. Ha, what a lively scene. What are the young people talking about? Let this old fellow listen too. Just then, an elderly man, about the same age as Mr. Li Zhang, dressed in a black, smart-looking outfit, walked into the courtyard with a beaming smile. You're always there wherever there's good wine and food. Old Master Li Zhang rolled his eyes. The visitor was his next-door neighbor. The crabs he prepared for lunch were a gift from the neighbor, who said they were a perk his son received while serving in the military, and they were genuine Yangcheng Lake crabs. As soon as the hairy crabs were cooked, the person arrived, clearly wanting to eat something ready-made but too lazy to cook it. Old Li, I don't like hearing that. Didn't I have to contribute the ingredients? When have I, Old Wang, ever eaten for free? As he spoke, Old Wang found a seat and immediately looked at the basin of hairy crabs, but when he saw the golden liquid inside, he was taken aback. What's going on? Are you just wasting my ingredients like this? What's in this perfectly good pot of hairy crabs? Grandpa, you don't know, this perfectly good pot of hairy crabs was ruined by some guy who bought fakes to pass off as the real thing. With several bottles of expired fake wine, how can this drunken crab be eaten? It looks disgusting. Chen Meijiu said in a sarcastic tone. Expired counterfeit alcohol? Old Wang couldn't help but lean closer to take a look. He had never seen a fake wine with an orange-yellow liquid. Fake wine would never be made to look like that. It would be obvious to anyone that it was fake at a glance. On the contrary, the closer he got, the more he could smell a subtle fragrance. This fragrance was different from the ordinary smell of wine. It was restrained yet domineering. As soon as it entered his nostrils, he felt as if all the meridians in his limbs and bones had instantly exploded, and his internal organs were completely cleared. For seasoned drinkers, this aroma is even more stimulating than banned substances. Without a doubt, Old Wang is that type of old drunkard. He worked in the army when he was young, but got into trouble because he drank too much. After retiring to a lower-level position, he gradually got older and settled into retirement. Nothing else mattered to him. He was content with just a little wine every day. He was also very knowledgeable about alcohol, having read all over the world. What you see here is not fake wine at all, but the most authentic aged wine, some even aged for 50 or 70 years or more, enough to be called the king of wines. Without a second thought, Old Wang picked up the basin of hairy crabs and drank it all in one go, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Grandpa Li Zhang snatched the large basin away. Old Wang, what are you doing? If you ruin your health by drinking too much, I won't pay your medical bills. Although he liked Lu Qingxian very much and believed that he would not do such a thing, the yellowish aged wine still made him a little worried. Old Wang was old and could not withstand any more trouble. If he was given fake wine, he might not be able to be saved. Their son is in the military. If he comes back and causes trouble, no one can afford to take responsibility. Haha, awesome, so awesome, this is Mutai, top-grade Mutai, am I right? Old Master Wang didn't hear what Li Zhang said at all, his eyes shining as he stared at the hairy crab without blinking. What a waste, using top-grade Mutai to make drunken crabs. Old Li, I really want to punch you. You can't even find this stuff on the market. The best thing I've ever had was 30-year-old pure Mutai back when the People's Republic of China was found dead. It's nothing compared to this. If this is fake alcohol, then all the alcohol I drank before was utterly worthless. Old Li, who gave you this? How could you mistake it for a fake? Do you even know what you're talking about? As they spoke, Old Master Wang noticed that everyone's gaze was unconsciously focused on the unassuming young man opposite them. Grandpa Li Zhang coughed twice and said awkwardly with a smile, Xiao Xian, you gave me this gift, aren't you going to introduce it properly? Lu Qingxian explained, it is indeed a top-quality Mutai, a rare collectible that was once auctioned. The one used to make drunken crab is about 80 years old. There are also 2 bottles of Lai Mao over there, 100-year-old Mutai. Smack! Secretary Han didn't even notice that the wine glass in her hand had fallen to the ground. A century-old Mutai, my 2 bottles of 10-year-old Mutai cost hundreds of thousands of yuan, this must be worth tens of millions. Old Master Wang's eyes widened. At that moment, no one spoke. Price a wine worth tens of millions is extremely rare in the world. Moreover, this kind of thing is priceless and unavailable. It is one of the oldest and most treasured liquors from the early days of the Mutai brand. There are probably only a few bottles like this in the entire country. Others would find it difficult to even glance at it, but here it is used to make drunken crab. Chen Yulong was slapped hard in the face. His Romani Conti cost 100,000 yuan a bottle, while a cup of Lai Mao cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan. They were not even in the same league. He had previously mocked the other person for buying fake alcohol that cost less than a glass of his own red wine, but now he just wants to crawl into a hole in the ground. It's too damn embarrassing. Lu Qingxian chuckled, "It won't cost that much. I heard it's around 9 million. 38, Chapter 38, Hello, goodbye. It is said? So you're saying these bottles of wine weren't bought by you? Chen Meijiao seemed to have grasped the key point. It was a gift from someone else, Lu Qingxian said frankly. Someone gave it to you. Who would give you such good wine? You surnamed Lu. Do you think we're all fools? We know your character, don't we? What connections do you have? What kind of relationship do you have that would make someone give you something so nice? Chen Meijiao had a sarcastic expression on her face. You stole these bottles of wine, didn't you? Meijiao, don't talk nonsense. How can you slander Xiao Lu without any evidence? Li Wanguo frowned and quickly interrupted her. Do I need evidence? When have I ever wronged him? Do I really have to reveal the truth about those antiques in the house in public? Li Wanguo quickly shut his mouth. What antique? Li Yunmeng looked at the two of them suspiciously. How come she's never heard of antiques? No, cough, it's nothing. We just suspect that this kid stole the antique your dad bought with his money. Yunmeng, you don't know, this guy surnamed Lu is very good at these petty thefts. You've all been fooled by his harmless appearance. He steals things and women. He's a piece of scum. Chen Meijiao sneered. So I have reason to suspect that he stole all the alcohol. After all, he's a repeat offender. Upon hearing this, Chen Yulong immediately felt that his chance to turn the tables had come, and said, You said that these wines were given to you by someone else. Name who gave them to you in such a large place as Nanling. There are very few important figures that I don't know. If you can name them, I will acknowledge that you have the ability. If you can't put it into words, then there's no need for everyone to dwell on this. Those who understand. Yes, since you said it was a gift from someone else, then the person who could give away this kind of wine must be some nobody, right? Tell us so everyone can get to know them. Secretary Han quickly chimed in. Lu Qingxian smiled slightly, having no intention of arguing with them about this matter. I have no need to explain to any of you. This wine is a tribute to Grandpa Li and has nothing to do with you. Grandpa Li, if you're worried about the quality of these bottles of wine, you can just throw them away. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Grandpa Li Zhang's expression changed, and he quickly waved his hand. What are you saying? Others may not believe you, but how could I, Grandpa Li, not believe you? This wine is so good, I'm going to keep it as a treasure, and no one else can have a taste. Old Wang, just make do with this drunken crab and eat one bite. Don't touch anything else, I'm telling you. As he spoke, Old Master Li Zhang quickly got up, hid the remaining bottles of wine in the house, and only came out after rummaging through the drawers and cabinets. Look at how stingy you are. I'll squander all your good stuff sooner or later. You don't even have many years left to live. What's the point of hiding so many treasures? Old Master Wang snorted, but he didn't stand on ceremony. He took out a wineglass, skimmed the wine from the drunken crab, and began to sip it with relish. Secretary Han swallowed hard. Is it really that delicious? It does smell wonderful. Chen Meijiao couldn't resist any longer. She scooped up a crab from the crab and, while eating it, slurped up some wine on it. The fragrant taste instantly made her feel refreshed, as if a warm current was flowing through her internal organs. She had only taken 2 bites when she picked up the half-eaten crab and dipped it in the wine again. Wine costing nearly 10 million is truly exceptional. It's so exquisite, and the taste is unforgettable. Is it really that delicious? Chen Yulong wondered to himself. I want to try it, but I'm too embarrassed to do it. It was Li Yunmeng who took the lead, and he and Secretary Han smiled sheepishly and put aside their pride to taste it. In no time at all, the whole pot of drunken crab, soup and all, was devoured. After a few rounds of drinks, everyone was enjoying themselves and seemed to have temporarily forgotten their past grievances. Grandpa Li, something urgent has come up, so I have to go. Lu Qingxian checked his phone, greeted Grandpa Li Zhang, and then got up to leave. Be careful on the road. Come visit Grandpa Li anytime you have time. Yuri, always welcome. Lu Qingxian smiled slightly in response. Watching Lu Qingxuan's resolute back, old Master Li Zheng held his wine glass and sighed softly. You girl, you act impulsively and willfully. I hope you won't regret it later. Li Yunmeng lowered her head and ate her meal. Of course she knew what her grandfather meant. Lu Qingxian is the kind of person who will either compromise with you in every way and take care of everything for you, or he will be extremely cold and indifferent to you. It all depends on whether the other person loves you or not. Now, he has truly emerged from the shadow of the divorce and no longer has any lingering feelings for the two of them. Does she regret it? Honestly, she doesn't. She would make the same choice again if she had the chance. She has a clear plan for her life. From her current perspective, her requirements for a partner are almost demanding, and Lu Qingxian simply cannot meet them. Let the love between the two, whether hazy or passionate, go with the wind. Half an hour later, Lu Qingxian arrived at the Sihai Henghui building by car. He left in a hurry because he received an urgent message from Lu Bingqing, saying that a major incident had occurred within the Sihai Henghui and that he was urgently needed to help. 2 security guards were already waiting at the entrance. Mr. Lu, Miss Lu has been waiting for a long time. Please come upstairs. Lu Qingxian nodded. After boarding the elevator, before the doors closed, Lu Qingxian clearly saw the 2 security guards reveal meaningful smiles. As he experienced a rapid ascent, Lu Qingxian instinctively sensed something was wrong. It had been so long and they still hadn't reached the top. Just then, all the lights in the elevator went out, but the elevator continued to climb rapidly. A mocking laugh blared from the monitor's loudspeaker at the top. Lu Qingxian, right? Hello. And then, goodbye. 39, Chapter 39, the same words, back to you. Hello. And then, goodbye. The instant those words were spoken, a strong sense of falling rushed over me, and the elevator plummeted uncontrollably downwards. Falling uncontrollably from a height of several dozen stories, it's conceivable that the people inside the elevator had absolutely no chance of survival. However, just as the elevator began to fall, Lu Qingxian blasted a large hole in the top with a speed that was almost impossible for a human to react to. He took off his coat, twisted it into a rope as thick as his arm, and jumped up to hang on the top of the elevator shaft. When the elevator plummeted to the floor below, the tremendous roar silenced the entire building. On the top floor, in an office, a man in a suit and tie smiled as he looked at the girl in the black dress in front of him. Lu Bingqing, I've said it before, those who oppose me will not have a good ending. Did you hear that sound just now? That kid surnamed Lu you hired. I had him trapped in the elevator and then staged a simple accident. What did you do to him? Lu Bingqing stared intently at the man, her pupils suddenly contracting. How did it go? He went from the 28th floor to the 1st floor. Guess how he is now? The man's smile was like that of a devil. Lu Bingqing shook her head desperately. She couldn't believe it. How could someone as powerful as Lu Qingxian just disappear like that? The Lu family is mine. I've said it before, I will clean up anyone who stands in my way. Lu Bingqing, you're too stupid and not ruthless enough. The Lu family will only be destroyed in your hands. If you obediently submit to me now and give up your shares in the group, you can continue to be your eldest princess and live a carefree life. Your uncles will also be safe and sound. But if you don't listen and continue to oppose me, tomorrow's Nanling Daily will have your headline in the headlines. Lu Bingqing. Lu Jinhui stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. 28th floor. If you fall from here, your pretty face will be gone. Lu Bingqing plopped down on the ground. She is not strong, on the contrary, she is a woman, and she is very fragile. The long-standing internal family struggles had exhausted her, and the unrest outside the company in the past 2 years had further ravaged her beyond recognition. You don't need me to teach you how to do it, do you? Come over. Lu Jinhui lit a cigarette and began to loosen his belt. He needed this woman to submit in order to win the first battle for his family's power grab. Just then, a panicked voice came from the walkie-talkie he had placed on the table. Young Master Lu, young Master Lu. Lu Jinhui frowned. Young Master Lu, the elevator is empty, no one's in it, that kid isn't there. It was the voice of the security guard on the floor below. They opened the elevator immediately after it crashed to check, but what they found shocked them. The elevator interior, which should have contained a bloody corpse, was completely empty, without even a trace of blood. There was only a huge, damaged hole in the top of the elevator. It was welded together from pure steel. Who could have destroyed it, and in the milliseconds of the elevator's fall? What? What are you doing? Are you sure he's gone in? Lu Jinhui cursed. Yes, young Master Lu, we're sure. We personally escorted him in and closed the elevator doors. The elevator did indeed go all the way up to the 28th floor without stopping in between, the two security guards said tremblingly. Hearing this, Lu Bingqing, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Of course, she didn't want anything to happen to Lu Qingshuan, whether it was out of admiration or for other reasons. She didn't want Lu Qingxian to be harmed because of her. This is an internal power struggle within the Lu family, and she doesn't want to involve any unrelated people. Just then, an enraged Lu Jinhui roared into the walkie-talkie, "Seal off all exits, search the entire building, turn it upside down, and find him, trying to play tricks on me. I'll make sure he suffers a terrible death." No need to check. No sooner had Lu Jinhui finished speaking than the office door was pushed open without warning. "Mr. Lu!" Lu Bingqing cried with joy, "I'm so glad you're alright. I am so sorry. I shouldn't have let you come, but I really didn't know that this beast would he actually tried to kill you." She truly didn't know, and she was even more unaware that all the security guards in the building had been bribed by the other party, and that she lived under their blatant surveillance every day. Therefore, Lu Jinhui immediately knew about it when Lu Qingxian was invited to the Hangui building yesterday. Lu Qingxian walked into the office expressionlessly and threw his twisted coat onto the table. Upon seeing the rust on the steel on his coat, Lu Jinhui's eyes narrowed. How did he escape, with just a coat? What a joke. "Lu, you didn't tell me in advance that helping you would cause so much trouble. I am someone who hates trouble." "I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I will definitely handle it properly and give you an explanation," Lu Bingqing quickly assured him. Lu Qingxian shook his head. "You can give me explanations for other things, but you can't do this, and you can't give me a satisfactory explanation. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on me will have to be dealt with by me personally." After speaking, Lu Qingxian looked up at Lu Jinhui. Lu Jinhui was also looking at him, while feeling his own pocket and gripping the P92 pistol hidden inside. "You're going to take care of this yourself, kid? You don't think you can do anything to me just because you escaped by luck, do you?" The pitch-black muzzle of the gun was instantly aimed at Lu Qingxian. Lu Jinhui's face was full of the expression of a cat playing with a mouse. The instant he pulled the trigger, the air in the entire office froze. Lu Qingxian vanished in a flash, reappearing in front of Lu Jinhui, grabbing the gun, and disassembling it into a pile of parts in a few swift movements with one hand, grab the other person's neck and lift their entire body off the ground. Lu Qingxian looked at him indifferently and said, "Hello." And then, goodbye. 40, Chapter 40, The Feast at Hongmen. Lu Qingxian returned the same words to the other party verbatim. Mr. Lu, no." Lu Bingqing shouted it out subconsciously. It wasn't that she wanted to protect the man, nor that she was afraid of killing. In fact, she hated Lu Jinhui more than anyone else. Lu Jinhui is her second uncle's son and her cousin. He is ruthless and vicious, but it is precisely because of this that he has a lot of support within the family. Countless elders believe that he is the true future leader of the family, rather than her indecisive Lu Bingqing. It was precisely because of this support that Lu Jinhui became increasingly unscrupulous in his actions, secretly killing many opponents, including many of Lu Bingqing's close associates. It can be said that Lu Bingqing was hoping for his death every moment. However, no matter how much she hated it, she had to admit one fact: Lu Jinhui now played a crucial role in the family. He could not die if something happened to him. All the internal conflicts of the Sihai Hangui would be completely intensified, leading to war and causing even more people to sacrifice themselves. "Heh, Lu Bingqing, do you dare kill me? If you dare lay a finger on me, your parents' corpses will be floating on the Nanling River tomorrow, and Grandpa won't let you off either. You'll be buried with me." Lu Bingqing pursed her lips, speechless at these words. "Mr. Lu, please let him go. I was wrong in this matter. I will compensate you and I will not bother you again." Lu Jinhui will naturally not target you. Lu Jinhui raised an eyebrow and gave Lu Qingxian a cold glance. "Your master told you to let go, didn't you hear?" A playful smile suddenly appeared on Lu Qingshuan's expressionless face. "You've got one thing wrong. Lu Bingqing has never had the right to order me around. Besides, no one can save you today. Lu Jinhui was taken aback. The next second, his throat suddenly tightened, and the immense force shattered his neck. Blood mixed with bone fragments gushed from his mouth, spraying everywhere. Lu Bingqing stared intently at the scene, her pupils shrinking to a single point. He actually killed Lu Jinhui? At that moment, she couldn't describe what she was feeling. It was as if all the pleasure had been released in that instant, but fear followed immediately. She couldn't imagine the shock this news would cause if it reached her family. Lu Qingxian glanced at her. Our cooperation ends here. Just as he turned to leave the office, a pair of hands tightly wrapped around his waist from behind. Mr. Lu, you can't just leave like this. What will happen to me if you leave? My parents, and everyone around me, will be finished. I have no obligation to put myself in danger because of your situation. In fact, it wasn't that Lu Qingxian was afraid of danger. On the contrary, he didn't take the mere foreseas voyage seriously at all. However, if he continued to stand on the same side as Lu Bingqing and let the incident escalate, he would inevitably attract more and more attention. If the Lu family takes notice of him because of these matters, he will be completely unable to cope with the situation at this stage. Mr. Lu, I know you're not such a heartless person. Lu Bingqing squeezed in, pressing her entire body against Lu Qingshuan's back. Didn't you say that we were betrothed as children, and now that the engagement hasn't been called off, I'm your fiancé? Are you really going to just stand by and watch your fiancé go to her death? Besides, our engagement was arranged by our parents, right? So, Mr. Lu, your father and my father might have been good friends. If my father were to die, wouldn't you feel guilty? Lu Qingxian frowned. This woman has a silver tongue. Behind him, Lu Bingqing was cursing inwardly. That bastard killed someone, left her with a mess, and was ready to walk away. Yes, although the main fault lies with her, putting aside the facts, doesn't he bear any responsibility? They rushed in and killed people without considering the impact this would have on their Four Seas Airlines. However, Lu Bingqing herself admitted that her irrational actions almost killed the other party. If it weren't for his skillful methods, he would probably be a corpse now, and she would not have been able to escape Lu Jinhui's clutches. In short, he saved himself. If I had known you were being so unreasonable, I should have refused to even meet you in the first place anyway. You wouldn't have known about that engagement if I hadn't told you. Lu Qingxian sighed, removed her hand, and turned around. What good plans do you have? If you can resolve this matter perfectly as soon as possible, I will try my best to cooperate with you. Upon hearing this, Lu Bingqing finally smiled, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. I knew Mr. Lu was the best. Lu Qingxian shook his head. This woman looked as cold as ice on the outside and dressed more like a dark elf, but she was actually mischievous and naughty by nature. He really couldn't believe that once she became the head of the Lu family, she would lead the Sihang Association down a path of no return. After making a few phone calls, about 20 minutes later, two men in black walked into the office and dragged away Lu Jinhui's body without saying a word. Then, Secretary Xiaoya rushed in a panic. Miss, all the security guards have been taken into custody. There are 37 of them in total. They've all been bribed by that guy Lu Jinhui. It's outrageous. Humph, does he think I have no backup plan and can be manipulated at will? If he hadn't died today, I wouldn't have wanted to reveal my trump card too early. I would have used a counter-strategy to gather evidence first, and then wiped him out in one fell swoop. But now, the situation doesn't allow it anymore. Lu Bingqing approached Lu Qingxian and said, Mr. Lu, before this matter gets out, I'll prepare a set of clothes for you. Please come with me. Lu Qingxian nodded. 10 minutes later, Lu, dressed in a sharp suit, Qingshuan walked out of the fitting room. Lu Bingqing and Secretary Xiaoya's eyes lit up at the same time. This guy can be really handsome when he dresses up properly. It's getting late, let's go. The three got into the car and sped off southwest of Nanling City. Before long, a manor came into view. Stepping into the manor, a medieval European atmosphere immediately envelopes you. Ivory white spires sit on either side, while a musical fountain in the style of the Statue of Liberty stands in the center, surrounded by dozens of bronze white horse sculptures with an ancient feel. Within this enormous estate spanning nearly 10,000 square meters, extravagance was displayed inhumanely. Walk through the manor to the central hall, where a small private cocktail party is being held. Bingqing? The people in the hall were surprised to see Lu Bingqing, especially a bald middle-aged man sitting in a high position on the left. How did you get here? Lu Bingqing looked at the other person with a half-smile. Second uncle, are you surprised that I'm here? Lu Xinggui's expression changed, and he said with a forced smile, hee, what are you saying, little niece? But if you're here, where's Jin Hui, didn't he come with you? Lu Bingqing's smile widened. Second uncle, what are you saying? I've never even met Jin Hui before, so why would he come with me? 41, Chapter 41, The Order to Leave. Lu Xingui gritted his teeth and secretly took out his phone to call his son, but all he heard was a message that the phone was switched off. This made Lu Xingui's heart skip a beat, and he immediately had a bad feeling. Alright, let's not dwell on those grudges here. Grandpa Lu Xiong, sitting high at the head of the table, gave a soft hum, and the noise in the hall instantly disappeared, leaving only the sound of even breathing. Bingqing, who is this little guy next to you? Lu Xiong looked at Lu Qingxian and asked curiously. Before Lu Qingxian could react, Lu Bingqing suddenly grabbed his arm and introduced him to her grandfather with a smile. Grandpa, his name is Lu Qingxian, and he is my boyfriend. Boyfriend? A playful smile suddenly appeared on Lu Xiong's aged face. Bingqing, do you know your own status? You are the eldest princess of my Four Seas Shipping Association. This is a serious matter between men and women and cannot be taken lightly. Lu Bingqing squinted her big eyes and said with a smug look, Grandpa, of course I'm not joking. Xian is an outstanding man. He is good at both literature and martial arts, and he also knows medicine. He is a well-rounded young man, much better than those elites who are only good at writing. The name Xian sent a chill down Lu Qingxuan's spine, and gave him goosebumps. Lu Xiong chuckled unhurriedly, whether someone is capable or not has nothing to do with how powerful they are or what skills they have. It depends on their background. In the vast Jiangnan region, there are only a handful of wealthy families who are worthy of my Sihai Hanghui. Do you think he is qualified? Bingqing, you are too young. It's fine to play around, but you must not take this kind of thing seriously. Your family will arrange your marriage properly. Lu Qingxian, is it? You can play around here as you please today, but tomorrow, I don't want to see you next to Bingqing again. Do you understand what I mean? Lu Xiong spoke as if he were calmly entrusting someone with a task, but the authority in his words made it impossible for anyone to have the courage to confront him. This was the aura of a superior that one could cultivate by holding a high position for a long time. However, this kind of imposing manner was useless against Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian smiled faintly. Don't worry, Grandpa Lu, I have no relationship with Miss Lu's so-called boyfriend and girlfriend relationship is just wishful thinking on her part. Lu Xiong's expression froze. Drawing a clear line should be a good thing, but the way this kid says it sounds so irritating. Is it all just wishful thinking on her part? Does that mean his granddaughter is throwing herself at him, and he's actually looking down on her? Arrogant. Hey kid, believe me or not, I'll cut your tongue out. You've got some nerve, spouting nonsense in front of the Lu family. A burly young man looked over menacingly from the side. Second uncle Lu Xingui also said sarcastically, Bingqing, you brought such a little thing here today, are you just trying to anger your grandfather to death? Old Master Lu, I can break his legs and throw him out as a warning to others, another young man said politely, bowing deeply. He is one of Lu Bingqing's suitors, and Wang Jinghu is the youngest agent of the Nanling Business Alliance. He was also one of the few men whom Lu Xiong acknowledged as being qualified to pursue Lu Bingqing. He came here tonight not only to discuss cooperation with the Sihai Hanghui, but also to propose marriage, using their Nanling Business Alliance's multi-billion-dollar contracts as a betrothal gift. He was determined to have Lu Bingqing, a stunning beauty with a graceful figure and a powerful backer. Several equally competitive peers had already given in under his intimidation. He absolutely would not allow any other man to appear in Lu Bingqing's life. If so, then secretly eliminate them. Young Master Wang, you want to touch my man? Aren't you being a little too disrespectful to me? Although your Nanling Business Alliance is large, it's not high enough to be able to deal with my Lu family's future son-in-law in front of my Lu family, is it? Lu Bingqing retorted without backing down an inch. Miss Lu, you flatter me. Just can't stand people talking so arrogantly in front of the old man, Wang Jinghu said with a smile that was neither humble nor arrogant. Young Master Wang is doing this for your own good. Besides, today young Master Wang brought a contract worth 6 billion to propose marriage to your grandfather Bingqing. It's not that your second uncle is in a hurry to marry you off, but you really should think about your life's important matters. Moreover, this contract worth 6 billion is also very important to our Sihai Aviation Association. You should consider the bigger picture. Lu Xingui seemed to be speaking earnestly, but in reality, he was secretly sneering. As the largest commercial organization in Nanling City, the Nanling Business Alliance holds a superior position, with all four major wealthy families holding shares. As the youngest agent among them, Wang Jinghu's position is very special. It is absolutely impossible for him to marry into their 4C's business association. Therefore, as long as Lu Bingqing reaches a marriage alliance with him, this little bitch will have nothing to do with the Sihai Henghui in the future, and the power of the family will naturally fall into his son's hands. I don't need to consider the big picture. I don't need to think about the big picture. I just want to get rid of young Master Wang. Lu Bingqing showed no respect whatsoever, casually waving her hand, which made Wang Jinghu's face turn as black as charcoal, extremely ugly. How dare you, Bingqing, you're becoming more and more disrespectful. Lu Xiong's face turned cold. Lu Bingqing pouted, though she didn't argue back. Her expression said it all. It's almost time, let's have the banquet first, Bingqing. You can talk to Jinghu alone later and get a clear understanding before making a decision. Lu Xiong waved his hand impatiently. As for you? Lu Xiong looked at Lu Qingxian. Go to the steward outside and collect a sum of money, then disappear from my Lu family manor. I don't want to see anyone unrelated to me. He directly ordered Lu Qingxian to leave. With this order to leave, Wang Jinghu walked directly towards Lu Qingxian, pointing outside. Didn't you hear me? Either get out, or I'll break your legs and make you leave. 42, Chapter 42, Do you want to hear the truth? Lu Bingqing immediately stood in front of Lu Qingxian and opened her arms. Grandpa, why are you so insistent on this marriage? I remember you saying that I am the eldest princess of the 4C's Shipping Association, the spokesperson of the 4C's Shipping Association, and the future leader of the Lu family. I can choose any man I want, as long as that man agrees to enter the gates of my 4C's Shipping Association. That's how you've always raised me. You told me that I would dedicate my life to the Lu family and always be on the front lines, but now you want to send me away. Does Grandpa already have someone else in mind? Lu Xiong fell silent for a moment. Bingqing, don't be so presumptuous. Lu Xinggui's face darkened as he stared at her coldly. Lu Bingqing took a deep breath. Second uncle, your son covets the family business and wants to seize power. You've been pushing him along behind the scenes over the past year. You've repeatedly sabotaged my projects to lower my standing in the family, while constantly building factions for your son. Now, about 60% of the elders in the family are on your side, right? Nonsense. Lu Xinggui's expression changed instantly. Nonsense, then, second uncle, could you explain the information I've gathered? As soon as Lu Bingqing reached out, Xiaoya handed her the documents she had prepared beforehand. In January, Lu Jinhui, taking advantage of his position, conspired with two clan elders to work with two major real estate companies in the western part of the city, and won over Director Su of the marketing department to exert pressure on Sihai Henghui, taking the opportunity to seize my market control in the western part of the city. In March, Lu Xinggui recruited a large number of unemployed people and hooligans to cause trouble and disrupt my investment in the construction of the human resources market in the south of the city. In April, Lu Jinhui. A document, consisting of more than a dozen sheets of paper, listed dozens of charges against Lu Xinggui and Lu Jinhui. By the end, Lu Xinggui's face had turned green. This little bitch, she actually had so much evidence behind his back? The father and son always acted secretly and left no trace, yet they were still caught red-handed. What a cunning little scoundrel. Grandpa, I had no intention of stirring up trouble in the family, but you set the family rules now. My second uncle's family has seriously violated the rules by bribing 37 of my company's security guards to monitor me day and night, and even threatening my personal safety. Grandpa, you won't just sit idly by, will you? Lu Bingqing sighed softly and continued, if I am truly someone abandoned by the family, Grandpa, please give your approval. Whether it's marrying into another family or stepping down from my current position, I will have no complaints. I just want to know if Grandpa will uphold justice. With the evidence laid bare, Lu Bingqing used a feigned retreat to gain the upper hand, forcing Lu Xiong to give an answer regardless. Taking this opportunity, Lu Bingqing turned back and winked playfully at Lu Qingxian, as if to say, how about it, pretty good, right? Lu Qingxian rolled his eyes. Such methods are at best child's play. If Lu Xiong cares about her or values the family's prestige, that's fine, but if he's a cold-blooded person, like her great-grandfather back then, he could cripple her completely in the blink of an eye and erase all traces of her from this world overnight. I understand about these matters, Lu Xiong said casually after briefly reviewing the documents. Dad, Lu Xingwei tried to explain, but Lu Xiong raised his hand to stop him from continuing. Let's eat first, and then we can take care of everything else after we finish eating. Lu Xiong glanced at Lu Qingxian and said, You stay too, have a meal before you leave. I am very interested to see what's so special about the man my exceptionally intelligent granddaughter has chosen. Lu Qingxian stood there, neither humble nor arrogant. While the dishes were being served, Lu Qingxian turned around and went to the restroom. No sooner had he left than the young man named Wang Jinghu followed closely behind. Seeing this, Lu Bingqing neither stopped him nor exposed him, but pretended not to see it. That idiot. Lu Bingqing was secretly pleased. Hopefully, Mr. Lu will go easy on him if he kills him outright like Lu Jinhui did. The Nanling Business Alliance will probably be in an uproar. But well, I guess I've already warned it, the city of Nanling needs to be in chaos for it to be fun. The Lu family is no longer her domain. It was clear from what had just happened that her grandfather intended for Lu Jinhui to take over the family's power, which is why he turned a blind eye to what the father and son were doing. If her grandfather found out that Lu Jinhui was dead, her good days would probably be over. Inside the restroom, Lu Qingxian was urinating when he suddenly noticed a noise. He turned his head and saw Wang Jinghu's figure through the crystal pillar next to him. Wang Jinghu was walking towards him with 5 or 6 thugs in black. The group of thugs blocked Lu Qingshuan's back, while Wang Jinghu stepped forward and stood next to Lu Qingxian. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have given me this opportunity. Someone like you who relies on women and lives off them should stick close to that woman, Lu Bingqing, every step of the way. Only then can you stay safe. Unfortunately, you're too stupid to understand this principle, and I caught you red-handed. Wang Jinghu turned around and stared at Lu Qingxian. You should know what you're going to face next, right? Seeing that Lu Qingxian remained silent, Wang Jinghu narrowed his eyes. I really want to see your terrified expression now. Turn around and look at me. Oh, Lu Qingxian responded, but before he could stop urinating, he turned around and a huge stream of water sprayed all over Wang Jinghu. From his face to his feet, he was soaked in the scalding urine. Wang Jinghu stood there, completely unaware that urine had flowed into his mouth. Sorry, I have a bit of a sore throat, so the taste might not be very good. After saying that, Lu Qingxian fastened his belt and prepared to leave. You motherfucker! Stop right there! Wang Jinghu's eyes were wide with anger, bulging like a bull's, yet he exuded a calm and composed aura. His composure vanished, and he roared hysterically, grab him, pin him in the latrine and beat him to death. Meanwhile, in the hall, Lu Bingqing and the others had already taken their seats. Facing her second uncle's sharp, threatening gaze, Lu Bingqing calmly said, Second uncle, you haven't stopped trying to contact your son since I arrived. How's it going? Have you managed to get in touch? Lu Xingwei squinted, put away his phone, and took a deep breath. What did you do to Jinhui? Lu Bingqing glanced at her grandfather. Lu Xiong also said, I could more or less guess that Jinhui went to the Hangui building to look for you. Now that you're here, it proves that Jinhui didn't do anything to you. Tell Grandpa, where is Jinhui now? Is he being held captive by you? Lu Bingqing lowered her eyes. Do you want to hear the truth? 43, Chapter 43, Revealing the True Face. Truth or lie, what can you possibly do to Jinhui? Lu Xingwei said with a half smile. Of course, he didn't believe his son was in trouble. At most, he thought his son had been captured by that little bitch and his freedom was being restricted. He believed that she would have to release him immediately with just a word from the old man. Lu Bingqing poured herself a glass of wine. She never drinks, but she took a big gulp. Bingqing, Grandpa hopes to see you and your siblings get along well, rather than end up on a path of no return, Lu Xiong said earnestly. Lu Bingqing put down her wine glass and smiled faintly. So, Grandpa knew he was targeting me in the shadows, knew everything he was doing, yet he turned a blind eye to it, right? If this is the harmonious coexistence you desire, please forgive me for being unable to achieve it. Moreover, if Grandpa really wants Jinhui to take over the family, he can just say so directly and step down to someone more capable. I can accept that. Upon hearing this, a glint flashed in Lu Xingwei's eyes, and he stole a glance at the old man. Lu Xiong hesitated for a long time, then finally sighed, Is it too late for Grandpa to speak now? Consider it Grandpa's fault for wronging you. Jinhui is a steady and decisive man, and as a male heir, he has the support of many elders in the clan. After much consideration, I still think it is more appropriate to entrust the clan to him. Lu Bingqing looked up, making it impossible to discern the expression on her face, a mixture of sadness, disappointment, and, in short, an extremely complex mix. Lu Xingui laughed and said, "It seems that what my niece Bingqing said just now was not what she really meant. Could it be that my niece Bingqing does not want to step down and give way to a more capable person? It is only natural that my son will take over the family as a woman. She should just think about how to get married and contribute to the family. Worrying so much will only make her tired. Does my niece Bingqing think I'm right?" Lu Xingui's excitement was palpable. Although he had been subtly hinting at his feelings to the old man had remained silent, but just now, he finally revealed his true thoughts. As long as the old man was on their side, everything would fall into place naturally, and no one could change that. "Second uncle, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. It's not that I don't want to step down and pass the mantle to someone more capable, but rather that your son probably won't have the chance to inherit the family business." "Huh?" Lu Xingui's expression froze. "What do you mean?" Lu Bingqing shook her head. "The meaning is very simple. Your son is dead. A dead man cannot inherit the Lu family business." The air in the hall seemed to freeze completely at that moment. "Bingqing, this joke is not funny. Take back what you just said immediately." Lu Xiong's face turned extremely frightening. "It was beyond repair. Lu Jinhui trespassed into my company with a firearm, posing a threat to my personal safety. I killed him in self-defense, which was perfectly reasonable." "You?" The calm expression on Lu Xiong's face finally vanished completely. "Lu Jinhui is his only grandson and the only male heir of the third generation of the Lu family. Isn't this going to cause the Lu family line to die out? You little bitch, you dare touch my son, I'll kill you." Lu Xingui grabbed a knife and fork and lunged at them hysterically, having completely lost his mind. But in the next second, Xiaoya took a pistol out of her briefcase and pointed it directly at Lu Xingui's head. "Second uncle, I advise you not to act rashly, otherwise, I will have no choice but to send you down to join your son," Lu Bingqing said calmly. After saying that, she turned to look at her grandfather. "Grandpa, you always said that I wasn't ruthless enough and wasn't suitable to be the head of the family. Now, am I qualified?" Seeing Lu Xiong age so drastically in an instant, like a centenarian, Lu Bingqing felt a pang of pity, but she quickly dismissed this inexplicable emotion. "Grandpa, last night, someone gave me solid evidence, and I also found out the reason why more than 30 workers at the Southern Wharf were critically ill. Lu Jinhui hired a master of goo poison from Miao territory to poison my employees, resulting in the immediate death of 4 people and leaving 38 others in critical condition. Furthermore, I secretly discovered that he has close ties with the Zhangzhou Business Alliance, which is an enemy of my Sihai Hanghui. Based on the evidence I have, he not only wants to drag me down, but also plans to completely destroy our Lu family Sihai Hanghui. Therefore, he deserves to die." Lu Xiong's face was gloomy. "Nonsense, she's talking nonsense. Everything Jinhui did was for the 4 Seas Shipping Association." "Shut up!" Lu Xiong coughed heavily twice, spitting blood from his mouth, which landed all over the table. "Grandfather! Master!" A group of people rushed up in fear and trepidation. "Grandpa, what's wrong?" Lu Bingqing panicked immediately. Her grandfather was in good health and had a full physical examination every month. How could he suddenly vomit blood? "Quickly call a doctor and get the expert team from Nanling City Hospital over here." No, Mr. Lu." "Yes, Mr. Lu." Lu Bingqing's eyes lit up. "Quickly call Mr. Lu out." She glanced towards the bathroom. Just then, Lu Qingxian came out, wiping himself with a tissue in one hand and dragging Wang Jinghu along with the other. Wang Jinghu lay on the ground like a dead dog, his clothes covered in blood and large yellow water stains. Lu Qingxian casually left him aside because Lu Xiong had suddenly fallen seriously ill. The hall was in chaos, and no one paid any attention to Wang Jinghu. "Your grandfather isn't sick, he's been poisoned. I noticed this problem the moment I saw your grandfather." "Poisoning?" Lu Bingqing stared wide-eyed. "That's right, it's also a goo poison, but the method is more sophisticated. It's a mixed poison that's extremely difficult to detect. Modern medicine can't cure it, and death is inevitable. As for who poisoned him, I don't think I need to explain further, do I?" Lu Qingxian clapped his hands and looked at Lu Xingui, who looked terrified. Why, second uncle, why, you even want to harm Grandpa? Faced with Lu Bingqing's questioning, Lu Xingui retreated repeatedly, his face blank. His face changed color countless times, and suddenly, a sinister and vicious look appeared on his face. What a fucking spoilsport. Fine, you little bitch, you're something else. I am not playing with you guys anymore. My son is dead. From now on, I will be in charge of this family. Come out and slaughter them all, leave no one alive. As Lu Xingui clapped his hands, a large group of black-clad assassins, masked and wielding sharp knives, suddenly appeared in the previously empty manor hall. Judging from their appearance, they seem to have been hiding there for quite some time. Especially this little beast, catch him for me, I'm going to torture him properly. Lu Xingui pointed at Lu Qingxian and said through gritted teeth. 44, Chapter 44, Who is the murderer? Xingui, what are you doing, didn't you say? Lu Xiong couldn't believe that the place he was staying was actually full of his second son's men. What was he planning to do? What did I say? That I wouldn't hurt your precious granddaughter. Look what this little bitch has done. She could have enjoyed a lifetime of wealth and luxury if she had just immediately given up her position, but she chose to go against me. Isn't she courting death? Lu Xingui touched his smooth forehead, turned his head and stared at Lu Bingqing with amusement. How come you little slut, are so popular with this old man? He agreed to any condition to protect you, but you're too stupid to understand your grandfather's good intentions, and you've angered me. Now you'll all go to hell together. Lu Bingqing's mind was in complete chaos. What on earth is going on? What conditions did Grandpa agree to for second uncle in order to protect her? What exactly happened to the Lu family? Why doesn't she know anything about it? Xingui, now that things have come to this, the Lu family will ultimately be yours. I don't have many days left anyway, so let Bingqing leave. Let her leave, and I will personally write a will, handing over all the Lu family's assets to you. That way, you will have a legitimate claim. Otherwise, even if you kill us all, the family elders won't listen to you. It's unrealistic for you to think you can sit comfortably in my position, Lu Xiong said with a pleading tone. A once powerful figure has now fallen, reduced to a humble and subservient state. Lu Bingqing knew that her grandfather did this to save her. This sudden realization made her feel ashamed. It turned out that she had misunderstood her grandfather all along. Her grandfather had never looked down on her, nor did he have any intention of abolishing the old and establishing the new. It was her second uncle's family who were despicable and shameless, which led to the situation today. Let her go, you old geezer. Do you think that's possible? You said it yourself, the Lu family is destined to be mine at worst. I'll just have to put in a little more effort to kill all those who disobey my orders. Back then, who would dare to oppose me? However, you old codger, you are still my father, so I'm willing to give you this face. Lu Xingui chuckled knowingly. Kneel down and call me dad, then I'll let this little slut go. How about it? Lu Xiong was deathly pale. Outrageous, you wretched creature. Grandpa, no. Lu Bingqing cried out in a broken voice. Old Master Lu, you were once a prominent figure, why demean yourself for a shameless beast? Lu Qingxian strode over. You little beast, who gave you the right to speak? Lu Xingui's face was contorted with rage. He had disliked this kid for a long time and thought that Wang Jinghu could take care of him. He never expected that Wang Jinghu was also a good-for-nothing who had been reduced to this state. Seize him and cut out his tongue. At his command, two dark figures instantly appeared in front of Lu Qingxian. Both were highly trained assassins, elite assassins hired by Lu Xingui from a dark web assassin company at a high price. The sharp knife flashed through the air. For them, who were used to killing people, cutting open the body of their prey was as simple as eating and drinking, without any psychological burden. But this time, they failed. The knife was swung out, but it missed its mark the next second. The two men were grabbed at the same time, as if they were being held tightly in a pair of pliers. Click! The two men bent their wrists upwards at a 180-degree angle. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Qingxian unleashed a terrifying force from his shoulder to his fist, which then surged into the chests of the two men, instantly shattering their internal organs. From the outside, the two appeared unharmed, but in reality, they were beyond dead. Their internal energy had been transformed into power, and a single punch from them was more terrifying than being hit by a stone roller. Little Wolf, awoo! The assassin captain was stunned when he saw this scene. They've carried out hundreds of missions and encountered all sorts of situations, including some skilled fighters who were all show and no substance, but Little Wolf and Awu are elites in the team, professional boxers. They can't be so easily defeated and killed in one go. However, that was the reality. The two bodies slammed to the ground with a thud. This Lu Xiong stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. What are you all standing there for? I paid you so much money, not for you to stand here and do nothing. Kill him right now. Lu Xingui shouted hysterically. The assassin captain's brow furrowed, attacked together. He dared not be careless when facing unknown prey. 8 figures, in 4 directions. Lu Qingxian smiled calmly, very professional, but you're unlucky today to have run into me. After Lu Qingxian finished speaking, he took a step back, and then he unleashed a barrage of punches. A violent storm descended, and the 4 figures coming towards him were sent flying backwards. He moved like a dragon, weaving through the crowd, and the remaining 4 also fell to the ground one after another. Muttering. Lu Bingqing swallowed hard, a strange light flashing in her beautiful eyes. She knew the other party was very skilled in combat. She knew this from the time he easily dealt with the people brought by Yi Xiaohua at the royal court banquet, but she did not expect his skills to be this good. Perhaps even the legendary ancient martial arts families were no better than him? Who exactly is he? Since the two are engaged, does father know something about the other party? Lu Bingqing made up her mind that she would definitely ask her father for clarification when she returned home this time. However, that's a story for another time. After dealing with these people, Lu Bingqing looked at Lu Xingui and said, "Second uncle, you lost." Lu Xingui didn't believe it. He tripped over a chair and fell to the ground as he backed away, his expression blank. Just then, a large spurt of black blood suddenly gushed from the corner of his mouth. Lu Xingui, his voice trembling, wore an expression of disbelief. Why? He died without uttering a single complete sentence. Second uncle? This? Lu Xiong stood there, stunned. Lu Bingqing was also stunned for a moment. He's been poisoned and there's no hope. Lu Qingxian glanced at him. How could this be? Why would he poison himself? Lu Bingqing asked, stunned. Of course I wouldn't poison myself, someone else did, including old Master Lu and the 30-odd employees under your group. The method was all done by the same person. Lu Qingshuan's face revealed a meaningful expression. Everyone wore expressions of horror. How is that possible? Could it be Lu Jinhui? It's not him. He doesn't have that ability. He's just a spoiled brat who thinks he can control everything but actually has no real power. The real killer is among us. Lu Qingxian shook his head, his gaze first falling on old Master Lu Xiong, then on Xia holding the gun, and finally on Lu Bingqing. 45, Chapter 45, a mysterious enigma unveiled, revealing the true culprit. Mr. Lu, you don't actually think I'm the murderer, do you? It would be understandable if you said I harmed my second uncle and Lu Jinhui, but I would never harm my grandfather for the first time. Lu Bingqing felt that this man was unreliable. How could he suspect her? Lu Qingxian smiled without saying a word. Lu Bingqing turned to look at Xiaoya again, who looked completely innocent. Miss, I grew up with you. Mr. Lu, Xiaoya couldn't be the murderer. She's like a sister to me. Mr. Lu, please speak frankly. This concerns the life and death of the core members of our Lu family. Please enlighten us. Lu Xiong's expression was weak and pleading. Grandpa Lu, don't worry, get me a set of acupuncture needles. I'll help you clear the goo poison first. Lu Qingxian composed himself. After his probing words, he had taken in the subtle changes in the facial expressions of everyone nearby and had a clear understanding of the situation. Of course, he didn't know who the murderer was. He had said those words on purpose to make the real culprit reveal his true colors, and the other party did indeed fall for it. Rongxiu, go to my study and bring me my treasured acupuncture set. Rongjing, go and make Mr. Lu a cup of tea. The two maids bowed and left. Your grandfather's goo poison is more complicated than that of ordinary people. First, a goo seed is planted in his body. After the goo seed grows into a goo worm, it is then combined with 3 kinds of materials to induce it layer by layer. It's very troublesome. However, the advantage is that people who are poisoned will die without anyone knowing, and they may not even know that they died from poisoning. Forensic doctors will not be able to find any problems outside of their bodies, and in the end, they can only be judged to have died of natural causes. Lu Bingqing was horrified when she heard this. Someone wanted her grandfather dead, and to die without anyone knowing. If it wasn't her second uncle, who else could it be, and what was their purpose? A short while later, the acupuncture needles were brought out. Tea was also served in front of me. Mr. Lu, please have some tea. Rong Jing pushed the tea in front of Lu Qingxian. Put it here, I'll give the old man acupuncture first. Rong Jing smiled gently. Mr. Lu, this is a precious poor tea treasured by the master. Mr. Lu, please try it and see how it tastes. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxian picked up the glass and took a sip. The aroma of tea is irresistible. The tea cake has been aged for at least 50 years. Next, Lu Qingxian spread out his needle case, revealing dozens of silver needles, all crafted from pure black silver, each one exquisite and well-proportioned, truly worthy of being a treasured possession of Lu Xiong. The next second, Lu Qingxian flicked his finger, and a silver needle shot out instantly, piercing the old man's chest cavity with perfect accuracy. Following the second and third needles, Lu Qingxuan's movements became faster and faster, and the flying silver needles connected into threads, forming a stunning and beautiful scene. Amazing! This scene left the people standing nearby dumbfounded. Even Lu Bingqing, who had already witnessed Lu Qingxuan's methods, opened her mouth into an adorable O shape. As the 24 needles were inserted into the acupoints, a noticeable change appeared on Grandpa Lu Xiong's face, from white to red, from red to blue, and finally to a purple hue. Vomit! A fleshy worm spurted out of his mouth. The purple worm was so creepy to look at that it made your scalp crawl, like a variant of the cauliflower worm. This is a goo worm, but a single goo worm is not enough to be fatal. What is truly fatal are the other mediums that induce the goo worm to devour the body's organs. Lu Bingqing asked anxiously, is my grandfather all right now? Lu Qingxian shook his head. The silver needles are poisoned. How come your grandfather is all right? What? Lu Bingqing's face turned deathly pale. You knew it was poisonous, so why did you? Before Lu Bingqing could finish speaking, she saw a layer of blackness appear on her grandfather's face, and blood was gushing out from his eyes, nose, and ears to varying degrees. Seeing this, Lu Qingxian was neither surprised nor in a hurry. Instead, he glanced at Rong Xiu and Rong Jing without leaving a trace. Only then did he take out the silver needles he always carried with him and use them to detoxify old master Lu Xiong. It took about 5 minutes for Grandpa Lu Xiong to finally stabilize. Mr. Lu, since you know that the silver needles are poisonous, why did you still use them to treat my grandfather? My grandfather is so old, his body can't take any more treatment. Lu Bingqing's expression was very unpleasant. Lu Xiong waved his hand. I think Mr. Lu did this for a reason after all. Wouldn't the murderer be obvious this way? After speaking, Lu Xiong looked at Rong Xiu. She was the one who retrieved the silver needles, but now a deadly poison has been found on them. The culprit is quite obvious. It's the maid who has been by her side for years. Upon hearing this, Lu Bingqing immediately realized the truth. Yes, how come I didn't think of that? No, it wasn't me, I didn't do anything. Seeing everyone staring at her, Rongxiu was so frightened that she knelt on the ground, her face pale. I really didn't poison it. You still say you didn't poison it, only you touched the silver needles. Who else could it be but you? Lu Bingqing was so angry that she lost her mind. This person was too vicious. She actually wanted to kill so many people. What exactly was she trying to do? Rong Jing said with a guilty expression, Master, Miss, Rongxiu is my sister. I really didn't expect her to do such a thing. I also bear responsibility. Lu Xiong sighed, someone, take Rongxiu out and throw her into the dog pen. Wait a minute, Lu Qingxian said with a smile, she's not the murderer. Are you really going to just kill an innocent person like this, old Master Lu? Lu Xiong was completely confused. Mr. Lu, isn't the situation already very clear? How can you say it's not her? Lu Bingqing felt like she had been completely played. Yes, Mr. Lu, she was the only one who touched the silver needles from beginning to end, Xiaoya added. Lu Qingxian shook his head, his smile unwavering, and turned to stare intently at Rong Jing. Ms. Rong Jing, you're probably secretly overjoyed, aren't you? Rongxiu is dead, so someone else has taken the blame for you, and everything you've done is no one noticed, and you can continue your actions afterward, right? 40. 46, Chapter 46, Meticulous as a Dog. Rong Jing seemed to be trying her best to control her emotions as she confronted Lu Qingxuan. She felt no fear at all, only confusion. Lu Bingqing and Lu Xiong were also puzzled. Mr. Lu, could there be a mistake? Rong Jing has worked for our family for over 20 years, and old Master Lu Xiong seemed to have something difficult to say, and sighed. Rong Jing smiled slightly. Mr. Lu, I'm not surprised that you doubt me after all. It seems you prefer my young and beautiful sister Rong Xiao. But everything requires evidence. Such a serious crime would warrant the death penalty from the master. Can an innocent person be convicted based solely on Mullah's words? Of course not. Lu Qingxuan's smile seemed to possess a special power, and for some reason, Rong Jing felt a little scared. First of all, as I said before, to make old Master Lu die silently from poisoning, that goo worm alone is not enough, and it's too obvious to do it without anyone noticing. We need 3 special catalysts. Each of these 3 catalysts is an ordinary thing that is completely harmless, but when the 3 are combined, they can trigger a special fragrance. As long as old Master Lu smells this fragrance, the goo worm in his body will receive the signal and begin to slowly gnaw at his organs. And when old Master Lu dies, the goo worm will also die, turning into blood without leaving a trace. Lu Qingxian walked to the center of the round table, where an inconspicuous osmanthus was placed in the central vase. Then, Lu Qingxian went to Grandpa Lu Xiong and took out a sachet from the pocket of his shirt. This is a calming incense that an old Chinese medicine doctor prescribed for mites, said to help with sleep and relieve fatigue, Grandpa Lu Xiong explained. Lu Qingxian nodded. Indeed, this sachet is quite effective, but the fragrant leaves it contains are the second of the 3 types of ingredients I mentioned. As for the third option, Lu Qingxian said, looking at Rong Jing. May we check your bib pockets? Rong Jing's pupils contracted. Rong Jing, take the contents out and let Mr. Lu inspect them, Lu Xiong commanded without room for argument. Rong Jing had no choice but to comply. She reached in and pulled out a bell. Mr. Lu, it's a bell, not some kind of medicine, Lu Bingqing quickly said. However, Lu Qingxuan's face revealed a knowing smile. The bell is the right one. The scent of osmanthus and fragrant leaves is enough to activate the goo worms. This bell is called the goo bell. The sound it makes is inaudible to ordinary people, but the goo worms can sense it very keenly and become extremely agitated. Ms. Rong Jing, may I ask you to ring the bell? Across from him, Rong Jing's face was gloomy. But at this point, whether she did it or not was no longer up to her. As the bell rang, no one heard any sound, but the purple worms in the small bowl began to wriggle rapidly, as if awakened by something, moving wildly, disgustingly, and terrifyingly. May I ask, sir, is it also when you eat that your illness flares up and you experience unbearable internal pain? May I ask, sir, is Ms. Rong Jing present every time you eat here? Grandpa Lu Xiong sighed heavily and nodded. At this point, the truth has come to light. If you still think the evidence is not sufficient, as he spoke, Lu Qingxian slapped the cup of tea that Rong Jing had made for him. Tea leaves spilled on the ground, bubbling thickly with white foam, followed by a strange purple mist. This cup of highly poisoned tea was prepared for me by her because she sensed that I would ruin her plans. Rong Jing, for over 20 years, you've been in my Lu family for over 20 years, and I've treated you like my own daughter. Why? Lu Xiong was extremely disappointed. He had no daughters, only 3 sons, and treated Rong Jing as his own. Although she was a servant, it did not affect her status in the Lu family. Lu Xiong did not understand why she would do this. Rong Jing did not answer him, but stared intently at Lu Qingxian, like a venomous snake. How did you know the tea was poisoned? Besides, I'm curious, you drank my tea, so why are you unharmed? Lu Qingxian laughed and said, it's very simple. First, when I said that the murderer was among us, everyone was surprised, but you were the only one whose calmness was beyond what ordinary people could see. Second, your old man's condition was so serious, but when you brought me tea, the first thing you did was not to have me do acupuncture, but to have me taste the tea. Obviously, having me taste the tea was the result you really wanted to see. After listening to his analysis, Lu Bingqing was completely dumbfounded. That's incredibly detailed. She prided herself on her keen insight, her ability to endure and strategize, and her skill in testing and observing people's hearts. However, compared to Lu Qingxian, she was utterly outmatched. It's like a primary school student meeting a doctoral student. Mr. Lu, but we clearly saw you drink the tea, so why are you not feeling anything now? Lu Bingqing was practically a curious child. Hee, as for why I remained unharmed after drinking your tea? Lu Qingxian chuckled. 47, Chapter 47, Taking Advantage of Someone's Misfortune. Lu Qingxian unfolded his sleeve, which was soaking wet. I didn't drink it at all. It's easy to heal others, but difficult to heal yourself. If I were poisoned, the consequences would be very troublesome, so after taking a mouthful, I secretly wet my sleeve while the acupuncture was being administered. Rongjing sat down on the ground with a thud. Rongjing, tell me, why is that? In an instant, Lu Xiong aged more than 10 years. Lu Bingqing saw this and felt sorry for him, but she couldn't find the words to comfort him. Grandpa wasn't this heartbroken when his second uncle died of poisoning. After all, his second uncle had threatened him, and their feelings for each other had long been exhausted. But Rongjing was different over the years. He had genuine feelings for Rongjing and treated her like a daughter. Why? Seeing that he had been completely exposed, Rongjing stopped pretending and sat on the ground with his hair disheveled. You still have the nerve to ask why? When have you ever cared about our family, you old geezer? My son is so outstanding, yet in your eyes he can only take a back seat. What does my son lack compared to this wretched girl? Rongjing roared hysterically. Everyone was stunned. Son? Rongjing, what are you saying? Lu Xiong stared wide-eyed, his face full of shock. It seems to be a melodramatic family secret. Lu Qingshuan's smile was enigmatic. Lu Bingqing considered a bold possibility and asked tentatively, with disbelief, is Lu Jinhui your son? Rongjing's eyelids twitched. That beast Lu Xingui, 25 years ago, not long after I came here, he coerced and forced me to get pregnant with the Lu family's child. He forbade me to make a fuss and gave me a year's leave to give birth to the child. Do you know, my child is in front of me every day, but I can't touch him, let alone go up to him and acknowledge him. 25 years, a full 25 years, and Jinhui still doesn't know who his real mother is. I hate that beast Lu Xingui, and I hate you too. In what way is Jinhui inferior to this stupid girl? You give her everything good. Isn't Jinhui your grandson? Lu Bingqing frowned. Stupid girl, she thought, that's really annoying. Who controls the family business depends on the support of the elders, as well as the project revenue, production capacity, and sustainable development capabilities created under the same resources. I win in all these aspects. The position of the eldest princess is something I earned through hard work, not because of my grandfather's favoritism. If you don't even understand this, why do you keep calling me a stupid girl? If we're talking about stupidity, you, who wreaked havoc everywhere, caused the destruction of my Lu family, and tried to overstep your bounds, are the most foolish. Even the death of your son was caused by you. If you hadn't fueled his ambition, he wouldn't have ended up like this today. Lu Bingqing retorted without backing down an inch. No, impossible. My son was killed by you, you little bitch. I'm going to kill you. Rongjing, disheveled and with a ferocious expression, was hysterical. He grabbed a small green bottle from somewhere and smashed it to pieces. In an instant, thick green smoke filled the hall, and even Lu Qingshuan's expression changed slightly upon smelling the strange aura. What kind of poison is this? Why does it feel so slightly familiar? Ha 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 ha, the heavenly maiden's love potion has no effect on men, but if a woman takes it, she will become the ultimate slut. The dignified eldest daughter of the Lu family, the princess of the Four Seas Aviation Association, has been turned into a promiscuous little slut who is indulging in debauchery day and night. This is more painful for you than killing you, isn't it? Jinhui, do you see this? This is the last thing your mother will do for you. Lu Xiong flew into a rage, his eyes bloodshot. Men, seize her and throw her in the dog kennel. Don't bother, I'll come back as a vengeful ghost to haunt you. Before the security guards could even enter, Rongjing plunged a needle into his neck and ended his life on the spot. At this point, who is right and who is wrong is no longer important. What matters is what to do about Lu Bingqing and Xiaoya. They are both girls, and it's too troublesome for them to be poisoned like this. In addition to the two of them, there was also Rongxiu, the maid. Mr. Lu, too feel really uncomfortable, like there are a lot of ants crawling out of my body. Lu Bingqing's face was flushed, and she unconsciously bent over. The intense tingling sensation made her almost unable to stand. Xiaoya, who was next to her, was in the same situation, and the two of them had to support each other to barely stand up. It's so hot, Sister Bingqing, I want to. Don't think about it, hold on, Mr. Lu will definitely find a way. Lu Qingxian stepped forward and grabbed her wrist. The more he took her pulse, the more his heart sank, because both of their pulses were perfectly normal, and there was no sign of poisoning at all. Mr. Lu, how is he? Lu Xiong asked hurriedly. Lu Qingxian shook his head. It's very troublesome. We can't find the root cause. His physical condition is completely normal, so we can't prescribe the right medicine. As soon as Lu Qingxian finished speaking, Lu Bingqing threw herself into his arms. Her body was warm, soft, and incredibly tender beneath her cold exterior. Her figure was incredibly hot. Lu Qingxian had to admit that Lu Bingqing's figure, hidden beneath her black dress, was a level above Li Yunmeng's. Rongxiu, go out and find the head steward, and ask him to find you a man. Lu Xiong sighed, as if he had made an important decision. Mr. Lu, please take them inside for treatment. If there's really no other way, I'll have to trouble you. Anyway, don't make a fuss about it afterwards. We need to save face for the Lu family. This is the only way now. Lu Qingxian nodded, then led Lu Bingqing and Xiaoya out of the side hall and into the empty bedroom. As soon as they entered, the drug overwhelmed their senses, and they clung to him like koalas, one on each side. Lu Qingxuan's eyelids twitched. He was a man too, and it was impossible for him not to react when embraced by two such sexy and soft women. However, he didn't want to take advantage of them, but he really had no choice now. 48, Chapter 48, Then Let Us Defy Heaven. Mr. Lu, please help me. Please. Xiaoya's shoulders were half exposed as she reached out and groped Lu Qingxuan's body. Xiaoya, you're so shameless. Mr. Lu is mine, and I won't let you steal my man. At this moment, Lu Bingqing had lost her previous cold and aloof demeanor. Her black lace dress had been thrown somewhere, and her hair was disheveled. It's Bingqing who's being unreasonable. How could anyone listen to you at a time like this? Xiaoya still had a sliver of reason left, but her black stockings and office lady uniform were long gone. Wait, don't rush, I think I've thought of a way to detoxify. Lu Qingxuan's brain was working at lightning speed. When that venomous woman released the deadly poison, Lu Qingxian had a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Now, upon closer reflection, he realized that he had indeed seen it before. It was when he was a child at home, when an outsider used the same so-called Heavenly Maiden's Joy powder on one of his cousins. When the poison took effect, it was uncontrollable, which caused the entire Lu family to be furious. Few could withstand the Lu family's wrath, and afterwards, the person who poisoned the body, along with the entire force behind him, completely disappeared from Zhanghai. In order to save his cousin, the family asked his great-grandfather to come out of retirement. After that, Lu Qingxian remembered that the servants started to carry ice blocks into the room, and after carrying the ice blocks, they carried a large pot. Ice and fire. A flash of inspiration struck Lu Qingxian. Oh, right, ice and fire. Ice, being an extremely cold substance, inherently possesses the property of freezing everything, including the body, cells, and even life itself. Flame, on the other hand, represents hope and revival, and has the property of melting ice. If these two properties are perfectly combined, then it is possible to freeze the toxins in the bodies of Lu Bingqing and Xiaoya without harming them, and then thaw them with high temperature to restore their vitality. The first step is to use acupuncture to seal the vital points of the two people, so that even if they are frozen into ice sculptures, they will not die in a short time. Having figured out the steps, Lu Qingxian immediately had ice blocks and a large pot sent to the room until the room was filled with ice. When Lu Xiong learned that the other party had come up with a solution, he rushed over and waited outside the door all night, pacing anxiously back and forth inside the room. It was a world of contrasts, as if they were living in two different worlds. By 8 o'clock the next morning, all the ice had melted into water, which overflowed and almost flooded the hall. Inside the room, Lu Bingqing was covered with a quilt, while Xiaoya sat naked in the pot. Not long after, Xiaoya woke up and looked around in a daze. She seemed to be having a dream, in which she was being flirtatious with Mr. Lu and wanted to become his woman. To be honest, of course she wanted to become Lu's woman. After all, he was so outstanding and capable, what woman wouldn't love him? But she knew that Sister Bingqing also had feelings for Mr. Lu, so how could she possibly compete with Sister Bingqing for him? The thought had just crossed her mind when a cool breeze suddenly blew by, and Xiaoya instinctively hugged her chest with both hands. Alas? What did she touch? Xiaoya looked down and her eyes widened instantly. She opened her mouth and made the loudest noise she had ever made since birth, almost blowing the roof off. The next second, Xiaoya jumped out of the pot and into Lu Qingxuan's arms. "Wah, Mr. Lu, you bullied me, you saw everything, I was naked, you have to take responsibility." Lu Qingxian was at a loss. This was different from yesterday. At least yesterday he was dressed, but now he was completely naked. Wasn't this a test of his self-control? Just then, a sinister voice came from the bed. "Xiaoya, you're having quite a bit of fun, huh? I never noticed before." Lu Bingqing, wrapped in the blanket with only her head peeking out, deliberately raised her voice and said in a sarcastic tone, "Wah, Mr. Lu, you've bullied me, you've seen everything, you have to take responsibility." Women in love are definitely different, aren't they, Xiaoya? Xiaoya's face turned as red as if it had been filled with pig's blood. "Sister Bingqing, you're making fun of me." Lu Bingqing snorted and tilted her head. "Tch, making fun of you, wasn't it you who started it?" "Ahem, I remember when someone first woke up, he was about the same as Xiaoya, making a fuss about making me take responsibility, and he wouldn't get off me," Lu Qingxian said with a half-smile, implying something. Lu Bingqing blushed and retorted, "How can that be the same? I'm your fiancé, what I did was legal, reasonable and compliant." After saying that, she glared fiercely at Xiaoya. "Xiaoya, let me tell you, if I find out you're seducing Mr. Lu again, I'll beat you to death." Xiaoya said awkwardly, "What should I do now? I can't move while I'm clinging to Mr. Lu, otherwise he'll see everything." "You little brat, you've already looked at me, do you want me to tear you apart?" Lu Bingqing was furious. How long did this brat intend to hug her? She had only hugged her for a short while, but this girl had hugged her for at least 3 minutes. This was simply too much. "Get down quickly." Oh, Xiaoya's face turned as red as blood. Her white feet stepped into the water, and she ran naked to the bed, where she hugged Lu Bingqing. The two snuggled under the covers, playfully fighting, occasionally lifting the covers to reveal large glimpses of their bodies, which aroused Lu Qingxuan's lust. "Sigh, I acted like a gentleman last night, I wonder if I'll regret it later." "You can rest here, I'll go out and inform old Master Lu, then your Lu family's affairs will be almost resolved. Remember what you promised me, our engagement is officially over." Suddenly, there was no sound from under the covers. After a long pause, Lu Bingqing said, "I understand." Lu Qingxian hesitated for 2 steps, wanting to say something but stopping himself in the end. All his words turned into a long sigh, and then he turned and left. Thinking, why did you agree so readily? This is the first time in all these years that I've seen you so emotional towards a man. You said you'd get what you want, right? Xiaoya muttered to herself, hiding under the covers. Lu Bingqing did not answer her question and remained silent. Leaving the Lu family manor, Lu Qingxian took a deep breath. So much had happened in the past 2 days that he was exhausted. What he needs to do now is rest and recuperate, maintain his best condition, and wait for Chen Jiadi to gather all the information about the Lu family. In addition, there is the Zhengzhou Business Alliance. However, since the Central Continent Merchant Alliance has close ties with Suao, could they obtain the 3rd medicinal herb directly from Suao? After all, it's to help his wife cure her illness, there's no reason for him not to help, right? After thinking it over, Lu Qingxian decided against it. Putting aside the fact that Suao looked down on him, this was a favor he owed Antang Yun. If Suao were to repay it, what would be the point? Besides, it was just a mere medicinal herb, how could it possibly stump Lu Qingxian? After resting for a whole day at Chen Jiadi's Pentagon Intelligence Center, he received a call from Su Yufei as soon as he woke up in the evening. "Brother Qingxian, I've been looking for you all day, why aren't you answering your calls, are you angry?" "Not answering the phone?" Lu Qingxian checked his phone and found that the girl had called more than 50 times that day, and he hadn't answered a single one. "What's wrong, Yufei, is there something you need?" The voice on the other end sounded resentful. "Brother Qingxian, can't I contact you if there's nothing wrong? Why are you being so distant with me? Are you not planning to contact Yufei anymore?" Yufei, a freshman in college, is at the age when she is just beginning to experience romantic feelings. She has had a special attachment to Lu Qingxian since high school, and this attachment has become even more pronounced after she learned that her brother Qingxian had gotten divorced. "Of course not, brother Qingxian will always keep in touch with Yufei," Lu Qingxian casually reassured her. Yufei knows that brother Qingxian is the best. By the way, brother Qingxian, my accommodation has been arranged. It's a very, very big villa. My dad is having a celebration today and has invited a lot of friends. Brother Qingxian, would you like to come too? I don't know any of these people, brother Qingxian. You've come to keep Yafei company. Yafei is very scared. Lu Qingxian couldn't stand girls' coquettishness, so after a lot of pleading and cajoling, they had no choice but to agree. After repeatedly promising to arrive in a moment, Su Yufei finally hung up the phone. Young master is quite popular with women, but it's a pity that his love life is too bumpy, destined to be sigh. Chen Jiadi stood not far from the bed, holding a brand new set of clothes in his hands, looking worried. Lu Qingxian shook his head. For me, nothing is predetermined. If heaven wants to destroy me, I will defy it. Chen Jiadi smiled with satisfaction. Others would laugh at such a thing, but coming from the young master's mouth, I believe it without a doubt. At this moment, Chen Jiadi genuinely admired the young man before him, and his identity gradually shifted from a protector to a true retainer and servant. Well, cough, by the way, you know I'm going to see Yafei later, so out of courtesy I'll definitely bring a gift. Do you have any better collectibles, at least something rarer than those few bottles of rubbish you gave me yesterday? Otherwise, it's embarrassing to give them away. People will just say they're garbage, fake wine that will make you sick. Lu Qingxian touched his nose and chuckled. 49, Chapter 49, She is my woman. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiadi's face turned as black as charcoal. That's a priceless treasure. He wouldn't even drink himself. Fake liquor, isn't this just trying to infuriate him? Which bastard said that? I'll tear his mouth off. Lu Qingxian waved his hand. Never mind who said that. In short, you need to bring out some treasures that are both visually appealing and valuable. No matter where your young master is, he can't be too shabby, can he? Chen Jiadi's eyelids twitched, and he said sullenly, Young master, you should probably change that line. Young master's wedding, gift-giving, and meetings with those bigwigs are all things that this old servant has been handling behind the scenes. My meager reserves are almost depleted. Young master, please have pity on this old servant. Stop talking nonsense. When those guys try to get close to you by buying information, they always bring some precious treasures. I think your underground warehouse is almost full. It's not that easy to empty it out. Lu Qingxuan's face hardened. Chen Jiadi sighed and turned to go to the underground warehouse. Along the way, she kept thinking that since the young master and Li Yunmeng had already divorced, she had to send someone to retrieve those antiques. After all, if it weren't for the young master, he wouldn't have wanted to give any of those things to the Li family. They didn't deserve them. Before long, Chen Jiadi brought out a box with an antique feel. In the northwest of China, there was a jade Z-bead that came out of the Tianzong Bodhisattva temple in the 1950s. This thing is worth 9 figures, and it's priceless. Chen Jiadi introduced it leisurely, his pride evident in his words. The main thing is whether it looks good or not. After all, it's a gift for Sister Yafei. No matter how valuable it is, it's useless if it's ugly. Lu Qingxian took it. Young master, please rest assured of my judgment, Chen Jiadi assured him. Upon opening the box, what was inside was not a traditional Z-bead, but rather one surrounded by imperial green jadeite, with the eye of the Z-bead visible in the very center. Not bad, this is the one. After looking at it, Lu Qingxian immediately took a liking to it. After getting dressed, Lu Qingxian immediately took a taxi to the location given by Su Yufei. Golden Garden. This is one of the most prestigious villa districts in the entire Nanling city, and Su Ao spent money to acquire the king of the buildings here, a 3-story giant villa covering more than 2,000 square meters. For Aunt Tang, who had never enjoyed wealth and luxury in her life and had spent her entire life struggling and taking care of Su Yufei with great hardship, things had finally come to an end. Su Ao had provided the villa with 7 nannies and more than 10 security guards outside. Today is no exception. After acquiring the villa, Su Ao immediately used his influence to hold a grand celebration banquet in the villa, inviting celebrities and nobles from all walks of life. He did this for one reason only, to tell the people of Nanling City that he, Su Ao, was back, and that his family consisted of Su Yufei and Tang Yun, and that from now on no one could bully him. Although the compensation afterward was less than what a dog could offer, Tang Yun and Su Yufei really need a man to stand up for them now, and Su Ao is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Brother Qingxian, over here. Su Yufei stood at the villa entrance, eagerly waiting. When she saw Lu Qingxian, she waved and greeted him from afar. Today she wore a particularly beautiful cyan princess dress, with emerald green jade pendants hanging from her ears. She looked ethereal and graceful, truly deserving of the title of campus beauty of Nanling University. As soon as she entered the university, our Yafei has transformed into a little rich woman. I almost didn't recognize her, Lu Qingxian joked. Su Yufei blushed. You're so annoying, you always tease me. Shouldn't brother Qingxian be happy for me? My dad is back, and from now on, mom won't have to work so hard anymore. She won't have to worry about tuition fees anymore. Lu Qingxian nodded. From now on, Consortia will finally be able to freely choose the path she wants to take, and of course I am happy for Consortia. Su Yufei proudly raised her long, slender, and fair neck, like that of a white swan, and said, "Humph, that's more like it. Brother Qingxian, some of my classmates are coming today. I'll introduce them to you. Then there are also a lot of friends my dad invited, but I don't know any of them and I don't want to deal with them. They all look fierce and scary. Anyway, since brother Qingxian is here today, no one else matters. Come in with me, I'll show you some fun things and delicious food." Su Yufei was so excited that she was almost incoherent. Holding Lu Qingxuan's hand, they walked into the villa's hall. At this moment, many eyes turned to them, all with expressions of surprise and astonishment. Su Ao's daughter was actually holding hands with a grown man? As a result, Lu Qingxuan's identity became the subject of much speculation. It should be noted that Su Ao has made a powerful comeback with his current strength. He is fully capable of going toe-to-toe with the Black Dragon Guild, the local power in Nanling City. Becoming Su Ao's son-in-law means that you can walk sideways in Nanling City from now on, and no one will dare to provoke you. Many young people are trying to win over Princess Yufei's smile and seize the opportunity, but little did they know that the princess already has someone she loves. "Brother Qingxian, look, this is velvet chocolate that Dad bought from abroad, and a high-pious cake. It's very expensive. I didn't want to eat it when I heard the price, so I saved it for you, brother Qingxian." Two delicate and beautiful pastries were presented to Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian looked at her and couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to pat her head. This girl, he even saved the best food for her. These 3 years of pampering haven't been in vain. "One for each of us." "Okay, one for each of you." Su Yufei smiled sweetly, opened her cherry-like mouth, carefully put the chocolate in, and squinted her eyes to taste it. Her cute and innocent appearance made Lu Qingxian feel sweet inside as well. The two strolled around the villa, showing Lu Qingxian around the rooftop, swimming pool, back garden, and even Yufei's private bedroom. When the two reappeared in the living room, a villa butler hurried over. "Miss Yufei, your father wants to see you." "Huh, I haven't had enough fun yet." Su Yufei pouted unhappily. "Go to your dad's place first, and come back when you're done." Lu Qingxian patted her shoulder. "Well, alright then, brother Qingxian, you can't just slip away by yourself. You have to eat here before you leave." "Leave? Pinky promise." "Okay, pinky promise." Lu Qingxian has always been quite doting on her. This girl lost her father at a young age and depended on her mother for survival. Despite her poverty, she was very sensible, hardworking, and grateful. She was not changed by the cruel society. Such a pure and kind girl is very rare. Even someone as cold as him would unconsciously smile whenever he was with Su Yufei. And he was willing to cooperate with her in doing many childish things. No sooner had Su Yufei left than Lu Qingxian was surrounded by several young people before he could even sit down. "Who are you?" Lu Qingxian looked at the group with a puzzled expression. "These people are too young, and they look about the same age as Yufei. They are likely her classmates from school." Just then, the group of young people parted to make way for a handsome, sunny boy who was wearing sportswear and was about 18 meters tall. "Hello, my name is Wu Zhe. I am in the same class as Yufei. May I ask your name? How did you meet Yufei, and what is your relationship now?" Wu Zhe asked a series of questions right away. He couldn't just confront Yufei while she was there, as that would upset her, but now that she's gone, everything is much simpler. However, his series of questions actually stumped Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian smiled and didn't seem to mind. "Sorry, I can't comment." Wu Zhe's eyes turned cold. "Do you know that Yufei is my woman? I don't care who you are. From now on I don't want you to appear by Yufei's side anymore. Do you understand?" Lu Qingxuan's smile vanished. "Yufei is too young and has no plans to date. If she did, she would have told me immediately, so she is no one to you. Put away your self-righteous attitude." Wu Zhe laughed in anger, his once handsome and sunny face instantly filled with gloom. "Interesting. May I ask if you're provoking me? Then you'd better find out who the person you're provoking really is." Beside him, a student who looked like a traitor sneered, "I'm sure you'll be scared to death if I tell you. Our young master Zhe is the younger brother of Wu Yanji, the eldest son of the powerful Wu family in Nanling." Wu Zhe said arrogantly, I'll say it again, Su Yufei is my woman, and I have already obtained Mr. Su Ao's consent to become the Su family's son-in-law. If I see you getting close to Yufei again, I will break your legs, I promise. 50, Chapter 50, He's just a poor loser. Inside the hall, as the atmosphere grew tense, a Maybach drove up from a distance and came to a steady stop in the spacious parking space in front of the villa, where luxury cars were gathered. 2 women and 1 man got off the bus. Li Yunmeng took off the large sunglasses that covered half of her face. The shock on her face had not yet subsided. She muttered to herself, "It's unbelievable. Sister Yufei's father is actually Su Ao, a big shot who was famous in northern Sichuan. I always thought her father was an irresponsible bastard who abandoned his wife and daughter." "Yunmeng, do you know this big shot Su Ao's daughter?" Chen Yulong asked in surprise. Li Yunmeng nodded with a complicated expression. "Yes, I met him through Lu Qingxuan before I married him. I heard him say that the reason he stayed in Nanling was because Aunt Tang Yun and Su Yufei saved his life, and he wanted to repay their kindness." "Someone like him wants to repay a debt of gratitude?" Chen Yulong scoffed, looking down on him. "How shameless." Secretary Han spat. "The money that Mr. Lu gave to support that mother and daughter all came from the company. How can he have the nerve to say that he's repaying a debt of gratitude? Only a loser like him would take Yunmeng's money to do favors. Now that Su Ao is back, his family is rich. With that loose character, he will definitely not let go of such a good thing. He will most likely ask Su Ao for credit and some benefits." "I guess so." Secretary Han immediately thought it was very likely. "There's no point in saying all this today. Su Ao is hosting a grand banquet, and almost half of the prominent families and elites in Nanling City will be sending people. If our Yunmeng group wants to develop further, we can't miss this kind of occasion." Li Yunmeng breathed a sigh of relief. "Plus, I know Su Yufei, so maybe I can bring Su Ao to my side. Then the Black Dragon Guild will have to watch my face." Recalling the scene of being threatened and coerced by Yi Xiaohua the night before last, Li Yunmeng secretly vowed that she would never allow such a thing to happen to her again. Absolutely not. The 3 entered the manor and, guided by a waiter, arrived at the hall. "Mr. Meng, look, holy crap, young Master Chen's mouth is even more eloquent than a dog's. Sure enough, that guy surnamed Lu is here." Secretary Han was so excited that she didn't realize she had said the wrong thing. However, Chen Yulong didn't hear clearly. His entire attention was on Lu Qingxian. "I really underestimated him to be so shameless." Li Yunmeng frowned slightly. "Maybe I paid too little attention to him after we got married, and I didn't realize that he was actually this kind of person. Let's go somewhere else. I don't want to deal with him." Li Yunmeng turned around and wanted to leave. "No, Mr. Meng, let's watch the show before we leave," Secretary Han said excitedly. "Yeah, Yunmeng, don't you want to see how this kid is going to get into trouble?" Chen Yulong pointed at the sunny young man opposite Lu Qingxian. "Do you know who that guy is? He's the young master of the Wu family, Wu Yanji's younger brother, the troublemaker at Nanling University. He had several lives on his hands before he was even an adult. Lu Qingxian offended him, and he's really in big trouble today. Although Wu Zhe is only a freshman in college, he is already notorious in high school. He was a notorious playboy who dragged a girl into the woods, raped her, and then destroyed the body. Although the incident caused a great uproar, it was eventually suppressed by the Wu family. With such a person and the Wu family as his background, he was fearless in Nanling City." Hearing him say that, Li Yunmeng gave up the idea of leaving immediately. She really wanted to see what this stubborn and shameless guy would be like after he suffered a setback. Lu Qingxian was unaware that Li Yunmeng, Secretary Han, and their group were watching from the sidelines not far away. After Wu Zhe finished speaking, Lu Qingxuan's smile slowly faded. "You're saying Su Ao agreed to let you become Su family's son-in-law?" "That's right. I met Mr. Su Ao yesterday. The Wu family and the Su family are a perfect match, and Yufei and I are a match made in heaven. No one but me is qualified to be by her side. Do you have any objections?" Lu Qingxian flicked his fingers, his eyes lowered. Those who know him well will understand that his nonchalant gesture signifies that he is already on the verge of being ignited. He abandoned his wife and daughter for more than 10 years, and now he wants to sell his daughter as soon as he comes back. He truly deserves to be called a big shot in northern Sichuan. Those around him were terrified when they heard him mutter these words, and they all shrank back. Abandoning his wife and daughter was a deep wound in Su Ao's heart, and no one could mention it to him. As a result, this kid not only exposed his past wounds in public, but also said that he sold his daughter as soon as he came back. I wonder how furious Su Ao would be if he heard this. Even Wu Wu Zhe, sitting opposite him, couldn't help but give him a thumbs up with a half smile, whether he was praising his audacity or mocking his ignorance and pitifulness. Let me tell you clearly, Sueo's words don't count as long as Yafei doesn't agree. No one can force her. Don't even mention your Mirwu family. Even the most powerful family in Jiangnan wouldn't be qualified here. Lu Qingxuan's tone left no room for argument. Are you serious? Wu Zhe's expression was extremely sarcastic. You are welcome to test whether my words are true or not. Lu Qingxian looked at him. I don't care what you were like in the past, but in the future, if I find out that you have done anything that is detrimental to Yafei, I will personally cripple your limbs and send you to your grandfather. Wu Zhe was trying hard to suppress his laughter, but in the end he couldn't hold it in. Ha, listen to this. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was some kind of nobleman. He doesn't even put Mr. Sueo in his eyes and even boasted that he would cripple me, Wu Zhe. Suddenly, Wu Zhe slammed his hand on the table, startling everyone with his unexpected outburst. Wu Zhe stared intently at Lu Qingxian. You've got some serious skills. May I ask your name, so that I may have the honor of acquaintance to see who you are? Although he was arrogant, he wasn't stupid. He had already been sentenced to death by Lu Qingxian when Lu Qingxian said those words, but Wu Zhe had one advantage. He would always carefully investigate all the information about the other party before taking action to ensure that he wouldn't cause trouble for the Wu family. This is the secret to how he managed to get away with so many deaths and still escape justice. Once he's determined that the person in front of him has no powerful connections, he'll immediately take action, leaving a trail of blood. Seeing that Lu Qingxian remained silent, Wu Zhe gradually lost patience. Young Master Wu, he's just a spineless loser who lives off a woman. You don't need to worry about him at all. Chen Yulong, who was in the crowd, could no longer hold back. Young Master Chen, you know him? Wu Zhe turned his head and glanced at Chen Yulong, who was speaking. Chen Yulong grinned. Of course I know him, how could I not? This loser is the ex-husband of the CEO of Yunmeng Group. Look, the CEO of Yunmeng Group is right here. Young Master Wu can ask her himself. Li Yunmeng hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded under everyone's gaze. Chen Yulong's smile widened as he continued, this loser is lazy and good for nothing, used to living off women. He was kicked out by Yunmeng. And now that Mr. Sueo has returned from searching for his daughter, he's set his sights on Princess Yafei again. You get the picture, right? Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. No wonder he got so close to Princess Yafei. It turns out he was kicked away by Li Yunmeng and now he wants to hook up with a new rich woman and continue to live off her. How shameless. There can't be such a shameless man in the world. He has completely disgraced men. Wu Zhe chuckled, his eyes instantly turning as cold as a venomous snake. You deserve to die. You actually had designs on my woman. Hold him down and break his arms and legs. I'll go get Mr. Sueo. This kind of scum should be dealt with by Mr. Sueo personally. 51, Chapter 51, On the Verge of Eruption. Seeing the group of fierce-looking men rushing over, Li Yunmeng frowned slightly, hesitated, and wanted to step forward and explain. Chen Yulong saw through her intention. Yunmeng, at a time like this, what is there to feel guilty about? The sooner this disgusting person gets rid of him, the better for you. Li Yunmeng sighed and turned to leave. Being able to study at Nanjing University means your future won't be too bad. I advise you not to court death just to become his lackeys. If you really lay a hand on me, your fate will be terrible. Lu Qingxian calmly picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and said nonchalantly. Everyone laughed so hard they slapped their thighs after hearing this. Several daring and ruthless men suddenly grabbed Lu Qingxuan's hair from behind and pulled him to the ground. As if he had sensed something, Lu Qingxian smashed the teacup behind him, and the shattered ceramic shards pierced the boy's face, leaving his face a bloody mess. The other person's arm was grabbed by Lu Qingxian, who then thrust his fist upwards, breaking the elbow instantly. He dispatched the two men in the blink of an eye, without even glancing at them once. It was this nonchalant demeanor that instantly calmed the remaining people down, like a bucket of cold water being poured over them, chilling them to the bone. Meanwhile, some of the high-ranking officials and dignitaries who were watching quickly distanced themselves from this dangerous man. Upon seeing this, Chen Yulong's expression darkened further. Damn it, how come this kid is so good at fighting? It was the same at the royal banquet before. If it weren't for his good skills, I wouldn't have suffered such a big loss. Upon noticing the commotion, the security captain in charge of public order and Zhu Weiming, the old housekeeper hired by Sueo, rushed to the scene immediately. Young Master Wu, what happened? The old butler, Zhu Weiming, had excellent eyesight and spotted Wu Zhe at a glance. Living in Nanling City, as the head butler of a noble villa, he knew the appearance of those descendants of prestigious families by heart. He was adept at speaking to people in a way that suited them, and his ability to overcome any obstacle was unparalleled. Wu Zhe pointed at Lu Qingxian and said, "He injured my men. Mr. Su Ao hates nothing more than someone causing trouble on his turf, right?" Zhu Weiming squinted. "Young Master Wu, please rest assured, I will handle this properly." After saying that, he came to Lu Qingxuan's side and said, "Sir, please show your identification." He was unfamiliar with Lu Qingxian, but once he figured out who he was, he would know how to handle the situation. He struck first, so it's reasonable for me to act in self-defense, right? If you don't believe me, there are witnesses and surveillance cameras all over this hall. You can see for yourself, Lu Qingxian said. Zhu Weiming chuckled. "I know who made the first move. I now demand that you show your identification, sir, or I will have you thrown out immediately." Lu Qingxian raised an eyebrow. "It seems you're deliberately targeting me?" "It's all business, sir, please don't misunderstand," Zhu Weiming said with a forced smile. He was now almost 80% certain that the young man in front of him had no background, because if he had anything to offer, he would definitely show it off in front of everyone without any concealment, just to prove himself. "Fine, I'd love to see how you're going to throw me out." Lu Qingxian sat there as steady as a mountain. Zhu Weiming's eyes turned cold, and he beckoned the security captain over. "Captain Su, please take some men to arrest him and let young Master Wu deal with him." A dozen or so security guards rushed in from outside. These men were carrying batons, wearing bulletproof vests, and looked fierce. They were nothing like the pale-faced students from before. Even so, Lu Qingxian remained motionless. Lu Qingxuan's expression only slightly changed when he saw Su Yufei running down the steps from the second floor with a look of terror on her face. He didn't want to fight in front of Su Yufei, just as he had never laid a hand on Li Yunmeng before. Therefore, it wasn't until the night of the royal banquet that Li Yunmeng realized that Lu Qingxian was actually so skilled. "What are you doing?" Su Yufei was both shocked and furious. She was only gone for a short while, and these people treated Brother Qingxian like this. Do they even care about her? Miss Yafei. Zhu Weiming approached with trepidation. "Miss Yafei, there is a fight breaking out in the alley." Was just about to ask them to leave. "Fighting and causing trouble? Are you trying to say that my brother Qingxian is a thug?" "Brother Qingxian would never do such things, but you, what gives you the right to bring people to bully him?" "Ha?" Zhu Weiming was speechless for a moment. "Butler Zhu, what exactly happened?" Su Ao, dressed in a black trench coat, followed closely behind as he came down from the second floor. Zhu Weiming didn't know the details of the matter, but he reported what he knew. Su Ao raised his eyes and saw Lu Qingxian sitting not far away, his expression slightly surprised. "This kid actually dares to show his face in front of him, he's got some nerve." "Yafei, it seems it was just an accident. Let me introduce you to some promising young men. See who's sitting over there." "Yafei." Before Su Ao could finish speaking, and before he could even stop Su Yufei, she ran straight toward Lu Qingxian. "Brother Qingxian, did they bully you?" Su Yufei clenched her fists angrily. "You protected me for 3 years of high school, now it's my turn to protect you. If Dad doesn't stand up for you, then I'll take Mom and leave, and let him continue being a lonely bachelor." Su Yufei said these words in public, leaving everyone stunned. Su Ao's face turned dark. "This girl, she's absolutely outrageous." "Yafei, be good and go back to your father. Mr. Su Ao will handle things here," Li Yunmeng said with a smile as she walked over. Su Yufei gave her a deep look. "You're here too. I haven't even asked you yet. Why did you divorce Qingxian?" "Qingxian." Li Yunmeng's expression stiffened, but she still explained, "This is a private matter between him and Main Short. We can't live together anymore. There's a rift between us, and divorce is only a matter of time." Su Yufei didn't believe such nonsense. "Difference. Do you know how much Qingxian loves you? Every time he talks about you at my house, he can't stop. But what about you? Every time I talk to you, I can feel that you look down on Qingxuan. You just think he's poor and powerless and not good enough for you, right?" "Yafei, you've gone too far." Su Ao said coldly, "This gathering was specially arranged for you by your father. Do you want to disappoint me?" Upon hearing this, Su Yufei burst into tears. You betrayed my good intentions. Do you even know what good intentions are? Is this what I want? You abandoned me and my mother for so many years without a word, and now you've come back without a sound, without even asking what my mother and I need. You're just doing your so-called compensation according to your own ideas. Who cares about your compensation? I don't care at all. I don't like it either. Brother Qingxian, let's go. Su Yufei took Lu Qingshuan's hand, but she couldn't move him. Instead, Lu Qingxian pulled her to sit down in front of him. Silly girl, don't do anything you'll regret. Although your father's actions are foolish, I believe he genuinely wants what's best for you, Lu Qingxian said with a smile. Boy, you're asking for death. The old man, who had been keeping a low profile beside Su Ao, suddenly flew into a rage. Lu Qingxian didn't even glance at him, staring straight at Su Ao. Yufei isn't a robot to make up for your past regrets and guilt. She has her own feelings and thoughts. If you really want to make amends, you might as well listen to her inner thoughts instead of playing matchmaker and pushing her, who was originally carefree, into the abyss. Playing matchmaker, a little guy, what do you mean? Su Ao squinted. Lu Qingxian laughed and said, I heard that you have already chosen Wu Zhe as your son-in-law. Anyone with eyes can see that Wu Zhe is not a good person. I will never agree to sell Yufei to him. Su Ao scoffed. How can you define what's good and what's bad? A man should be ambitious and roar like a tiger. What does it matter if he's good or bad? Lu Qingxian raised an eyebrow. Ambitious, roaring like a tiger, and then just like you, abandoning your wife and daughters for over 10 years, disregarding the lives and deaths of your loved ones, is that it? Boy, out of respect for Miss Yufei, Mr. Su Ao has spared you time and time again, but you refuse to listen to reason and insist on drinking the penalty cup. You have repeatedly spoken rudely, and today I will surely kill you. The old man next to Su Ao leaped 7 or 8 meters away, his sharp claws aimed straight for Su Ao's face. This time, Su Ao didn't stop him. Upon seeing this, Lu Qingxian raised his hand and pulled Su Yufei behind him, his smile vanishing completely, and a sharp aura like a sword piercing the sky suddenly erupted from his body. 52, Chapter 52, I will kill you. Brother Qingxian, I said that from now on I will protect you. Ignoring everything else, Su Yufei rushed out from behind Lu Qingxian and stood firmly in his way. Yufei! Su Ao was shocked. Mr. Qi, stop right now. Qi Lianchuan's claws were almost within reach when he abruptly stopped. If those claws, powerful enough to pierce steel plates, were to strike a person's face, one can only imagine the consequences. Phew! Seeing that his daughter was alright, Su Ao breathed a heavy sigh of relief, then glared fiercely at Lu Qingxian. Let's leave it at that. Everyone, I'm sorry to have made you laugh. Su Ao, apologize to everyone here. I will definitely visit you all in person another day to apologize. The host gave the order to leave, and the guests, feeling embarrassed to stay any longer, all left with smiles on their faces. Before leaving, Li Yunmeng glanced back at Lu Qingxian. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you still treat Yufei as your sister, you will suffer a terrible fate. From the moment Mr. Su Ao returned, Yufei's status changed, which also destined a gap as wide as a chasm between you. Gradually, Yufei will realize this and distance herself from you. Lu Qingxian, the greatest malice a person can have is trying to climb the social ladder by climbing into relationships that are not in line with their own abilities. Honest advice is hard to swallow, so you should think twice before you speak. After saying that, Li Yunmeng turned and left. However, she hadn't taken more than 2 steps when she heard Su Yufei's voice. Not everyone is like you, and don't think of all girls as so materialistic and cheap. Indeed, in Su Yufei's eyes, girls who only value reality, material things, status and position, while ignoring emotions and bonds, are cheap. Anything that can be measured by money and wealth is cheap. From this moment on, it was officially declared that she and Li Yunmeng were destined to walk 2 completely different paths. People with different values cannot work together. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Li Yunmeng didn't say much, just smiled and left. She will prove herself right through her actions. Under her leadership, Yunmeng Group will surely stand at the pinnacle of Nanling, and even at the pinnacle of Jiangnan in China. She has always firmly believed this. Just watch, all those who deny her will eventually grovel at her feet, praising and lauding her foresight. Why aren't you leaving yet? Su Yufei turned to look at Wu Zhe, her eyes filled with undisguised disgust. Yufei, are you really going to be with him? You know he's divorced, and this guy. Shut up. You're not someone who can judge Brother Qingxuan. Besides, who I am with is none of your business. You are a bastard who tramples on girls' feelings and forcibly takes what you want. You don't deserve anyone. She knew everything Wu Zhe had done during high school. She was only saved by Qin Xian, otherwise she would have been targeted and killed long ago. Wu Zhe's face was unusually pale. Young Master Wu, you should leave now. My daughter is in a bad mood. We can talk again another time, Sueo said wearily. He did have the idea of bringing Yifei and Wu Zhe together. After all, he had just returned to Nanling. If he could take this opportunity to connect with the wealthy families in Nanling, it would be of great help to him gain a foothold in Nanling and fight against the Black Dragon Guild. However, since his daughter really disliked him, Sueo would not force her. After all, he owed them so much and didn't want to cause them any more suffering because of his ambitions. You're really something. I, Sueo, have been around for over 20 years and have never been repeatedly humiliated by anyone. You're the first person to do so and have managed to survive. You have to thank Yifei. Lu Qingxian smiled slightly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Let's go upstairs and have a simple family meal together. After you finish eating, let Yifei see you off. Su Yifei turned around and made a mischievous face, revealing a sly smile. Looking at her, Lu Qingxian felt a deep warmth rise in his heart. During the years he was with Li Yunmeng, he only focused on giving and forgot that he also deserved to be favored. However, as a man, he often forgot this right. However, his feelings for Su Yifei were limited to those of a brother and sister. He only wanted to protect her so that she could grow up safely and healthily, rather than the romantic love between a man and a woman. But Su Yifei didn't think that way. With the onset of puberty and her already budding feelings for Lu Qingxian, her thoughts became impure from the moment she learned of his divorce. We arrived at the family banquet hall on the second floor of the villa. As soon as I pushed open the door, there were already 5 or 6 people waiting inside. Lu Qingxian looked around but did not see An Tang. Mr. Su, and who is this? These people's eyes fell on Lu Qingxian. You should know that those who are here are either Sueo's most trusted people or his most distinguished guests. Ordinary people would never have the chance to enter this room and dine with him. Sueo chuckled and said, my daughter's friend, Lu Qingxuan. Everyone, relax and just call him Xiao Lu. Lu Qingxian, these are my team members in northern Sichuan, and they are also the foundation for my establishment in Jiangnan. When I, Sueo, return to Nanling this time, I will surely stir up a bloody storm. Since you insist on getting entangled with my daughter, then I'll give you a heads up. I don't have the energy to protect you. My opponents could take your life at any time. Dad, Su Yifei frowned unhappily. Your dad is telling the truth, but he's overthinking it. Don't worry, your brother Qingxian will be fine, Lu Qingxian said with a slight smile. Ha, that's quite arrogant. Sueo was almost immune to this guy's nonsensical and rambling remarks. At this moment, Qi Lianchuan interjected. Mr. Su, this person may indeed have some resources, and he should have no problem protecting himself in Nanling City. Oh? Sueo turned his head in surprise. When I attacked him before, even if Miss Yifei didn't, even if he's blocked in his way, he should be confident he can handle it. Am I right, Mr. Lu? Qi Lianchuan stared at Lu Qingxian. The moment he made his move, he clearly felt an indescribable aura emanating from the other party's body. A person who could generate such an aura was no ordinary person. At least, they had to be proficient in internal martial arts to a certain extent. Want to hear the truth? Of course, Qi Lianchuan said with a smile. Lu Qingxian picked up a cup of tea, lowered his head and took a sip. If consort you hadn't stopped me back then, I would have killed you. 53, Chapter 53, Can we be together? The air in the room fell silent instantly. Qi Lianchuan was first taken aback, then shook his head and laughed, treating it as a joke. Of course he didn't believe such nonsense. He was a Xingyiquan master who had dominated northern Sichuan for decades. How could he be defeated by a junior? Young people can be a bit arrogant and speak without thinking, which he can understand. After all, who among martial artists hasn't been arrogant all the way through? Hee, little guy, although it is not easy for someone your age to grasp the essentials of ancient martial arts, there are many people who are more skilled than you. You still have a long way to go. Upon hearing this, Sueo's eyes gleamed. Mr. Qi, are you sure he knows Kung Fu? It should be called ancient martial arts. The term Kung Fu is too broad. Ordinary Kung Fu can only develop the form, not the momentum, but this little guy already has the ability to condense momentum in our industry. He could perhaps be called a little master. Am I right? Qi Lianchuan looked over again. Lu Qingxian smiled without saying a word. Power, little master, I really wonder how Qin Jiadi will laugh when he hears others describe Lu Qingxian like that. Of course, Lu Qingxian didn't bother explaining these things. This was the reason for his low profile and also his greatest asset in confronting the Lu family of China. I never thought that Suao, would misjudge someone. You are still young now, and one day in the future you may grow into a martial arts master at the same level as Mr. Qi. At that time, you will definitely be a great help to me, Suao. Suao was clearly grooming Lu Qingxian to be his future right-hand man. Kid, work hard. When you have half of Merqi's strength, I'll allow you to date Yufei, how about it? Suao said with burning eyes. Dad, you're so annoying. Su Yufei blushed, saying she hated him, but secretly she was delighted. Once here, Suao already considered him one of his own. Inside the room, people were clinking glasses and chatting happily. Mr. Su, if I may be so blunt, declaring war on the Black Dragon Guild is inevitable. However, we need to consider how we should develop after we eliminate the Black Dragon Guild. The Black Dragon Guild has been deeply rooted for a long time, and its influence is beyond our reach. We can't just follow the Black Dragon Guild, occupying land as kings and engaging in shady businesses, can we? A portly man with a thick Shaanxi accent squinted and spoke. Maybe he thought about this for a while now. It won't be easy to transfer our businesses back from northern Sichuan. I've already figured out a path, starting with the Xiao family in the south, bypassing the Chen family in the east, and then going to the Yi family in the north. I'll take over the entire entertainment industry chain. At that time, even with just initial influence, Suao, will be comparable to a powerful family, not to mention I still have a strong foundation in northern Sichuan. Even the powerful families will have to bow down to me. However, it seems that the Chen family in the East Gate has run into some trouble. Lu Qingxuan's heart skipped a beat. The Chen family of Dongmen, isn't that Chen Yulong's family? That old bastard from the Chen family in Dongmen ruined himself by investing in the antique market. As a result, he lost over 1 billion yuan in assets these days. He's been going around praying to gods and Buddhas and trying to pull strings, another fat, big-eared businessman said with a smile. Is that so? Suao asked in surprise. His information channels were far less timely than those of these merchants. He only knew that something had happened to the Chen family in Dongmen, but he didn't know exactly what had happened. Yes, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Chen family of Dongmen will have to declare bankruptcy and run away in about a week, so we can just pay to take over that line now. We only need to consider the two major family groups of Nanmen and Beimen. As long as we can reach an agreement with them, our grand ambition will be half successful. Both the Xiao and Yi families are semi-retired families, and their elders used to be involved in the martial arts world. I can step forward and try to build a relationship with them, Qi Lianchuan said. Suao was overjoyed. Then I'll really trouble Mr. Qi. In that case, the only remaining problem is the Black Dragon Guild. Yi Chanping, the grudges between us can finally be settled this time. Zhang Yi, Zhao, go and send a challenge to the Black Dragon Guild tomorrow night, at the Swan Lake Tea House. We'll have a boat trip and a duel to the death. Whoever chickens out will have to get out of Nanling. Suao sneered. Yes. The two stood up from their seats, bowed, and left. Xiaolu, come along tomorrow too. You can see the fighting techniques of a master of internal martial arts like Mr. Qi. It will be very beneficial to your future martial arts development. After all, if you want to take care of Consortia, you can't do it without sufficient ability. Suao glanced at Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian was about to refuse, but Su Yufei suddenly grabbed his arm. Brother Qingxian, please listen to your father, please. Lu Qingxian smiled wryly and said, fine, whatever you say. Hee, I knew you were the best. Su Yufei smiled with her eyes narrowed. After the meal, Su Yufei reluctantly saw Lu Qingxian off. Standing in front of the villa, Su Yufei's dress danced in the gentle breeze, her jet-black hair cascading over her flawless forehead, her high ponytail tied with a red ribbon swaying gently. The girl, emboldened by some unknown source, grabbed Lu Qingxuan's hand from behind, her face flushed, head bowed, and whispered in a voice barely above a whisper, Brother Qingxian, I never had the right to act coquettishly in front of you before. I even had to keep my distance when talking to you, afraid to look you in the eye, afraid to hear your breathing. Because I didn't want Sister Yunming to misunderstand, and I didn't want to cause you any trouble. But Brother Qingxian is so smart, he must know everything, knows that Yufei has a crush on you, likes you, and has liked you for a long time. The girl gazed at him with deep affection, her eyes filled with no trace of impurity. Can we stay together forever, like other couples, kissing and hugging, doing so many things together? 54, Chapter 54, The Thief. Lu Qingxian stood there, stunned, looking at Yafei's pure and innocent eyes and her simple and lovely appearance. He really couldn't bear to shatter the girl's fantasy. However, after what happened with Li Yunmeng, he became indifferent to romantic relationships. Once upon a time, wasn't Li Yunmeng also full of affection and made vows of eternal love, but in the end, everything could not escape the test and weariness of reality. If two people in love are like this, how much more so for Su Yafei? He only ever felt the care of an older brother for his younger sister. She was too young, and her thinking and social experience were still too immature. Her current thoughts could not possibly represent her future thoughts. Love, however, cannot withstand changes. Yafei. You want to reject me, don't you? Su Yafei's eyes instantly reddened, but she still held the other person's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Lu Qingxian suddenly remembered that he still had a gift to give to the other party, so he quickly took out the exquisite and simple gift box from his pocket. Yafei, don't cry, look at the gift I prepared for you. Lu Qingxian hurriedly opened the box. Inside, a jade Z bead worth 9 figures lay quietly, radiating a mysterious and simple luster that seemed to draw one's eyes in. But even such a beautiful bead couldn't make Su Yafei lower her head for a single glance. Seeing tears streaming down her affectionate yet distressed eyes, Lu Qingxian panicked for a moment. What he fears most is a woman crying. When a woman cries, all his plans are disrupted, and he has no idea what to do. Yafei, listen to me. You're too young. You're only a freshman in college. You haven't met anyone you truly love yet. If you make hasty decisions about your life now, you'll regret it later. I don't regret it, and I never will. What gives you the right to look down on me? I may have just come of age, but I'm more mature than those women. I know what I want and what the person I love most looks like. I finally mustered up the courage to say these things to you, and you're just so annoying. Su Yafei shook off his hand and ran back to the villa crying. Lu Qingxian just stared blankly, unable to make any expression other than a bitter smile for a long time. How could he not sense Su Yafei's feelings? It's just that there are thousands of miles between them, making it too difficult for them to truly be together. Moreover, once he embarks on the path of revenge, everyone around him will be plunged into endless danger, and he doesn't want Su Yafei to spend her prime years in fear and trembling. Su Yafei may be immature, but he cannot. It was already dark when we left the Golden Garden. On the way, Lu Qingxian received a call from Li Yunmeng. There was a time when he would excitedly press the answer button whenever he saw this call, just to hear the voice on the other end that haunted his dreams, a voice that made his soul leap with joy. But today, he can hang up without batting an eye. A few seconds later, the phone rang again. After Lu Qingxian answered the call, he said expressionlessly, "This is the last call between us. Let's get everything cleared up at once." On the other end of the phone, Li Yunmeng paused noticeably, seemingly surprised that the guy who always went along with her could say something so principled. "It's not me looking for you, it's my parents who need to talk to you about something very important. They hope you can come to my house. Besides, this matter is also important to you, as it relates to your future. Also, don't talk to me like that. I offered you compensation, but you refused, so I don't owe you anything." The Li family. Chen Meijiao hurriedly asked, "How is it, did he agree to come?" Li Yunmeng shook her head, her expression grim. "I don't know, but I've already delivered the message. Besides, what exactly do you want with him? Why can't even I know?" She found it strange that as soon as she got back, her parents started pestering her relentlessly, insisting on contacting Lu Qingxian and having him come over for a meal to talk about something. What could they possibly have to talk about? Besides, Mom and him have never gotten along, and now they want to talk business. They're probably going to fight. "Oh, don't worry about it. Go out and have fun with young Master Chen. Your dad and I will handle things at home." Chen Meijia tried to coax and deceive her. But who is Li Yunmeng? Is she so easily fooled? Judging from her mother's behavior, it's obvious that she has some kind of unspeakable secret. "Dad, tell me if anything happens." Lu Qingxian is not someone you can easily deal with. Don't make a mistake and end up in the hospital again. Yunmeng is right. Although that guy is a coward, I have to admit that he is indeed very good at fighting. Chen Yulong was so angry that his teeth itched whenever he thought of the royal court banquet. This. Li Wenguo's eyes darted around, and he seemed hesitant, which made Li Yunmeng even more certain that the two of them were hiding something important from her. Why don't we talk to Yunmeng anyway? It's impossible for them to be together now with Yunmeng around. We can give her some advice. Chen Meijiao glared at him. Now that things have come to this point, if she continues to keep it a secret, wouldn't she be taking all the blame? It's about the dowry. When you got married, didn't that guy surnamed Lu send over a bunch of pots and pans? At first, we thought they were just some unwanted junk, but who knew they were all antiques, and quite valuable at that. Your dad and I were thinking about whether we could take some out to sell, but when we checked today, they were all gone, they were all stolen, a total of 37 treasures, and not a single one was left. Chen Meijiao gritted her teeth in a fit of pique. It must have been that guy surnamed Lu who is the most skilled at these kinds of petty thefts. How do you know it was definitely him? Li Yunmeng asked curiously. Who else could it be but him? We have 7 security cameras in our house. He avoided all the cameras. Not even a shadow of him was captured on camera. Who else could be so familiar with our house besides him? Chen Meijiao said with a sinister sneer. I had a feeling that the good-for-nothing would never just leave such a large batch of antiques behind. He was still hoping to get back together with you. Now that he sees that the chance is gone, he can't wait any longer and immediately shows his true colors. He's a thief. He steals antiques, he steals wine. There's nothing he won't steal if it's valuable. The more Chen Meijiao spoke, the more agitated she became, wishing she could rush out and find that man surnamed Lu and tear his mouth apart. Since you have reasonable evidence to suspect us, then go ahead and call the police anyway. The bride price now belongs to our Li family. As long as we call the police, they will help us get it back, Li Yunmeng added. Chen Meijiao sneered, are you stupid? Calling the police? Your father and I thought of that a long time ago. It would be good if they could arrest him, but the key question is whether those antiques can eventually be returned to the Li family. Have you thought about that? With that good for nothing, do you think he got those antique dowry items from? They must have been stolen. Once the police are called and the owner is found, what will be left for the Li family? Therefore, this matter can only be resolved secretly, through coercion and bribery. In short, we must make that kid return those antiques. As Chen Meijiao was speaking, the doorbell rang. Her expression changed, and she hurriedly urged. Quickly, go open the door, Yunmeng, go open the door, it must be that kid. I'm going to make him understand today who's the king and who's the king. 55, Chapter 55, Who is the real liar? Li Yunmeng frowned as she opened the door, where Lu Qingxian was standing. Come in. As soon as he entered, Chen Yulong, Chen Meijiao, and Li Wenguo all stared at him, their aggressive and questioning gazes making him very uncomfortable. It's getting late, just say what you need to say. I don't have time to waste here. Is my Li family so dirty that it would dirty your feet? You don't even want to come in? Li Yunmeng stared at him. Having said all that, Lu Qingxian didn't argue any further. Stepping into this once familiar home, a sense of sorrow welled up within him. Lu Qingxian, let's not beat around the bush. I'll be frank with you today. Hand over the antiques, and our Li family will give you a sum of money. Take this money and go far away to live a comfortable life. You stole antiques to sell them for money, but whether you can actually sell them is another matter. In the end, you've only gotten yourself into trouble. You're not capable of solving those problems. Lu Qingxian interrupted her. Wait, I don't understand what you're saying at all. What do you mean by stealing antiques? Are you still going to play dumb? There are no outsiders here, and I didn't record anything. Admitting it openly is better for everyone. Besides, we're here to do business, not to interrogate you, Chen Meijiao said with a smile. I really don't understand what you're talking about. Lu Qingxian's brows furrowed even deeper. Lu Qingxian, do you still remember those dowry items you brought when you got married, which you said were for the Li family? Li Wenguo took a puff of his pipe. I remembered. Lu Qingxian suddenly understood. What, you lost it, and then you think I stole it? Don't try to deny that you stole it. We have irrefutable evidence. Chen Meijiao chuckled coldly. Then I'd like to see what the evidence is. After all, I really don't believe there's any evidence to implicate me if I haven't done something, Lu Qingxian said nonchalantly. Yunmeng, look at his arrogant attitude. It's outrageous. He clearly thinks he's done everything cleanly and efficiently, and that we can't do anything about it. Chen Meijiao said, her teeth itching with anger. Li Yunmeng also spoke up, saying, my mother said the thief avoided all surveillance cameras, including several hidden ones. Besides my family, you are the only one who knows this villa so well. So this is your evidence. Why don't you call the police and see if they'll open a case and arrest me? Lu Qingxian said with amusement. Haha, call the police, you're convinced we won't go down in flames, right? After all, if the police are called, those antiques will definitely be confiscated, and then we'll all be left with nothing. Chen Meizhou gritted her teeth. Xiaolu, Li Wenguo said with a kind smile, today we are not forcing you to confess whether you stole it or not, we just want to get our hands on those antiques. After all, they are very valuable, and you are just an ordinary person who has no way to get your hands on them. Today, we'll give you some money, you return the antiques to us. Let's make money peacefully, don't you think? Li Wenguo held up one finger. 10 million, how about it? We'll get Yunmeng to give you 10 million. Li Yunmeng was slightly startled. So much? What kind of antique is it? Knowing her parents as she does, they're such tightwads, they wouldn't even part with 100,000, yet they're asking for 10 million? Strangely, Lu Qingxian remained unmoved. Keep in mind that this is a fortune that an ordinary person could never earn in a lifetime. Just then, her mother was still frantically giving her meaningful glances. Li Yunmeng sighed and said, Lu Qingxian, if you agree to my parents' request and take out those antiques, I can make the decision and reveal some inside information to you. The Chen family's Dongmen Chen Group is preparing to go public, and the stock price will soar. If you buy 1 million shares now, you can conservatively earn 4 million by selling them after the Chen Group goes public. If you put all 10 million into stocks, you will have 40 million after a month. With such a large sum of money, you can invest in a business or put it in the bank and you will never have to worry about anything for the rest of your life. This can be considered my last act of kindness towards you. What, such a good thing? Chen Meizhou exclaimed in surprise. Your dad and I have some savings, can we buy it too? Chen Yulong nodded and smiled, saying, our Chen Group has been developing for decades without going public. This time, we plan to respond to national policies and connect with overseas trade. Originally, these benefits were only for our internal employees, but considering my relationship with Yunmeng, we decided to share them. After all, we should all share the wealth. Uncle and aunt, feel free to take out your money. It will be worth 4 times as much in a month at the latest. Chen Meizhou was overjoyed, her face crinkling into a deep wrinkle. Wenguo, this is a good son-in-law. We're not even officially married yet, and he's already thinking about bringing money home. He's bound to have a bright future. Yulong, don't worry, your dad and I have discussed it, and raising 5 or 8 million won't be a problem. We'll buy all of it into your Chen Group stock. Yunmeng, you must buy a lot too, buy 3 or 500 million, ha. Li Yunmeng smiled faintly, Mom, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. After speaking, Li Yunmeng turned to look at Lu Qingxian. So, have you made up your mind? She felt that this was a bargaining chip that no one would need to consider. Who would turn down money? Hey Lu, consider this my last act of mercy. 10 million to buy shares in our Chen Group, turning into 40 million in a month. You can't find such a good deal even if you begged your grandpa and grandma, Chen Yulong said arrogantly. Lu Qingxian didn't even look at him, but instead looked at Li Yunmeng and said indifferently, so you're saying that I stole those antiques? I can tell you with certainty that those antiques, although it's expensive, but I don't even like it since I gave it to you as a betrothal gift. I never intended to take it back, so, if you want to exchange money for antiques, I can only say you've come to the wrong person. Furthermore, Lu Qingxian glanced at Chen Yulong with a smile, your Chen Group is preparing to go public. I heard that your father got into trouble and bankrupted your group, and that he's going to run away with the money in about 10 days, right? Chen Yulong's expression changed drastically. Nonsense. Hey Lu, I know you're jealous that I stole your wife, you despicable person. You don't have to smear me like this just because you resent Meido. You think I would lie to Yunmeng. Don't think of me as someone like you. Is that so? Lu Qingxian shook his head and chuckled, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Li Yunmeng, I don't have time to play house with you. From the moment we divorced, we were destined to go down 2 parallel lines that will never intersect, but today, I might as well give you one last piece of advice. If you bet your entire savings on this man surnamed Chen, you will be swindled out of everything, and your 3 years of hard work will vanish like a bubble. That's all I have to say. After saying that, Lu Qingxian got up from the sofa and left, ignoring the expressions on the faces of the group. Stop. Chen Meizhou was already furious and called out the thug she had arranged in advance to block the doorway. You think you can leave, you surnamed Lu? What do you take our house for? You think you can just come and go as you please? Let me tell you the truth. We invited you here today with no intention of letting you out if you don't hand over the antiques. We'll chop off both your hands today and see if you dare to steal again. 56, Chapter 56, Consort Ye's Feelings. Lu Qingxian looked at Li Yunmeng with amusement. You're not as stupid as your mother, thinking these people can stop me, are you? Li Yunmeng clenched her fists. How could she not be angry, but she had witnessed Lu Qingxuan's skills firsthand, once at the royal court banquet and once just now at Sueo's villa. She knew very well that these lackeys were nothing but vegetables in front of Lu Qingxian, not even enough to fill a tooth gap. Lu Qingxuan's kung fu looked like he had really trained. He would be more than qualified to be a coach at a boxing gym. Let him go. Yunmeng, what are you doing? Chen Meijiao's expression changed drastically, and she was about to go up and grab the person herself. Forget it, Mom, these people can't stop him. I know that better than you do. Li Yunmeng sighed. Watching Lu Qingxian leave, she muttered to herself about the words he had said before he left. Is the Chun Group going bankrupt? Was he just talking nonsense, or did he actually hear some inside information from somewhere? No, if the Chun Group were truly facing bankruptcy and wanted to abscond with the funds, they would certainly maintain excellent secrecy, let alone ordinary people. Even industry insiders might not be able to find out anything from rumors, so how could he, who has never had any contact with the Chun Group, know about these gossips? Therefore, there are only two possibilities. Firstly, out of jealousy, she learned that he was going to cooperate with the Chun Group, and that her relationship with young Master Chen would be further strengthened, so she wanted to sabotage it and create a rift between her and young Master Chen. Secondly, he displayed the complete loser's temperament. In his anger and embarrassment, he revealed his true colors and began to ramble on. Regardless of the reason, it's enough to show how despicable and disgusting their character is. She, Li Yunmeng, despised people who spout nonsense without evidence. However, when these thoughts came to mind, Li Yunmeng did not realize that she herself was just like that, and even her parents and Chen Xiao were the same kind of people. They suspected others of theft without any evidence, and took action to try to convict them. They even tried to use sweet words and coercion to seize what they wanted. Their behavior was 100 times worse. Young master, are you in a bad mood? Is it because of the Li family again? Hee, should I have someone wipe out the Li family, or I could acquire her company? After all, everything she has is thanks to the young master. Without him, she's nothing. What right does she have to be proud? Chen Jiadi said, trying to comfort her while flattering her. Those antiques, you had them stolen, didn't you? Lu Qingxian glanced at him and asked abruptly. Huh? Hee, what do you mean by that, young master? Chen Jia shrank back sheepishly. Don't I know what kind of person you are? You treat those antiques like treasures, wishing you could collect all the treasures in the world into your treasure vault. Back then, you reluctantly gave some of them to me as a dowry. Now that we're divorced, if you don't try to get them back, then you're not yourself. Chen Jiadi chuckled and touched his nose. Young master understands this old servant best. The Li family has absolutely no right to possess those treasures. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime if it weren't for young master's sake. When they took those antiques, they had already wiped out the Li family, just to keep them from getting in their way. At this moment, a cold and terrifying light flashed in Chen Jiadi's eyes. Don't do anything reckless on your own, it will cause me a lot of trouble, Lu Qingxian warned him. Young master, this old servant knows what to do. Also, young master, please don't be angry. I have some good news to report to you today. What good news? Did you find my father, or have you gathered all the intelligence on the Lu family? Lu Qingxian asked casually. What kind of good news is this? Chen Jiadi flipped his hand, and a crystal-clear object appeared in his palm. This is a pure raw stone? Lu Qingxuan's pupils widened, and he gripped the other person's wrist tightly. Chen Jiadi quickly shook his head. Young master, this is not a pure raw stone. You used up all the pure raw stones when you were practicing your skills back then. Where would you have any left? These are deep-sea raw stones. Although the energy they contain is not as abundant and vast as that of pure raw stones, 10 of them are still equivalent to 1, making them an excellent substitute. Young master, your cultivation has been stuck at the jade bone stage for quite some time now, hasn't it? Back then, his father risked his life to send him away from the Lu family and hid an ancient martial arts book on him. It was with this book that he was able to turn his life around. Unlike the external strength, internal strength, and transformative strength cultivated by ordinary ancient martial arts practitioners, Lu Qingxian cultivates ice skin, jade bones, silver blood, and golden eyes. Over the years, he lived up to expectations and successfully entered the jade bone realm. However, he had not felt any increase in strength for a long time afterward, the reason being a lack of cultivation resources. At his level, further advancement is not something that can be achieved through daily practice alone, it requires a massive influx of energy into his body for daily refinement and tempering. Never mind my cultivation level, where did you get these deep-sea raw stones, how many are there? Lu Qingxian quickly asked. Quantity is key, if it's only a tiny bit, it's a drop in the ocean and doesn't really matter. Hee, young master, these things are inexhaustible, but mining them is extremely troublesome because the location is in the South Port waters, thousands of meters below the surface. Moreover, that place is the territory of the Four Seas Shipping Association. If the young master wants to mine without worry, he still needs to establish a relationship with the Four Seas Shipping Association anyway. The young master is engaged to the eldest princess of the family. I think you two might as well get married. Won't the entire South Harbor Sea area belong to you then, young master? Chen Jiadi said with a malicious smile. Lu Qingxuan's face hardened. Enough nonsense. The Four Seas Shipping Association owes me a favor. It shouldn't be difficult to get the mining rights for the South Port area from them. Alright, I'll organize a survey team immediately and start mining operations as soon as the exact location is determined. How many deep-sea raw stones do you have here right now? Lu Qingxian asked again. About half a ton, young master, would you like to use it? Lu Qingxian nodded. Send everything to the rooftop platform. Did you remove the lightning attracting equipment I set up before? How could I dare touch young master's things, but that thing is too dangerous. If something goes wrong, I'll be struck by lightning and there will be no way to save me. Young master, you wouldn't be thinking of doing it again, would you? Chen Jia grinned. This young master is really risking his life to practice martial arts, willing to try all sorts of crooked and evil methods, but it is precisely this spirit that has enabled him to achieve such unprecedented success at the age of 20-something. I won every gamble I had before, even when I was on the verge of death. Now that my jade bone is complete, and with the help of the deep-sea raw stone, I am confident. As he spoke, Chen Jiadi began ordering people to transport the deep-sea raw stones to the rooftop. Just then, Lu Qingxuan's phone rang again. My phone hasn't rung as often as it has in the last 2 days in the past 6 months. Ye Fei? Upon seeing the caller ID, Lu Qingxian answered the phone without hesitation. Hey you bastard, you're the one Ye Fei likes? Who are you? It was a girl's voice, but not Ye Fei's, which made Lu Qingxuan's heart tighten instantly. Look what you've done to Ye Fei. If you don't come to Honey Fruit Bar to pick her up soon, Ye Fei will become someone else's woman. 57, Chapter 57, On-Site Confession. Honey Fruit Bar? Lu Qingxian was taken aback. This entire industry chain of Migo Entertainment Group was run by Wei Long, one of my subordinates. Should I notify him to seal off the bar and ensure Ye Fei's safety? Chen Jiadi, standing to the side, naturally heard the contents of the phone call. No need, I'll go there myself. You send all the deep-sea raw stones to the roof and build a tower around the lightning attracting device. Yes, young master. Honey Fruit Bar is located at the intersection of 3 of the most bustling commercial streets in downtown Nanjing and is known as a bar built on gold. A few years ago, this was a state-owned bank. With the establishment of a mysterious business alliance in the southern region, a man emerged out of nowhere and, in just 3 months, swallowed up all the large bar businesses in Nanling City and the 3 surrounding cities, reorganizing and creating the Migo Entertainment Group. Today, Migo Entertainment has become a benchmark in the entertainment industry of Nanling City, and its most representative bar, Migo Bar, has replaced the bank as the new darling of this prime location. The man who changed all of this was Wei Long, whom people in the underworld would respectfully call Master Long. What's most alarming is that this boss Long has an extremely powerful background. Previously, the Black Dragon Guild wanted to take business from him, but after Wei Long went to the Black Dragon Guild headquarters, Yi Changping never mentioned the matter again. He even took the initiative to send people to help boss Long keep order and clean up some idle and troublesome social scum. Rumors circulated that Lord Dragon even had the power to overthrow the Black Dragon Guild and take its place, but Lord Dragon did not respond to these rumors. Later, as his business got on track, Master Long gradually stepped back from the limelight. On the surface, a woman named Sister Hong acted as his agent, managing his business. Over time, everyone began to understand that Sister Hong represented Master Long's will. At this moment, the honey fruit bar was in its peak nighttime hours. The colorful lights swept across the area, and the center of the dance floor was crowded with people dancing wildly. Lu Qingxian walked into the bar, looked around, and finally spotted the figure in the booth area. Su Yufei sat by the window with a desolate back view. Opposite her were two men and a woman, all of whom appeared to be around the same age. "Oh dear, Yufei, look at you with such a long face's just a stinky guy, right? I can find you a whole bunch in no time. You can pick any style you like." Ma Yaoyao rolled her eyes, looking down on this love-obsessed girl. "A high-quality woman like us can lack anything, but we can't lack men. Not to mention, Yufei, you're our universally acknowledged campus belle and goddess of Nanjing University." As Ma Yaoyao spoke, she handed her a glass of wine. "Listen to me, don't cry, people will laugh at you." As she spoke, Ma Yaoyao gave the boy next to her a look. The boy understood and immediately stood up and sat down next to Su Yufei. "Junior sister Yufei, do you remember me? I'm Gao Zihong, the vice president of the school's youth federation. We met at the welcome party." Su Yufei didn't reply, but instead subtly shifted her position to keep a safe distance from the other person, while giving her best friend Ma Yaoyao a reproachful look. If Ma Yaoyao had told her earlier that there were other boys, she definitely wouldn't have agreed to come over. It's so uncomfortable to sit at a table with strangers to eat and drink. But now she couldn't embarrass her best friend in public, so she could only endure the discomfort. Zihong, our junior Suya is shy. As a man, you need to be bolder. Girls are shy, and they like guys who are bold and thoughtful. That's how I won over Xiaorong back then, another guy said with a smile, casually putting his hand on Ma Yaoyao's shoulder. Gao Zihong chuckled and, while pouring wine, used the opportunity to get closer to Su Yufei. "Please, don't come any closer to me. People will misunderstand if they see us." Su Yufei turned her head and said to Gao Zihong very seriously. Such a blunt and unforgiving statement caused Gao Zihong's expression to freeze, turning it into a very unpleasant look. "Yufei, the purpose of everyone going out to have fun is to have a good time. Aren't you being too serious? Besides, that Qingxian brother you like doesn't even pay attention to you. Even if you cry until you go blind, he might not even see you." Ma Yaoyao's words were so hurtful that Su Yufei's eyes instantly turned red. Meanwhile, Gao Zihong was so angry he was grinding his teeth. What the hell was this brother Qingxian? It sounded disgusting. If a goddess of Su Yufei's caliber weren't ultimately won over by a male student from their own school, it would be a disgrace to Nanjing University. Alright, I won't say anything more, okay? But your so-called Qingxian brother is really a scoundrel. His name is Lu Qingxian, right? When he comes later, I'll definitely teach him a lesson and give you a good venting of your anger, Yufei. Yufei, come on, let's raise a glass together after drinking this. All that love and those scoundrels can go to hell. Ma Yaoyao laughed, skillfully stirring up the atmosphere. Su Yufei was still quite naive and hadn't experienced many important occasions. After just a few sips of wine, she was almost completely drunk. That's right, when you're out having fun, the point is to have a good time. Life is short, and no one is indispensable. You'll understand which type you like better by trying out a few different men, Ma Yaoyao said with a smile as she poured Su Yufei another glass of wine. Su Yufei was also encouraged by her words and her mood brightened considerably. At this moment, Gao Zihong naturally closed the distance between the two, and everything seemed so reasonable. In order to attend tonight's gathering, get close to Su Yufei, and even win her heart, he bribed Ma Yaoyao quite a bit. Ma Yaoyao was also very helpful, constantly creating opportunities for him. The three exchanged glances, and Gao Zihong, taking advantage of his drunkenness, gently placed his hand on Su Yufei's shoulder and turned her around. "Yufei, be my girlfriend. I will be devoted to you wholeheartedly, I promise." The two locked eyes, and Gao Zihong, gazing at that almost perfect face, went into a frenzy. "Give me a kiss, give me a kiss, give me a kiss." Ma Yaoyao and her boyfriend were still egging him on, and with other people from the neighboring tables joining in the fun, Gao Zihong suddenly felt the time was right. He lowered his head and gently brought his lips to hers. 58, Chapter 58, The Younger One Gets Punished. At this time, Su Yufei was in a dazed and confused state. Feeling down and unable to hold my liquor, my mind went blank. But she still instinctively sensed that someone was trying to violate her. It has to be said that a woman's sixth sense is really powerful. When she suddenly opened her eyes, Gao Zihong was gazing at her affectionately and slowly bringing his mouth closer. "What are you trying to do? Get out of here!" Su Yufei was so frightened that she almost knocked Gao Zihong to the ground with her bare hands. After being rejected time and time again, and with so many people watching, Gao Zihong felt humiliated. His face turned red and then pale, and in a fit of anger, he grabbed Su Yufei's shoulder. "What's wrong with liking you? Ah, let me go!" Su Yufei cried out in pain. Gao Zihong not only didn't let go, but gripped even tighter, pressing him down on the table as if he were about to force a kiss. "Yao Yao, save me!" Su Yufei begged Ma Yao Yao for help, but Ma Yao Yao showed no intention of getting up to stop her. "Yufei, where can you find a tall, handsome, and rich man like Zihong? Isn't he a million times better than your Qingxian brother? If you become Zihong's girlfriend, who at school won't give you, the crown princess of the school youth league, some face?" Su Yufei looked desperate. She never expected her best friend to say such a thing. With Gao Zihong's face so close to hers, she had never felt so desperate. In a daze, a warm hand suddenly slid in and covered Gao Zihong's mouth. The hand widened the distance between the two, then grabbed a glass of vodka from the table and poured it full into Gao Zihong's mouth, causing him to choke and roll on the ground, his throat contorted in pain. "Yufei told you to get lost. Do you not understand human language?" Lu Qingxian stood to the side, staring at the other person with a cold expression. Only then did Ma Yao Yao and her boyfriend belatedly realize what was happening. They jumped up and pointed at Lu Qingxuan's nose, yelling, "Kid, are you deliberately trying to cause trouble? Do you know who he is? Do you have a death wish? If you want to stand up for him, then give it a try. Let me make this clear from the start. I don't care if you are Yufei's friends or what your purpose is in bringing her here for drinks, but if any of you dare to hurt her, I will make you pay a heavy price." Lu Qingxian felt an inexplicable anger. Yufei is simple and kind. Her greatest hobby is growing flowers and plants. She has never set foot in a bar since she was a child, and she has no bad habits. Why is she here today? Looking at these fair weather friends, Lu Qingxian already understands the situation pretty well. What's most despicable is that these people's purpose was not to help her relieve her worries and solve her problems, but to get Yufei completely drunk and do something indecent to satisfy their own desires. Some girls may not care about their chastity and like to seek thrills, even hugging and kissing without any concern, but for Yufei, she values these things more than her own life. "I kill you!" Gao Zihong got up from the ground, furious and red-faced, grabbed a shard of glass and lunged forward. Lu Qingxian was furious and slapped the other man away, shattering tables and chairs along the way. Gao Zihong finally crashed into a wall more than 10 meters away, his body covered in a mixture of blood and alcohol. "Holy crap, that's amazing. Has this guy trained before?" Everyone was stunned by Lu Qingxuan's sudden action. I've seen people slapped and knocked down, but to slap someone and send them flying more than 10 meters is probably a special effect that can only be achieved in movies with wires. Brother, hitting someone is fun, but if I'm not mistaken, that guy is the son of Deputy Director Gao from the District Affairs Bureau. You've gotten yourself into trouble, a drunkard kindly reminded him. Lu Qingxian gave a cold laugh. In the entire Nanling city, across its 5 districts and 13 towns, let alone the son of a deputy director of a local affairs bureau, even if he were the son of the city's head, he could have been beaten up today, so what? But others had no idea what Lu Qingxian was thinking. They only thought that this guy was impulsive and arrogant, and had gotten himself into trouble. Inside the bar, a fight broke out. The DJ turned off the music, the headlights stopped flashing, and all the light focused on Lu Qingxian. Still half asleep, Su Yufei rubbed her eyes, stared intently at Lu Qingxian, and then lowered her head shyly. "Qing brother Qingxian? Will you dare to come to places like this with other people again?" Lu Qingxian frowned and asked, feigning anger. "You are Lu Qingxian?" Upon hearing this, Ma Yao Yao's eyelids twitched, and she showed a strange expression. If Gao Zihong knew that she was the one who invited this person, wouldn't he retaliate against her? However, Ma Yao Yao's original intention was just to see who this man who had bewitched Su Yufei was, and to give him a warning and tell him to stay away from Yufei in the future. She never expected that this guy would be so fierce and beat Gao Zihong half to death as soon as he arrived. Gao Zihong is not only the vice president of the school's youth federation, but his father is also the deputy director of the Fuping District Affairs Bureau in Nanling City. Given Gao Zihang's vindictive nature, this is going to be a big problem. I am Lu Qingxuan. You made the call, right? What is your relationship with Ye Fei? Lu Qingxian looked at her. Ma Yaoyao's face darkened. My relationship with Ye Fei is not important. What's important is that you hit someone. Do you know that? She was just joking with Ye Fei, and you beat her half to death. Do you know that you have committed the crime of intentional assault? Then go ahead and call the police to arrest me, Lu Qingxian said nonchalantly. You. Ma Yaoyao clearly didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant. She had heard Ye Fei mention that this guy had no parents, he was an orphan, and he had no background or power, so why was he acting so arrogantly? Brother Qingxian, I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble, Su Yufei said as if she had done something wrong. The little girl, having finished her business, lowered her head and apologized softly, looking aggrieved. It's alright, I was wrong too. I didn't consider your feelings when I said those things today, and I made you sad. Lu Qingxian rubbed her head, feeling guilty. Ultimately, Su Yufei is just an innocent girl entering puberty. She hasn't experienced emotional changes or the trials of society, and she's immature in many ways. It's really too harsh to demand so much of her. Hey, Ye Fei, didn't you see how badly he beat Zihang up? Don't you realize how serious this is? Zihang's dad is a leader in Fuping District. Ma Yaoyao looked at the two of them, her face full of disbelief. Zihang's dad is notoriously protective of his own. He once fought Gao Zihang for a high-ranking position in the school's youth league and ended up having both of his legs broken by Gao Zihang. It was his dad who stepped in to settle the matter. After that, his dad even contacted the school board and got that guy expelled from school along with his student status. Ma Yaoyao's boyfriend, a blonde-haired young man who had been sitting quietly to the side, said sarcastically. So what? Lu Qingxian glanced at him indifferently. So what? I think you haven't grasped the seriousness of the situation yet. You'll see what happens when the police inspector arrives. The blonde-haired youth continued to sneer. Brother Qingxian, shall I call my dad and ask him to help me handle this? Hearing what the two said, Su Yufei was also a little scared. She didn't want her willfulness to make her brother Qingxian take the blame and get into big trouble. Ye Fei, go home first. I can handle things here. Also, you're not allowed to come to the bar again. If Consort Yu doesn't listen, I can't guarantee I'll be there in time every time she's in danger. Su Yufei lowered her head and let out a soft "oh" like a mosquito. Come with me. Lu Qingxian walked in front, and Su Yufei followed quietly behind. The crowd automatically parted to make way for them. At the bar entrance, Zhang Yi and Zhao Hu were waiting by a car. When they saw Su Yufei come out, the two immediately went to greet her. Mr. Lu, please wait a moment. We will take Miss Su back with us. Then I'll trouble you. Make sure you bring her home safely. Lu Qingxian looked at the two men's fully armed arms and felt relieved. These two were Su Ao's right-hand men, and after being trained by Qi Lianchuan, they had basic strength. As long as they didn't encounter professional assassins, there were very few people in the entire Nanling city who could threaten them. With them protecting Ye Fei, Lu Qingxian felt completely at ease. Just after Ye Fei got into the car and left, several security personnel from the bar surrounded Lu Qingxian from both sides. Manager Su, the foreman in a suit and vest, approached Lu Qingxian and said with a forced smile, Sir, you can't leave. A leader from Fuping District just called and asked us to invite you here for tea. Lu Qingxian glanced at him indifferently. Don't worry, I won't leave. After saying that, Lu Qingxian turned back into the bar and said coldly, I'd like to see how his father will back him up today. 59, Chapter 59, Make him kneel. With the help of several people, Gao Zihang got up from the ground and sat on the sofa, wiping the filth off his body. While calling 120, emergency services, she was also complaining to her father and asking for help. We must get our revenge today, otherwise how will he ever face anyone if word gets back to the school? Zihang, Manager Su has already gone to arrest him. Don't worry, he won't get away. Huang Meilangji and Ma Yaoyao stayed by his side, comforting him as they spoke. A moment later, Lu Qingxian was brought back. Gao Zihang finally saw what the person who hit him looked like. His face was almost distorted. Damn it, he was almost able to get his hands on Su Yufei, but this unexpected guy not only ruined his plans but also beat him up so badly that his bones were broken. When has he ever been treated like this? Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll give you time to call for help within half an hour. Find all the people you can. If you can't make me happy, I'll definitely break your hands and feet in public and throw you out to feed the wild dogs. Gao Zihong appeared fierce but was actually weak inside. His cold eyes were fixed on the other person, like a vicious wolf ready to devour its prey. Nearby, Ma Yaoyao sighed, "This is only because you know Yafei that we're being exceptionally lenient, otherwise, given Zihong's methods, you might not even be able to leave here alive today." Seeing Lu Qingxian sitting there without making any move, Ma Yaoyao frowned. "You neither kneel down to beg Zihong for forgiveness nor call for help when Zihong's father arrives, you will really have no chance. What kind of important figure is his father, that I need to call for help?" Lu Qingxian glanced at her sideways. These words made Gao Zihong's expression freeze, and then he looked at Lang Jie and the people around him with a very amused and teasing look. Did you guys hear that? This guy seems to look down on my dad. The second in command of Fuping district has been truly looked down upon today. Gao Zihong had enough confidence in his father. There were only 5 districts in the entire Nanling city, and Fuping district's economic development level could be ranked among the top 3. His father, while not exactly all-powerful in Nanling city, at least had connections in all aspects and often dined at the same table as the city's top official. Most importantly, his second uncle and others were high-ranking officials in the local police department, and the family's network of connections was extremely powerful, capable of handling any trouble. Most people will be stubborn when they are about to die, because they know that no matter what they do, they can't change the outcome. In other words, they are stubborn as a mule, Lang Jie said with a half-smile. This reminds me of a guy from Haizhou I met when I first entered university. He said his dad was so powerful and arrogant, and he didn't take me seriously. He made some threats and may remember clearly that his expression was exactly the same as this guy's. Guess what happened? Gao Zihong, like a high and mighty judge, leaned back on the sofa, looking down on everyone. After his father came, he knelt down and barked like a dog to apologize, begging me not to beat his son to death. In the end, I broke their arms and legs and threw them into Yangui Lake to soak for a day and a night. Only then was that matter over. After saying that, Gao Zihong stared at Lu Qingxian. But you are different, kid. You attack me, beat me up like this, and ruin my plans. You deserve to die. I won't just cripple your limbs and call it a day. Whether you live or die depends entirely on my mood. If I'm in a bad mood, you'll be food for the stray dogs outside. Gao Zihong's words chilled the hearts of everyone in the bar. Is this really something a college student would say? They're quick to kill, it's terrifying. But who can blame them when the other party has connections and influence? Even if someone dies, they can easily settle things without any lasting consequences. And most importantly, the guy who hit someone was really arrogant. Just looking at him made people furious. He even said that the other person's father was nothing and not worth calling for help. Was that just pure provocation? Senior Zihong, this guy has a special relationship with Yafei. If you really kill him, Yafei probably won't have anything to do with you again. In my opinion, a lesson is enough. It would be a disgrace to you, Senior Zihong, to argue with an unknown nobody like him. After thinking for a moment, Ma Yaoyao decided to stand up and say a few fair words for this arrogant guy. Firstly, she was the one who set up the scheme, and Gao Zihong certainly had the ability to distance himself from the situation after it resulted in a death. However, whether she would become the scapegoat is another matter entirely. Secondly, if Consort Ya holds a grudge against her because of this, it would be a loss for her as well. If she intervenes and saves this guy's life, wouldn't that mean Yafei owes her a favor? I heard that Yafei's father is back and doing very well in northern Sichuan. Yafei will be quite wealthy in the future, and her best friend will definitely benefit from it. Unfortunately, Ma Yaoyao's plan was quite rosy, but she underestimated Gao Zihong's anger and his determination to kill him. You think I can't handle a woman? If the soft approach doesn't work, can't I resort to the hard one? Su Yafei will belong to me sooner or later. She may escape the first day of the month, but she won't escape the 15th, and this kid is doomed to die today. Even if the Heavenly King himself pleads for him, it won't make a difference. Ma Yaoyao smiled sullenly and said nothing more. Soon, the bar fell silent again. Several black autos were parked outside the door, and a group of people got out of the cars, striding in with the force of thunder. Zihong, are you alright? The man in the lead was in his 40s, with a fat body, wearing a police uniform, and followed by a large group of people. Second uncle, didn't my dad come? Your dad is busy attending the Nanling summit with the city chief. He doesn't have time to deal with your trivial matters, Chen Wenhai said irritably, his face contorted with anger. He knew perfectly well what kind of person his nephew was. Okay. Upon hearing that it was the city chief, Gao Zihong immediately lost his temper, saying, important matters come first, important matters come first. Inside the bar, everyone recognized the obese man. Almost every unemployed person who frequents the downtown area of Nanling City knows him as the captain of the city's police station. He is either arresting people or on his way to arrest people every day, and many people have suffered at his hands. Captain Qian, it's our bar's fault for troubling you with such a small matter, Manager Su said politely. Chen Dahai waved his hand. Honey Fruit Bar is so big, it's inevitable that some trouble will happen. Please give my regards to Sister Hong. Definitely, Manager Su quickly agreed with a smile. Sister Hong has a lot of influence. She's connected to both the legitimate and underworld circles. No matter who it is, everyone who comes has to greet Sister Hong. That's the rule. He's the one who hit Zihan, right? Chen Dahai pointed to Lu Qingxian, who was sitting next to the bar. It's him. Captain Qian. Do whatever you want. We'll all pretend we didn't see anything. Manager Su gestured to everyone in the bar. Tonight, all drinks are free for a limited time. Everyone, please do me a favor by giving Honey Fruit Bar this opportunity. Upon hearing that the meal was free, the entire room erupted in applause. Several young people led the way, shouting, "Who would dare to disrespect Manager Su and Honey Fruit Bar, unless he doesn't want to work in Nanling City anymore, right everyone?" Right. Manager Su is awesome. Captain Qian, we can't see anything. Chen Dahai nodded with a smile, waved his hand, and gave the order. Arrest him, bring him before Zihan, and make him kneel down to await his fate. 60, Chapter 60, let's make a scene then. Several of Captain Qian's men quickly came to Lu Qingxuan's side. Lu Qingxian looked at the group, unmoved, and coldly said, "If I were you, I would wake up sooner and not become the henchman of some people who do evil. Claws that are too sharp will eventually break." One of them scoffed, still being stubborn even when death is imminent. "Why waste your breath on him? This little punk needs to know that if he goes against us in Nanling City, he'll never see the sunrise tomorrow." Lu Qingxian glanced at him and said, "It seems you're used to being arrogant since you're all birds of a feather. There's nothing more to say. Let's rid the people of this scourge today." After speaking, Lu Qingxian stood up first, took a step forward and shoved the person who was speaking in front of him away, sending a large number of tables and chairs flying. Immediately afterward, while everyone was still stunned, his fists and palms moved like dragons, and in the blink of an eye, everyone Qian Wenhai had brought was wiped out, while Qian Wenhai himself was stomped to the ground by Lu Qingxian. "Is this all the skill you have to act like a bully and try to cover up the sky over Nanling City?" So strong. Ma Yaoyao was so shocked that she plopped down on the sofa. Beside him, the blonde-haired man had long since lost his voice. "How can he be so amazing? No wonder Yafei is so infatuated with him," Ma Yaoyao thought to herself. At this moment, Chen Wenhai screamed in agony, "Kid, I'm telling you, you're in big trouble now. Let go of my foot right now, and I'll leave you a whole corpse. Otherwise, I'll make your whole family pay with their lives." Qian Wenhai shouldn't have said that last sentence. Originally, Lu Qingxian didn't intend to do anything to him, he just wanted to teach these people a lesson, but now... Click! Qian Wenhai's legs were brutally stomped into the marble floor, his flesh and bones mixed with cement. Apart from Qian Wenhai's screams, there was no other noise in the entire bar. "Sir, your actions will bring you great trouble." Captain Qian and his family all hold high positions in the Nanling police station. As long as you are still in Nanling City, you are destined to have no way to escape, Manager Su said, shaking his head. "Then let them all come over." Lu Qingxian turned his gaze to Gao Zihang, who was sitting on the sofa in a daze. "I'll give you half an hour to call people. Call all your relatives and friends. The more the merrier. I want to see how you're going to make sure I can't escape." Manager Su sighed. Dealing with such a tough opponent was truly difficult. Most importantly, the other party was too strong, a real tough guy, and brute force wouldn't work, otherwise he would have already called for his arrest. Just then, Manager Su received a phone call, and his expression changed drastically. It was Sister Hong calling. Could it be that what happened here has alarmed Sister Hong? Manager Su didn't dare to hesitate and quickly answered the phone. "What happened down there?" Sister Hong's cold tone sent a chill down Manager Su's spine. Reporting to Sister Hong, "There was a minor accident. I will handle it as soon as possible. I'm entertaining guests. Don't let them laugh at me. If you haven't resolved this in 10 minutes, you're fired," Sister Hong commanded without room for argument. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Sister Hong, dressed in a red cheongsam, rubbed her eyes wearily. Ah Hong, what's wrong? You've seemed really tired lately. Is something bothering you? Sitting next to Sister Hong was Li Yunmeng, dressed in a sexy outfit. Li Yunmeng held a small glass of red wine at this moment. She was completely relaxed, exuding a lazy allure. Sister Hong sighed. The situation in Nanling is chaotic. Zhongzhou, Chuanbei, and Haizhou are all eyeing our Jiangnan area with covetous intent. Not only the Migwa Group, but also the other major entertainment subsidiaries under Master Long have suffered setbacks in various places. In addition, now that Su Ao, the big boss of Chuanbei, has returned, I'm afraid it won't be long before our peaceful life is completely over. Su Ao, it's Su Ao again. Does he really have that much power? Li Yunmeng frowned. Su Yafei, who was once just a poor girl, has now completely turned her life around recently. The entire Nanling has been shaken by her father's name. A person with such influence is truly remarkable. Su Ao is not strong. What is strong is the Sichuan North Merchant Alliance behind him. The predecessor of the Sichuan North Merchant Alliance was the largest merchant family in Anhui in terms of both foundation and strength. It firmly holds the top position in Jiangbei. The Sichuan North Business Alliance wanted to extend its reach into Jiangnan, which led to Su Ao's return. Su Ao and Yi Changping of the Black Dragon Guild are old rivals. The first battle in the chaos of Nanling is very likely to happen between Su Ao and the Black Dragon Guild. After Hongzhe's analysis, Li Yunmeng understood that this was a fateful battle between business alliances, and those on the surface were merely pawns. Thinking about it this way, Li Yunmeng felt a little sad. If people like Yi Changping and Su Ao could only be considered pawns, then her Yunmeng Group was not even a pawn in Yi Changping's eyes. Her Yunmeng Group was nothing more than ants that could be destroyed with a flick of the wrist, not worth mentioning. Well, was the high society and status she so desperately pursued really so unattainable? Bang! Just then, a huge commotion from the first floor reached the private room. What exactly happened? That good-for-nothing Su Juanrong can't even handle such a small matter. Sister Hong stood up angrily and walked out of the private room, followed by Li Yunmeng and Secretary Han. At this moment, the first floor of the bar was in complete chaos. Whether it was Qian Wenhai's men, the people Gao Zihong called later, or the security personnel of Migwa Bar, everyone was knocked to the ground, and the scene was a mess. Under Sister Hong, when given a death order to resolve the trouble within 10 minutes, Manager Su went all out, mobilizing all the bar's security personnel to quickly suppress this petty thief. Unexpectedly, within seconds, all 30-odd people in the bar were defeated by him. That's fucking ruthless. Su Juanrong used to be a gangster himself, and he'd seen all sorts of tough guys in underground boxing matches, but even the best of them could only take on 10 opponents at most. Never heard of anyone who could fight 20 or 30. Especially since they were all elite thugs specially trained by bodyguard companies. What exactly do you want? Manager Su finally couldn't take it anymore and sat down on the ground with a thud, his whole body covered in a fine layer of cold sweat, his pupils wide open as he stared intently at this devil. 61, Chapter 61, Disliking Bowing Down to the Weak. What do I want? I just taught this arrogant scumbag a small lesson by trying to lay a hand on my sister, and you all started yelling and killing me, trying to intimidate me with numbers and power. What, you think I'm easy to bully? No, that's not how it is. Manager Su tried to explain, but the other party stomped on him to the ground, causing his blood and chi to freeze, and he couldn't even speak. Hey, that's enough. If you keep making a scene, you'll be the one who loses your life, don't you understand? Ma Yaoyao frantically winked at him. You seem to be out of the loop, Lu Qingxian said with amusement. You're the one who doesn't understand the situation. What does being able to fight mean? Can you take on 10 or 20 people, or even 100 or 200? Do you know how many people are in the Nanling Police Station's brigade? Do you know what the border defense zone behind them represents? If you stay here, the special search team will find you in half an hour. Dozens of snipers will be aiming at you, and the Nanling armed defense will be deployed in an hour, with helicopters and armored vehicles. Who can you possibly defeat? You're just ignorant of the law, you know nothing, you're just reckless and fearless. Lu Qingxian looked at her, his smile becoming unfathomable. I told you, you are the one who doesn't understand anything in this vast world. Only power can be relied upon, only I can be relied upon. Wait until you understand this sentence before you come and teach me how to do things in front of me. Click. Lu Qingxian showed no mercy and broke Manager Su's leg with a single stump. You, does Ye Fei know how cruel you are? Ma Yao Yao was almost dumbfounded. He was breaking arms and legs at the drop of a hat. Where did this devil come from? So what if I know or don't? I'm not bound by anyone's rules, and besides, Consort Ye isn't here, Lu Qingxian said calmly. As he spoke, he took down one person with each step, and when he arrived in front of Gao Zihan, he stepped between his legs, destroying his manhood. This deadly feud has now been formed. Actually, Lu Qingxian had never thought of going this far, but these people were ungrateful, so they had to pay the price. The entire bar was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Before, I was ready to see this kid make a fool of himself, but now, I'm just too scared and terrified to speak. And Ma Yao Yao finally stopped talking. This madwoman was completely impossible to communicate with. Just then, the crisp sound of high heels clicking on the wooden stairs instantly invigorated everyone. Sister Hong is here. I don't know who shouted it. Manager Su struggled weakly as he crawled towards the stairwell. Sister Hong, I am sorry. Useless trash. Hong Jie didn't even glance at him, but went straight to Lu Qingxian. Did you wreck my place? Lu Qingxian shrugged. I just casually taught these arrogant fools a lesson. How can that be considered ruining your place? They didn't make the first move, and I'm not a violent person. That's a good explanation. However, those who know me know that I, Sister Hong, am not one to argue. I only care about who is interfering with my business and who is cutting off Master Long's path to wealth. Everyone's breath caught in their throats. When it comes to Master Long, things get really serious. Those were truly figures standing at the pinnacle of Nanling City, like royalty. Even a captain like Qian Wenhai has to be very polite to Sister Hong, but in front of Master Long he's nothing more than a lowly ant, easily crushed with a single finger. Even the Black Dragon Guild gives face to Lord Long. Who else in the underworld of Nanling City is more powerful than the Black Dragon Guild? As Long Ye's spokesperson, Sister Hong's appearance is equivalent to Long Yi himself appearing. Sister Hong smiled gently, then changed the subject. However, recently the eminent monks of Longhua Mountain have told me to abstain from killing and to be calm. To be honest, I don't really want to break my vow and kill anyone, nor do I want to get too angry. Hong Jie was recounting a trivial matter. Pour 3 glasses of wine to apologize to Honey Fruit Bar, to me, and to Master Lanji. Can pretend I didn't see what happened today, and you don't need to bear the losses of Honey Fruit Bar. In addition, I will take care of the people you beat up. I guarantee you'll never encounter such a good thing again in your life. Everyone was astonished. Let's just let this go? Holy crap, when did Sister Hong become so easy to talk to? In the past, anyone who dared to cause trouble at Honey Fruit Bar would either have their hands and feet chopped off and thrown out to feed the dogs, or be tied to a stone and sunk into the Nanling River, disappearing without a trace. No one ever dared to break Sister Hong's rules. However, it is said that Sister Hong is quite superstitious, so it seems that it was really a high monk from Longhua Mountain who saved this kid's life. What kind of luck is this? It's even harder than winning the lottery. What are you still standing there for? Sister Hong has taken pity on you and helped you solve the follow-up troubles. It's like your ancestors' graves are emitting auspicious smoke. Hurry up and pour some wine to thank Sister Hong. Upon hearing this, Ma Yao Yao rushed up and pushed Lu Qingxian as if to take credit. Lu Qingxian remained unmoved. What if I say no? What? Ma Yao Yao thought she had misheard, picked at her ears, and looked at him incredulously. Sister Hong's expression also froze, as if she couldn't believe that someone would dare to provoke her again and again. Lu Qingxian had a faint smile on his face. Like you, I don't really like to reason, and I especially dislike bowing down and admitting my mistakes to the weak. 62, Chapter 62, A Self-Righteous Woman. It's that bastard again, Mr. Meng. Are we just incompatible with him? How come we keep running into him everywhere, or is he deliberately following us? On the second floor, Li Yunmeng and Secretary Han chased after them from the private room and witnessed the scene before them. Li Yunmeng, who originally just planned to come to the bar to have a few drinks to relieve her recent depressed mood, suddenly felt terrible. It feels like my private life is being spied on. There should be a limit to coincidences. It happened again and again. She simply couldn't believe that this guy wasn't following her. He clearly couldn't forget her, clearly couldn't let go of this relationship, but he stubbornly refused to admit it, and his pretentious act of being strong was truly laughable. Even when Li Yunmeng suggested getting back together, he brazenly refused, stubbornly clinging to his pride and suffering for it. This kind of man is simply too foolish. Thinking back to the bet she made with the girl in the black dress, Li Yunmeng burst out laughing for no reason. How can a thief like Lu Qingxian, who steals antiques, compare to young Master Chen in terms of achievements? Young Master Chen doesn't need to do anything. The things his family provides are enough to surpass 99% of his peers. Let alone 3 months, even 3 or 30 years, the two people could never stand on the same platform. That kind of gap is the result of the struggle of several generations, and it cannot be bridged by the efforts of one person alone. I never expected him to be so shameless. Even though I underestimated him time and time again, I found that he could still keep pushing my limits. But President Meng, he's completely done for this time. Did he think Sister Hong was as easy to talk to as President Meng? He has no idea what kind of person he's messed with, and he's still acting all high and mighty. I really want to laugh. Secretary Han looked into the distance, her eyes filled with utter contempt. He really did fall. Ever since Ah Hong became Master Long's woman, she has never been humiliated like this. Ah Hong would not let anyone live if anyone said such things to her. Li Yunmeng shook her head and sighed softly. Just then, Sister Hong, who was in the center of the bar on the first floor, snapped her fingers, and a group of mercenaries in black tactical vests suddenly appeared from all directions. The group of men, armed to the teeth, brought the situation under control the moment they emerged, with several submachine guns aimed at Lu Qingxian from the shadows. Ordinary people had never seen anything like this before. They were all stunned. Special forces? Mercenaries? It's unimaginable how much influence and connections one must have to arrange for these people to be by Sister Hong's side and protect her safety. Sister Hong wore a smile that seemed to control everything. Now tell me, who is the weakling? Ma Yaoyao quietly slipped away from Lu Qingxuan's side. Just kidding, she didn't want to get involved with this madman. He was a complete idiot. He didn't cherish the opportunity to leave unscathed and instead provoked Sister Hong, causing a huge disaster. She couldn't understand how there could be such a stupid person. Seeing this, Lu Qingxian also put away his cynical expression. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't go too far and lose your life. Pointing a gun at me is very unwise. Sister Hong raised an eyebrow, looking at her subordinates incredulously. Did you hear what he said? A group of people burst into laughter. This idiot, does he really think he's some kind of invincible Superman? One burst of bullets and he'd be riddled with holes, and he dares to threaten Sister Hong, who gave him the guts? He's probably already out of his mind after drinking 3 cups of horse urine. Sister Hong fiddled with her nails and sneered, tell me your last words. It seems you're determined to fight me. The light in Lu Qingxuan's eyes darkened, turning into a chilling killing intent. Grab him, chop him up and feed him to the dogs. At Sister Hong's command, more than a dozen mercenaries approached with guns. Ah Hong! Just then, Li Yunmeng on the second floor called out. Then, she quickly went downstairs. Ah Hong, please do me a favor and let's leave it at that for today. Li Yunmeng sighed softly, ultimately unable to bear watching him die in front of her. Whether they've separated or grown tired of each other, they've still shared a bed. Yunmeng? You know him? Sister Hong looked at the other person in surprise. All eyes immediately turned to Li Yunmeng. Who's so arrogant, to get Sister Hong to give her face, and to keep calling her Ah Hong? Upon seeing the newcomer, their doubts vanished immediately. She turned out to be the CEO of Yunmeng Group, known as the Yunmeng Goddess, the youngest and most beautiful female CEO in Nanling City. Li Yunmeng is a regular at this bar, and she is always accompanied by Sister Hong. It seems that the two have a good relationship, and only she is qualified to get Sister Hong to give her face. Why did she save this idiot? Li Yunmeng gave a self-deprecating laugh. I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me, Ah Hong, but he's the Lu Qingxian I mentioned to you before, my ex-husband. Upon hearing this, the scene erupted in chaos. Even Sister Hong stared in disbelief, her face full of surprise. Is this foolish man Yunmeng's ex-husband? Even more shocking is Ma Yaoyao, her ex-husband. The person Yafei likes is actually a divorced guy. What's going on? Now I understand why you insisted on getting a divorce. It must have been tough for you these past few years, having been stuck with such a fool, Sister Hong said with a smile. It was my own choice, and I will bear all the consequences myself. I have never complained about anyone. Ah Hong, let him go. No matter what happened between us, we still have a few years of feelings for each other. You know I'm a sentimental person. Li Yunmeng sighed softly. Sister Hong gave a thumbs up. Yunmeng, I will definitely give you face, but you have to keep your eyes open in the future. If you run into a fool like this again, no matter how big your business gets, you will be dragged into the abyss. After saying that, Sister Hong gave Lu Qingxian a cold look. Get lost, don't ever show your face in front of me and Yunmeng again, or I will kill you with my own hands. Yunmeng, let's go up. Sister Hong rubbed her temples wearily. Li Yunmeng smiled and shook her head. I won't go up. I have several meetings to attend tomorrow, and I need to go back early to prepare materials. After saying goodbye to Sister Hong, Li Yunmeng came to Lu Qingxian and glanced at him expressionlessly. I don't like owing people anything. I owed you a favor from the royal court banquet, and I've paid it back today. From now on, I don't want you to keep stalking me, because every time you appear in front of me, it bothers me a lot, understand? Lu Qingxian looked at her incredulously. You're saying I stalked you? Isn't that right? No matter where I am, you will appear in front of me in various ways. Your tricks are despicable, childish, and ridiculous. I don't even understand how I could have fallen for you 3 years ago. Li Yunmeng shook her head. It's pointless to talk about this now. There is a huge gap between us in terms of status, cognition and perspective. Every conversation with you is a waste of my time. 63, Chapter 63, Companions on the Road to the Underworld. I really don't know where your inexplicable confidence comes from. Lu Qingxian shook his head, feeling both helpless and amused. Confidence stems from ability. Being the president of 3 companies is the best proof. You can't rely on just talk, can you? What do you think? Seeing that Lu Qingxian remained silent, Li Yunmeng smiled and said, "All right, my project plan with the Four Seas Aviation Association has been officially put on the agenda. In a while, I will sit at the same table with the head of the Four Seas Aviation Association to discuss the cooperation plan. At that time, it will also officially mean that I will be standing at the highest level in Nanling, and even Jiangnan. Do you understand what this means?" You don't understand. You've never understood what I'm doing. That's the root cause of why we have less and less to talk about and grow further and further apart. In fact, our fate was sealed the moment I started my first company while you were still not making any progress. Lu Qingxian, I've been more lenient with you than you'd like. You'd better watch yourself. With that, Li Yunmeng and Secretary Han left without looking back. Outside, Shen Yulong's sports car was already waiting there to pick up the two and take them home. Lu Qingxian watched her leave, finding it amusing but having no idea how to respond. This is perhaps the greatest tragedy for a woman, to be unaware of her blessings and ruin everything with her own ignorant assertiveness. Fools are lucky. I really don't know how to describe your luck. Ma Yaoyao had somehow appeared behind Lu Qingxian again, looking at him with a look of utter shock. But speaking of which, how did you manage to snag a goddess like Li Yunmeng? Why would she be interested in you and marry you? You think she's unattainable because your perspective is too narrow. To me, she's just an ordinary woman. Lu Qingxian glanced at her. An ordinary woman? She's the boss of 3 companies, the youngest female CEO featured in the Nanling Daily, and a close friend of Sister Hong. Is she really an ordinary woman? Ma Yaoyao's jaw dropped in astonishment. How could anyone say such a thing? If it weren't for someone pleading on your behalf today, you would have been riddled with bullets by Sister Hong's men. Just keep pretending. Lu Qingxian, never one to be outdone, calmly said, if she really dares to make a move, I guarantee she'll be the first to die. It should be said that Li Yunmeng saved her life, not me. Ma Yaoyao was completely speechless. This man was definitely mentally ill. Case closed. Upon hearing this, Sister Hong, who had just stepped onto the second-floor stairs, immediately stumbled and turned green with anger. This ungrateful fool has repeatedly provoked her and challenged her. Bottom line, if she hadn't promised Yunmeng, she would have wanted to go down and tear him apart, making this arrogant little beast disappear from this world forever. Sister Hong, I can secretly take care of him without anyone noticing. I can even stage the death scene so Miss Yunmeng won't suspect you, said Xiao Dao, the assassin who was in charge of cleaning up the mess, in a cold, low voice. Sister Hong shook her head. Forget it. What I said is what I will do. If he messes with me again, I will definitely kill him. Also, don't tell Master Long about tonight's events. Knowing Master Long's temper, he'll definitely tear that little brat to pieces. Then I won't be able to explain it to Yunmeng either, Sister Hong instructed as she walked. Yes. The assassin, little knife, replied, bowing his head. Just then, Sister Hong felt a warmth spread through her body as a large hand suddenly grabbed her and pulled her into its embrace. Sister Hong exclaimed in surprise, then smelled the familiar scent and instantly gave up struggling. Master Long, you're so annoying. Who just heard me say that you shouldn't tell me anything? What, is Hongmei now hiding something from me, Master Long? The rugged-looking man revealed a teasing smile. Hong Jie's expression froze. Judging from your appearance, you've been bullied? Wei Long frowned. In this vast Nanling city, who doesn't know you're my woman? Anyone who dares to bully you is going against me, Wei Long, and will pay a heavy price. Xiao Dao, keep him here. Hongmei, come down with me. Wei Long was furious. Since the establishment of Migo Entertainment and the establishment of its position in Nanling City, no one had ever dared to blatantly provoke him like this. They were simply courting death. Xiao Dao was the first to rush down. He had long disliked that little beast, and now that Lord Long had given the order, no one could stop him from killing and torturing him. As Lu Qingxian was about to leave the bar, suddenly all the lights went out and the door slammed shut. What's going on? Upon seeing this, Ma Yaoyao suddenly had a bad feeling. Just then, a cold voice came from behind Lu Qingxian. Want to leave? Sorry, you're in a bad mood today. Even if Miss Yunmeng pleads for you, you're still doomed. Xiao Dao said coldly. Sister Hong won't hold it against you, but now, Master Long is back. Master Long's woman has been humiliated. Master Long is furious, and the whole of Nanling will tremble. Furthermore, someone must atone with their death to appease Master Long's anger. Your Lord Long is so powerful, making Nanling tremble at the drop of a hat, Lu Qingxian said with a surprised laugh. Wei Long, that coward, didn't dare utter a word in front of him and Chen Jiadi, but he was very domineering outside, and the subordinates he trained were all more arrogant and conceited than the last. Hey, shut up, that's Boss Long, a super big shot at the top of Nanling City, someone on par with people like Yi Changping. Do you know that? Ma Yaoyao was so scared she almost lost her mind, and whispered in Lu Qingshuan's ear. Yaoyao, let's hurry, something seems wrong. Huang Mao had also sneaked over here at some point, and taking advantage of the darkness, he grabbed Ma Yaoyao's hand. Ma Yaoyao didn't dare to hesitate, and followed. He tried to slip away, but several mercenaries were faster, blocking the doorway and aiming their dark gun barrels at him. Brothers, I have nothing to do with him. I don't know him at all. Please let us out, the blonde-haired man hurriedly explained. Get lost. One of them used the butt of his gun to knock the blonde-haired man unconscious. I clearly saw you talking to him just now. Since you know each other, then you can keep each other company on the road to the underworld. Xiao Dao glanced at Ma Yaoyao with a cold smile. This terrified Ma Yaoyao. She was innocent. Why should she be buried with this idiot? You can't be so unreasonable. I really don't know him. What you're doing is illegal. As soon as Ma Yaoyao said this, she noticed that everyone around her laughed. We're doing illegal things, and you're saying I'm breaking the law? Xiao Dao said with a mocking laugh. Ma Yaoyao's face turned ashen, and she plopped down on the ground, completely dumbfounded. Just because she spoke a few words to him, she's being treated as an accomplice. Who can she complain to? Master Long is here, everyone quiet. Xiao Dao shouted, and the entire bar instantly fell silent. 64, Chapter 64, The True Face of Mount Lu. The lights on the second floor were still on, and everyone's eyes turned to the sound as soon as they heard it. Dressed in a Zhongshan suit, Master Long looked like a high-ranking national official in the dim light. His eagle-like and wolf-like demeanor was fully revealed, making people dare not breathe. Wearing a red cheongsam, Sister Hong linked arms with him, instantly transforming from a queen into a shy and charming young woman. Only Master Long could tame this proud phoenix. Other men would probably have to consider whether they were worthy of shining her shoes. I heard that someone wrecked my place. Lord Long stomped his feet heavily. He hit one of my men. He paused after each sentence. He even threatened to kill my woman. Walking in the middle of the messy bar, Boss Long's eyes suddenly locked onto the main entrance. Those blurry figures in the darkness had become dead people in his eyes. It seems that I've been too quiet lately, causing some people to lose their respect for me. They think that I, Lord Long, am nothing special, and that I wouldn't lose my life if they provoke me. Is that right? Wei Long seemed to possess a kind of innate magic. Every word he spoke was so captivating that it seemed to drain one's very energy and spirit. This kind of aura of authority truly befits a top-tier leader. Ma Yaoyao, who was caught in the crossfire, seemed to have lost her mind. She sat on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, and muttered to herself, Sister Hong didn't care, but you insisted on courting death. Sister Hong did care, and Li Yunmeng stood up for you. You finally escaped with your life, but you still keep courting death. How many lives do you have? Now look what's happened, the legendary Dragon Lord has appeared. Even a great immortal can't save you now. It doesn't matter if you die, but why did you have to drag me into this? I'm still in college, so young and beautiful, sob sob sob. Nobody told you to come over and talk to me. It's your own fault for being dishonest, Lu Qingxian said nonchalantly. These words nearly made Ma Yaoyao die of anger. How could she be so shameless? She had to strike up a conversation. Her curiosity got the better of her, and she wanted to explore this guy who had driven Yafei to the brink of death. Now look what's happened, she's lost her life. Alright, it's not like you're really going to die. As long as you protect Yafei well for me from now on, you'll be safe and sound today, Lu Qingxian said speechlessly, looking at her life and death state. You're still showing off. Do you think you're not going to suffer enough later? Ma Yaoyao said, tears streaming down her face. Lu Qingxian simply ignored him and, in the darkness, turned his gaze toward Lord Long, who was walking towards them from not far away. Master Long couldn't see him clearly, but he could see everything in the bar, including the subtle movements in the corners. This was the most direct physical change brought about by cultivating the jade bone. With improvements in hearing, vision, and acuity, he could react in milliseconds. Even if external martial arts reached the pinnacle, they could not comprehend Lu Qingxuan's strength. That kid Wei Long, I never would have guessed he's such a simpleton outside. No wonder Chen Jiadi said he's all bark and no bite and needs to be taught a lesson, Lu Qingxian muttered. You little brat, didn't you hear Lord Long asking you a question? Kneel down and answer him now, or we'll chop you up. With Master Long around, many people became bolder. On the one hand, they didn't believe anyone would dare to act recklessly in front of Master Long. On the other hand, he also wanted to make a name for himself and show his face in front of Master Long. Putting aside everything else, he would have something to brag about in the future. If he was lucky enough to be recruited by Master Long, he would never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of his life and enjoy a superior status. Not to be outdone, Xiao Dao gripped a short knife in his hand, staring at him with chilling intent. If you dare to show the slightest disrespect to Lord Long, I will immediately cut off your head. Hee, young man, don't be so impulsive. I am a reasonable person. Wei Long waved his hand. I just heard from Hongmei that Li Yunmeng of Yunmeng Group put in a good word for you, which is why Hongmei let you off the hook, but you don't seem to care and continue to be arrogant and domineering on my turf. Isn't that great? I don't need to pay attention to anyone, Lu Qingxian said calmly. Hee, Wei Long narrowed his eyes. So, you're not going to listen to me either, is that it? You think you're worthy of my respect? Lu Qingxian flicked his fingers. Does the Honey Fruit Group make you so arrogant? How dare you? You dare speak to Master Long in that tone? You're asking for trouble. Pull out his tongue and make him kneel before Lord Long to repent and admit his mistakes. A group of people were shouting wildly, but none of them dared to step forward and actually attack Lu Qingxian. After all, the scene of him fighting more than 20 people by himself was still vivid in everyone's mind. Who would dare to go up and cause trouble? If the other party went crazy and took 2 people with him before he died, then it would be a huge loss. It's all over, that bastard. I curse his ancestors for 8 generations. Ma Yaoyao had already cursed Lu Qingxian from head to toe in her mind. Others simply couldn't understand it. If he really didn't want to live, he might as well jump off a building. Why did he provoke Master Long like that? What was he trying to achieve? Wei Long laughed, his eyes revealing murderous intent. Today, even if the 4 major families intervene, even if Yi Changping is your father, even if the city chief personally comes to plead for you, I will still kill you. But before I kill you, I'm curious who dares to cause trouble on my turf and so arrogantly disregard my authority as Wei Long. Turn on the lights and let's see who this brave warrior really is. At Wei Long's command, all the lights in the bar were turned on, making the night as bright as day. Several laser lights shone on Lu Qingxian and Ma Yaoyao's faces, and their features were seen so clearly for the first time. Ma Yaoyao felt utterly hopeless and collapsed to the ground, all her strength drained away. Wei Long looked at the two of them with a faint smile on his face. Suddenly, the smile on his face froze. He stared intently at Lu Qingxian, then rubbed his eyes hard. His expression changed from relaxed to utterly horrified, his eyes wide open. I almost cried out. 65, Chapter 65, Ma Yaoyao's thoughts. Master Long, this is just a small matter. I feel very guilty that you have to go through all this trouble. Let me handle the killing here. Sister Hong said with concern. Xiao Dao, get to work. It's late, and Master Long needs to rest. Okay, Sister Hong. Xiao Dao stuck out his tongue and licked the blade. Stop! Wei Long roared hysterically. But it was too late, the knife struck with deadly force, the short blade aimed straight for the throat. However, he overestimated himself. Although he was quite skilled, having risen through the ranks of underground boxing as a renowned assassin, he was still no match for Lu Qingxian. The moment the knife came slashing, Lu Qingxian grabbed the handle with his other hand, pushed it towards the other man's wrist, breaking his hand bone. Then he twisted the other man's arm and pulled hard, dislocating the entire arm. The whole process takes only about a second. External martial arts, even if you reach the level of a top master, at most you can only have a body of steel. But if you encounter internal martial arts that can shatter steel, you are as fragile as paper, Lu Qingxian said casually. Shoot him to death! Sister Hong shouted angrily. Just then, Master Long suddenly turned around and slapped Sister Hong across the face. I fucking told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Sister Hong covered her face, looking at Master Long in disbelief. Since she got together with Master Long, he has never even yelled at her, let alone slapped her. You really need to keep a close eye on this woman. How dare you say to me that you don't like to reason? Do you think I'm the kind of person who likes to reason? Lu Qingxian said with a half smile. And you too, no wonder General Chen said you needed to be taught a lesson. Looking at you today, it's true, that honest and simple demeanor you always showed us was all an act. Wei Long looked embarrassed and quickly ran to Lu Qingxian, kneeling down in front of everyone. This scene left everyone speechless. Many people bit their tongues and rubbed their eyes, trying to prove that what they were seeing was not real. However, this is the truth, and it is undeniably right before everyone's eyes. The mighty Lord Long knelt before that brat. Master Long, you. Sister Hong even forgot the pain on her face and stared in shock at the back of the man she once admired so much. Ma Yaoyao stared blankly at Master Long, who was standing right in front of her, her mind a complete blank. What's going on? Wei Long, looking aggrieved and defeated, knelt down in front of Lu Qingxian. Young master, spare me, too have to act more domineering in public, otherwise I won't be able to keep the scene in check. Lu Qingxian nodded. That makes sense, but you just said that even if the four major families intervened, even if it was Yi Changping's son, even if the city chief came, he would still kill me? Ha, I said that, ha ha, young master, you must have misheard me. Wei Long tried to dodge the question, but when he met Lu Qingxuan's cold gaze, he immediately wilted and cried, young master, spare my life. If I had known it was you coming, I would have swept the land for miles to welcome you. How could I have dared to offend you in the slightest? This is no joke. You certainly know how to flatter, Lu Qingxian said with a smile, shaking his head. I'm not one to hold grudges. I just happened to be here today and this happened to be the last thing I was looking for, and you just happened to walk right into my line of fire. Young master, I will punish everyone severely, please rest assured. Ah Hong, pour the wine and apologize to the young master and to this young mistress. Master Long glanced at Ma Yaoyao sitting next to Lu Qingxian, assuming that Ma Yaoyao was the young master's woman, and his attitude became respectful for a moment. This is the future young mistress of the house. If we don't treat her well, there will be big problems. Yes, Master Long. Even the most naive Sister Hong realized the seriousness of the situation at this point. No wonder the other party was not afraid at all. No wonder the other party was not afraid whether he appeared or Lord Long took action. It turns out that this young man was someone that even Lord Long could not afford to offend. Previously, Sister Hong had never dared to think about this level. After all, in the vast Nanling, neither the young masters of the four major families nor the son of the city lord were people that Lord Long needed to be wary of. In other words, among the young people, there was no one who could directly challenge Lord Long. Who exactly is he, who was addressed as young master by Lord Long? While pouring the wine, Sister Hong secretly glanced at Lu Qingxian. The more she looked at him, the more unfathomable this young man seemed. There was a kind of composure and confidence emanating from his eyes, a kind of detachment from worldly affairs that even some old monsters in their 70s and 80s did not possess. My lord, and this young mistress, it is my fault for offending you both. I will drink this cup of wine in one gulp. Sister Hong picked up the wine cup, drank it in one gulp, and then bowed deeply to Lu Qingxian and Ma Yaoyao. Young master, young madam, I was blind. This cup of wine is my apology. Wei Long also picked up a cup of wine and gulped it down. Lu Qingxian picked up his wine glass, casually touched his lips to it, and took that as an acceptance of their apologies. Beside her, Ma Yaoyao stood there blankly. Young madam, are you still angry? If you are, slap Xiaolong promises not to fight back or talk back, and you can vent your anger on him. Wei Long looked at Ma Yaoyao and asked cautiously. Ha? Ma Yaoyao suddenly came to her senses, her shocked expression written all over her face. No, Mr. Long, you're too kind. After saying that, Ma Yaoyao quickly finished the wine in her glass in one gulp. Good heavens, Master Long and Sister Long are toasting her. Are you kidding me? Even in the capital, you might not get this kind of treatment. It's terrifying. Why do you still call me Master Long? Just call me Little Long from now on. If you ever have any trouble or need anything, just let me know, and I'll be there to help you right away, Wei Long said with a smile. It's finally settled. The moment he saw Lu Qingxian, his soul weighs. It's going to scare me out of my wits. Alright, stop flattering me. Go do your thing. I am leaving soon, so I don't need your help. Lu Qingxian impatiently dismissed Master Long and Sister Hong. Soon, everyone else in the bar was cleared out. Gao Zihang, who was unconscious, and the injured were carried away and sent to the hospital, leaving only a small number of staff members. A short while later, the blonde-haired man got up from the ground, rubbed his head, and looked around in confusion. It seems your friend has woken up. You should leave now. Remember what you just promised me. From now on, while I'm away, take good care of Ye Fei for me. If something like this happens again, I will hold you accountable as well, Lu Qingxian warned. Ma Yaoyao lowered her head, her expression shifting, her eyes darting around. A top-tier young master, a super tycoon whom even Dragon Lord would kneel and bow to, an invincible strongman who could take on dozens of people single-handedly. Just let him go like that. Are you kidding me? Where's Sister Hong? Didn't Sister Hong just come down? Could I be dead? The blonde-haired man looked around in confusion, his face pale. Yaoyao, what's going on? Why are you still sitting with this little beast? Slap. Ma Yaoyao slapped the blonde-haired man across the face. Have you no manners? What business is it of yours who I sit with? Who do you think you are? The blonde-haired man covered his face in anger and frustration. Yaoyao, what are you doing? I'm your boyfriend, Langjie. Why are you hitting me? Langjie, I don't know you. Please don't try to get close to me like you're related to a yellow dog. Just get lost. As she spoke, Ma Yaoyao leaned closer to Lu Qingxian and said in a sweet, coquettish voice, this is my man. People were calling me young mistress just now, which means they all think we're a good match. The blonde-haired man's face turned green. You son of a bitch, let go of my girlfriend right now, or I'll kill you. 66, Chapter 66, Curiosity killed the cat. What are you yelling about? Look at your behavior. What makes you think you deserve to have me, young, beautiful, and fair-skinned? Get out of here, I never want to see you again. Ma Yaoyao turned her head away, too lazy to look at him. She was extremely annoyed. What had gotten into her today? Why did she have to bring that blonde-haired guy along? Wasn't this just making Mr. Lu look down on her? After all, college students are valuable, but college students who have been in relationships are worth far less. If she were still a pure first love, with her looks and charm, the other person might fall for her immediately. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Ma Yaoyao even considered killing that stinky blonde-haired guy. Just as Huang Mao was about to lash out, he was grabbed by two bar security guards and thrown outside the bar. Inside the bar, Lu Qingxian pushed her away. You haven't answered what I just said as Ye Fei's best friend. I don't want you to lead her astray. Do you understand? Ma Yaoyao pouted reluctantly. Why are you only concerned about Ye Fei? She's a girl too. Don't men like gentle and sexy girls like her? Besides, it wasn't someone else who wanted to bring Ye Fei here today. Ye Fei herself said she was in a bad mood, feeling down, and wanted to drink. Actually, Ma Yaoyao told a lie here. Ye Fei did say she was in a bad mood, but whether she came to the bar or privately called Gao Zihang and Huang Mao Langjie, it was all her own decision. She had received a bribe from Gao Zihang and originally planned to take advantage of Ye Fei's drunkenness to bring the two of them together. Little did she know that Lu Qingxian would suddenly appear out of nowhere, which was the biggest unexpected turn of events in her plan. But it was precisely because of this unexpected turn of events that she changed her plans. Whether it's trying to please Gao Zihang or getting along well with Ye Fei, nothing compares to hooking up with a super rich young master. So her goal is very clear now, Lu Qingxian. If she takes down Lu Qingxian, she'll rise to prominence. What's Gao Zihang? What are the young masters and ladies of the four great families? Even Sister Hong and Master Long have to toast her, let alone those small fry. Oh dear, why do I feel a little dizzy? Ma Yaoyao shook her head and tried to lean into Lu Qingxuan's arms again. Lu Qingxian frowned. If you can't do what I just said, then stay away from Yafei from now on. I don't want any shady friends around her. Oh, I know, I'll take good care of Yafei for you. Yafei and I are like sisters, how could I possibly harm her? But now I finally understand why Yafei admires and likes you so much. Yafei knows your identity, right? Ma Yaoyao stared at Lu Qingxian expectantly. Lu Qingxian shook his head. By the way, you also need to keep this a secret from me. Yafei knows nothing about my identity, and I don't want her to know. She just needs to maintain the purest brother-sister relationship with me. Oh, I see. Ma Yaoyao's eyes darted around. Don't worry, brother Qingxian, I'll definitely keep it a secret. So it turns out that silly girl Yafei knew nothing at all. How could she have such good taste? She could just casually find a super rich young master of royal lineage. Luckily this rich young master only treats her like a younger sister, otherwise what chance would Ma Yaoyao have? Ouch, my head hurts so much. Ma Yaoyao fainted in Lu Qingxuan's arms, her face flushed. I can't drink alcohol, I'm about to collapse, please take me to a hotel. What? She's a girl, you can't just leave her here and ignore her. Lu Qingxian originally wanted to ask her where she lived so he could send her home, but the woman just fell asleep. He didn't know if she was really unconscious or just pretending to be dead. To be fair, this girl doesn't look like a college freshman in her teens at all. Unlike Yafei, who is pure and lovely, Ma Yaoyao is seductive to the bone and easily tempts people to commit crimes. If she is really left here, she will most likely be picked up by someone soon. After thinking it over, Lu Qingxian decided to take her back and let her go home immediately after she woke up. After all, she was a girl and Yafei's best friend. If something happened to her, Yafei would blame him. After leaving Honey Fruit Bar, Lu Qingxian hailed a car on the roadside. When they arrived at Chen Jiadi's intelligence building, Ma Yaoyao secretly opened her eyes a crack as they entered the building. Upon seeing the towering Pentagon before her, Ma Yaoyao was so shocked that her mind went blank. Is this where brother Qingxian lives? Isn't that too exaggerated? This place must cover tens of thousands of square meters, right? Even the top manors in China don't have anything like this. One building is equivalent to an entire residential complex. It's incredibly luxurious. Young master, why did you bring a woman back? I remember you weren't into that kind of thing, were you? Did you suddenly become enlightened after the divorce? Chen Jia chuckled, a hint of mockery in his aged eyes. What an insolent old man. Lu Qingxian rolled his eyes. She's Yafei's friend. She got drunk and didn't tell me where she lives. I just brought her back to stay for the night. Please arrange a room for her later. Have the lightning detonator and deep sea rocks on the rooftop platform been installed? Don't worry, young master, everything is arranged properly. Also, I just checked the weather forecast, and there are thunderclouds in the Nanling area tonight, so everything is just right. Lu Qingxian nodded, tossed Ma Yaoyao onto the sofa in the lobby, went back to his room to change his clothes, and went straight up to the rooftop platform. He didn't notice that no sooner had he left than Ma Yaoyao secretly took the elevator and followed him up. The rooftop platform faces the rising moon, but tonight the moonlight is dim, and thick clouds are gradually gathering in the sky. As Ma Yaoyao stepped out of the elevator, she was like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden, wanting to touch everything she saw. The floor tiles are made of authentic Ru kiln blue and white porcelain, and 2 rows of beautiful jade white horses extend for hundreds of meters. Every 20 meters, there is an astronomical telescope that can see everything 100 miles away. This configuration is unparalleled, not only in Nanling City, but throughout the entire Jiangnan region. Go to the second one. What is he doing? Ma Yaoyao peeked out and watched Lu Qingxian walk into a spire made of crystal clear jade. She couldn't help but follow him out of curiosity. Just then, boom! A massive bolt of lightning, as thick as a water bucket, flashed across the sky and surged into the crystal spire along the lightning rod. For a moment, thunderous sounds filled the sky above the Pentagon. 67, Chapter 67, It's That Cheating Couple. Ah! Ma Yaoyao was already afraid of thunder and lightning, and had never seen anything like this before. She sat down on the ground and fainted on the spot from fright. When Lu Qingxian emerged from the spire made of deep sea rocks the next morning, he discovered that the woman had slept on the rooftop all night. Didn't we ask Chen Jiadi to arrange a place for him to stay? Lu Qingxian carried her downstairs and randomly found a room to put her on the bed. I originally planned to wait until she woke up and take her home before leaving, but not long after, I received a call from Lu Bingqing. He had planned to talk to Lu Bingqing about the deep sea raw stone, and now that she had something to discuss with him, he figured he might as well go. As for this woman. After thinking it over, Lu Qingxian sent someone to take her to Consortia's place with Consortia taking care of her. He figured nothing would go wrong. Lu Qingxian never expected that after waking up, this woman would talk nonsense to Ye Fei, causing an irreversible change in his relationship with Ye Fei. But that's a story for another time. After driving all the way to the headquarters of Sihai Henghui Group, Lu Bingqing was already waiting in the parking lot. Upon seeing the grand display, Lu Qingxian smiled and said, "What day is it today? The atmosphere is so lively." Luxury cars rained down and celebrities thronged the entrance to the Four Seas Aviation Club. Business owners and representatives from various companies arrived one after another, and Lu Qingxian even recognized a few familiar faces from the royal court banquet. The little girl from the Wu family, Wu Luoluo, left a deep impression on him, even more so than her brother, Wu Yinji. He appears honest on the outside, but he's actually full of wicked ideas. To Lu Qingxuan's surprise, Chen Yulong from the Chen family was also there. Wherever Chen Yulong appears, Li Yunmeng is sure to follow. Sure enough, just as this thought crossed my mind, I saw Li Yunmeng and Secretary Han get out of the car, followed by her mother Chen Meijiu and her younger brother Li Yunhao. What bad luck! No wonder the other party felt he was stalking her in just 2 or 3 days. They met more times than they had in a month when they were together. Who would believe that this was unintentional? However, Lu Qingxian was too lazy to explain these things. Whatever the other party thought was none of his business. Mr. Lu, speaking of today, it actually has something to do with you. What does this have to do with me? Yes, do you remember the royal court banquet, when Li Yunmeng offered us the Sihai Aviation Association a project? If it weren't for Mula's intervention, given her provocation of me, that project wouldn't have been hers at all. And today is the day of the project conference, with all the partners coming to discuss cooperation, sign contracts, and have a dinner party. That has nothing to do with me, right? I just don't want to settle personal scores. Lu Qingxian thought for a moment and shook his head. Lu Bingqing covered her mouth and laughed. Mr. Lu is exceptionally upright in this respect. However, my thoughts are different from Mr. Lu's. Where in this world is there so much fairness and justice? Where are there so many good things that can be rewarded with corresponding efforts? People are selfish. The reason why people endlessly climb to the peak is so that they can do whatever they want. If she makes me unhappy, then she deserves all the bad luck. No matter how capable she is or how excellent her projects are, I will not grant her a single resource. I will even spare no effort to suppress her and let her know what it feels like to fall into the abyss. What pleases me is that even a beggar can rise to prominence and become a respected figure in Jiangnan. Lu Bingqing's words made Lu Qingxian look at her with new respect. It must be said that she lives a very clear-headed and authentic life. Let's go, Mr. Lu. You've done my Lu family such a great favor. My grandfather even said he'd like to host a separate banquet for you later. Lu Bingqing blinked, gently biting her lip, a shy look appearing on her face. Then, she didn't know where she got the courage, but she actually stepped forward and took Lu Qingxuan's arm in a very open and generous manner. Lu Qingxian was slightly taken aback, but then did not refuse. The princess of the Four Seas Airlines Association took the initiative to take your arm. It would be too disrespectful to refuse her in public. Besides, we'll need to ask her for help later regarding the deep-sea raw stones, so we shouldn't upset her. The lobby on the first floor of the Sihai Henghui building was completely cleared out and decorated in a magnificent manner as the main venue for banquets. A large red carpet was stretched from the entrance all the way to the parking lot. Stepping onto this red carpet was like walking on a road to heaven, and no one doubted the value of this red carpet. Chen Meijiu wore a dark green cheongsam today. Walking on the red carpet, she looked around like a country bumpkin visiting the Grandview Garden. Her face was full of pride and excitement. She was proud that her daughter had made something of herself and that she had brought her to such a high-end occasion. She was excited that she would finally have something to brag about to her sisters when she got back. Just thinking about taking a group photo with the head of the Sihai Henghui later made her feel excited. I heard that the princess of the Four Seas Airlines Association is not interested in rich young masters. Her family does not need to maintain its status through marriage. The man she sets her sights on, even if he is a beggar on the street or a rat in a hole, can be helped to become a new noble in Nanling in no time. So today she specially had her son, Li Yunhao, discharged from the hospital, dressed in handsome clothes, and come over to try his luck. If her son is chosen, then the Li family will truly rise to prominence, and no one will be able to challenge their dominance for the next 50 years. However, this kind of thing requires luck. She could only tell Xiao how to try to get close to the princess when they met, to make a good impression, and then have her daughter say a few good words about her. Eventually, the matter would naturally be settled. Mom, I finally agreed to let you come, so don't cause any trouble. Everyone here is a high-ranking official or a big shot. It doesn't matter who you offend. All of this is detrimental to my Yunmeng group. Seeing her mother's eyes light up, Li Yunmeng felt worried and couldn't help but give her some advice. Oh my, you don't even trust your own mother? What trouble could I possibly cause you? Chen Meijiao's face hardened, and she was somewhat displeased. Seeing this, Li Yunmeng shook her head and sighed, saying no more. Mr. Meng, look. Just then, Secretary Han grabbed Li Yunmeng's arm and pointed to Lu Qingxian and Lu Bingqing, who had already stepped into the main hall not far away. It's that bastard surnamed Lu, and that little bitch from the Imperial Court banquet night. What are those two scoundrels doing here? Li Yunmeng looked at it carefully and frowned. It really was them. What does the signing ceremony of the Four Seas Navigation Association have to do with them? They have to get involved in every little thing. It's disgusting. Following Li Yunmeng and Secretary Han's gaze, Chen Yulong, Li Yunhao, and Chen Meijiao, who were standing to the side, also saw Lu Qingxian and the girl who was holding Lu Qingshuan's arm. It's her. Chen Meijiao's eyes widened, almost turning bloodshot. Yunmeng, that little bitch hit your mother and had your brother beaten up and sent to the hospital. It's her. I'd recognize her even if she were ashes. Chen Meijiao pointed at Lu Bingqing, her voice hoarse with anger. Are you sure? If she really hit you, I'll go and get justice for you right now. Li Yunmeng's voice lowered involuntarily. Of course I'm sure, sis, she slapped me more than a dozen times. I am absolutely certain I didn't mistake her for someone else. Eats that bitch. Li Yunhao quickly stepped forward to testify. 68, Chapter 68, this time, we've really gotten ourselves into trouble. Li Yunmeng stared at Lu Qingxian and Lu Bingqing, recalling what happened at the royal banquet that night, and felt a surge of anger in her heart. Just as he was about to step forward to demand an explanation, Chen Yulong, who was walking in front, called out to him. Yunmeng, today is an important day for you as one of the 4 partners selected by Sihai Aviation Association. You are required to be interviewed at any time and meet with the person in charge of Sihai Aviation Association. How can you have a conflict with someone in this situation? You know, the media loves to make things up and fabricate stories, so leave this to me. Guarantee it won't be long before he and that woman are kneeling before you, begging for your forgiveness, Chen Yulong said considerately. Upon hearing this, Li Yunmeng also felt that what he said made sense. There were too many unscrupulous media outlets these days, and as her status rose, she needed to be more and more careful and discreet in her words and actions. Otherwise, if she were to accidentally create negative public opinion, it would be very detrimental to her future development. You're so thoughtful, I almost acted impulsively. Young Master Chen, I'll leave this matter to you. Young Master Chen is truly a perfect match for my daughter. He thinks of everything so thoroughly. We'll need you to take good care of Yunmeng in the future. Chen Meijiao couldn't be more satisfied with Chen Yulong as her son-in-law, and she was already thinking about the dividends from the shares after the Chun Group's successful IPO. Unbeknownst to her, the Chun Group was in complete chaos and was preparing to abscond with the funds. Chen Yulong's current activities were aimed at swindling as much money as possible in the remaining time. Even Li Yunmeng fell into his trap. By the way, Yunmeng, before that, I must give you a formal introduction to our Chun Group's new partner. Chen Yulong led the group to the main hall, where a young man, not yet 30, with a calm and mature demeanor, was chatting and laughing with many bosses around him. Young Master Pan. The young man, who had been chatting and laughing, was taken aback. He turned around and looked at Li Yunmeng and the others. His expression changed from doubt to joy as he walked over confidently. Young Master Chen, is this the rumored youngest and most beautiful female CEO in Nanling, MSLI? Yunmeng, you've been saying you'd introduce me to you, but you kept putting it off until today. I've been waiting for ages. You know we've been busy with the IPO lately, so where would we find the time to wander around? It's just a coincidence that we're here today. With a solemn expression, Chen Yulong stepped aside between Li Yunmeng and Pan Liwei. Yunmeng, let me introduce you properly. This is Pan Liwei, the son of Pan Chongshan, the owner of Huangting Night Banquet. He is a well-known investor in Nanling City, specializing in investing in large projects. Now that your Yunmeng Group has finally come into the spotlight, if we can get young Master Pan to invest successfully, it won't be long before Yunmeng Group develops into one of the top 100 enterprises in Jiangnan. Li Yunmeng was taken aback. The son of Pan Chongshan, the owner of the royal banquet? How come she's never heard of it before? Could he be an illegitimate child? So it's young Master Pan. I've heard so much about you. I look forward to our future collaboration. Li Yunmeng politely extended her hand. As long as Miss Li is interested, given my relationship with young Master Chen, cooperation is just a matter of a word. Pan Liwei stared at Li Yunmeng, a fleeting glint of fervor in his eyes. Ha, young Master Pan, you're here so early. Have you met that mysterious person in charge of the Four Seas Aviation Association? I heard she's a stunning beauty. Maybe you'll have a chance, young Master Pan, Chen Yulong teased as he inquired. Forget it, the identity of that person from Seahai Airlines is kept very confidential, not to mention me. Even my dad has only met him a few times, but I heard that the other party will show up at the signing ceremony, so we can see his face then. But speaking of which, I seem to have heard someone say that the mysterious princess of the Four Seas Airlines Association always seems to be accompanied by a young man, but I wonder who he is. To be chosen by that woman, even a beggar would rise to great heights, Pan Liwei said with great envy. Meanwhile, Chen Meijiao felt her heart sink upon hearing this. Is she already taken? Damn it, which bastard got his hands on that beauty before his son? He deserves to die. Mom, I don't have a chance anymore, Li Yunhao said with a mournful face. He was dressed in a sharp suit today, with his hair slicked back. With his tall stature and youthful, robust physique, he was confident that he could catch the eye of the rumored princess. What's the rush? Rich women all like to play the field if you can't be the main wife. Being the mistress is fine too. What woman would mind having fewer men, as long as you are considerate, show concern and warmth, trust your mother. No woman can resist a gentle offensive. That's how your father snatched me away back then. Chen Meijiao didn't forget to show off a little, proving how sought after she was back then. Actually, Chen Meijiao is really good looking. She is over 40 years old and still has a charming appearance. Otherwise, she would not have been able to give birth to such a beautiful woman as Li Yunmeng. Can you please stop discussing this kind of topic in public? Don't you feel ashamed to be heard? Li Yunmeng was speechless. It was one thing for these two scoundrels to talk about this at home, but now that they were surrounded by multi-millionaires and business partners, they kept talking about how to seduce the princess of the Seahang Association. If others heard them, they would think that Li Yunmeng had somehow gotten to her current position. Everyone thinks the same thing, but no one says it out loud. Auntie is so genuine, Pan Liwei said with a smile. Young Master Pan's words are always so pleasing to the ear. In the future, we hope young Master Pan will take good care of our Yunmeng. Chen Meijiao smiled broadly, looking at the other party with obvious satisfaction, even slightly more satisfied than Chen Yulong. Pan Liwei appears composed, while Chen Yulong is somewhat flamboyant, which mother-in-law doesn't prefer a mature woman. He's a steady man, especially since the other party is the son of Pan Chongshan, who is the head of the Imperial Banquet. Pan Chongshan has an extremely close relationship with the Black Dragon Guild, a relationship far beyond what the Chun Group can compare to. Let's go in quickly, the other partners are waiting. Li Yunmeng couldn't stand her mother's behavior, so she frowned and stepped forward first. For some reason, she felt a faint anticipation of meeting Lu Qingxian again. Today is an important day for Li Yunmeng, the day she establishes a cooperative relationship with the Four Seas Aviation Association, and the day she steps into a higher position. She is looking forward to Lu Qingxian and that bitch witnessing this moment and seeing the expressions on their faces. However, she was disappointed. After walking around, she didn't see Lu Qingxian and that woman again. Instead, she encountered many young men who wanted to get close to her after learning about her divorce. Half an hour later, the signing ceremony officially began. Everyone gathered in the main hall and took their seats one by one according to the size of their companies. Yunmeng Group was in the middle of the second row, which was considered upper middle level among everyone. Most of the attendees were from small businesses who came to join in the fun and expand their network of contacts. Mom, sister, look, it's that bitch again. She's swaying around like that, all alluring. Don't let me catch her, or I'll definitely pin her down on the bed and teach her a lesson. Li Yunhao pointed at Lu Bingqing, who was wearing a long dress, outside the side door and said viciously. As soon as he said that, almost all 6 or 7 people sitting in the first row turned to stare at him. One of the men, a man in his 50s, mocked incredulously, "These young people nowadays are far too audacious." At the signing ceremony of the Four Seas Aviation Association, they boasted that they would pin the eldest princess of the Four Seas Aviation Association to bed and teach her a lesson. Did I hear that right? Everyone burst into laughter, their gazes towards Li Yunhao filled with amusement. Meanwhile, Li Yunmeng, Chen Meijiao, and the others stood there dumbfounded, their minds completely blank. 69, Chapter 69, You know nothing about him. What do you mean? I didn't say it was the eldest princess of the Four Seas Shipping Association I was talking about. That wretched woman standing at the door. You've got the wrong person. Li Yunhao explained, his face flushed. Li Yunmeng also said anxiously, everyone, you've really made a mistake. Xiao Hao didn't mean to humiliate the princess of the Four Seas Airlines Association. The middle-aged man said mockingly, it seems you still don't know who the eldest princess of the Four Seas Shipping Association is. You're just barking like dogs. How pathetic. Li Yunmeng frowned. These people were speaking in a cryptic and insulting manner, which was really too much. If it weren't for the fact that they were all seniors and their companies had a deeper foundation than hers, she would have already spoken up in protest. Just then, Li Yunmeng saw the woman standing at the door walk towards her with a document in her hand, and go straight up to the podium. With her arrival, the entire venue fell silent instantly, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. This gave Li Yunmeng a strong sense of foreboding. She won't. Now, please welcome Ms. Lu Bingqing, the eldest daughter of the Lu family in Jiangnan and the head of the Four Seas Aviation Association, to preside over the signing ceremony. After the host finished speaking, he handed the microphone to Lu Bingqing. Dressed in a long black dress, Lu Bingqing exuded confidence and power on this occasion, resembling a business queen. Her stage presence, speech, and behavior were all breathtaking and truly admirable. After he finished speaking, the entire audience erupted in applause. Li Yunmeng and her family were completely stunned, standing there dumbfounded. She's the eldest princess of the Four Seas Shipping Association? Impossible. How could the eldest princess of the Four Seas Shipping Association be associating with a good-for-nothing like Lu Qingxian? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Li Yunmeng was going crazy. She couldn't understand the logic behind this. Even if the princess of the Four Seas Airlines Association was looking for a partner, regardless of family background, he should be a top-notch person in other fields or an extremely handsome man. Why would he choose a nobody with no background or connections? Or are they just acting, purely to disgust themselves? Furthermore, on the night of the royal banquet, she and the other party clearly had a conflict and were secretly competing with each other, so why would she accept her own cooperative project again? No, Secretary Han told me that the other party did refuse at first, but later agreed for some reason. Could it be because of Lu Qingxian? Li Yunmeng tried to gather all the information together, but she was still completely confused and couldn't figure out the situation unless she asked the two of them. It would be almost impossible to understand this. At this moment, Li Yunmeng looked up at the other person and found that the other person's gaze was also directed at her, carrying a vague and indescribable feeling. This kind of gaze made Li Yunmeng very uncomfortable, as if she had been played, and she was holding back her anger. She wanted to rush out and confront the other person, but reason prevailed over impulse. That's the eldest princess of the Four Seas Aviation Association. What is she, the mere CEO of Yunmeng Group, compared to her? At least for now, we are absolutely not in a position to compete. Lu Bingqing's cool voice echoed throughout the venue. Next, please welcome our four business partners to the stage. The four partners were mostly middle-aged men in their 40s or 50s, but Li Yunmeng stood out from the crowd, appearing exceptional and unique, and even able to rival Lu Bingqing in terms of presence. After signing the cooperation agreement, the group stood together for a group photo. Miss Li seems surprised. Does she not quite believe that it is me standing here? Lu Bingqing said with a faint smile. There was no sarcasm in her smile, only a calm and composed attitude. It was as if she did not care about any of this, nor was she deliberately hiding her identity from the other party, but rather felt that it was unnecessary. However, these words had a different flavor to Li Yunmeng. Standing on the stage, face to face with the other party, she smiled self-deprecatingly. It feels like fate has played a joke on me. So you are the famous Miss Li. It seems that you have been playing tricks on me all along. The so-called bet is just a joke now. Lu Bingqing smiled and shook her head. Miss Li, how could you have such thoughts? You were bullying Lu Qingxian, and I just came to help Hemas for the bet. It was fair and just, so how can you call it a joke? Li Yunmeng smiled helplessly. Miss Lu, even if you randomly pick a beggar on the street, you can turn him into a top celebrity in Nanling. Give him any big company and he can become a top celebrity in Nanling, surpassing young Master Chen. Miss Lu should understand what I mean. This bet is inherently unfair. It can only be said that Lu Qingxian got lucky and became the lucky one. Thinking of this, Li Yunmeng felt extremely unwilling. On what grounds? Why did she have to struggle for 3 years to reach where she is today? while Lu Qingxian could get such good fortune without lifting a finger, just by showing his face at the imperial banquet, and why did Lu Bingqing favor him? The thought of someone like Lu Qingxian flaunting his power in front of her made her feel so uncomfortable she almost wanted to vomit blood, but it also strengthened her resolve to rise up. Miss Li, you are underestimating Mr. Lu by saying such things. Mr. Lu could easily crush that loser next to you. Why would he need my connections? Besides, the bet is between them, not between you and Matos. Miss Li think I would renege on my promise? Li Yunmeng looked at the other party seriously. If Miss Lu does not interfere, I believe that Lu Qingxian will have no power to fight back against Major General Chen, especially now that the Chen Group is about to go public and Major General Chen will become the new president of the Chen Group. As for Lu Qingxian, he is just a good-for-nothing who lives off women. Don't blame me for hurting his pride in my eyes now. A man who lives like him is a coward. Lu Xiao's sister, please don't say he's good at kung fu. The word kung fu is a joke in modern society. It's just something for entertainment, and that kind of skill alone isn't enough to make him anything special, let alone overpower a young Master Chen. Lu Bingqing opened her mouth, looking at her incredulously, wanting to laugh but unable to. After listening to these words for a long time, she could only shake her head and say, Miss Li, you have been married to him for 3 years, yet you really know nothing about him. 70, Chapter 70, I have a question for you. No wonder, women who are busy with their careers often neglect many things around them. Well, let's wait and see. After saying that, Lu Bingqing turned and left. Miss Lu, I want to ask you something. Li Yunmeng called out to her from behind. My project was accepted because of Lu Qingxian, right? Lu Bingqing paused, casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and said with a smile, originally, I did intend to settle a personal score and reject your project plan, but Lu Qingxian said that I should handle this officially and that as long as your project is good enough, I should adopt it. So that's how it is. Li Yunmeng gritted her teeth, her expression a mix of crying and laughing. She actually accepted that good-for-nothing's favor, although he didn't do anything substantial. Just one sentence from him had a huge impact on her Yunmeng group. She didn't understand why Lu Qingxian would do that. According to human nature, he should have chosen revenge. However, at this moment, another crucial question came to her mind. Didn't Chen Xiao say that he had called his father to help with her cooperation with Sihai Airlines? Was Chen Yulong lying to her? After the signing ceremony, there was a lunchtime reception, mainly for the bigwigs from all sides to sit together and talk about business and cooperation. Li Yunmeng, however, went to see Lu Qingxian alone. After learning about these things, facing Lu Qingxian again gave her a bittersweet feeling. Why should you help me? Standing in the corridor, the two looked at each other. Which matter are you referring to? Lu Qingxian couldn't help but find it amusing to look at the other person's serious expression. Help her? He had been helping her all these years, but today she asked him this question, why did you help her? Regarding the Sihai Hangui project, Ms. Lu just mentioned at the signing ceremony that it was you who suggested that we handle things officially, which is why Yunmeng Group was able to win the bid. Otherwise, Yunmeng Group would not have had the opportunity to cooperate at all. Lu Qingxian, judging from your behavior these past few days, I didn't expect you to have such a righteous side. You really impressed me. Although this doesn't change the fact that you like to rely on women for a living. Lu Qingxian couldn't help but laugh and said, President Li, please get this straight. When Miss Lu asked me about this, I told her to handle it officially. It has nothing to do with me wanting to help you, nor with my sense of justice. It's just my bottom line and how I conduct myself. I don't like playing tricks on you, and don't use your self-righteous thinking to judge others. Besides, did you come to me to thank me or to belittle me? Lu Qingxian couldn't help but chuckle. Even at a time like this woman is still being arrogant and stubborn. She's hopeless. Success and fame can really make a woman lose herself, become confused, arrogant, and disdainful of others. If he had known this would happen, perhaps Lu Qingxian shouldn't have let her have it so easily back then. Li Yunmeng said calmly, It's neither out of gratitude nor to insult you. I just want to tell you that I saved you in the bar, and that's it. Now that we're divorced, I won't owe you any favors. Boring. Lu Qingxian waved his hand and turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, which showed no sign of lingering, Li Yunmeng frowned. She didn't believe that she had really lost her attraction to him. Lu Qingxian had loved her so much before. How could he just let go like that? He was just putting on a brave face. She could tell from his repeated stalking of her these past few days that he just wanted to show off in front of her and attract her attention. Sis, what are you doing here? Li Yunhao rushed over, his face pale with worry. What should we do? If those old men go and complain to Miss Lu about what I said before, I'm doomed. You have to think of something. You got yourself into this mess, so figure out how to sort it out yourself. I can't help you. I told you not to come, but you insisted on coming anyway and to make a scene. You just want to embarrass yourselves. I really don't know what you're thinking with your kind of behavior. You think you can seduce Miss Lu? Li Yunmeng was furious when she saw her brother. She's in her 20s, and since her business succeeded, she hasn't worked a regular job. She holds a nominal position at the company, receives a monthly salary, and spends her days indulging in pleasure and doing nothing productive. If she continues like this, her life will be ruined. By the way, have you seen young Master Chen? Li Yunmeng suddenly remembered that she wanted to ask Chen Yulong about the royal court banquet that night, so she could verify whether Chen Yulong was lying to her. It seems like he's soliciting sponsorships with young Master Pan over in the lobby. That young Master Pan, there's something strange about him. Li Yunhao slumped his head. What's strange about it? Li Yunmeng asked curiously. I inquired about the owner of the royal banquet, and many people said that he doesn't even have a wife, so how could he have a son? Therefore, I suspect that young Master Pan might be an illegitimate child. If this really is an illegitimate child, that would be huge news. Whether he is an illegitimate child or not is none of your business. Pan Chongshan has no offspring. Even if he is an illegitimate child, he can still enjoy all of his resources. Don't waste your time pondering these things. Instead, use that time to make friends with some celebrities and improve your social skills. That way, you won't have accomplished nothing. Li Yunmeng glared at him fiercely. Upon arriving at the lobby, Chen Xiao and Pan Xiao were seen huddled together, discussing something while holding red wine. Li Yunmeng arrived, and the two stopped talking. Chen Yulong looked over with a wry smile. Yunmeng, what a cruel twist of fate. Who would have thought that woman was actually the head of the Four Seas Shipping Association? Luckily, we didn't impulsively go and cause trouble for her before, otherwise we would probably be the ones in real trouble now. Yes, I must thank young Master Chen for stopping me in time. Li Yunmeng nodded. No, I was just doing what I was supposed to do. After all, the most important thing when two people are together is to support each other, Chen Yulong said affectionately. Young Master Chen. Li Yunmeng's face remained expressionless. Chen Yulong was slightly taken aback when he saw her expression was off, and a bad feeling suddenly arose in his heart. Young Master Chen, I have a question for you. Li Yunmeng stared straight at him, as if trying to see something in his eyes. 71, Chapter 71, Not even qualified to wash underwear. Why are we being so formal? Let's just say what we have to say and ask questions. I had a brief chat with Ms. Lu at the signing ceremony just now. It seems that my Yunmeng group's winning the bid has nothing to do with your father's side, but I remember Mr. Chen telling me that your father was the one who made this happen. Is that true? Chen Yulong's heart skipped a beat. This woman actually noticed. Fortunately, he had prepared his explanation in advance. On the surface, Chen Yulong remained calm and composed, smiling broadly. Is that all? Yunmeng, you need to know that the entire Sihai Aviation Association is extremely large. Our Chen group can't even come close to it, and my father doesn't have the ability to speak directly with Miss Lu, but I can guarantee that my father definitely helped, and helped a lot. If you don't believe me, I'll call my dad right now. After saying that, Chen Yulong calmly took out his phone and immediately called his father to inquire about the matter. He even thoughtfully put it on speakerphone so that Li Yunmeng could hear the conversation clearly. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, I misunderstood you. I thought. After listening to the call, Li Yunmeng felt a little guilty. The other party had indeed helped. Yunmeng, even if you suspect me of lying, you can't suspect my dad, can you? Do you think my dad would cooperate with my acting? Chen Yulong's words were definitive, leaving Li Yunmeng with no way to refute them. Miss Lu said it was because of Lu Qingxian. Chen Yulong scoffed and said disdainfully, Yunmeng, you're just too naive and stupid. Have you forgotten that you have a bet with her? Although she is the high and mighty princess of the Four Seas Aviation Association, I have to say that women have a strong sense of self-esteem, competitiveness, and vanity, especially the more outstanding a woman is. To outdo you, she must have been praising that loser Lu Qingxian to the skies. At this point, Chen Yulong was seething with hatred. How come that guy surnamed Lu is so lucky? Not only does he have a top-tier woman like Li Yunmeng, but now he's living off Lu Bingqing. In what way is he inferior to that guy surnamed Lu? Why isn't he the lucky one? Miss Li, I believe that young Master Chen would not lie. I have known him for so many years, and his character is trustworthy. On the contrary, do you really believe what that Miss Lu said? Young Master Pan said from the side. Li Yunmeng shook her head. Honestly, she would definitely be more willing to believe Chen Xiao's words. After all, Chen Xiao had helped Eros for that Miss Lu. She had only met her twice, and the first time they were at odds she simply didn't believe that Miss Lu would say anything true. Alright, there's really no point in discussing this. Let's talk about the cooperation. I just had a long talk with young Master Chen, and I'm very optimistic about the prospects of MSLI's company. I am planning to invest in several projects under MSLI's company, and I hope MSLI can also show sincerity so we can pool some funds. On the other side, Lu Qingxian found Lu Bingqing from behind. After explaining his purpose, Lu Bingqing was somewhat surprised. To be honest, Lu Bingqing was a little skeptical that someone like Lu Qingxian would take the initiative to seek her out for cooperation. This made her both afraid and delighted. She was afraid of not being able to meet Lu Qingxuan's needs, but at the same time she was happy that he needed her. The exploration rights for the southern docks and sea areas are indeed in the hands of our Four Seas Shipping Association, but it is extremely difficult to mine raw minerals thousands of meters deep in the ocean. It requires a huge investment of funds and manpower, and in addition, we need to find a suitable person to do it. Who is it? Lu Bingqing smiled. The boss of the sea area, Kahaiwan, Uncle One, is a big shot who has been operating in the gray area of the sea for 20 years, running rampant across the border between the two countries, and is lawless. Even the Coast Guard can't do anything about him. Is there any way to deal with him? Lu Qingxian asked. Others may not be able to do it, but if it's you, Mr. Lu, I think there shouldn't be any problem. This Uncle One is stubborn and doesn't listen to reason. He respects the strong the most, as the saying goes. He cherishes talent. Stronger? Lu Qingxian asked, puzzled. What did he mean? Yes, martial arts masters. Uncle One once spent $100 million to organize an underground boxing match on a cruise ship in international waters to recruit experts. It attracted top experts from all over the world, including top Muay Thai fighters, Southeast Asian yoga masters, Brazilian capoeira inheritors, and even Spartan warriors from ancient Greece. The scene was spectacular and magnificent, several levels higher than the top event UFC. Lu Qingxian laughed and said, UFC is just a program, and there are many things that ordinary people can't possibly know. That's right. So, Mr. Lu, as long as you can win him over in this area and make him completely convinced, you will not only be able to mine freely in the deep sea, but he will also provide you with cargo ships, manpower, and material support. Then how can I see him? Lu Qingxian asked again. How about tonight? I'll have my grandfather invite him to our house, and Mr. Lu will also be there. Everything will fall into place naturally. Lu Qingxian stroked his chin. Tonight might not be a good time. How about tomorrow? Tonight, Sueo challenged Yi Changping of the Black Dragon Guild to a duel, and Yi Changping had promised to go along and see what was going on. He couldn't go back on his word. In addition, he also had his own plans, wanting to see how this local power struggle in Nanling would end. That works. I'll have my grandfather make a reservation. We'll host a banquet at my grandfather's estate tomorrow night. Mr. Lu must arrive before 7 p.m. After making the agreement, Lu Qingxian left the Sihai Henghui group. That evening, Lu Qingxian called Su Yufei, but surprisingly, she hung up. Keep hitting, then hang up. Su Yufei didn't want to answer his calls at all, which confused Lu Qingxuan. What had he done wrong? Su Yufei was perfectly fine when he dropped Ma Yaoyao off that morning. Upon arriving at Su Yufei's villa, several black vans were parked at the entrance. Zhang Yi and Zhao Hu were fully armed, and the vans carried more than 20 people in a grand procession. Upon seeing Lu Qingxian, Sueo waved, "You've come at the perfect time. You will ride in the same car as Mr. Qi. After this battle, I will regain my prestige in Nanling City. You can become Merki's apprentice after Mr. Qi leaves. You will be my greatest helper. I can also entrust Yufei to you with peace of mind." Lu Qingxian smiled without saying a word and silently got into the car. Besides Qi Lianquan, there was another young man with a buzz cut in the car. He was strong and muscular, and clearly a trained fighter. However, the young man's gaze towards Lu Qingxian was somewhat unfriendly. "Let me introduce you. This is my last disciple, Deng Jian. This gentleman is Lu Qingxuan. He has some martial arts skills. You are all young people, so you can have a good exchange with each other." "So you are Lu Qingxuan. I heard that Mr. Sueo thinks highly of you and plans to groom you as a trusted confidant. He even wants to marry his daughter to you?" Deng Jian said in a very dangerous voice. It seems like that's the case. Lu Qingxian sensed the hostility in the other person's words and felt confused. It was their first meeting, and there shouldn't have been any conflict between them, right? Then I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible. Deng Jian chuckled, his expression confident yet indifferent. I know that because Mr. Suao has been away for the past 2 years, you have had the opportunity to get very close to Yafei. Yafei is young and naive, so she naturally develops feelings for someone who is kind to her. But don't get me wrong, this kind of attraction has absolutely nothing to do with love. Oh, so what? Lu Qingxian said with amusement. It's nothing, I'm just telling you that I've known Yafei since I was a child 10 years ago. I went to northern Sichuan with my master and that's when I was separated from Yafei, but now, I will take back everything that originally belonged to me. Xiao Jian, you two might still be fellow disciples after tonight, so don't be so confrontational. Shi Lianchuan couldn't help but frown. My fellow disciples, master, according to the rules, new disciples have to wash my socks and underwear for 3 months, but with his character, do you think he's qualified? Deng Jian couldn't help but sneer. Someone who's not even qualified to wash my socks and underwear wants to compete with me for Yafei? What a joke. 72, Chapter 72, Not a single one will survive. Hee, that's just Xiao Jian's personality's the same way in martial arts, never giving an inch and always showing his sharpness. Xiao Lu, don't mind him actually, he has a good heart, Shi Lianchuan said a couple of times, trying to diffuse the conflict. But Lu Qingxian didn't buy it, and simply said, a good heart but a bad mouth will most likely end up having your tongue cut out. You little brat. Brat, you're asking for it. Upon hearing this, Deng Jian thought, this kid actually dares to talk back and belittle me. He's tired of living, isn't he? He was about to make a move on the spot. Fortunately, Shi Lianchuan glared at him, stopped him, and successfully saved his life. We'll have time to play around later. I'll see how I make you pay, Deng Jian threatened. Throughout the journey, Lu Qingxian ignored him and kept his eyes closed to rest. About half an hour later, Swan Lake was in sight. Yi Changping of the Black Dragon Guild did indeed arrive. It seems that this so-called challenge is quite important to the other side, who is willing to risk their lives to accept it. Actually, it's not hard to understand if you think about it. Suao and Yi Changping had a deep-seated grudge from back then. Now that Suao has made a name for himself in northern Sichuan, he is returning to Nanling City to make a comeback. The two big shots are bound to have a fierce clash that will be a matter of life and death. Yi Changping can't avoid it forever. Moreover, Yi Changping has no need to avoid it after developing in Nanling City for so many years. He still has the confidence to fight on his home turf, otherwise, he wouldn't have accepted the challenge so easily. Swan Lake, Wanwang Pavilion. The pavilion housed 30 or 40 people, all elite troops brought by Yi Changping. Actually, having more people is meaningless. Suao said it was a debate on a boat, and the battles were all between high-level combatants. No matter how many small fry came, they wouldn't be able to hold up the scene and would only make people laugh. Following behind Suao, Lu Qingxian discovered that the area within several kilometers had been cleared out by evening. The largest park and lake in the southern part of Nanling City was completely deserted. As the two sides clashed, a faint killing intent filled the air. Everyone was unsettled and knew what was about to happen that night. After tonight, only one powerful force will exist in Nanling City. The other side will either submit or perish at the bottom of Swan Lake. There is no third way. Yi Changping sat in the center of Guanwang Pavilion, a cigar dangling from his mouth, his eyes fixed on Suao and the others who were walking towards him. Hey, you stray dog, how dare you challenge me to a fight, Suao? I failed to kill you back then and you got away. Since you're courting death today, I might as well grant your wish. Suao chuckled. Yi Changping, do you take me, Suao, for some pushover, a fish on your chopping block? Heh, if I didn't have some strength and confidence, would I have someone issue you a challenge? To tell you the truth, I have 100% confidence that I can make Yi Changping fall here and completely wipe your Black Dragon Guild out of Nanling City because I dare to meet you here today. What arrogance! Yi Changping sneered. This fool has no idea who he's invited, yet he's still brazenly trying to control him. He'll make him despair soon enough. Enough with the nonsense, get on board and let's debate. There are rules in the martial arts world. When you're out on a boat and you're fighting, the loser falls into the water, and their fate is irrelevant. Both sides boarded the ship with 4 or 5 people each. On Suao's side, Shi Lianchuan and his eldest disciple Deng Jian were naturally among the candidates, while Lu Qingxian stood on the shore and could only watch the battle. It's understandable Zhang Yi and Zhao Hu are his right-hand men, so he definitely needs to keep them by his side. Qi Lianquan is his trump card, and the key to this boating debate. Deng Jian is Qi Lianquan's eldest disciple, and their abilities are all recognized. Fortunately, the boat wasn't far away, and you could see everything on it at a glance. Boarding the ship is like signing a life or death contract. Everyone be prepared after this. Mr. Qi will receive 20 million, Xiao Jian 5 million, and Zhang Yi and Zhao Hu 3 million each. I mean what I say. Mr. Su, our lives are all in your hands. What life or death pact is nothing new to us, Zhang Yi said with a smile. Zhao Hu also quickly expressed his opinion. Mr. Su, let my master rest on the side today. I can handle those scraggly birds by myself, Deng Jian said excitedly. Fighting in underground boxing matches under his master, he could earn at most tens of thousands of yuan per match, and 5 million yuan would be enough for his appearance fees for several years. Moreover, he doesn't even care about ordinary martial artists. He has already begun to grasp the essence of momentum. According to his master, he now possesses the aura of a master. As he grows older and gains more experience, he may even reach the point of establishing his own school. In the eyes of ordinary people, he would be a master, a martial arts master. For a master to deal with a group of elementary school students is a piece of cake. Xiao Jian, be careful, they're definitely prepared, Su Ao warned. Don't worry, I'll bring my head if I lose, Deng Jian chuckled. He had a perfect record of 128 wins in underground boxing matches, so he was confident in his fighting ability. Facing them, Yi Changping stood with his hands tucked into his sleeves, next to a man in a black shirt with an effeminate face. Once you're on board, there are no rules. Life and death are up to you, and fate will decide. Yi Changping said with a sinister smile. Mr. Lu, please kill them for me. Once it's done, the 100 million you promised will be deposited into your account immediately, and the woman you specified will also be sent to you right away. The effeminate man addressed as Mr. Lu smiled faintly, flicked his sleeves, revealing 2 calloused hands inside. Mr. Yi is a straightforward person, and so on to get things done quickly and efficiently. Mr. Lu turned his head and stared at Deng Jian, who suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Such a fierce look. A mere child, unaware of his own limitations, how pathetic. Deng Jian was stunned. This idiot was actually mocking him. You idiot who's neither male nor female, I'll chop you up alive. Deng Jian lunged forward, his arms straining with all his might, unleashing a close-range chopping palm strike, intending to the move is to render the opponent incapable of fighting. At that moment, Mr. Lu's eyes flashed with a venomous light, and he sneered. A serpentine hand pierced through Deng Jian's arms and plunged straight into his heart, instantly producing the smell of blood. With his chest covered in blood and gore, Deng Jian screamed and staggered back, leaning against the railing of the boat. Xiao Jian. Qi Lianquan's expression changed drastically upon seeing this scene. He had anticipated that his apprentice might be no match, but he didn't expect him to lose so quickly. With Deng Jian's current strength, he could hold his own against him for a couple of moves. Doesn't that mean he's inferior to this effeminate man in front of him? Master. Jump into the lake, if you want to live, jump in now. Qi Lianquan shouted hurriedly. Deng Jian jumped into the lake without hesitation. No one bothered to chase down a thug who had fallen into the lake. Moreover, there are rules in the martial arts world. When discussing battles on a boat, if the other party is not a mortal enemy, they will not be killed if they fall into the lake, as this signifies that the other party has been defeated and has submitted. Su Ao is different from Yi Changping. The two have been grudges for more than 10 years, and one of them must die today. I see that your moves are from the Xingyi school. May I ask where you learned from? At this moment, Qi Lianquan had completely put away his contempt and wanted to find out the other party's background and which school of Xingyi he belonged to so that he would have a way to deal with him. The other person chuckled. My name is Lu Duanqing with this surname. Who do you think I studied under? Qi Lianquan was startled. Are you a descendant of Lu Leigui? How dare you call yourself old monster Lu? You only have a minor internal strength cultivation level, yet you dare to be so arrogant. You really don't know anything. Lu Duanqing stepped forward, his hands flashing as if a tiger and a crane were crashing into him, like a large truck coming straight at him. Qi Lianquan was on high alert when his opponent revealed his cultivation level. He knew he was likely to lose today, but as a qualified martial artist, whether for his promise to Su Ao or for his own dignity, he had to fight. With palms outstretched, the two men clashed fists and palms, creating afterimages in the air at an astonishing speed. This was the first time Su Ao had ever truly witnessed a battle between martial artists with internal energy. It was terrifying and horrifying. It was simply inhuman, even more impressive than the special effects in a movie. Meanwhile, Su Ao and Yi Changping were also hatching their own plans. If they survived this battle and became the true kings of the underworld in Nanling City, they would have to spend a lot of money to get an internal strength martial artist by their side as an assistant. With such a martial artist, they could sleep soundly and with peace of mind. Nowadays, whether it's Qi Lianquan or Lu Duanqing, their relationship is only a short-term collaboration, which is too unreliable. Clang! Just then, Qi Lianquan was punched and sent flying, smashing the cabin to pieces in just a few dozen moves. He had suffered multiple serious injuries, coughing up blood in his fate unknown. That strong? Zhang Yi and Zhao Wu exchanged a glance, their legs going weak with fear. Mr. Lu, kill Su Ao quickly, lest things get complicated. Yi Changping shouted impatiently. I know he won't survive, and none of them will survive. Lu Duanqing smiled sinisterly, shook his blood-stained fist, and then pulled out a blood-draining triangular dagger from his waist. 73, Chapter 73, A Deal at the End of Life. Use your fists to hit people, and your knife to kill them. How can you be so strong? What's your relationship with old monster Lu? Qi Lianquan struggled to get up from the ground, his face filled with horror. To have reached the threshold of mastering internal strength at such a young age, I'm afraid he's not a direct descendant of Lu Leadwei. Lu Qinghai is my grandfather, and I am the first-generation successor of the Lu family Xingyi school. What do you say? The effeminate man, Lu Duanqing, smiled mockingly. Lu Qinghai was a top-notch Xingyi master of his time. He combined the ancient Xingyi method with his own understanding of martial arts to create a new system known as Lu-style Xingyi. He was a grandmaster of martial arts in his time and enjoyed a very high reputation in the central and southern regions. As a direct descendant and the first-generation successor, he has very likely already mastered the essence of Lu Leadwei Xingyi Quan, which explains his strength. He just couldn't understand why such a master would come to Nanling if he was short of money. Shouldn't there be better opportunities in the north? Enough with the nonsense, it's time to send you on your way. Lu Duanqing took a step forward. Thump! Without even thinking, Su Ao immediately knelt down on the ground. With a fawning expression, he said ingratiatingly, Brother Yi, Brother Lu, this is a misunderstanding. We've been friends for over 20 years, and we've fought our way through it all. To be honest, even if I win today, I don't intend to take your life after all. At our age, a good opponent is hard to come by. Calling us opponents is an understatement. I feel we're more like brothers. Therefore, we implore Brother Yi to show mercy and spare our lives. Su Ao is flexible and can speak without batting an eye. At his level, saving face is useless, survival is more important than anything else. A sigh rippled through the air on the shore. The dignified bigwig from northern Sichuan actually knelt down because he couldn't win. Even Lu Qingxian shook his head, his expression extremely strange. This guy was so confident that he would take Yi Changping's head, using Qi Lianquan and his eldest apprentice as his trump cards. Who would have thought that he couldn't even withstand a single move from the opponent? It was truly shameful. However, Yi Changping was indeed quite skilled. Inner strength martial artists were rare in the entire Jiangnan region, and he actually managed to find a martial artist who had reached the great perfection of inner strength. This was like finding a diamond in a garbage dump, so it's no wonder that he dared to accept the challenge. Faced with Su Ao's pleas for mercy, Yi Changping sneered, Su Ao, back then you threatened to kill my whole family. When you returned to vent your anger, how come you've become like this now? Those were just words spoken in anger. Brother Yi, you know my character. I would never do such a despicable thing as wiping out someone's entire family. Besides, in our line of work, it's only natural to make tough statements in order to establish authority in front of my underlings. Please forgive me, Brother Yi. No problem. After you die, I'll burn lots of paper money at your grave and send your family down to keep you company, so you won't be lonely on your journey to the underworld, Yi Changping said with a squinty eye and a chuckle. At this moment, Su Ao's heart sank to the bottom, his brain working in all directions, trying to think of a way to escape and survive. He encountered countless desperate situations throughout his life, and experience taught him that the more desperate the situation, the more calm and clear-headed one must be, as life and death hang in the balance. Mr. Su, let us cover your retreat. Jumping into the lake offers a glimmer of hope. Even if they really want to kill you, finding you in the lake will take them a lot of effort. Zhang Yi lay prone behind him, already prepared to sacrifice himself. Back then, Sueo saved both he and Zhao Wu's lives over the years. He had enjoyed all the riches and honors he could, and he was prepared to give his life to save Sueo if he ever encountered danger. So at this moment, neither of them hesitated and stayed very close to Sueo, ready to step forward and block the knife for Sueo if the other party attacked. It's no use, you can escape, they won't waste time chasing you, but it's different for me. Feud with Yi Changping is irreconcilable, and it will have to end today, Sueo said in a low, sorrowful voice. He made a mistake in this move. He shouldn't have been so hasty and impulsive. He had inquired about the strength of martial artists in Nanling City and even the entire Jiangnan region. He thought that he had already done enough by using personal connections and money to invite Qi Lianquan over. He didn't expect the other party to be even more ruthless. He directly brought in the direct descendant of a martial arts master from Jiangnan. Qi Lianquan was able to be defeated in just a few moves and had no chance to resist at all. Mr. Su. No need to say anything more. When the fight breaks out, I will do my best to stall for time. You all jump ship and leave, then take my wife and daughter and run as far away as possible. Take good care of them. I am the one who has wronged them. Sueo took a deep breath, having already made up his mind. Gulp. Gulp. At the same time, on the shore, Deng Jian climbed out of the lake, lay on the ground, and vomited up lake water mixed with blood. It's over, completely over. Run, run, it's hopeless, they're doomed. Those are martial artists who have reached the great perfection of internal energy. Even my master is no match for them. We're completely finished today. He clutched his chest and shouted to Sueo's men. In fact, even if he didn't say it, many people had already considered fleeing for their lives once Sueo died. If Yi Changping were to settle scores with them, none of them would be able to escape. Deng Jian glanced at Lu Qingxian and saw him leaning against the railing in silence. He couldn't help but sneer. Stunned, aren't you? Your understanding of martial arts combat has been shattered. This is the real battle between masters, where victory or defeat is decided in a matter of seconds. What strategy, what moves, those are things that weaklings like you who haven't even entered the field would study. A true master of internal martial arts can overcome all techniques with sheer force. All fancy and flashy moves are no match for such a master. Are you talking about yourself? You were defeated in one move, severely injured, and you still have the nerve to pontificate? Lu Qingxuan's words made him blush. Deng Jian, outwardly fierce but inwardly weak, said, I can't beat that expert, but even now, even if I'm severely injured, killing you would be a piece of cake, believe it or not? Lu Qingxian chuckled, too lazy to look at him anymore, and instead turned to stare at the boats floating on Swan Lake. His voice echoed across the lake, Mr. Su, it seems that you are now in a hopeless situation, so how about we make a deal? Lu Qingxuan's voice silenced the entire Swan Lake. Hundreds of people looked at him with various expressions. That kid, has he gone mad? Sueo's eyes were filled with doubt and surprise. I've received information that the merchant guild behind you possesses a precious ancient herb that's hundreds of years old. That herb is extremely useful to me. If you're willing to hand it over to me, I can guarantee your survival today and, moreover, wipe out all those people from the Black Dragon Guild for you. What do you say? Lu Qingxian leaned against the lakeside railing, the evening breeze ruffling his hair, the moonlight in the young man, the lakeside, and the green willows. The scene was absolutely beautiful. 74, Chapter 74, Those I Want to Kill Cannot Escape. While everyone was stunned, including Sueo, Zhang Yi, Zhao Wu, Qi Lianquan and the others, they heard Yi Changping let out a shrill scream. The sound startled people. That's him. Mr. Lu, it was him who killed my son and almost killed me. Mr. Lu, please help me kill him, and I'll give you another 100 million. Lu Duanqing glanced at Lu Qingxian on the shore, as if looking at an ant. Without any ripples, I don't lack money. I want the Yinyang fish pendant that you took from the antique dealer in Zhongnan 3 years ago. Yi Changping gritted his teeth and said, okay, deal. He truly hated that man surnamed Lu. No one had ever dared to humiliate him like that. Barging into his office shouting threats and demanding he kneel down, it was an utter disgrace. At that time, he vowed that as long as he had the chance, he would kill this bastard, regardless of the consequences. However, Mr. Lu, you must be careful. That guy is also a martial artist, and quite strong at that. Looking at Yi Changping, there was a clear sense of deep apprehension. Upon seeing this, Sueo was startled. He really didn't expect that the kid would have a grudge against Yi Changping, and judging from his appearance, Yi Changping must have suffered a great loss at his hands, as fear and anger were written all over his face. How is this possible? Who is Yi Changping? When he was away, the Black Dragon Guild was the largest grey organization in Nanling City. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they had all-powerful influence. Those who could get entangled with the Black Dragon Guild were all at least at the level of the 4 major families. What makes that kid so special? Wait, he said that kid is also a martial artist? Could it be that he got beaten up by that kid? Su Ao's expression turned strange. On the shore, Lu Qingxian was still waiting for his reply. As for what Yi Changping and Lu Duanqing said, he pretended not to hear it. Meanwhile, Deng Jian was already laughing so hard he was doubled over, completely oblivious to the injury on his chest. He swore it was the funniest joke he'd ever heard in his life. A young boy, even younger than him, boasted that he would kill all the experts on the ship. In fact, the opponent's master, who had reached the peak of internal strength, couldn't even last 10 rounds against him. If I were you, I would have slunk away and been hiding in the sidelines, barely clinging to life. How ridiculous and pathetic that you would have jumped out like that. Lu Qingxian smiled faintly, not even looking at him. You like to jump ship to save your life, and you can swim back to shore like a dog without anyone stopping you, but there's no need to expect others to be like you and be cowards. This statement resonated deeply with the people Su Ao had brought with him. Although some wanted to run away, most were desperate criminals who had followed Su Ao for nearly 10 years. They were captivated by Su Ao's personal charisma and wanted to stay and fight alongside their leader, leaving their fate to chance. People like them despise Deng Jian's behavior and are genuinely mocking what he says. Lu Qingxian stepped forward at this moment, not only challenging the Black Dragon Guild members but also perfectly satirizing Deng Jian, undoubtedly winning everyone's respect. This brother is right. If you want to run away, you can run away by yourself. No one will stop you. You don't need to make others follow your example and become deserters. Caught in a pincer attack, Deng Jian's eyelids twitched. He stared at Lu Qingxian, raising his fist as if to charge, shouting, "You little bastard, I'll kill you." Just then, Su Ao on the ship shouted for help. "Mr. Lu, I agree to your terms. If you can save me, I will give you anything, not just a precious old herb, but all my savings." Su Ao's voice echoed above Swan Lake. Upon hearing his response, everyone's attention turned to Lu Qingxian. Lu Duanqing sheathed his knife, no longer in a hurry to kill anyone. He stared mockingly at Lu Qingxian, who was 100 meters away. "Mr. Yi, have someone bring the boat to the shore. I will personally kill him for you." Yi Changping was overjoyed upon hearing this and quickly called people over to inform them to move the boat. "No need, I'll go myself," Lu Qingxian said calmly. Then I saw him push open the lakeside railing and step into the water. At first, no one knew what he was up to, but the next second they stared wide-eyed as if they had seen a real ghost, completely dumbfounded. He actually stood on the water without falling in? At that moment, not only was Deng Jian, who was ready to watch the show, dumbfounded, but Su Ao on the boat was also dumbfounded. What kind of amazing skill was this, lightness skill that allows one to walk on water? Qi Lianchuan's mouth trembled as he exclaimed in astonishment, "Walking on water, making heavy objects seem effortless?" Just as flying flowers and plucking leaves can injure people, walking on water with ease is also a mark of a martial arts master. Such a person is characterized by being able to do things that ordinary people can only see in movies, and even some things that movies cannot portray. Grandmaster? The knife in Lu Duanqing's hand fell to the ground. "Mr. Lu, what Grandmaster? You must help me kill him, otherwise I will never be able to eat or sleep in peace." Seeing Lu Duanqing's expression, Yi Changping sensed something was wrong and quickly said, "Can't eat or sleep, you can talk about that later, I'm outta here." Lu Duanqing lost his composure the moment Lu Qingxian approached on the water. He plunged into the lake and swam frantically into the distance without looking back. "No one I've ever killed has ever escaped my grasp." Lu Qingxian watched the figure gradually disappear into the water, a faint smile appearing on his lips. 75, Chapter 75, Something terrible has happened, Mr. Lu. Lu Qingxian moved with incredible speed, each step sending ripples of light across the water. As he increased his speed, the entire lake rippled with waves resembling lotus blossoms. When he was only 10 meters away from Lu Duanqing, he flicked the water with his toes, and the resulting spray shot out like a sharp sword, piercing Lu Duanqing's body. Thump! Lu Duanqing screamed and fell to the bottom of the lake. Moments later, a large amount of blood appeared on the water's surface, looking so tragic and eerie under the moonlight. Then Lu Qingxian leaped up and landed steadily on the boat. The people on the ship stared at him as if he were a ghost. Yi Chongping slumped onto the deck, utterly dejected. It's over, everything is over. It's truly over. If he hadn't said those words before Lu Duanqing made his move, he would still have a chance to beg for mercy, but once those words were spoken, it sealed the fate of this life or death situation. Mr. Lu, Mullah's divine skills are unparalleled. He is truly a contemporary immortal. We admire him to the point of prostration. Su Ao had been lying on the ground and had not gotten up at this moment. All the fear in his heart had turned into wild joy, but he suppressed this wild joy in his heart and dared not show it too much. I don't need your flattery, just keep your promises to me. Su Ao quickly raised both hands to assure him, Mr. Lu, please rest assured, I will have the Chamber of Commerce open up its rear reserves. You can take whatever you need yourself, and I will absolutely not say a word against it. Lu Qingxian smiled slightly. That's good. I believe Mr. Su is a man of his word. After speaking, Lu Qingxian turned to look at Yi Chongping. We meet again, Mr. Yi. I remember you promised me before that you would listen to my every word. Why are you so hostile towards me today? Yi Chongping was covered in cold sweat. He knelt down with a thud, his head bowed tightly. The top boss of Nanling City didn't even have the courage to look Lu Qingxian in the eye. Actually, if you hadn't said those things just now, I would still be wondering whether or not to send you on your way, but now. A sharp aura suddenly surged in, and Yi Chongping was instantly enveloped in death. Mr. Lu. Su Ao called out, Mr. Lu, wait a moment, could you hand him over to me so I can handle him personally? The current situation in Nanling City is still unsettled, so it won't be easy for me to take over the gray market, but if it were in my hands, everything would be different. With him as leverage, many things can be resolved through personal relationships without my involvement, which can save a lot of trouble. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxian withdrew his outstretched hand. Whether I take action myself or not, my bargaining chips will remain the same. Su Ao hurriedly stood up, bowing and scraping. Of course Su Ao, will never go back on my word, and I wouldn't dare to go back on my word in front of Mr. Lu. Jiang Yi, Zhao Wu, quickly invite Mr. Lu into the cabin and serve him tea and pastries. If you dare to be negligent in the slightest, I will not let you off. Jiang Yi and Zhao Wu snapped out of their shock and quickly nodded in agreement. They then carefully led the way, guiding Lu Qingxian into the spacious cabin. Qi Lianquan, covered in wounds, followed closely behind. Everyone was shocked and secretly observed this young expert. The most shocked among them was Qi Lianquan, and only he understood what it meant for Lu Qingxian to be able to lift heavy objects with ease and walk on water at his age, and he also understood what it meant for him to kill Lu Duanqing with one blow. In the vast land of China, the ancient martial arts tradition has declined. To this day, the culture that represents martial arts is gradually disappearing under the wheels of history, and the masters of the ancient martial arts tradition have all passed away one by one. The period of transition between generations is the norm. Among the younger generation, those who can reach the pinnacle of internal strength are already geniuses among geniuses. People like Deng Jian and Lu Duanqing will undoubtedly become pillars of their generation in 30 to 50 years. Those who can achieve mastery of internal strength in their 20s or 30s are even rarer, and it is no exaggeration to call them dragons and phoenixes among men. Therefore, Qi Lianquan favored Deng Jian and groomed him as his only successor. Qi Lianquan was even more shocked by Lu Duanqing's strength and by the fact that the central and southern Grandmaster Lu Leigui could cultivate such a master. Therefore, Qi Lianquan was so frightened by the sight of the even more monstrous Lu Qingxian walking on water that he lost his mind. Today, he was shocked by too many things to process in a short time. While inside the cabin, he secretly watched Lu Qingxian, wanting to speak several times but hesitating to stop. Mr. Qi, just say what you want to say. Why are you so reserved now? Lu Qingxian sipped his tea and looked up at him. Qi Lianquan rubbed his hands together like flies, and gave a bitter smile. Now I understand that what Mr. Lu said before was not arrogance or a joke. In Mrs. Villa, if Monsieur Fei hadn't stood up to stop him, I might have been killed on the spot by Mr. Lu. A grandmaster is a grandmaster. The authority of a grandmaster cannot be disrespected. Anyone who dares to offend him will be killed on the spot, and no one will find it inappropriate. Very few people who have the intention to kill me live to see the next day. However, Mr. Qi only wanted to teach me a lesson at the time, so killing you is not necessary, but losing your hands and feet is probably unavoidable. Qi Lianchuan blushed and lowered his head. Alas, I am really getting old. It is a shame that such a young master has emerged in this world, right here in this small Nanling city, right next to me, yet I am still arrogant, conceited, and taking advantage of my age. I am truly ashamed. Suddenly, Qi Lianchuan seemed to realize something, and his expression changed drastically. By the way, Mr. Lu, you just killed Lu Duanqing directly, which will probably cause you a lot of trouble. Oh, martial arts battles inevitably involve death and injury. Where does the trouble come from? Lu Qingxian said without hesitation. He continued to savor his tea, still concerned. Mr. Lu, you may not know this, but the Lu family is a top clan with a long history in the central and southern regions. They are also the founders of Lu family Xingyi ancient martial arts. The current elder of the Lu family, Lu Qinghe, is a renowned Xingyi master in the central and southern regions. He has tens of thousands of disciples under his command who are making a name for themselves in various industries. He has connections that are truly extensive. As Lu Qinghe's direct descendant and grandson, Lu Duanqing's status within the clan is certainly not low. If you kill him, I'm afraid the Lu family will definitely not let it go, Qi Lianchuan said with a serious expression. Lu Qingxian chuckled. Kill him if you want. I never consider his background when I kill someone. I only consider whether he deserves to be killed. If that grandmaster feels it's inappropriate, let him come to Nanling City to find me in person and see if he can return safely after he arrives. Qi Lianchuan stared at him, mouth agape. At this moment, Lu Qingxuan's kingly aura was fully revealed. His domineering and unparalleled power made Qi Lianchuan feel as if he were witnessing the rise of a martial arts supreme. Just then, the cabin door was pushed open, and Su Ao rushed in with a panicked expression. Something bad has happened, Mr. Lu. 76, Chapter 76, just shut up. What's wrong? You can't handle those remnants. Do you need me to take action? Lu Qingxian couldn't help but laugh when he saw his flustered appearance and compared it with the scene of him kneeling on the ground begging for mercy from Yi Changping earlier. Su Ao shook his head frantically. No, Mr. Lu, it's that guy surnamed Lu. I knew he had a powerful background, but I didn't expect it to be this powerful. After he died, Yi Changping's people on the other side of the strait spread the news in less than 3 minutes. Someone called me and asked me who the killer was. Oh, who asked that? Lu Qingxian asked curiously. At the border between central South and northern Sichuan, Lu Lai, a general of the Tiger and Mighty Army, said that Lu Duanqing was his younger brother and that the murderer's entire family should pay with their lives, Su Ao said, wiping his sweat from his trembling voice. The Tiger and the Mighty Army, that belongs to the Dragon Kingdom's Border Defense Department, they wield considerable power. Qi Lianchuan's eyes widened. Is their commander Lu Duanqing's brother? Mr. Lu, I think you should leave Nanling first. The common people can't fight with the officials. No matter how strong we martial artists are, we can't get into a conflict with the people in the border area. As the saying goes, even the best kung fu master is afraid of a kitchen knife. These guys are actually equipped with high-tech modern firearms. Who would dare to charge forward with a burst of bullets in their face? Lu Qingxian narrowed his eyes, his smile growing increasingly cold. The mighty Tiger Army, call them back and tell them to come over. I, Lu Qingxian, will be waiting for them in Nanling City. After lying low for so long, it's time for Lu Qingxian to show his true colors. He can't even beat the Lu family, so how can he compete with the Lu family? He vowed that the tragedy of that year would not be repeated, and he would never allow anyone to bully him again. Seeing Lu Qingxuan's high spirits and unstoppable momentum, Qi Lianchuan and Su Ao wisely kept their mouths shut. They could only offer suggestions, but dared not actually order a young grandmaster to do anything. With this matter settled, Lu Qingxian returned to the intelligence building in Xinjia and intensified his cultivation. He deeply understood that strength is the key to everything and the foundation of all dominance. However, Lu Qingxian did not expect that Lu Lai, the general of the fierce and powerful army, would arrive even faster than he had imagined. After Yi Changping's men reported Lu Duanqing's death, the Lu family was in uproar, and everyone from top to bottom was furious. Lu Duanqing can be considered Lu Qinghe's best successor. He achieved mastery of internal strength at the age of 32. If he takes 2 more steps forward before the age of 50, he can become someone who stands shoulder to shoulder with Lu Qinghe and lead the Lu family to a higher level, becoming the #1 family in central and southern China. Such a genius actually died in a small place like Nanling City. Lu Qinghe wished he could have Lu Lai lead troops to slaughter Nanling. Equally enraged, Lu Lai led hundreds of elite soldiers across the river that very night. By early the next morning, they had arrived at the border of Nanling City and began gathering intelligence to find the murderer. The next day at noon, at the Black Dragon Guild headquarters, At this moment, the Black Dragon Guild was leaderless and in complete chaos. However, after a large group of heavily armed and camouflaged soldiers arrived, everyone obediently waited for orders. Inside the hall, the muscular Lu Lai stood trembling before a corpse soaked in lake water and blood. His younger brother, his grandfather's hope, the hope of the Lu family, died in such a small place, and the entire Lu family was almost driven mad. His grandfather gave him a death order. The entire murderer's family, young and old, must be captured, brought back to the Lu clan for trial, and they must not be forgiven. Who is the murderer? Lu Lai turned around, his terrifying, bloodshot eyes causing everyone to hold their breath. It seems to be someone surnamed Lu. That's what I've heard people talking about him. Surname Lu? Lu Lai squinted. Yes, Mr. Lu, that man surnamed Lu has a very good relationship with Su Ao's daughter. Someone even took photos of them together in a bar before. Lu Lai grinned menacingly. I just want to know, where is he now? The group looked at each other and shook their heads in dismay. Who knows where Lu Qingxian is? Even if someone knows where the intelligence building is, no one dares to go there. It's a place that even the capital city has to treat with caution. Then let's lure you into the trap. Lu Lai slammed his hand on the table, and the entire table shattered into a pile of wood chips with a loud crash. Arrest him, arrest everyone connected to him. If he doesn't show up, then I'll kill them one by one. The fierce and powerful army split into several small teams, which went deep into various parts of Nanling City to arrest people according to the list that Lu Lai had. First, there's Su Ao's family. However, Su Ao was not at home today. He had just resolved the matter with the Black Dragon Guild and was discussing the details of future development with the Chamber of Commerce behind him. His wife, Tang Yun, was sent to the hospital due to poor health, leaving only a group of nannies and housekeepers in the villa, as well as Su Yufei, who was hiding in a room. When this group of fully armed soldiers stormed in, no one could stop them, and Su Yufei was taken away immediately. The Li family, including Li Yunmeng, Chen Yulong, and Chen Meijiao, were having a meal when a group of soldiers suddenly broke down the door and stormed in, aiming more than a dozen guns at the Li family members. Who are you? Do you know that breaking into a private residence is illegal? Li Yunmeng was startled, put down her chopsticks, and looked at the group of people seriously. Breaking the law, in our tiger barbarian land, the law is law. Who dares to argue with us? Chen Meijia turned pale with fright and said softly, Officers, we are all law-abiding citizens. You have to tell us what happened so we can cooperate, right? Of course we must cooperate, but not here, but in front of our General Lu. Arrest them all. All 4 members of the Li family, along with Chen Yulong, were taken to the Black Dragon Guild headquarters. Only then did Li Yunmeng realize one thing: her achievements, her connections, her wealth, everything she had was worthless in front of those who truly held power. They could simply pull the trigger, and her life would be over. Faced with this intense sense of powerlessness, she once doubted what her efforts really meant. Half an hour later, the blindfold was removed, and Li Yunmeng looked at everything unfamiliar in front of her. Welcome to my world, my precious little princesses. Lu Lai smiled cruelly. On the table next to him were a military torture whip, vice, finger clamps, and a bloodletting knife. The chilling glint in the light sent shivers down one's spine. Li Yunmeng glanced at him and said, No matter who you are, arresting people and using torture without authorization are serious violations of the law. Moreover, I am not some nobody. If something happens to me, it will inevitably cause a stir in my circle. It is impossible for you to avoid any trouble. We can talk things out. Since you are a regular, mandatory squad, we, as citizens, will cooperate with you. With just a few words, Li Yunmeng weighed the pros and cons without hurting the other person's dignity. She was quite skilled in rhetoric, and she believed that as long as the other person was intelligent, they would take her words to heart. To everyone's surprise, Lu Lai burst into laughter upon hearing this. He lifted the curtain, revealing his brother's gruesome corpse covered in holes. My brother died in Nanling, and now you're telling me my actions violate the law? That's a complete joke. My mighty army has always had the right to act first and report later. Today, I will kill you all here and then accuse you of insubordination, plotting rebellion, and attempting to assassinate me. What can you do about it? Li Yunmeng's heart sank. He hadn't expected this person to be so unreasonable. How did he even get into this position? This, General Hu Mang, your brother being killed has nothing to do with us. You can arrest us, beat us up, and scold us, but that won't avenge your brother, will it? Chen Yulong said cautiously. That's right, we didn't kill anyone. Why are you arresting us, and do you even know who young Master Chen is? Be careful his father finds out in the city, then you'll be in deep trouble. Li Yunhao said boldly. Chen Yulong glared at him fiercely. Can you shut up, kid? He's a fierce and powerful general. What's his own status, and what's his father's status? What gives him the right to challenge people from the war zone? To put it bluntly, even if the city chief came today, he would have to be very polite here. The Chen family is nothing. Lu Lai laughed mockingly. Tell me your identity, and I'll see if my bloodletting knife is sharper, or his identity is more solid. Li Yunhao acted as if he hadn't seen anything, and said through gritted teeth, then listen up, young Master Chen is the only son of the Chen family of Dongmen. He can even talk to the city chief and the Four Seas Aviation Association. My sister is young Master Chen's boyfriend, and I am young Master Chen's brother-in-law. If you dare to touch us, you'll regret it. Shut the fuck up. Chen Yulong was covered in sweat. 77, Chapter 77, Yafei's Doomsday. Did I say something wrong, young Master Chen? Li Yunhao's dull and dazed appearance made Chen Yulong even consider killing him. Very good, young Master Chen from Dongmen, right? Then I'll start with you today and see if the city magistrate of Nanling City will cause me trouble. Lu Lai jokingly picked up a bloodletting knife. Thump. Without a second thought, Chen Yulong knelt down on the ground. General Hu Mang, spare me, he's just talking nonsense. I only said one thing from beginning to end, and I never meant to provoke you. Is your Chen family very powerful? Lu Lai raised an eyebrow. Chen Yu shook his head like a rattle drum. Not impressive at all. My Chen family is bankrupt. What's so impressive about me? Compared to General Hu Mang, I'm not even a toe. Li Yunming's expression froze, and she looked at Chen Yulong with suspicion. Young Master Chen, wasn't your Chen family just about to go public, bankruptcy? Are you kidding me? Chen Yulong looked up at Li Yunming with a cold smile. Who the hell is joking with you? Damn it, I'm too lazy to pretend with you anymore, you bitch. I've been chasing you for months, and I can't even hold your hand. That kid Lu Qingxin is probably already tired of sleeping with you. Why, what do I lack compared to him? What did you say? Li Yunming couldn't believe it. You've been lying to me all this time? So what if I lie to you? Can't I lie to you? Chen Yulong sneered. So, did your father help you reach a cooperation agreement with Sihai Airlines? Li Yunming questioned. Chen Yulong spat. Help my ass, my dad's already overwhelmed with work every day, how could he possibly have time to help me? What about when I went to the Black Dragon Guild alone before? You said your dad contacted a high-ranking official in the city, which is why Yi Changping didn't touch me. What's going on? Li Yunming gritted her teeth. You believe my nonsense? I just got downstairs and that little bastard Lu Qingxin carried you out, and you guys insist on giving me all the credit. I am speechless. You and Secretary Han are a perfect match. Li Yunming was trembling with anger. That beast. Chen Yulong looked at her and sneered repeatedly. I've finally seen through you, you little bitch. No matter how much I invest in you, it's all a waste of money. Luckily, I woke up early and took the opportunity to make some money off you, otherwise I would still be penniless by now. So, your lie that your Chen group was going public and tricked me into buying shares was also a lie, right? Li Yunming suppressed her anger and took a deep breath. Nonsense, of course it's fake. My Chen family went bankrupt a month ago due to financial losses. The money you invested in my Chen family has already been transferred overseas. The money you poured into the project with young Master Pan also went into my account. What, Pan Chongshan's son? What rich second generation? It's just a show to get you, Li Yunming, involved. You stupid woman. Do you really think you're some chosen one, that all the good things happen to you? What about my money? All our money is gone. Chen Meijiao asked shrilly, her face ashen. Money? If it weren't for what happened today, I was planning to swindle you out of another sum and bankrupt your Yunming group. Anyway, I'm leaving soon, and you won't be able to find me later. Don't even think about the money, just consider it a lesson learned. Chen Yulong's true colors were completely exposed today, leaving Li Yunming dumbfounded. During this time, her trust in Chen Yulong continued to grow. Who would have thought that he had been lying to her all along? She invested more than 400 million yuan in the Chen group, which was almost all of the cash flow of his Yunming group. His parents invested nearly 10 million yuan together. If all that money is lost, given his mother's personality, she'll probably go crazy. You Beast, surnamed Chen, I trusted you all this time and treated you like my future son-in-law, and you're so vicious, you're trying to steal my money and kill me. I'll fight you to the death. As soon as Chen Meijiao rushed forward, she was stopped by a soldier in camouflage. People die for money, birds die for food. Blame yourselves for being blinded by greed. And so stupid. Chen Yulong was not ashamed but proud, and said with a grin, "You motherfucker." Chen Meijiao trembled with rage. I used to think you were a good person, but now it seems you're not even as good as that little beast Lu Qingxuan's Tozu bastard who deserves to die a horrible death. Idiot. Chen Yulong waved his hand, too lazy to look at her. This attitude is precisely what's most infuriating. Chen Meijiao and her husband are practically spitting blood. Have you all had enough fun? Lu Lai looked at everyone with a half smile. If I don't speak, you all seem to have forgotten where you are, and forgotten who holds your lives in your hands. Chen Yulong knelt on the ground and said obsequiously, General Hu Mang, I am fully cooperating with the investigation. Please ask me anything you want, and I will answer everything I know. Lu Lai smiled and nodded, that's more like it. As long as you cooperate well, I don't mind letting you go back alive. Lu Lai pointed to the corpse on the ground. My brother died at Swan Lake last night. According to my investigation, the murderer is a young man surnamed Lu, who was skilled in martial arts before you. I interrogated a girl named Su Yufei, but that little bitch refused to talk and I beat her to a pulp. If you don't want to be tortured, I suggest you confess honestly. As he spoke, Lu Lai snapped his fingers. A woman was thrown out of the hall. He was covered in blood, his back bearing countless welts from being whipped, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Yafei. Li Yunmeng was startled. Is she still alive? This is what happens if you don't cooperate with me. Chen Yulong quickly replied, General Hu Mang, I already know who you mean by the surname Lu. Oh? Lu Lai raised an eyebrow and looked at him with admiration. His name is Lu Qingxian, and he is that bitch's ex-husband is quite skilled, even a dozen men together couldn't defeat him. The Black Dragon Guild suffered a great loss at his hands. Lu Lai turned to look at Li Yunmeng, where does this Lu Qingxian live? Li Yunmeng shook her head. I don't know. After the divorce, his whereabouts were unpredictable, and he had no fixed address. He Lu Lai clenched his fist. Women are such a hassle, they only confess honestly after being beaten up. Li Yunmeng quickly replied, what I said is true. He is an orphan. When I met him, he had no parents and no place to live. After we got married, he lived in my house. Now we are divorced. How could I possibly know where he is? However, I can contact him by phone now. Immediately, contact him and tell him that if he doesn't show up within 10 minutes, I will kill everyone connected to him. Lu Lai said ferociously. 78, Chapter 78, I'll kill for you. Li Yunmeng dared not disobey Lu Lai's orders. The horrific state of Yafei was right before my eyes. She couldn't understand why Yafei would have been able to contact Lu Qingxian so easily, and he would have come immediately. Why would she endure such torture and beatings and refuse to say a word? Did she like Lu Qingxian? Was that why she wanted to protect her? What a stupid and silly girl. The phone rang for a long time, then suddenly, the other end hung up unilaterally, leaving Li Yunmeng stunned by the silence. Damn it, he actually didn't answer her calls. When Li Yunmeng tried to call back, it showed that she had been blocked. What? Don't tell me I can't get through. I am not falling for that trick. If I can't find you today, I'll skin you all alive. Lu Lai looked at her with a smile, gently wiping the bloodletting knife. The cold gleam on it made Li Yunmeng swallow hard. Suddenly, Li Yunmeng had a flash of inspiration. Right, use her phone. As she spoke, Li Yunmeng walked to the side of the unconscious Yafei and took out a small pink cell phone from her pocket. I opened my contacts and found the number labeled Brother Qingxian. The call was answered immediately, which made Li Yunmeng feel jealous and inexplicably angry. She even felt less sympathy for Su Yufei's torture. Why should she? She's still his ex-wife, isn't she? But doesn't she have any feelings for him? Is she less important than someone's sister? Or is there something going on between them that she's been unaware of all along? Yafei, what's wrong with you these past 2 days? You haven't seen me, and you don't answer my calls. I thought you really weren't going to talk to me anymore, Lu Qingxian said gently. Hearing this gentle tone that she used only to speak to her, Li Yunmeng became even angrier and gritted her teeth. Lu Qingxian, it's me. You are Li Yunmeng? Lu Qingxian was clearly taken aback. How come you're with Yafei? You're surprised that I'm with Yafei, Lu Qingxian. The tone you used to use when you were with me was exactly the same. Tell me honestly, are you having an affair with Yafei? Li Yunmeng questioned. You're crazy. Lu Qingxian couldn't help but laugh. Give the phone to Yafei, we have nothing to talk about. Li Yunmeng was unwilling to give up. She was about to say the next sentence when Lu Lai snatched her phone away. Boy, you're Lu Qingxian, right? I'm asking you, did you kill my brother Lu Duanshan? Just one sentence made Lu Qingxuan's expression change instantly. Who is this person? Are Yafei and Li Yunmeng both in his hands? Who are you? Looks like it's you. Lu Lai grinned. I'll give you 10 minutes. I'll be waiting for you at the Black Dragon Guild headquarters. If you don't arrive within 10 minutes, I'll kill everyone here who's connected to you, without exception. After saying that, Lu Lai hung up the phone immediately. After lighting a cigarette, he snapped his fingers. Looks like this woman is important to him. I love seeing my enemies angry, it excites me even more. Someone, tie her up. Connect her head to the door. As soon as he comes and opens the door, the woman's neck will be snapped by the powerful tearing force. That scene will be quite spectacular. After he finished speaking, several of his soldiers began to move. In no time, the trap connected to the gate was completed. General Hu Mang, may we leave now? Li Yunmeng asked anxiously, eager to escape. Leave? You can only leave when he arrives. If he doesn't come, you'll all die. Lu Lai sneered. Chen Meijiao stood at the back, her legs weak, praying to the gods and Buddha. She so desperately wanted to see Lu Qingxian this time that her hair had turned white from longing. Time passed, second by second. Soon, a car stopped in front of the Black Dragon Guild. As soon as Lu Qingxian got out of the car, Chen Jiadi's voice rang in his ear via the Skynet signal. Young master, don't open that door in front. The Sky Eye system has just gained control of the Black Dragon Guild's internal monitoring facilities. We have discovered that Miss Yafei has been subjected to severe torture and interrogation and is seriously injured right now. They are hanging Miss Yafei inside the door. As soon as the young master opens the door, Miss Yafei will be torn apart by the powerful tearing force. Inside the Pentagon's intelligence building, Chen Jiadi stood in a huge secret room. In front of him were dozens of huge computer screens arranged side by side. Countless staff members were using the Sky Eye system to monitor the Black Dragon Guild from all angles. Nothing that happened inside could escape the eyes of these giant monitors. This is Chen Jiadi's job, to collect intelligence from all over the world, and then summarize, classify, and categorize it. When Lu Qingxian heard this information, his calm eyes turned blood red. He had forgotten when he last felt so angry. Inside the door, Lu Lai was still chatting and laughing with his team members and captains. Anyone who dares to kill even one member of my Lu family, I will make their entire clan pay with their lives, and everyone connected to them will not escape. After we finish things here, we still need to send my brother's body back to the clan. At that time, I'll trouble you brothers to come with me to Zhongnan again. General Lu, this is all we should do. A captain hurriedly flattered. We brothers would go through fire and water for you, General, and this is just a short trip. It's much easier than training in the war zone. These words made the soldiers beam with joy. General Lu, she's gone, that woman is gone. Suddenly someone pointed to the gate, where Su Yafei was originally tied up, but now it was empty. What? Lu Lai was shocked. How could someone possibly rescue someone right under his nose? There. A soldier pointed his gun at a patch of green grass not far away. Lu Qingxian held Su Yafei in his arms, even pressing her acupoints repeatedly with his fingers to help stop the bleeding, prolong her life, and stabilize her injuries. Silly girl, it's all Qingxuan's fault. Lu Qingxian's lips trembled slightly, and tears welled up in the corners of her red eyes. Get a good night's sleep, brother. Qingxian will kill for you. 79, Chapter 79, I want his life. Lu Qingxian vowed that he would skin anyone who dared to treat Yafei like that alive. Lu Qingxian, you little beast, you finally arrived. Chen Meijiao couldn't help but curse. Li Yunmeng gave Lu Qingxian a deep look, then turned to Lu Lai and asked, General Lu, can we leave now? Lu Lai waved his hand, signaling his men to open the door. Chen Yulong was the first to slip away. Li Yunmeng breathed a sigh of relief. Today was truly a perilous day. If they hadn't managed to call Lu Qingxian, their entire family would have been in trouble. But this was trouble caused by Lu Qingxian in the first place, so shouldn't he step in to resolve it himself? Li Yunmeng hasn't wronged anyone. With this in mind, Li Yunmeng quickly led her family away from the Black Dragon Guild headquarters with a clear conscience. Once outside, she took a deep breath and looked back. The two are already divorced. She has no reason to risk her life for Lu Qingxian, right? Everyone here is an adult. Taking responsibility for one's own actions is the most basic thing, isn't it? Hurry up and leave. What are you standing there for? Do you still want to get involved with that guy surnamed Lu? That guy is a troublemaker. Doesn't he want to die soon enough? Chen Meijiao pushed and shoved Li Yunmeng away. Inside the headquarters, Lu Lai looked at Lu Qingxian with a mocking expression. I don't know what insidious means. You used to murder my brother, but now I'm telling you, your foolish actions will cost you more than you can imagine. Soon you'll regret it, regretting why you messed with my Lu family. Lu Qingxian watched him from afar, and unusually took off his coat that he had worn for a long time. Who is your superior? Who authorized this operation? Lu Qingxian asked calmly. Huh? Lu Lai was taken aback. Why is the plot developing differently than he imagined? The first thing they asked him was who his boss was. Brothers, it seems this guy still doesn't understand the situation, Lu Lai said with a joking laugh. You're the one who doesn't understand the situation. Lu Qingxian took a step forward, saying, if this operation was authorized by your superior, then after killing you, I will find your immediate superior and make him atone with his death. If this is a unilateral action by you, then after killing you, I will hold your Lu family accountable. After saying this, Lu Qingxian was less than 5 meters away from the other party. Lu Lai opened his mouth, staring at him in disbelief. The next second, he burst into laughter, laughing so hard he was doubled over and slapping his thigh. The surrounding soldiers burst into laughter. This joke was no less ridiculous than someone trespassing into their Tiger Mang war zone and claiming to challenge their entire Tiger Mang mighty army single-handedly. Damn it, I've been a soldier for decades and this is the first time I've encountered such a hothead. I am really curious how my brother died at your hands. He is called the #1 martial arts prodigy in my Lu family, which is a disgrace. Lu Lai was both amused and exasperated encountering such a fool. Even most of his anger disappeared, leaving only mockery and ridicule. Forget it, hurry up and arrest him and report back to my Lu family clan. The old man is furious and ordered me to catch the murderer within a day. It's still a 7 or 8 hour journey from here back to Zhongnan. We can't afford to delay. Lu Lai waved his hand, too lazy to continue playing. The two soldiers put away their guns and walked over with amusement. You're much dumber than your brother. At least he knew to run. Although running was useless, a cruel smile appeared on Lu Qingxian's lips. The next second. Bang! The violent explosion made everyone's hearts pound. Lu Qingxian punched the two soldiers with both fists, and their bodies exploded instantly, with blood spurting more than 10 meters away. The horrific sight would become a lifelong shadow in everyone's mind. At this moment, Lu Lai finally put away his smile and became extremely solemn. Everyone else was stunned. What kind of power could shatter a human body? He couldn't imagine it even from a martial arts perspective. He was a martial artist who had achieved minor mastery of internal energy. He asked himself if, even if he used all his strength, he could at most make a hole in a person. The difference between the two is too great. So you're an expert, no wonder you were so arrogant. Heh, too bad I came prepared. So what if you're an expert? Draw your guns and kill him. Taking the body back is the same. Dozens of his men instantly drew their guns. At that very moment, a series of gunshots rang out from somewhere. The instant the gunshots rang out, all of Lu Lai's men who had drawn their guns simultaneously received a hole in their heads and died on the spot. Lu Lai looked up in horror and saw that several helicopters had appeared in the sky, with dozens of snipers on board, ready to take aim at them. It turned out that after Lu Lai notified Lu Qingxian, Chen Jiadi organized his forces in the shadows to have the armed forces surround the Black Dragon Guild, while also dispatching air power to monitor the battlefield and ensure Lu Qingxian's safety. Although he knew that Lu Qingxian might not be afraid of guns now, one's fists can't fight against many hands with more people and more firearms. Even a martial artist could get injured or even die. He had to be careful about this. Lu Lai took 2 steps back, his expression changing from surprise to fear, and now only deep dread remained. That symbol. Lu Lai looked up, staring blankly at the pattern on the armed helicopters. A black circle encircles the large character, Xian, whose background color is cyan, and a five-clawed golden dragon is coiled on top. Azure skies, golden dragons hanging upside down, Xianlong guards? You can actually mobilize the Xianlong guard. Who exactly are you? Lu Lai stared wide-eyed, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. My name is Lu Qingxuan. Since you know about the Xianlong guard, can't you guess it? At this moment, the two were only 1 meter apart. Lu Lai muttered to himself, Lu Qingxian, Xian Qingqianshan, you are Zuan Longzi, impossible, absolutely impossible, how could you be in Nanling? Lu Lai's sudden sharp voice indicated that his mentality had shattered. It's unbelievable, he'd never been to Jiangnan before, and on his first visit to Nanling City, he ran into Zuan Longzi, the man who had wreaked havoc in the capital. This luck was even more incredible than winning the lottery. I was hunted down in the capital with nowhere to go, and even my own family wanted to get rid of me with nowhere to hide. What's so strange about me appearing in Nanling City? Lu Qingxian snapped his fingers. You wiped out an entire family, how could they not hunt you down? Lu Lai knew a little about what happened in the capital back then, but he didn't understand the specific reasons behind it. Lu Qingxian laughed, revealing a set of white teeth. My mother was humiliated, and I slaughtered their entire family, and today, you've injured my sister so badly. Tell me, what will become of your Lu family? Lu Lai's pupils suddenly contracted. If they had known the other party was Zuan Longzi, the Lu family would never have dared to mention this grudge, but now, it's too late. Everything is too late. Thump. Lu Lai knelt on the ground, swallowing his saliva frantically before he could speak. Lu Qingxian interrupted him. Don't beg me, it's no use. Your phase injuries need a lot of blood and life to heal them. Lu Qingxuan's actions are not bound by morality, he acts entirely according to his own set of principles. Otherwise, he wouldn't have committed such a shocking crime in the capital, been hunted down by all sides, and had nowhere to turn. Now, call that grandmaster of your Lu family, say goodbye to him, and also send him a letter from me, Lu Qingxian, telling him that I want his life. 80. Chapter 80, Su Yifei's Despair. He dared not disobey Lu Qingxuan's orders. Even though he knew he was doomed to die today, he had to do as he was told. Otherwise, he would face endless torment that he could not bear, and bring even greater disaster to his Lu. The call went through. Xiao Lai, how's the situation going? Have they caught the person? The person on the other end of the line was Lu Qinghe, the grandmaster of the Lu family, who answered the phone personally. Since the news of his grandson Lu Duan's death arrived, he has not slept a wink, keeping a close eye on the progress of the case, with the aim of personally trying the murderer so that his grandson's soul can rest in peace. Grandpa, your grandson is unfilial. I can only be filial to you in the next life. Ha, Xiao Lai, what nonsense are you talking about? Lu Qinghe's strong voice could be heard from a distance. Lu Lai, a tall man of 18 meters, knelt on the ground and wailed, Grandpa, give up on revenge. Our Lu family will not be affected at all if my brother and I are gone. If we continue to fight, it is hard to say whether we can still stand in Jiangnan. My brother and I cannot become sinners of the Lu family. Lu Qingxian took the phone. Greetings, Grandpa Lu. I'll take your 2 grandsons' lives if you dare come to Nanling City to find me. Be prepared to pay a heavy price as for your life. I'll personally come to collect it the day I travel to Central South China. If I find that your Lu family continues to provoke me, believe me, I will completely eradicate your Lu family from the central and southern regions, leaving not a single root behind. Others doubted Lu Qingxuan's words, but Lu Lai had no doubts at all. As a member of the military and someone who knew about the massacre in the capital back then, he deeply understood how terrifying the man in front of him was. Beneath his kind appearance lay a demonic soul, more cruel than anyone else. Moreover, this person is indifferent and cannot be moved by pleading or begging for mercy. He is impervious to reason and threats, and if you cross his bottom line, you will die, unless he is in a good mood. Anyway, he's a complete devil. He. On the other side, Lu Qinghe, the old monster, was furious and let out a low, cold laugh. Who are you? Why don't you state your name? I, Lu Qinghe, have dominated Central South China all my life. My Lu family has been established in Central South China for more than 200 years. No one has ever dared to say in front of me that they can uproot my Lu family from Central South China. Lu Qingxian said nonchalantly, who I am is not important. What is important is that if you dare to go against what I say, I can keep everything I just promised. After saying that, Lu Qingxian crushed the phone with his bare hands. At the same time, he reached out and slapped Lu Lai on the head, causing Lu's brains to explode and killing him instantly in a gruesome manner. In the sky, the Shenlong armed helicopter made an emergency landing on the ground. A large group of members armed in black rushed up and captured all the Tiger Mang members brought by Lu Lai. In an instant, the entire Black Dragon Guild turned into a battlefield of carnage. Lu Qingxian had already carried Ye Fei away and arrived at a secluded traditional Chinese medicine clinic in Nanling City. In the backyard of the clinic, the owner delivered a large batch of Chinese herbal medicines. Lu Qingxian used various methods, including decocting the medicine and performing acupuncture, to stabilize Su Yufei's condition. With Su Yufei lying naked in front of him, Lu Qingxian felt no romantic thoughts, only heartache, self-blame, and guilt. If it weren't for his carelessness, how could Yufei have had the opportunity to suffer such inhuman torture and abuse? This silly girl, facing torture that even a grown man couldn't withstand, why did she stubbornly refuse to reveal any information about him? She's clearly just a helpless little girl. I don't need her to protect me at all. I stayed at the clinic all night, and it wasn't until the afternoon of the next day that Ma Yaoyao called to inquire about the situation. After that, I took a taxi to the clinic. Even she was shocked to see Su Yufei's miserable state. Who's such a pervert? How could they beat Yufei up like this? Lu Qingxian pursed his lips. None of that matters anymore. The other party has already received the punishment she deserves. I'll apply the medicine to her again later, and then I might have to leave. I'll need to ask you to take care of Yufei here afterwards. I've already spoken to the owner here. He'll prepare the medicine. You can give it to Yufei on time, and she'll wake up soon. With that, Lu Qingxian turned and went to the room to apply ointment to repair his scars. A short while later, Ma Yaoyao caught up. She found it very interesting to watch Lu Qingxian fiddling with the ointment. You really are a jack of all trades. How can you do everything? You're rich and powerful, you can fight, and you can even brew medicine to cure diseases. Is there anything you can't do? Ma Yaoyao's beautiful eyes held a strange light as she stared at him without blinking. She really wanted to explore this man. If you understand one method, you understand all methods. Lu Qingxian blended various herbs together, and soon, a strange fragrance filled the entire room. By the way, what about the thunder and lightning that night? I clearly saw you go into that crystal house on the rooftop, and then a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck it. Are you alright? Lu Qingxuan's eyes turned strange. This woman was peeping at him practicing. Luckily, she didn't see the whole thing, or she would have been scared to death on the spot. That kind of training method was far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, and even ordinary martial arts practitioners couldn't understand it. It was a training method that risked life for life, exchanged injuries for injuries, and used extremely dangerous methods to gain power. However, over the years, he has gradually figured out that as long as there is no particularly dangerous weather, the protection of deep-sea rocks will generally prevent major problems. Of course I'm fine. What could possibly happen to me? There's a lightning rod there, and I get struck by lightning all the time. I am used to it. Ma Yaoyao touched her head, then ran up and touched Lu Qingxuan's head again. That's really strange. You get struck by lightning all the time. You don't do anything wicked, do you? I am an upright person. Lu Qingxian frowned. Oh, upright? Really upright and honest? Let me see. Ma Yaoyao grinned mischievously, wrapped her arms around Lu Qingxuan's waist, and began to explore his lower body with her hands. Lu Qingxian was shocked. What's going on? This is absolutely shameless. Is this something a girl should do? He had to admit that Ma Yaoyao was indeed an extremely bold woman, and she was never serious. You never knew what she might do next. She's so upright and honest. My hands are too small. I can't hold her at all. Ma Yaoyao lowered her head shyly. Outside the window, the weak Su Yufei had woken up at some point and was sitting there staring blankly at the two of them. Her blood-stained teeth bit her red lips tightly, her face showing not only despair but also anger and disappointment. It turns out that what Yao Yao said was true. Brother Qingxian liked her, not him. Brother Qingxian was only interested in her, otherwise he wouldn't have let her stay overnight. Thinking of this, tears welled up in Su Yufei's eyes, and she forced her weak body to move step by step away from the Chinese medicine clinic. 81, Chapter 81, They Call Me Grandmaster. She no longer wanted to stay here, nor did she want to see those two people again. In the back room, Lu Qingxian hadn't yet noticed that Su Yufei had left. He reached out and slapped Ma Yaoyao away before continuing to work on the ointment. You're not allowed to lay a hand on me anymore, understand? Seeing Lu Qingxuan's serious expression, Ma Yaoyao pouted and tried to act cute, but Lu Qingxian didn't give her a good look at all and pushed her aside. I can tell you clearly that I have no feelings for you whatsoever, and don't try to seduce me if I really have to say who I like. The only person I like right now is Yafei, Lu Qingxian said seriously. Cut. Ma Yaoyao rolled her eyes. You were the one who rejected her, and now you're the one saying you like her. Are all men liars? Lu Qingxian shook his head. Yafei is too young before what happened yesterday. I probably would never have told her the word I like you, but sigh. She is immature in her thinking and feelings. I don't want her to make a decision she will regret. I will talk to her properly after she wakes up. If she really does, we'll talk about it then. Lu Qingxian is also confused now. Is that love? He once thought that love was like his relationship with Li Yunmeng, mutual understanding, companionship, and communication. Even such a love affair ended abruptly, embarrassing him. Faced with figures like Lu Lai and the mighty Humang army, Li Yunmeng could speak out without hesitation to protect herself, while Yafei, with her frail little body, endured torture far beyond her capacity, risking her life to protect Lu Qingxian. So what exactly is love? Holding the prepared ointment in his hand, he was dumbfounded when he left the room. The nursing beds in the courtyard were empty, with only a pool of scarlet blood. Yafei? Lu Qingxian shouted loudly. No one in the entire traditional Chinese medicine clinic responded. When Lu Qingxian rushed out and looked around, he couldn't find any trace of Yafei amidst the bustling crowds on the street. She was covered in injuries and had trouble even walking. Where could she go by herself? Lu Qingxian immediately called Qin Jiadi, instructing him to mobilize all intelligence resources in Nanling City to find Yafei and safely return her home. Young master, if your mind is in turmoil, you'll make mistakes in everything you do. It's getting late. You should go and discuss the mining of deep-sea raw materials with the Four Seas Shipping Association. First leave Miss Yafei to me. As long as she is still in Nanling City, I will use all my resources to find her and ensure her safety. He trusted Qin Jiadi to handle things, but he didn't know why Yafei had left alone without a warden the past 2 days. He had discovered that Yafei had psychological problems, which were more serious than physical injuries. When the mind is in turmoil, the body becomes in turmoil, and this is indeed the case. After taking a breath, he decided to do as Chen Jia suggested and go to Lu Bingqing's place for the appointment first. The deep-sea raw stones are a major event for him. How much his strength can improve depends entirely on whether these deep-sea raw stones can be successfully mined in large quantities. Once the issues with Ko Haiwan and Uncle Wen mentioned by Lu Bingqing are resolved, everything else can proceed smoothly. Taking a taxi from the city to the Lu family manor took nearly an hour. By the time we arrived, it was getting late. Outside the quiet Lu family manor, there were several retro but very well-made antique cars parked. As soon as you enter the manor, you can hear classical music playing, which is very classy. Mr. Lu, you've arrived. I was just about to call you to ask if you wanted me to pick you up. Lu Bingqing happened to appear in the manor and walked towards Lu Qingxian when she saw him. How is it, has Uncle Wen arrived yet? Lu Bingqing shook her head and smiled helplessly. They have a lot of airs about them, and they always put on airs no matter what occasion they attend. Our Lu family has just experienced a change of fortune, and people are not united right now. Grandpa doesn't want to have any conflict with them, so he's not in a hurry to urge them. Mr. Lu, are you in a hurry? Please come in and sit down for a while. Grandpa would like to have a chat with you. Upon entering the reception hall, Old Master Lu sat in the first chair on the left and smiled, gesturing for Lu Qingxian to sit opposite him. In his heart, Lu Qingxian was the most important guest, and Ko Haiwan was only invited to come over because of Lu Qingxian. Grandpa Lu is in good spirits. It seems he has adjusted his emotions. Old Master Lu smiled sheepishly. It's all thanks to Mr. Lu. If it weren't for Mr. Lu, my Lu family would really have fallen apart this time. I never expected that the second son's family would be so treacherous and unscrupulous, disregarding human ethics and family ties. Alas. As a family grows and over time, it's inevitable that corrupt elements will emerge. There's something I'm not sure if I should say. In a large family, although it is easier for the elders to keep the family on the right track when they hold power, it is often a big taboo to act on emotions. I think Bingqing is quite capable, so why not try letting her take charge of the family's decision-making power? A glint of light flashed in Old Master Lu's eyes. That's exactly what I was thinking. I have seen everything Bingqing has done over the years. Although she is the most outstanding member of the family, she has never received the support of most of the elders because of her gender. However, this time, I am prepared to defy all opposition and hand the family over to Bingqing. Bingqing, what do you think? The two men looked at Lu Bingqing, who lowered her head shyly, saying, "It's all up to Grandpa." "Ha, good, you never disappoint me." Was confused before. "I'm sorry, from now on, I will support you without hesitation." Suddenly, Elder Lu changed the subject. "By the way, Mr. Lu, if I may be so bold as to ask, you must be an internal energy martial artist, right?" Although I find it hard to believe that there could be such a young internal energy martial artist, judging from Lu's performance, judging from the current situation, it's definitely not much different. He has the ability, the courage, and such mastery of martial arts. He is truly an outstanding person. Old Master Lu's eyes lit up. He wished he could force his granddaughter to marry this man as a concubine. However, he had also heard from his granddaughter that the man had no romantic feelings for her. Forcing someone would only make them resentful. "You flatter me. Are martial artists rare?" Lu Qingxian asked curiously. In reality, although Lu Qingxian himself was a martial artist, he didn't know much about the true martial arts culture, nor did he know the distribution of traditional martial artists throughout the entire China. Judging from Lu's appearance, he seems to be very interested in this topic and has done a lot of research on it. Haha, martial artists are not rare, but true martial artists are very rare. They can even be called a rare species. The true martial artists I'm referring to are those who have broken through the threshold of internal strength and can be called masters, like Mr. Lu. You can't find one of this level in a prefecture-level city. Isn't that amazing? Lu Qingxian nodded. Indeed, look at Su Ao. Even with the support of a large chamber of commerce, it took him a lot of effort to bring back an internal strength martial artist from northern Sichuan to help him maintain order, and it was only a cooperative relationship. This shows how rare and precious martial artists are. Elder Lu, although I'd like to admit it, I must say you've misjudged me. I'm not an internal energy martial artist, Lu Qingxian said with a smile. No? How could that be? You are so strong. I have never seen a martial artist who practices external martial arts with such spirit and energy as Mr. Lu. Old Master Lu was not convinced, guessing that the other party was just being modest and did not want to admit it. Lu Qingxian shook his head. According to them, they call me a grandmaster. 82, Chapter 82, A Minor Punishment. Old Master Lu's expression froze for a moment, then he gave a wry smile. Mr. Lu likes to joke too much, but these kinds of jokes are not to be made lightly. My old bones can't take a fright. If there were such a young grandmaster, the entire Chinese nation would be in an uproar. Lu Qingxian shook his head. Although he didn't know how to define the difference between a master and a grandmaster, he could easily kill a martial artist with great internal strength like Lu Duanqing with one hand. Was he enough to be called a grandmaster? Old Master Lu stretched out both hands, 10 fingers. Based on the information we have so far, there are probably only this many people in the whole country who can be called grandmasters. They founded their own schools and were the founders of their respective schools. For example, Grandmaster Lu Qinghe, who was the founder of the Lu family Xingyi school. For example, Chen Huatian from Zhanghai was a grandmaster of Baguazhang during the nationalist era. He could fight 100 foreigners at once. His Baguazhang skills caused many to fall to their deaths. He was personally received by the then commander of the Dragon Kingdom. Take Zhou Tianqi from Hong Kong Island. For example, he is known as the Grand Master of Metaphysics. He can tell fortunes, master the 9 palaces of the I Ching, and manage the great forces of mountains and rivers. He has lived for more than 110 years and looks like an old man in his 50s or 60s. He is a true man of great stature. However, if we're talking about the most famous and strongest among the grandmasters, the one who's generally recognized as the military's war god is Li Daoqiu. Once, a group of overseas grandmasters came to China to challenge us, intending to dethrone our country's dominance in martial arts. As a result, Li Daoqiu fought against 3 of them and severely injured them, making a name for himself in one battle. His elite force, Dragon Flame, is also the strongest special forces organization in the country, sweeping across many countries. Li Daoqiu, I had heard of him in the capital, but I never expected him to be the recognized strongest martial arts grandmaster. Old Master Lu sighed. Yes, these are all truly outstanding figures of today. When I was young, I also dreamed of becoming a martial artist, but unfortunately, I lacked the talent and couldn't even advance into internal energy, so I gave up and went on to inherit the family business and focus on doing business. However, Mr. Lu, you are so young with your talent. Even if you are not a grandmaster now, you will definitely have have the opportunity to take that step one day in the future. At that time, I hope you can take care of my Lu family. Lu Qingxian smiled without saying a word. Although he had never truly challenged a grandmaster, he imagined their strength was not much different from his current level. With his icy skin, jade-like bones, silver blood, and golden eyes, he is about to step into the third stage. At that time, his blood will undergo a qualitative change, making him immune to disease and poison. When he steps into the fourth stage, the so-called grandmasters will be like elementary school students in front of him. According to ancient records, Jin Tong's strength was equivalent to that of a martial arts saint. Beside her, Lu Bingqing listened intently. She couldn't get a word in edgewise on this topic. All she could do was listen attentively without disturbing or causing trouble. Suddenly, the sound of a car horn rang out outside. Lu Bingqing and Old Master Lu stood up at the same time. Uncle Wen should have arrived. I'll go out to meet them. Lu Bingqing stepped out of the reception room first. Outside the manor, Kahaiwan, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, wore a lukewarm smile and exuded a pleasant aroma of tobacco mixed with fine champagne. Beside him, an elderly man with a hunched back and a sinister gaze like a scorpion lurking in the shadows sent chills down one's spine. His calloused hands left no doubt about his lethality. Bingqing, my niece, you've suddenly decided to host a banquet for me. This must be something special, right? Kahaiwan said with a half-smile. Lu Bingqing smiled sweetly and said, as expected, nothing escapes Uncle Wen's eyes today. I have a special young man I'd like to introduce to Uncle Wen as Uncle Wen's favorite talent. Oh, my favorite talent? Then I really need to take a good look. In the past 2 years, no young people have caught my eye. They're all a bunch of good-for-nothings, unambitious trash. I'm sure Uncle Wen will be satisfied. Lu Bingqing walked beside him and led Uncle Wen into the house. Uncle Wen clasped his hands in a fist salute to Old Master Lu. How have you been lately, Old Master Lu? I know an American medical professor who can replace any of your organs, except for your head. He'll give you a new one, young and energetic, ha. Old Lu's eyelids twitched. Hee, let's forget about this kind of medicine that goes against human ethics. Birth, aging, sickness and death are the natural cycle, and we ordinary people should just follow it. Is that so? That's a real shame. Uncle Wen's smile faded, and he turned to look at Lu Qingxian opposite Old Master Lu Bingqing. The young man you're going to introduce to me, it wouldn't be him, would it? Uncle Wen has a keen eye. Let me introduce you. Lu Bingqing came to Lu Qingxuan's side. This Mr. Lu, Lu Qingxian, is now the best friend of my Lu family. Mr. Lu, this is Uncle Wen, the boss of the Southern Seas. Uncle Wen has the final say on everything on the high seas. Uncle Wen, hello. Lu Qingxian smiled faintly. Since he needed his help, he greeted him very politely first. However, Kahaiwan was not buying it, and said with a half-smile, the young man is quite handsome regardless of his special talents. It seems that he has no manners. Don't you know how to give up your seat to your elders? Who gave you the first seat for guests? Didn't anyone teach you that? Lu Qingxuan's expression froze. Before he could even react, the old man next to Kahaiwan had already come up to him and said in a commanding voice, get up and give Mr. Ku his seat. Lu Qingxuan's anger turned into a smile. What if I say no? Are you going to attack me? The two were locked in a fierce confrontation. Old Master Lu, who had originally intended to step forward and stop them, moved his lips but suddenly stopped himself from saying what was on the tip of his tongue. He was very curious. Why was Kahaiwan, who was so proud of his 2 hands, eating in front of a 20-year-old? What a fascinating expression he must have had after his expression deflated. Seeing that her grandfather didn't speak, and seemingly understanding what he meant, Lu Bingqing wisely shut her mouth. Kahaiwan snorted coldly, no matter what kind of talent he is, if he makes me unhappy, then he is guilty. Old ghost, give him a little punishment to teach him a lesson. Yes, Mr. Ku, the gloomy old man replied. 83, Chapter 83, Demonstrating Strength. The old man turned around, and without warning, his ghostly claws reached for Lu Qingxian, trying to lift him off the chair and teach him about the proper order of seniority and hierarchy. As a result, when this claw reached Lu Qingxian, he immediately grabbed Lu Qingxuan's wrist and made him unable to move. The old man's expression changed drastically. What immense power! In his youth, he was a master of iron palm, his fingers and claws honed through countless trials, capable of deforming steel and possessing immense strength of hundreds of kilograms. Yet, this kid in front of him effortlessly subdued him. Old ghost, what are you up to? Kahaiwan frowned upon seeing this. He thought that old ghost had encountered a problem, and never expected that the young man in front of him was too strong. making it impossible for Old Ghost to exert even a tenth of his strength. Mr. Ku, I. Snap. With a slight exertion, Lu Qingxian broke his wrist and shoved him heavily to the ground, where he collapsed and couldn't get up. Dare to lay a hand on me, I'll teach you a lesson with a little punishment if you still don't know the rules and attack people casually. It won't be as simple as breaking a bone. Lu Qingxian flicked his fingers and said casually. The old man lowered his head in shame. Mr. Ku, 2M no match for you. I've embarrassed you. Kahaiwan opened his mouth, his composure completely vanished, leaving only a look of astonishment and confusion as he stared at Lu Qingxian. After a long while, he finally came to his senses, his eyelids twitching as he looked at Lu Bingqing. Niece Bingqing, this joke has gone too far. You said you'd introduce me to someone, a martial arts master? Lu Bingqing covered her mouth and laughed. Uncle Wen, you were too hasty. You didn't even give him a chance to properly introduce himself. All you did was fight and kill each other. Now you've suffered the consequences, haven't you? Kahaiwan said with a wry smile. I couldn't have imagined that someone so young could subdue the old man so easily. As one of my top bodyguards, this joke is too much. Oh dear, how embarrassing, so embarrassing. Kahaiwan was also a cheerful person, and he laughed heartily. I spent a fortune searching the world for martial arts masters, but in the end they were all a bunch of good-for-nothings. My niece Bingqing, Grandpa Lu, where did you find such talent? This is such a pleasant surprise. Young man, work for me, and you'll live the high life. I'll pay you 10 million a month, no, 30 million a month, how about it? Lu Qingxian shook his head. I'm not interested in money. Not interested in money, damn it, besides that guy surnamed Ma, you're the second person I've ever heard say something like that. You've got some nerve. Tell me what you want, and I will do my best to satisfy you within my capabilities. Lu Qingxian smiled and continued to shake his head. Uncle Wen, you misunderstand. I will not be anyone's subordinate, nor is anyone qualified to make me submit and serve them. I am here to reach a cooperation agreement with you. Uncle Wen's expression changed. No way. I'm never short of business partners, and I'm never short of money. You underestimate me, Kahaiwan. Besides recruiting talent to my side, I have no other hobbies. Really, you're not even interested in your life? Lu Qingxian looked at him with a half-smile. What do you mean? A cold glint flashed in Kahaiwan's eyes. You're threatening me. Don't think that just because you're good at martial arts, you can be arrogant and presumptuous in front of me. Kahaiwan, have roamed the seas my whole life. Even the Caribbean pirates don't dare to threaten me. You should know your own strength and whether you're qualified. Lu Qingxian shook his head. No, I mean, your complexion clearly indicates liver qi stagnation, an imbalance of yin and yang in your body, which is clashing with each other and endangering your life. From the perspective of modern medicine, it means that the immune system attacks foreign organs and cannot be reconciled. Uncle Wen mentioned earlier that he recently met an American professor of organ transplant medicine. I think Uncle Wen must have just received a transplant not long ago, right? After all, it's something foreign, not something that naturally grows into your body. There may not be any problems in the short term, but there will be a whole host of problems later on. Uncle Wen's expression changed drastically. His organ transplant was a secret. He didn't tell anyone except the old man around him and the doctor who performed the surgery. No one else knew about it. How did he find out? You can tell all that just from his face? You're kidding me. Looks like I guessed right. Judging from his expression, Lu Qingxian knew that his guess was pretty accurate. Uncle Wen, your condition is far more serious than that of ordinary people in traditional Chinese medicine. This rejection reaction is called yin-yang reversal. When it gets serious to a certain point, when yin and yang merge, even a celestial being descending to earth cannot save you. So you have a way? Kahaiwan looked at him with a conflicted expression. Yes, otherwise they wouldn't be using this as leverage. In addition, I can give Uncle Wen 3 opportunities to ask me to help you solve your problems. Kahaiwan suppressed a laugh. You stepped in to help me out of this mess? That's right. No matter who the opponent is, as long as they are not related to me, I will take care of them for you. I will never go back on my word. What an arrogant tone. It would be strange if Kahaiwan believed such nonsense. A young man in his 20s claiming to help him solve his troubles is simply laughable. Don't believe me? Lu Qingxian raised an eyebrow, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. Suddenly, the teacup in his hand shattered instantly, but the tea inside remained suspended in his palm. This amazing scene left everyone's eyes wide open. Bang 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 bang. The next second, Lu Qingxian suddenly raised his hand, and the tea turned into hundreds of bullet-like water droplets, shooting out like a rain of pear blossoms. 84, Chapter 84, A Stern Speech. Thud. Kahaiwan sat down on the ground with a thud in front of him. The hard marble floor was riddled with holes from the bullets. What if this tea gets inside his body? I can't even imagine. Wait, what the hell is this skill? I've never heard of it before, let alone seen it. When he tried to cast a questioning glance at the old man, he found him standing there dumbfounded, as if he had lost the ability to think. Are you still having doubts? If you feel you don't need my help, you can choose to take 3 pieces of information from me, anything you want to know. I believe I can get some of it, more or less. Chen Jiadi's intelligence network spans the globe, that's no joke. This intelligence system has been under construction since he was a child. With the improvement of his father and the protection and assistance of the Xianlong Guard, it is now almost impossible to find any loopholes or flaws. The Sky Eye system is unparalleled in the universe, to put it bluntly. Lu Qingxian could now find out what the American leader is doing at home with just one phone call. Kahaiwan's eyes shifted slightly. This kid is putting on airs too much, making it hard for him to tell if the other person is genuinely capable or just faking it. But one thing is certain, the other person might actually be able to help him sort out those big problems. Uncle Wen, Mr. Lu never jokes with people. If he says it's okay, then it's definitely okay. Moreover, Murla's request is not excessive. It's just to carry out some mining work in your territorial waters, which is beneficial to everyone. Kahaiwan's heart skipped a beat. You're not talking about that deep sea mine at 75 degrees latitude in the Southern Sea, are you? That place has already been booked, and I don't think I can agree to that condition. It's been reserved? Could it be that someone else wants the deep sea raw stones from there? Lu Qingxian couldn't help but mutter to himself. There shouldn't be many people who know the uses of deep sea raw stones. What are others planning to do with them? Uncle Wen, putting aside other conditions, I think your life should be the first priority. If I don't treat you, you have at most half a month left. So, I still hope you can prioritize giving me that mine. Kahaiwan waved his hand. Impossible. The other party is also very strong. I am a man of my word, and I will never go back on my promise. You should give up. As for my health, I know it better than you do, and I have a team of American experts and professors treating me. Even if I have one foot in the grave, they can pull me back. Alright, let's leave it at that. There's no need to discuss it further. After saying that, Kahaiwan left with the old man without even taking a seat at the banquet. Seeing how decisive and resolute the other party was, Lu Qingxian was dumbfounded for a moment. But he must obtain the deep sea raw stone mine. It is the key to his continued growth and strength. If he can't get through Kahaiwan's route, then he'll have to force his way in, eliminating anyone or anything that dares to stand in his way, and dominating the deep sea mine in the Southern Sea area. Mr. Lu, I didn't expect Uncle Wen to be so decisive. It seems that the other party has quite a powerful background, so much so that even Uncle Wen doesn't dare to offend them. Perhaps we should give up? Lu Bingqing said. Lu Qingxian shook his head. I will not give up. I am determined to get the deep sea mine. I will give him a week. If he does not change his mind within a week, I will take control of the Southern Sea area. Anyone who dares to trespass or interfere with me will be buried at sea. Lu Bingqing was startled. This is just too ruthless. It wasn't that she doubted Lu Qingxuan's abilities, but rather that the few days they spent together had given her a deep understanding of his character. He truly was a man of his word. It seems we need to find some time to inform Uncle Wen and let him think it over carefully. The loss of either Lu Qingxian or Uncle Wen would be a huge and unbearable loss for the Lu family. On the way, Lu Qingxian began to care about Yafei again. When he asked Chen Jiadi, the other party was just about to report the news. Hearing that Yafei was safe, Lu Qingxian breathed a sigh of relief. That girl is such a worry. She's covered in injuries but still has to run around everywhere. What's the reason for that? Thinking of this, Lu Qingxian decided to go see Yafei and ask her for clarification. However, Lu Qingxian never expected that when he arrived at Yafei's house, he would not see Yafei, but would see Li Yunmeng first. However, Li Yunmeng now had a strange man by her side, and judging from their relationship, they seemed to have known each other for a long time and were very friendly and cordial. What are you doing here? Lu Qingxian couldn't help but ask. Hearing the sound, Li Yunmeng turned around. The handsome man also looked at Lu Qingxian with great interest. Lu Qingxian? Li Yunmeng was surprised, and the next moment her face darkened. It's so late, why are you still looking for Ye Fei? What's wrong with me looking for her? Lu Qingxian couldn't help but wonder, wasn't this woman being a bit too nosy? Lu Qingxian, confess honestly, are you having an affair with Ye Fei? You care about her much more than you care about me, and the way you talk to her is just like the way you used to talk to me. That gentleness can't be faked, Li Yunmeng questioned. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxuan's first reaction was, could I have misheard? How could a human being say such a thing? What business is it of his ex-wife who he's having an affair with? Isn't she being too nosy? Li Yunmeng, what gives you the right to ask me these questions? Lu Qingxian couldn't help but chuckle. Li Yunmeng was taken aback. Yes, what right do I have to ask him these questions now? We're already divorced, so what's the point? Lu Qingxian, even if we're not together anymore, I still have the right to know if you've lied to me, and what you and Ye Fei were really like when we were together. When I was with you, I only loved you. Ye Fei was just my sister. I never crossed any lines with her. In this place, everything I do is under your watchful eye. Is that answer satisfactory? Lu Qingxian glanced at her indifferently and couldn't help but laugh. You're clearly a promiscuous and restless woman. You had an ambiguous relationship with that young Master Chen during your marriage. Now that young Master Chen has dumped you, you immediately have another man by your side. I don't understand what kind of mentality and shamelessness do you have to ask questions that have nothing to do with you, a woman who can't live without men and new experiences? 85, Chapter 85, Let's Be Together. Li Yunmeng was completely stunned by the scolding. What? Is she promiscuous and restless? She can't live without men? Is she seeking novelty? That bastard, what right does he have to slander her like this? Nothing had happened between her and Chen Xiao, and the man in front of her wasn't what she imagined. What right did he have to say such things? Lu Qingxian, don't go too far. The facts are clear. No matter what your purpose is, or what your so-called ideals are, the harm you have done to me is irreversible and cannot be reversed, so it is reasonable for me to say these words, because this is what I have seen. After saying that, Lu Qingxian walked into the villa without turning his head. Li Yun wanted to go in, but was stopped at the gate by the guard. At this moment, her face was so gloomy it could drip water. Originally, her impression of Lu Qingxian had improved after learning that Chen Yulong had deceived her and that she had been saved by Lu Qingxian several times. She was prepared to thank him in person. However, after hearing what he said, she felt nothing but anger. Yunmeng, there's no need to waste your breath on a man who doesn't understand you. Let me go have a couple of drinks with you, and you'll feel better after you've vented. The handsome and refined man comforted her. Li Yunmeng nodded. Lu Zixiao, thank you. If it weren't for your encouragement, I really wouldn't know how I would get through this difficult time. I was so stupid and foolish to believe that bastard Chen Yulong. And Lu Qingxian, just you wait and see. You won't be smug, for Lanji will prove to you that leaving you was definitely not a wrong choice. I, Li Yunmeng, deserve better, and I will definitely have better. She had originally planned to come and see Consort Ye today to ask her some questions and check on her condition. However, she was surprised to find that she couldn't even get through the gate. Suao had given an order that no unauthorized personnel were allowed to enter, and Li Yunmeng was categorized as one of them. It was infuriating. Why was Lu Qingxian able to get in? It must be because he got together with Consort Ye, and Consort Ye gave him special privileges. Besides this, Li Yun could not imagine any other possibility. Inside the villa, Suao sat in the hall, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, smoking with a worried expression. Upon seeing Lu Qingxian enter, he quickly stood up to greet him. Mr. Lu, I was too careless and underestimated their speed, which caused Ye Fei to suffer such serious injuries. Alas, I deserve to die. After capturing Yi Changping that day, he couldn't wait to hold a meeting with the business alliance behind him and didn't return all night. If he had been able to settle Ye Fei in advance and let her go out to hide and avoid the limelight, he might have been able to avoid this disaster. No one can predict what won't happen, and you don't need to blame yourself. Where is Ye Fei? She left alone after I treated her the day. I heard she has already gone home. He's been holed up in his room, refusing to come out no matter what I say. It seems he's not only suffering physically, but also mentally, Suao said with a worried expression. He was heartbroken that he couldn't protect his daughter, and he hated the Lu family to the core. I'll go check it out. You go ahead and do your own thing. Lu Qingxian arrived alone at Ye Fei's door and knocked. I don't want to eat, Dad. Don't come, let me be by myself for a while. Yafei, it's me. Lu Qingxian pursed his lips. I want to talk to you. Upon hearing Lu Qingshuan's voice, there was a long silence inside, without making the slightest sound. After a long while, a weak voice finally came through. We don't have much to talk about. Lu Qingshuan's expression froze. After knowing each other for so many years, this was perhaps the most hurtful thing Yafei had ever said to him. She was such a cheerful and lively girl. Even though she lived in poverty and didn't have her father by her side, she still wore a smile every day no matter when or where. She would sweetly call him Brother Qingxian. But in the past 2 days, she seemed like a completely different person, which made Lu Qingxian both worried and heartbroken, as well as puzzled. I don't think I did anything wrong, right? Go away, just pretend I never knew you. I never want to see you again. Despite the excruciating pain, Su Yufei spoke in a voice trembling with tears. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxian could no longer hold back and forcefully pushed open the door. Inside the room, Su Yufei was curled up in a small corner, her eyes red and swollen, her eyes brimming with tears. On the bed were several pieces of gauze stained with blood, a pile of used tissues, and spilled painkillers. Her body was covered in whip marks, so deep that the bone was visible. Lu Qingxian hadn't even had time to apply the medicine a second time. Leaving alone with such injuries, even the hospital was helpless. And she, alone at home, secretly licked her wounds in a corner of the room. At this moment, Lu Qingshuan's mind went blank, and he felt a deep pain in some soft spot deep inside his heart. Don't come in, what are you doing here? Get out! Su Yufei cried and screamed, covering her head and wrapping her body in a blanket. Yafei. Sorry. Yafei, it's all my fault. Please tell me what's wrong with you. Lu Qingxian had no idea how to comfort her. He felt both heartache and fear. I don't want to talk to you. I've said it before, I don't want to see you again. I don't want to know you at all. Dad, make him leave. I want to be alone. Su Yufei completely broke down. Meanwhile, Su Ao stood at the door of the room, equally at a loss. He dared not provoke his own daughter, nor did he dare provoke Lu Qingshuan. Asking Lu Qingxian to leave, he was joking, he didn't have that kind of guts. Sigh, being a father is hard, being a man is hard too. Let's go, let Yafei have some time alone with Mr. Lu. Su Ao led the way in, shooing away his men and closed the door behind him. Inside the room, ignoring her resistance, Lu Qingxian knelt on one knee, cupping Su Yufei's chin in his hands. Yufei, look at me. Startled by Lu Qingshuan's voice, Su Yufei quieted down, staring blankly at the man so close to her, her watery pupils gleaming with a complex light. Look at me. At this moment, Lu Qingxian finally realized one thing: love is not complicated at all, it's just that he thought too much and was too restrained. Yafei, let's be together. 86, Chapter 86, Shy Moonlight. Su Yufei's pupils instantly shrank to a single point. She didn't know if it was a dream or reality, or if she had misheard or was simply hallucinating. How could he say such a thing? Tears welled up and streamed down her face. Why tell such lies to comfort and deceive yourself? You're a scumbag, I don't want to hear such lies. Scumbag, lies? Now it was Lu Qingshuan's turn to be completely baffled. These were his heartfelt words, so how could they be considered lies? Besides, he had never done anything scumbag. Yafei, do you have some misunderstanding about me? Su Yufei punched him in the chest. I didn't misunderstand you. You're a scumbag. You're clearly with Yao Yao. So why did you lie to me to comfort me? You don't want to be with me at all. The person you like isn't me. This you mean my Yao Yao? When did I get together with her? Who spread this rumor? I'll rip out their tongue. Lu Qingxian was inexplicably annoyed. She said it herself, and I saw you two flirting at the Chinese medicine clinic. She even reached out and touched you there. Su Yufei's face was as red as a sunset. Where? Lu Qingxian was slow to react and asked subconsciously. As soon as he finished asking the question, he was kicked in the groin. Don't pretend, it's right there. She also said things like it's just right and it's just right. I heard everything. You guys are so shameless. Lu Qingxian blushed. That was a misunderstanding. I didn't expect a girl like her to suddenly do something like that. I was completely caught off guard. Then why did you let her stay overnight? If you didn't like her, why would you bring her home to spend the night? I've never even been to your house, Su Yufei said through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxian finally understood where the misunderstanding lay, and he was both angry and amused. This is completely a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. As he spoke, Lu Qingxian honestly recounted everything that had happened that day to Ye Fei. Only after hearing the whole story did the anger on Ye Fei's face finally disappear completely. You mean you only brought her back because of me? Of course, she's a girl, drunk and passed out in a bar, and she didn't even say where she lives. If I left her there alone and something happened, I'd be afraid you'd blame me. Besides, I only took her back. I didn't see her at all that night. My house is big. I'll take you to see it another day. Su Yufei bit her lip and gave a soft hum. Is what you said true? You're really not lying to me, are you? I swear. Lu Qingxian had just raised 4 fingers when Su Yufei pressed them down. No need to swear an oath. Lu Qingxuan's trembling hand rested on the girl's shoulder. Ye Fei, now I think I understand. Love isn't as complicated as I thought, and there's absolutely no need for any worries. You're willing to risk your life for me, and I'm still questioning your decisions and whether your ideas are mature enough. I really deserve to die. Lu Qingxuan's gaze softened instantly. From now on, you will be my woman, okay? Su Yufei stared at him blankly. The next second, tears welled up in her eyes, and she suddenly threw herself into Lu Qingxuan's arms. At that moment, all the pain, sadness, and despair disappeared. Her whole body was filled with a strange feeling, a feeling she had never experienced before. Contentment and happiness. Brother Qingxian, do you know, I've been dreaming about this day. When you were with Sister Yunmeng, I suppressed my feelings and didn't dare to reveal even a little bit to you. I thought our lives could only go on like this. I never dared to imagine that I would have such an opportunity. Brother Qingxian, I really love you, so much. I am not immature, impulsive, or for any other reason that I'm confessing to you. Although I'm young, I understand everything. Nestled in Lu Qingxuan's arms, Su Yufei murmured and cried out happily. I know everything now. Lu Qingxian patted her back, unaware that Ye Fei had fallen asleep. She was indeed exhausted, suffering such a serious injury, and enduring both physical and mental torment. Lu Qingxian gently unwrapped the blanket from her body. The blood had stained the blanket red. Carefully placing Ye Fei on the bed, Lu Qingxian turned to prepare the medicinal herbs. Outside, Su Ao stood in the living room, looking over with an ambiguous expression. Mr. Lu, from now on we'll treat each other as we are. You call me father-in-law, and I'll call you elder brother. Lu Qingxian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Su Ao was trying to take advantage of him. However, since he was Ye Fei's father after all, no matter what unpleasant things had happened between them before, he didn't want to put Ye Fei in a difficult position, so he still gave her face. Seeing Lu Qingxian leave, Su Ao rubbed his hands together, grinning from ear to ear. Congratulations, Mr. Su, for getting this big shot on board. From now on, who in the entire Nanling, or even the entire Jiangnan region, will dare to oppose you? The Buddha statue is beautiful, but ultimately it cannot be used by me. Su Ao looked at the sky outside and thought, a dragon soars to the heavens. Someone like him is destined not to be confined to the small city of Nanling. His sky is too vast. However, it is Ye Fei's good fortune and opportunity to establish this relationship with him. All I can do is protect her. Zhang Yi nodded thoughtfully. No matter what, this step is good overall. By the way, Mr. Su, the hidden chess pieces have been arranged. We can now take over the Black Dragon Guild's assets in Nanling City. Shall we make our move tonight? Sure, when there are no worries, you should act decisively and seize the situation. I admire your style in this regard. Go for it. After today, our dominant position in the gray market of Nanling City will be unshakable. After Zhang Yi left, Su Ao lit a cigarette. He thought about going in to see Ye Fei, but then decided against it. This is Mullah's woman, and nowadays even he, as her father, can't interfere too much. Otherwise, if he offends Mr. Lu, who knows how he'll discipline his father-in-law. Lu Qingxian soon returned, carrying a large quantity of medicinal herbs. That night, he stayed in Ye Fei's room and didn't leave for a moment. They prepared, decocted, and applied the medicine, taking care of Ye Fei until she woke up. Brother Qingxian? How long have I been asleep? Haven't you rested at all? Even now, she still feels like she's dreaming. All of this is developing in such a fantastical way. She sat up and gently hugged the man in front of her, feeling the warmth emanating from him, which made this illusory feeling a little more real. Lu Qingxian rubbed her head and took out a pendant from his pocket. The pendant still had tiny cracks, but Lu Qingxian had repaired them so well that they were almost invisible to the naked eye. I want to give you something. This pendant was given to me by my mother. I gave it to Li Yunmeng before, but I took it back after the divorce. Huh, why? Su Yufei tilted her head. Lu Qingxian tied the pendant around Yufei's neck and said gently, because my mother said that this pendant is proof of my status as a daughter-in-law of the Lu family, and only my woman, Lu Qingxuan's woman, is worthy of possessing it. Upon hearing this, Su Yufei blushed all the way to her neck. Now she is the daughter-in-law of the Lu family, and Qingxuan's woman. Brother Qingxian. Lu Qingxian looked down at her. Let her truly become your woman, okay? Su Yufei breathed softly, gazing at her with tender affection, the gauze towel on her body gradually slipping off. Moonlight streamed through the window, and Lu Qingxian stared at her, completely mesmerized. 87, Chapter 87, Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. When their lips met, Lu Qingxian cursed himself inwardly for being a bastard. Yufei was covered in wounds, her back still covered in blood. How could she have been controlled by desire? What kind of bastard was she? Moreover, Yufei has just come of age and is only a freshman in college. Her good figure cannot change the fact that she is indeed very young. Hiss. Lu Qingxian accidentally touched her shoulder, causing Yufei to flinch in pain. Look at yourself, you're so badly injured and you're still thinking about all that nonsense. Wait until you've recovered before you talk about it. Yufei blushed so deeply she could bleed, and kept her head down so Lu Qingxian wouldn't see her. Okay, I'll take my medicine and recover properly. By the way, Brother Qingxian, my school has dance rehearsals in a few days, and I'm the lead dancer. Would you like to come watch my performance? Seeing the expectant look in the other person's eyes, Lu Qingxian had no choice but to agree. Dating a student, Lu Qingxian had never even considered it before, and always felt a sense of guilt. The two slept in the room all night, but didn't accomplish anything. After confirming my relationship with Yufei, I enjoyed a few comfortable days. The honeymoon phase between couples is always full of novelty and excitement, which explains why so many people keep seeking novelty, even at the cost of violating morality and bottom lines. However, the comfortable and pleasant days are always short-lived. 3 days later, a phone call from Lu Bingqing made Lu Qingxuan's nerves break down. Mr. Lu, Uncle Wen has responded, he wants to meet with you. Oh, it's earlier than I expected. It seems his health is deteriorating rapidly, Lu Qingxian said with a smile. Please arrange a place for me, and then have someone come and pick me up. Lu Bingqing agreed. About half an hour later, a car appeared in front of the villa and took Lu Qingxian to the famous wild game restaurant in Nanling City. Ka Haiwan had been waiting there for a long time. It was clear that he looked unwell, his forehead was dark, his lips were pale, and he appeared weak. With just one glance, Lu Qingxian could tell that his illness was progressing almost twice as fast as expected. At this rate, he would be finished in the next day or the day after. Mr. Lu, I've thought about the conditions you mentioned before. I think we can talk about it again. Lu Qingxian sat calmly opposite him, saying, those were the conditions before, things are different now. Huh? Ka Haiwan was taken aback, and his face instantly turned cold. Previously, there were 3 opportunities to shoot, but now there's only one. Mr. Lu, is this how you bargain? Ka Haiwan's face was as black as charcoal. My time is precious. The price changes every day. After today, we won't even have a chance to trade, because after today, Uncle Wen, you'll be a dead man. Lu Qingxian casually took a sip of tea and smiled. After you die, control of the sea area will definitely fall into someone else's hands. Then I'll have to negotiate with them, and maybe the price will be lower than what you offered. Uncle Wen, what do you think? At this moment, the young man next to Uncle Wen slammed his fist on the table and stood up, pointing at Lu Qingxian and angrily shouting, boy, you cursed my father, you're asking for death. Lu Qingxian glanced at him indifferently. Your father should have warned you beforehand not to try to anger me, because that would cost you your life. The old man next to him quickly stopped the young man and apologized to Lu Qingxian. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. Young Master Ku was young and impetuous and spoke a bit rashly. Please be magnanimous and don't take it to heart. Ku Jie was furious and wanted to say something, but Gui Lao covered his mouth. Old ghost, take him out of here, don't embarrass me like this. Okay, Mr. Ku. When only the two of them remained in the room, Ko Haiwan lowered his voice and asked, "If I agree to your terms, could you resolve my problem now?" Lu Qingxian nodded. "Of course, we can't delay any longer, otherwise even a great immortal wouldn't be able to save him." "Okay, Wait. Just then, Lu Bingqing pushed open the door and entered. "Mr. Lu, you're too impatient, I haven't even arrived yet." "Uncle Wen, what you're doing isn't very fair. How can someone like Mr. Lu be relegated to the sidelines? So you need to offer some compensation before this business can continue." Lu Qingxian looked at her. "What do you mean?" Lu Bingqing raised an eyebrow. "These past 2 days, Uncle Wen has been flying all over the world looking for people to treat his health problems, but no matter it's American experts and professors or world-renowned doctors, they are all helpless with Uncle Wen's liver problem. Moreover, due to his health condition, Uncle Wen can no longer accept another transplant, so that's why we came to you, Mr. Lu." "How can someone as capable and unruly as Mr. Lu be considered as a backup option?" "Uncle Wen, it wouldn't be right if you didn't offer some compensation." Ko Haiwan's eyelids twitched. "That brat. Bingqing, you really are my good niece, now you're really siding with outsiders." Lu Bingqing blinked innocently and said, "How can this be called siding with outsiders? Uncle Wen, you don't know, do you? Mr. Lu and I are engaged. I am just thinking about the Lu family. It's not excessive, is it?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxian hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. "What's wrong with this woman? Speak, what kind of compensation do you want?" Ko Haiwan was now in a situation where he had no choice but to submit. He wanted to live, and this was his only chance. Lu Bingqing looked around and examined the wild game pavilion. "I think this wild game pavilion is quite nice, Uncle Wen. You have so many businesses under your name. Why don't you give this wild game pavilion to Mr. Lu? Mr. Lu doesn't have any businesses in Nanling yet." Ko Haiwan's eyelids twitched. "My dear niece is so greedy. Do you know how much profit this wild game pavilion can bring me in a year?" Ko Haiwan raised 2 hands, "At least 1 billion. Lu Bingqing said calmly, "No matter how much money you have to be alive to spend it. What do you think, Uncle Wen?" She has Ko Haiwan completely under her control now. That old man, they've embezzled so much from the Lu family over the years, now it's finally her turn to extort them. "Alright, consider it making friends with Mr. Lu. This wild game pavilion is yours. I'll have someone prepare the contract right away." Lu Bingqing revealed a victor's smile. "Mr. Lu, don't be fooled by the small size of this wild game pavilion. It caters exclusively to the upper class. A private room and a meal here can cost hundreds of thousands, and sometimes even millions. Uncle Wen said that the annual profit here is 1 billion, which is an understatement. It would be more accurate in US dollars. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxian raised an eyebrow in surprise. "It's incredibly profitable. But it makes sense. A meal costs hundreds of thousands, so they can make at least tens of millions a day after deducting costs. They can easily make 20 million, so they can easily make 5 to 6 billion a year. It's practically robbery. But it's still far inferior to that old devil Chen Jiadi. Selling intelligence is the real money grabbing." He still remembered that more than a year ago, old Chen had swindled Western countries out of $80 billion with a single piece of intelligence, almost triggering a war. "Mr. Lu, actually, I had another reason for asking you for this wild game pavilion." Lu Bingqing blinked. "Guess who I just saw when I came in?" "Who?" Lu Qingxian was completely baffled. "Your ex-wife, Li Yunming. She brought her new man over for dinner. Do you think her expression will be interesting when she finds out you're the owner here?" Lu Bingqing said with a mischievous smile. 88, Chapter 88, That little beast surnamed Lu. "How can you have such a twisted sense of humor? I have absolutely no connection with her and don't want to have any further interaction with her." Lu Qingxian felt a sudden chill for no reason. Lu Bingqing crossed her arms and said somewhat unconvinced, "I've never lost a bet before. I made a bet with her before, betting on who would achieve more in 3 months, you or that guy surnamed Chen. In the end, that guy surnamed Chen scammed Li Yunmeng and ran abroad. Now I have no idea who won or lost." "So you want me to become the boss here, so you can win by default, right? Are you sure this isn't cheating?" Lu Qingxian looked at her with a half-smile. The word cheating made Lu Bingqing feel embarrassed and annoyed. She said angrily, "You are 100 times or 1,000 times better than that guy surnamed Chen. I should have won. It's just that you always hide it, making everyone think you're a gigolo. Isn't that infuriating?" I'm just giving you a legitimate identity so you can win fair and square. Uncle Wen transferred the shop to you because of your abilities, not because of my connections. How is that cheating? Ahem, Bingqing, Mr. Lu, could you please wait until my matter is settled before you start flirting? Lu Bingqing was stunned, and her face instantly turned red. Flirting, even if Uncle Wen hadn't said anything, she wouldn't have realized that her tone just now did sound a bit like she was being coquettish. Your problem is simple. Take this pill, and it will balance your yin and yang, allowing your body to naturally recover its health. Another piece of advice, apart from your eyes, don't try to replace any other parts of your body. Even young parts can kill you. Uncle Wen was taken aback. Why are your eyes fine? Yes, Mr. Lu, why are your eyes fine? Lu Qingxian hesitated for a moment, unsure how to explain it to the two of them. The eyes are not part of the yin-yang and five elements theory in the human body. In modern medical terms, the eyes are a system of their own and cannot be attacked by the immune system. In fact, there is another, more complex but more reasonable explanation in martial arts. Otherwise, the golden eyes in ice skin, jade bone, silver blood, golden eyes would not be the fourth level of his cultivation. It's just that these things are even more incomprehensible to them if they are explained. I see. I thought that if there was a problem with my body, I could just have a new organ transplant and everything would be fine. Said Kohaiwan sighed. A person's life is all about fate. Even having money can't guarantee a long and healthy life. Uncle Wen, there's no need to be pessimistic. Haven't we met Mr. Lu? Kohaiwan smiled wryly and swallowed the pill in one gulp. Soon, the ashen look on his face improved, and the yin and yang energies in his body began to flow smoothly from reverse to normal. The feeling of being unable to breathe and the pain all over his body disappeared instantly. Is this really a miracle drug? Uncle Wen's eyes immediately lit up like light bulbs. Mr. Lu, could you sell me more of this medicine that can improve the body's rejection reaction after organ transplantation? I'm willing to pay any price. Lu Qingxian shook his head. I only made one pill, no more. However, I might refine some more later on if Uncle Wen is interested and brings the right price. I think I'm willing to trade. However, I must make this clear from the outset. I have no interest in money. Money can't buy anything. For may need all sorts of rare and exotic treasures, preferably medicinal herbs. If you have any herbs that are over 500 years old, I can theoretically do one thing for you for free, anything. Kohaiwan's eyelids twitched. Previously, when this kid said he wasn't interested in money, he just thought the other person was showing off. Like that guy surnamed Ma, but now it seems that he really isn't interested in money. Even his wild game pavilion, worth billions, couldn't arouse much of a stir in him. This isn't a young man, he's clearly an old monster. Then, we got down to business and began discussing the details of deep-sea mining. After discussing these matters, Kohaiwan convened a high-level meeting at Yuixuan and officially transferred the restaurant to Lu Qingxian. The sudden appearance of this young boss sparked much speculation about his identity. Some said he was Uncle Wen's illegitimate son, while others said he was Miss Lu's lover. In short, no one believed that someone so young could take over Wild Game Pavilion on his own merits, especially since he was an unknown figure with too many suspicious points. Of course, despite the doubts, they were only discussed privately, while the new boss was still treated with great respect on the surface. Now let's talk about Li Yunmeng. From the moment they arrived until now, Chen Meizhou and Li Yunhao have been completely bewildered by the private room reservation. This is way too expensive. A single dish can easily cost tens of thousands of yuan, and this is considered cheap. Things like burning the seven-colored bird or feasting wild beasts cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. This meal must cost at least 1,000,000 yuan. Take Li Yunhao for example. His sister gives him 30,000 yuan in pocket money every month. How many years would he have to save up to afford a meal here? Fear. He had never heard of such an expensive place in Nanling City before. It was practically a top-tier aristocratic restaurant. Oh dear, money is meant to be spent. Even though Yunmeng was swindled out of hundreds of millions by that beast Chen Yulong, she can still afford to treat him to a meal. Chen Meizhou waved her hand, suppressing her heartache, and said generously. Zixiao, you won't leave again this time, right? With you by Yunmeng's side, she won't make mistakes, and the company can go further. Li Yunmeng also looked at him, as if waiting for his answer. Lu Zixiao smiled faintly. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should stay in Nanling after graduating from Cambridge. I originally planned to develop my career in the capital, but my parents are getting old and I still need to inherit their family property, so it is unlikely that I will leave anytime soon. Wow, Cambridge, that must be amazing. Chen Meizhou exclaimed in surprise. Mom, Cambridge is a prestigious British university, ranked among the top 20 in the world, even more so than Tsinghua and Peking universities in our country. Sharp. Zixiao, we haven't seen each other for so many years. I really didn't expect you to have become so outstanding back when we were in the same class. You couldn't even pass the exams. Li Yunmeng looked at him with great admiration. Who wouldn't admire a man who was talented, handsome, and rich? People always change. I never expected that after so many years away, Yunmeng, you would have become the president of 3 companies. It's really beyond my expectations, but you said back then that you wanted to start your own business, and I knew you would realize your dream. Congratulations from the bottom of my heart. Lu Zixiao's eyes never left Li Yunmeng's body, openly expressing his affection, which Li Yunmeng readily accepted. Thank you, Zixiao. I hope you can join my company if we work together. I believe we can quickly make the company one of the top 100 enterprises in Jiangnan. The two were having a very pleasant conversation when Chen Meizhou gave Li Yunhao a wink. Li Yunhao understood. Ahem, you two chat, I'll go out with Mom to order some food. Li Yunhao and Chen Meizhou got up and left. As soon as the two opened the door, they saw a familiar figure passing by the entrance to the private room. Mom, that person looks so familiar. Isn't he that guy surnamed Lu? Li Yunhao scratched his head. He had known Lu Qingxian for several years, so he shouldn't be mistaken. Upon hearing this, Chen Meizhou shouted at the retreating figure, you little beast surnamed Lu? 89, Chapter 89, Fire the Boss. Lu Qingxian was walking ahead. Suddenly, a shout of you little beast surnamed Lu stunned him. That voice sounds so familiar. Suddenly he remembered what Lu Bingqing had said. Li Yunmeng's family seemed to be eating here today. Could it be such a coincidence? Turning my head, I saw it was indeed that shrew Chen Meizhou, which sent chills down my spine. It really was you. Chen Meizhou's face immediately turned cold, followed by a barrage of sarcastic remarks. Hey Lu, I didn't expect you to actually be so capable. Managing to get a job as a waiter here UVE really made it big. Go and get me the menu right now, or I'll immediately complain to your manager and have you fired. Lu Qingxian truly admired the shrew's thought process. What about her resembled that of a waitress working here? You're crazy. If you want to complain, go ahead and complain. Nobody's stopping you. What did you say? You called me a lunatic. Chen Meizhou glared and shouted into the private room, Yunmeng, come out and see this little beast. He actually insulted your mother. Li Yunmeng and Lu Zixiao were also startled by the commotion outside the door and quickly got up and came out. She was quite surprised when she saw Lu Qingxian. The high cost of living here is beyond the reach of ordinary people. She didn't believe that Lu Qingxian could eat here. Although he had some relationship with the eldest princess of the Four Seas Shipping Association, it was just a hobby for her. Why would she really take a poor boy seriously? When she kicks Lu Qingxian away, he'll be in big trouble. Lu Qingxian, no matter how many unpleasant things have happened between us, please respect my mother, Li Yunmeng said. Which eye of yours saw me disrespecting her? Lu Qingxian couldn't help but find it amusing. You've been her daughter for so many years. Don't you know what your mother says every day? Because of her, how much trouble has been caused, how many misunderstandings have been created, don't you have any idea? Of course, I'm just offering good advice. Whether you listen to it or not is none of my business. I won't disturb your meal. With that, Lu Qingxian turned to leave. Stop right there. Chen Meizhou persisted. You despicable little beast, you're not leaving today unless you give me a proper explanation. I am definitely going to complain to your manager. Mom, that's enough. Stop talking. Li Yunmeng's face was dark and extremely ugly. Why shouldn't he speak up? He's just a waiter, and he acts so arrogantly towards me. What kind of person is he? Even that swindler surnamed Chen is better than him. At least he speaks more politely. Li Yunmeng's face turned even uglier. Her mother really knew how to bring up the most sensitive topics. Of course, the best one is our Zixiao. He graduated from Cambridge University, is a top student from a prestigious university, is a returnee from overseas, and has a family business to inherit. Practically the dream son-in-law. They're all men, but some men are capable, have connections, and are of good character, while others are just a pile of dog shit, who do nothing but live off women and cause trouble. Auntie, please don't be angry. It's not worth getting sick from it, Lu Zixiao quickly comforted her. Do you think I'd let him get so angry he'd ruin his health? I'll complain him to death today, if I let him get so smug. I'm not a Chen. As it turned out, Chen Meijiao actually went to file a complaint, a move that left Lu Qingxian completely bewildered. How could she be so sure she was a waitress here? To be honest, Lu Qingxian was actually quite grateful for Lu Bingqing's foresight in making him the owner here, which naturally resolved many troublesome issues. Soon, the manager was brought in. Everyone, is there anything you need? Although the manager was extremely annoyed, he remained polite on the surface. Because he knew that those who came to eat here were all rich and powerful, top-tier people in society, none of whom he could afford to offend, he was very careful in dealing with each person, for fear of doing something that would displease them and cause them to complain, thus losing his good job. I don't need anything, I just want to complain about your waiters. They have no professionalism whatsoever, acting all high and mighty, disrespecting everyone, and insulting customers. Do you know that customers are God? What kind of training did you give them? If you can't do this job, then quit. I am going to ask your boss to fire you all. Chen Meijiao said arrogantly. The manager was stunned. The waiters here may not be the most professional, but they are absolutely dedicated. They all know how hard it is to get this job, and none of them would make such a foolish mistake. Excuse me, which waiter is this? What is her service number? We need to verify this first. Once verified, we will definitely impose a severe punishment and compensate everyone to ensure your satisfaction. Upon hearing how adept the manager was at handling things, Chen Meijiao's arrogant expression softened somewhat, and her anger subsided considerably. She snorted coldly and pointed at Lu Qingxian standing by the door. It's him. I'm not one to make trouble. Fire him and stop paying his salary. That's the end of it. The manager looked in the direction she was pointing and immediately felt a chill run down his spine. What's going on? Isn't this the new owner of Wild Game Restaurant? She wasn't wearing any uniforms specifically for waitresses, so why are you so sure she's a waitress? This old woman must be senile. Mom, how about we call it a day? We finally managed to get together for a meal today. There's no need to make everyone unhappy. Besides, Zixia was here too. He'll just laugh at us. Li Yunmeng glanced at Lu Qingxian standing to the side, her delicate eyebrows furrowing slightly. Chen Meijiao immediately objected. Let it go. Why should we let it go? I'm only unhappy when he's happy. Making him unhappy makes me very happy. Fire him right now. I'm one of your biggest clients. Today you're going to spend hundreds of thousands here, and nobody can make me unhappy. You hear me? The manager's face darkened, then he gave a cold laugh. It seems there's no way to grant this lady's wish. What did you say? Chen Meijiao glared at him angrily. Say it again if you dare. You can't even satisfy the customer's wishes. Can you believe me or not? I'll tell your boss and get you fired. Please go ahead. Fine. Chen Meijiao was furious. Call your boss over here, right now. I'm not eating today. I'll make sure you get away with this by changing my surname to yours. The manager chuckled and said, Madam, you don't even know who our boss is, yet you're going to complain to him. Don't you think you're making a fool of yourself? I don't care who your boss is. My daughter is the president of Yunmeng Group. Everyone has to give her some face today. You and you. I'm going to make sure you regret it. Chen Meijiao pointed at Lu Qingxian and the manager in front of her and said fiercely. Okay. The manager approached Lu Qingxian. Mr. Lu, this lady wants to fire you as her boss. What do you think we should do? 90, Chapter 90, Lu Qingxuan's Confession. Lu Qingxian was both amused and exasperated from beginning to end. Eat if you want, or leave if you don't. If you keep causing trouble and disturbing other guests, then the security guards will have to treat you to a meal. You, surnamed Lu, you're the owner here? Chen Meijiao's eyes widened like a bull's. Is there something wrong with it? Lu Qingxian asked with a smile. He smiled, while Li Yunmeng and the others completely lost their smiles. Wild Game Pavilion is a very special place. It is exclusively for the top figures in society. It is usually a place for grand banquets and gatherings of the wealthy. The people you can meet here are all completely different. Moreover, the Wild Game Pavilion is worth billions. How could Lu Qingxian, a nobody with no background and no ability, become the owner of Wild Game Pavilion? Yes, Miss Lu gave it to him? Li Yunmeng could only think of this one possibility. Thinking about this, she just wanted to laugh. She claimed to be fair and impartial and wouldn't cheat, but look at her now. To win against her, she actually gave Lu Qingxian a top-tier restaurant worth tens or even hundreds of billions. I am afraid she'll take it back once the bet is over. It's laughable that Lu Qingxian thought the restaurant was really his, so smug and clueless in the end, he was the most pitiful one. Having seen the mountains, but unable to embrace them, they are like chess pieces, used and discarded, ultimately losing even the courage to live. There's nothing wrong with it, it's just that I think that Miss Lu is too willing to spend money. They really will stop at nothing to beat me. Lu Qingxian, you should thank me for being so powerful now. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be qualified to be a waiter here, let alone be the owner of this wild game restaurant. By the way, there was also General Lu from the Tiger and Wild Army that day. Was it Miss Lu who helped you resolve that issue? Your luck is truly extraordinary. Lu Qingxian stared at her in astonishment. Are you running a fever? Why are you talking nonsense without any basis? Li Yunmeng chuckled. Stop pretending. I know you very well, better than anyone else. I know exactly what you're capable of, how much ability you have, and what your background is. After saying that, he looked at the manager and said, if I'm not mistaken, he only recently became the owner here, right? The manager was taken aback. Mr. Lu has indeed just taken over. At this moment, not only Li Yunmeng, but also Chen Meizhou and Li Yunhao realized what was happening. Damn, I almost got fooled. Hey Lu, you might not be good at anything else, but you're really good at living off women. Did you know in advance that Yunmeng would be eating here today, and you begged and pleaded with Miss Lu to temporarily take over this restaurant so you could show off in front of us? Chen Meizhou sneered. Let me tell you, a bumpkin is a bumpkin. No matter how much you try to embellish yourself, you can't change your bumpkin nature. In a few days you'll be brought back to your original form, becoming a lapdog, the kind of dog you'd be grateful for if someone threw you a bone. Lu Qingxian looked at her incredulously. He just couldn't understand it. How could this old woman have such a vivid imagination? How could she possibly want to write novels? It was unbelievable. Mom, that's enough. Don't say anything more. After all, Lu Qingxian is the owner here now, so we still have to give him face, right? Lu Qingxian, considering our past relationship, it's not too much to ask for a discount, is it? Upon hearing about the discount, Chen Meizhou's eyes lit up immediately. Yes, a discount, half price. A meal here can cost hundreds of thousands or even millions, but with a 50% discount, you can save hundreds of thousands. Mr. Lu, the manager looked at him. There was no precedent for discounts here, and there was never any need for discounts. Lu Qingxian was both amused and exasperated. Give them a discount. That's more like it, Chen Meizhou said smugly, tilting her head back. Lu Qingxian glanced at Li Yunmeng and said, even with the discount, it's still not cheap here. I remember when we were together, the most expensive thing we ever did was a seafood feast that cost 3,000 yuan. That meal probably wouldn't have cost less than 300,000 to 500,000 yuan. It's clear that you really value your current boyfriend. Li Yunmeng, our grudges are in the past, and I don't hold a grudge against you, but I have a piece of advice for you. When you meet your other half in life, cherish them. There is no such thing as being worthy or unworthy, only love or not love. Treating others as tools for advancement and always choosing a soulmate with the eyes of judging objects will never make you happy, and you will never find true love. Lu Qingxian, what do you mean? The smile on Li Yunming's face vanished. It's nothing. Forget about that swindler Chen Yulong. I warned you before, but you didn't listen. But if this guy is really as good as your mother says, he'd be a good match for you. If you have someone who can truly help you, your company won't collapse too quickly. Otherwise, given your personality and methods, it will be difficult for you to maintain this business. Lu Qingxian. Li Yunmeng was truly enraged. My family business was built up bit by bit with my own two hands. I am confident that I can do better and better. What right do you, a gigolo who climbed the social ladder by relying on women, have to criticize me? Lu Qingxian pondered for a moment. Li Yunmeng, even now, do you really think you built your business all by yourself? Don't you think your success has been too smooth sailing? What exactly do you mean, Lu Qingxian? You better explain yourself clearly, or you won't leave today. Li Yunming's face was gloomy, and she looked determined not to give up. In the past, out of consideration for Li Yunmeng's pride, Lu Qingxian had never mentioned that he had secretly helped her and cleared obstacles for her. But now that their relationship was beyond repair, Lu Qingxian was too lazy to argue and hide it from her anymore. It means that everything you have is given to you by me. It has absolutely nothing to do with you. You're a low-level entrepreneur with no connections, no favorable market conditions, and mediocre abilities. You think you can become a rising star in Nanling just because of your face? Don't you find that ridiculous? 91, Chapter 91, I am Yafei's boyfriend. Seeing Li Yunmeng's mouth agape and an incredulous expression, Lu Qingxian waved his hand and said, "I'm not saying this to take credit, I would have told you long ago if I wanted to. I am just giving you some advice because I see your company heading step by step into the abyss and you keep getting scammed." Lu Qingxian thought that after hearing these things, she would at least reflect on them, or even be grateful to him if she had any conscience. To everyone's surprise, Li Yunmeng and Lu Zixio exchanged a glance, then looked at her younger brother and mother, before bending over and bursting into laughter. "Ouch, my back is killing me, my rheumatism is acting up again, I can't handle such trendy jokes." Lu Qingxian, it's almost Chinese New Year, it's such a waste of your mouth that you're not performing on the Spring Festival Gala. You can talk the dead back to life, and you can make a sparrow sound like a phoenix. You gigolo are going to become a savior right now, it's hilarious. Chen Meijiao laughed so hard she was doubled over, slapping her thigh. Lu Zixio stroked his chin. From a psychological perspective, this is a manifestation of a strong sense of self-esteem that craves recognition generally. The more something is lacking, the more one wants to show it off. In addition, this mental illness occurs significantly more often in men than in women. Zixio is more cultured. All we know is that he's a show-off. Chen Meijiao nodded in agreement. Lu Qingxian watched all this quietly, without explaining or saying anything more. He smiled, greeted the manager, and turned to leave. This time, no one called out to him, there was only a chorus of laughter that sounded mocking and contemptuous. This incident was just a minor episode. The fact that he came to Wild Game Pavilion to confirm the cooperation with Uncle Wen on the Deep Sea Mine project put his mind at ease. Once the exploration team is in place, the mining work can proceed in an orderly manner. As for the funds required, Uncle Wen promised to bear them all, and Lu Qingxian only needs to collect the deep sea raw stones. Lu Qingxian wasn't worried that the other party would throw a tantrum after seeing the value of the deep sea raw stone. After all, the contract stipulated that the breaching party would have to pay 10 times the amount in compensation, and when it came to being unreasonable, who could be more unreasonable than Lu Qingxian? "I finally got 2 good nights of sleep." To be honest, he was really looking forward to emptying out the entire deep-sea mine to see how much deep-sea raw stone was inside. The use of deep-sea raw stone was not only in martial arts, but more importantly, in extracting its energy. Whether used for refining medicine or for crafting rare items, it was an extremely precious and unique material. Perhaps he could use this as a means to control the entire Jiangnan region, and even extend it to the whole of Zhengzhou, Zhenghai, and Hong Kong Island. After all, who among the wealthy doesn't want longevity, who doesn't want power? And the deep-sea raw stone, possessing special energy, happens to have this magical power. "Brother Qingxian, if you don't come soon, the party will have already started. You said you would come to watch people dance, you can't go back on your word." On the other end of the phone, Ye Fei's voice was filled with resentment. Indeed, he had been so busy with important matters these past 2 days that he had completely forgotten about Ye Fei. Moreover, Ye Fei was injured and still had to participate in the school performance under these circumstances, so it would be unreasonable for him not to go and support her. "I guarantee I'll be there in 10 minutes. He's definitely not a good boyfriend. When he was with Li Yunmeng, he was so enthusiastic, it was like he was a simp. Simps are doomed, as expected. Of course, Ye Fei and Li Yunmeng are also completely different in personality. Li Yunmeng is a cold goddess with a cold personality, and Lu Qingxian needs to keep warming her up. Ye Fei, on the other hand, is a clingy little devil. If Lu Qingxian is also full of enthusiasm, the two of them together will probably burn. Although Ye Fei has a girlish personality, she is very sensible. She knows that Lu Qingxian is very busy every day, so she will not bother him unless it is something important. 10 minutes later, Lu Qingxian had someone drive him to the school gate at breakneck speed. Nanling University, Department of Performing Arts, Class 1. When Lu Qingxian found the classroom, it was already empty. "Who are you looking for? Are you a student from this school?" A mature female teacher who looked to be around 30 years old walked over. "I'm looking for Su Yufei. Isn't she a student in this class?" Lu Qingxian asked. "Looking for Ye Fei again?" The mature female teacher frowned. "Are you guys ever going to stop? Don't you have anything better to do? Ye Fei is an excellent student with good character and academic performance. She's being harassed by you hooligans every day, and she doesn't even acknowledge you. Have you no shame? I won't tell you where Ye Fei is, so give up." Lu Qingxuan's face darkened. What happened? How did he become a hooligan? Seeing that the mature female teacher was about to leave, Lu Qingxian grabbed her from behind. "What are you doing?" The mature female teacher was shocked, her whole body trembling. You think you can rape me just because you can't find Yafei? Let me tell you, I will never give in. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I'll call the police and send you to jail. Don't get agitated. I am a good person, I wouldn't do such a thing. Besides, I'm Yafei's boyfriend. She asked me to come over, but when I got to the school, I couldn't get through to her on the phone. The mature female teacher stared at him suspiciously. Boyfriend, is it true? Is Yafei in a relationship? Having no other choice, Lu Qingxian took out his phone and showed the call records of Yafei calling him, which finally put his teacher at ease. Regardless of whether he's her boyfriend or not, anyone who would make Yafei call him is at least a friend. Yafei is in the auditorium across from the cafeteria. Young man, let me tell you, you absolutely mustn't call yourself Yafei's boyfriend, or I'm afraid you won't be able to leave this school alive. The mature female teacher gave him a sympathetic look, then muttered something to herself before turning and leaving. Lu Qingxian didn't take these words to heart and asked for directions all the way to the auditorium. Stepping into the auditorium and seeing the scene before him, Lu Qingxuan's mouth dropped open. He suddenly understood why the mature female teacher had said he couldn't leave the school alive. 92, Chapter 92, Seducing My Woman? Before seeing it in person, Lu Qingxian had no idea that Yafei would have so many ardent suitors. Or perhaps fans would be a more appropriate term. A large area was mostly filled with boys, holding tall signs with slogans such as Goddess Yafei, Unparalleled in the World, Flower of the Nation, Star of the Century, and so on. It's hard to imagine that Yafei has already amassed such a large influence on campus. If things continue to develop at this rate, she might actually be able to enter the entertainment industry after graduating from the performing arts department, and even carve out her own niche. Next, please enjoy the dance performance, Love in a Fallen City, presented by Su Yufei from Class 1 of the Performing Arts Department. After the host finished speaking, the stage lights dimmed. The spotlight moves in a certain direction. Soon, Lu Qingxian saw a figure growing brighter and brighter under the spotlight. She wore a pure white dress and had a tall, well-proportioned figure, radiating brilliance on the stage. At that moment, Lu Qingxian was stunned, his pupils filled with the figure of that girl. Perhaps this was the first time he had seriously examined this girl. She is truly outstanding and perfect. Lu Qingxian had always treated her as an immature little girl, which was a huge mistake. Such a hard-working, ambitious, well-planned, and dream-filled girl had extremely clear goals for her life, and finding a lover was certainly among them. She was never impulsive or immature, she always knew exactly what she wanted. Lu Qingxian found a spot and sat there quietly, without saying a word or disturbing anyone, watching the 10-minute dance performance in silence. A chubby boy leaned over and said with a grin, "Hey classmate, are you from another department? Are you here to see Goddess Yafei too?" Lu Qingxian was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Just look, and that's a dot. Actually think about doing anything with her. It could lead to someone's death. There are too many powerful and wealthy second-generation suitors among Goddess Yafei's suitors. Lu Qingxuan's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, "Why is Yafei so popular at school? Speaking of beauties, there should be plenty of them in university, right?" This question seemed to have hit the chubby boy right where it hurts. He said with great enthusiasm, "You didn't know, did you? You must be from another department, but you didn't even know that Goddess Yafei was chosen as the rising star. You're not a proper fan, are you? A rising star? Yeah, you don't know about Tomorrow's Star. It's a talent show on Nanhu TV. Goddess Yafei will soon be selected to compete with those celebrities. If she stands out, she'll definitely be a top-tier star. Goddess Yafei is only a freshman in college. By the time she graduates, she'll be incredibly famous. So although there are many beautiful women at our Nanjing University, Goddess Yafei is in a class of her own." As he spoke, the chubby boy took out his phone and opened the Nanling University campus forum. There was a star goddess poll on the forum, and Su Yufei was firmly in first place, leading the second place by more than 2,000 votes. Lu Qingxian actually recognized the second place winner. It was Wu Luoluo, the little princess of the Wu family. Goddess Lolo is also amazing, a hacking genius. She led our school's computer team to participate in the national computer competition and won the championship with overwhelming force. She is known as the hacking goddess. Hey bro, something's not right with your reaction. You're not from our school, are you? The chubby guy stared at Lu Qingxian suspiciously. Lu Qingxian nodded and said, "I am indeed not from this school. I just came to see Yafei." The chubby boy clicked his tongue and said, "Goddess Yafei's influence has even spread beyond the school. She truly deserves to be my idol, Gao Xiaoqi." Lu Qingxian smiled without saying a word, his gaze fixed on the stage. After the dance ended, the host did not let Ye Fei leave, but instead turned the lights to the audience. At this moment, a handsome young man in a casual suit, holding flowers, walked down the red carpet and stepped onto the stage. Upon seeing him, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Some were indignant, some gritted their teeth, some shook their heads and sighed, and some stared at the scene with a sour look, but no one dared to stand up and express their dissatisfaction. Damn, it's Shimen Cheng! Cao Xiaoqi jumped up excitedly. What Shimen Cheng? Lu Qingxian hadn't reacted yet. That guy who flaunts himself with flowers, Song Yuanqing from the Song family, a powerful clan in Nanling. We all call him Shimen Cheng in private. He's so shameless and lewd, he loves to mess with other people's girlfriends, but he has so many girlfriends of his own. But there was nothing we could do. Everyone was afraid of his background and dared not speak out against him. He has beaten up some of the rich kids in our school. Apart from top-tier heiresses like Goddess Lolo, who also belongs to a wealthy family, no one else can beat him. I never expected this guy to actually try to harm Goddess Ye Fei. What a beast! Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxuan's smile vanished instantly. At this moment, Song Yuanqing had already taken the stage. It was clear that he had made careful preparations for today. He had arranged everything in advance, from the host to the teachers in charge of the event. Even after the show ended, Su Yifei was not allowed to leave the stage, all to cooperate with Song Yuanqing's plan. Ya Fei. From the first moment I saw you, I knew that you were the one for me. My heart has been completely captured by you. You are a ray of light in my life, the brightest star in my night sky, guiding me forward. Without you, I have no idea how to proceed. Ye Fei. Fei, be my girlfriend, let me protect you, okay? I swear, I will give you the best of everything. I will make you the happiest woman in the world. I will make you the young mistress of our Shimen Song family, the young mistress of my powerful Song family in Nanling. Immediately afterwards, he snapped his fingers, and then people came up and stood on both sides, holding up bouquets and various gifts in her hands. The latest iPhone, limited edition Chanel bags, diamond rings, and so on are all gifts that can make ordinary girls go crazy and scream. And as it turns out, in his past experience of picking up girls, these gifts and tricks were indeed effective. He could win over 99% of the girls directly. Ye Fei was never an ordinary girl, and her firm pursuit of life never wavered. Otherwise, with her looks alone, she could have hooked up with a rich second-generation heir in high school and brought about a qualitative change in the lives of her family. Song, please leave. Don't cause trouble on this sacred stage. I have already clearly rejected you before, and I hope you will not disturb my studies and life again, Ye Fei said with a stern face. Ye Fei, please don't say that. Women need to be protected, otherwise, it's very dangerous in this society, especially for a beautiful girl like you. If you get robbed or assaulted one day, your life will be ruined. But if you follow me, Song Yuanqing, all of this will cease to exist, because no one will dare to make a move on my woman unless they want to die. These domineering yet shameless remarks immediately earned cheers from a group of followers. Su Yifei was so angry that her neck turned red after hearing this. Promise me, Yifei, as long as you become my woman, Song Yuanqing, you can get everything you want and realize all your dreams. Song Yuanqing revealed a set of white teeth and smiled with his eyes narrowed. Damn it, this Shimen Cheng calls himself the dream-fulfilling ambassador every day, playing around with women everywhere, claiming he's helping beautiful women fulfill their wishes. A real beast. Cao Xiaoqi was so angry he could only sit there, stomping his feet and pounding his chest. There were very few people in this school who could afford to mess with Song Yuanqing, which was why he hadn't had his legs broken despite all his misdeeds. Brother, just bear with it. I reckon Goddess Ye Fei won't give in to this kind of scum. We don't need to worry too much, just hope this beast doesn't do anything underhanded. There was a beautiful girl in the arts building who rejected Shimen Cheng in public after school. He dragged her into the woods and raped her. In the end, she even died. Shimen Cheng got away with it and was released the next day without even a criminal record. What a tragedy. Cao Xiaoqi was both angry and annoyed, and said this as if venting his frustration. He turned his head to see the reaction of the man next to him, hoping to find some common ground and join in the condemnation, but found that the man had already left his seat and was walking towards the stage. Hey bro, I know you're angry, but don't be impulsive. It's okay for a woman to go against him, but if a man goes against him, he'll be beaten to death on the spot. Lu Qingxuan's face was as black as lightning. Shimen Cheng has guts to flirt with his woman in public. Ye Fei told you to get out, but you ignored her words? Lu Qingxian walked up from behind. His words had a magical power, silencing the entire auditorium. 93, Chapter 93, Being Schemed Against. However, the next second, there was a deafening roar like a landslide or a tsunami. Holy crap, who's that guy, going against Xi Minqing? He's got guts. There are extra shows to watch today, so it's worth it. He's from another school, right? Otherwise, he must have heard of Xi Minqing's name rushing up there and publicly scribbling his name like that. Isn't he just asking for death? I bet the teachers will all leave soon and pretend they didn't see anything. The boy who spoke was right. Several teachers in charge of the scene turned their heads and made excuses to leave the auditorium. After all, they could already guess what would happen next, and they couldn't risk offending Song Yuanqing by stopping him. Song Yuanqing has the power and background to beat people up and even kill them, and he also has the ability to clean up messes. They don't need to worry about any bad consequences that might affect the school. That's never the case. After the teachers and management left, a cruel smile finally appeared on Song Yuanqing's face. He picked at his ear and said, "What did you just say? Say it again for me." "Who do you think you are? At best, you're just a shameless grandson." These words made Song Yuanqing explode on the spot. Su Yifei, who was standing next to her, burst out laughing. The next second, Su Yifei made a move that made everyone in the room wonder if they were blind. She turned around and threw herself into the young man's arms, sweetly coaxing him and speaking softly. "Brother Qingxian, I thought you weren't coming today. Since I promised you, no matter what happens, I will appear in front of you." Lu Qingxian gently pinched her nose. The two of them showing affection in public was so blatant that it practically blinded all the single people out there. The target is a campus beauty like Su Yifei. Good heavens, open your eyes, this is too much to torture people like this. Gao Shaoqi bit his tongue until it bled. One second he was empathizing with the other person and trying to drag him into cursing Xi Minqing, the next second the other person already had a beauty in his arms, while he was still in a daze. But the most tragic one was Song Yuanqing. The person you confessed your love to is now hiding in the arms of the man who insulted you. Could there be a more outrageous situation? This isn't over yet. Lu Qingxian looked at him and issued an ultimatum: if you ever appear in front of Yifei again, harass her, or disturb her studies and life, I will definitely cripple you and make you stay at home for the rest of your life. The entire audience sighed. Who would believe such pretentious talk? This kid is still living in a dream. Look at Song Yuanqing's face, it's already frighteningly gloomy. I am afraid a murder is about to happen. Sure enough, Song Yuanqing lit a cigarette in public, then pulled out a switchblade from somewhere and threw it to a burly man from the sports department next to him. Cut out his tongue, let's see if he can still bark like a dog. The person from the sports department hesitated. He's a student, after all. It's one thing to ask him to stab someone a couple of times or beat them up, but how could he bring himself to cut out someone's tongue? That's just too creepy. Song Yuanqing was furious at the sight and cursed, "You son of a bitch, do you still want to work for me? Go and cut his tongue out right now, and I'll give you 200,000, I'll also guarantee your safety." 200,000, his monthly living expenses are 2,000. That's enough for him to live on for 10 years. Only a fool wouldn't do it. "Don't worry, boss, it'll only take me 10 seconds to cut off his tongue." After saying that, he brandished his knife and charged forward with all his might. "Brother Qingxian, don't be afraid, they're just a bunch of little brats." Lu Qingxian raised his hand and grabbed the switchblade in the blink of an eye with a backhand snap. Snap, the hothead from the sports department had his wrist broken instantly, and he lay on the ground howling in pain. "Oh, you're a trained fighter, I've got a trained fighter in my hands. Brothers, let's go, 50,000 for a punch, 100,000 for a kick. Whoever cripples him, I'll reward him with $1 million. A generous reward always attracts brave men. 50,000, 100,000, 1 million. As a student, my eyes turned red at the sight of such money, and a dozen or so seasoned veterans from the sports department immediately rushed forward. It's truly tragic that a group of students would aid and abet thieves for money. If they are irresponsible, then Lu Qingxian has no reason to sympathize with anyone else. They are all Xi Minqing's henchmen, and removing some of them is considered doing a service to the people. Thinking of this, Lu Qingxian stood in front of Su Yufei, took a step forward, his fist as hard as iron, and with wide, sweeping movements. After a few rounds, people and horses were all over the place, and the group of people who rushed up were all lying on the ground, unable to move. Wow, brother Qingxian, you're amazing. She had known Lu Qingxian for so long, but she never knew he was such a good fighter. These guys from the sports department were all tall and strong, and some of them often went to the boxing gym across from the school to practice. She thought something bad was going to happen today, but unexpectedly, brother Qingxian took care of them all. Upon arriving here, Yufei was filled with sweetness. Who doesn't want their man to be powerful? Who doesn't want their man to be the center of attention and able to protect them? No matter how strong Su Yufei is, she's still just a girl, and every girl longs for a love like that of a Prince Charming. Come here. Lu Qingxian beckoned to Song Yuanqing. What do you want to do? I'm warning you, I am the eldest son of the Song family, a powerful clan in Ximen. If you dare to lay a finger on me, my family will not let you off the hook. You will have no place to stand in the entire Nanling. You didn't listen to my first words, you tried to hit me with my second, and now you dare to threaten me with my third. You've got some nerve. Lu Qingxian walked up to him and a few steps. Song Yuanqing was so frightened that he became a spineless man, kneeling on the ground. Smack! Without saying a word, Lu Qingxian slapped him, knocking out 2 of his teeth. Will you dare to harass consort yet again in the future? Song Yuanqing's face turned extremely resentful. He vowed that after today he would get his revenge, and that everyone who was laughing at him today would know that no one who offended him, Song Yuanqing, could live peacefully in Nanling City, and that none of the women he, Song Yuanqing, had his eye on would be able to escape. Smack! Lu Qingxian slapped him a second time, wiping away all his teeth. Sure enough, you have to nip it in the bud. Judging from your appearance, you're bound to seek revenge in the future. Keeping you around is just asking for trouble. Lu Qingxian wanted to kill him with one palm, but considering that this was a school with so many students below, some of whom were even freshmen who were not yet 18, killing someone in this situation would be somewhat inappropriate. Turning around, Lu Qingxian dialed Chen Jiadi's number. Go to the Song family of Ximen for me and have them deal with their eldest son, Song Yuanqing. If they don't give me a reply within an hour, make the Song family disappear from Nanling City. Yes, young master. Lu Qingxian rarely issues such orders, but once he does, he doesn't need to question them, he just needs to carry them out. Originally, Lu Qingxian wouldn't have been so paranoid, but ever since the incident with Lu Duanqing and Lu Lai, he was afraid that he would leave too many loopholes in his actions, allowing the enemy to take advantage of them and harm the people he cared about. He didn't want Yufei to be hurt again because he had already suffered a near-life-threatening injury. Brother Qingxian, I have something to discuss with Director Su. Could you wait for me outside for a while? Okay, call me if you need anything. Lu Qingxian pulled her along, and the two left the auditorium together. After the two left, the auditorium truly erupted in chaos. Tomorrow's star Su Yufei actually has a boyfriend? Song Yuanqing of the Ximen family and his underlings were beaten up on stage. Su Yufei's boyfriend is suspected to be a taekwondo expert from another school. Such messages spread like wildfire on the campus forum. At this moment, Su Yufei arrived alone in Director Su's office. Director Su, the performance application has been approved. Our dance troupe can participate in the Elizabeth Tour on January 6th, but we still need your help to stamp this document. Su Yufei placed a document in front of Director Su. Director Su glanced at it and said, very good Yufei, you are truly the pride of our school. By the way, Yufei, let me see your phone. Faced with Director Su's request, Su Yufei was puzzled, but she still handed over her phone. Director Su fiddled with his phone and said with a smile, I know about what happened in the auditorium just now. Yufei, do you know that young Master Song Yuanqing's family is a major shareholder of our school? He absolutely cannot be allowed to get into trouble at our school. Su Yufei's expression changed. Director Su, but the other party started this whole thing. We were just acting in self-defense. And what do you mean by this? He. Director Su leaned back in his chair, looking at Su Yufei with great interest. Just then, the office door opened again. Song Yuanqing, his face covered in blood, pushed the door open and then locked it behind him. 94, Chapter 94, an existence you can't afford to offend. Director Su, you can't do this. My boyfriend is waiting for me outside. If anything happens to me, he won't let you off the hook. Su Yufei did her best to remain calm. But it seems she really has no way to save herself. The phone is with Director Su, and the door is locked. Everyone has heard that Song Yuanqing is a beast, and she can easily imagine what Song Yuanqing, filled with rage, will do next. I don't think Yufei has figured out the situation yet. Your boyfriend will be arrested by the police soon and sentenced to more than 10 years in prison for multiple crimes, including intentional injury, provoking trouble, and school violence. He won't even be able to see me. What's the point of talking about letting him go? Isn't that just making us a laughingstock? Director Su looked at Song Yuanqing. Young Master Song, please do whatever you wish. I am going to the restroom, Director Su said with a fawning smile. Sensible. Song Yuanqing grinned, revealing that he had almost no teeth left and his mouth was full of blood, making him look extremely ferocious. You little bitch, you're asking for it, you're making me angry. I've said it before, no woman I, Song Yuanqing, have set my sights on can escape me. If you cooperate, you can enjoy wealth and luxury. Go against me, I'll find a way to kill you after I'm done with you. Su Yufei looked pale and rushed to her desk to pick up the landline phone. She quickly dialed Lu Qingxuan's number, but Song Yuanqing hung up after only one ring. You little slut, trying to tip off your lover, I'm going to fuck you to pieces today, film it, and send it to him so he can enjoy it. Song Yuanqing's face was contorted in pain as he raised his hand and slapped Su Yufei across the face. Just then, his phone rang. Damn it. Who's calling me at this hour? His cell phone is normally never used to receive calls, as it is reserved for family use and can only receive critical calls from a few important family members. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be his father. His father was the head of the Song family, and he was usually too busy to care about him. He would only receive a phone call once a month, which was really strange. Song Yuanqing answered the phone without thinking. Dad, why did you suddenly decide to look for me? In front of his father, Song Yuanqing was still very obedient. He knew the cruelty of a large family. If he disobeyed, his other siblings would always obey. When his privileges were transferred to his other siblings, that was the beginning of his tragedy. Xiao Cheng, did you get into trouble outside today? On the other end of the phone, Song Yuanqing's father's voice trembled slightly. No, Dad, what's wrong? Tell me the truth, did you or didn't you? Song Jiron was sweating profusely beside him. Several fully armed special operations members were pointing their guns at him. Dad, it's just a conflict with some nobody, it's no big deal, I can handle it, don't worry. Song Yuanqing didn't hide anything and immediately explained what happened in the auditorium. You beast, you've ruined the Song family. Song Jirong was furious and couldn't help but curse loudly. You come back here right now, immediately, within 10 minutes. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? I've already investigated beforehand. The girl I'm seeing has no background at all. She just lives with her mother. Don't worry, Dad, I won't cause any trouble. Song Yuanqing still hadn't realized he was in trouble. Idiot, I told you to come back here, now, right now. Song Yuanqing's eyelids twitched. In his memory, it had been several years since his father had lost his temper. That year, he was young and impetuous and flirted with Wu Luoluo, the little princess of the Wu family. As a result, she hacked the computer terminals of the entire family business. Afterwards, the Wu family also suppressed the Song family in business. They had no way to complain. He was confined for half a month that time. Now, his father is angry again and has given him orders. I understand, Dad. Song Yuanqing gritted his teeth in anger, glared fiercely at Su Yufei, and then turned and left. Upon returning home, Song Yuanqing found his estate completely surrounded by a group of special forces personnel wearing black tactical vests. What happened? With a puzzled look in his mind, Song Yuanqing walked in and entered his father's study. He saw an old man sitting in his father's seat, while his father stood to the side, serving him respectfully. Ling Quan is indeed a handsome man, but unfortunately he has poor judgment and almost brought disaster upon your Song family. Song Yuanqing frowned. Has this old man gone mad? What does he mean by saying that? Is his judgment failing him? Is he bringing utter disaster upon the Song family? Xiao Cheng, kneel down. Why, Dad, at least tell me what happened. Song Yuanqing was completely bewildered, feeling resentful, angry, and ashamed. He was incredibly frustrated. Did you offend Mr. Lu today? Song Jirong asked with a gloomy face. Mr. Lu, what Mr. Lu? I don't know him at all. Song Jirong was taken aback and quickly turned his head. Old Chen, he said he doesn't know Mr. Lui. Isn't this a misunderstanding? Chen Jiadi chuckled, you don't know Miss Su Yufei's boyfriend? Song Yuanqing froze abruptly, his mouth agape and his eyes wide with disbelief. Yes, him? It seems we do know each other, but your son lied. So, according to the agreement, will Mr. Song deal with him himself, or will this old man help him? As soon as he finished speaking, several dark gun barrels were instantly aimed at him. What are you trying to do? This is my Song family home. What are you trying to do? Song Yuanqing was hysterical. Are you kidding me? He's going to die? He's going to be killed? This is absurd, utterly absurd. This is the Song family's stronghold. Who can touch him? Dad, help me. I am your son. Please save me. Song Jirong sighed and looked at him with a complicated expression. I protected you for over 20 years, let you act recklessly for over 20 years, and you've taken many lives. Going down isn't a loss. This time, you've been blind and offended someone extraordinary. Don't say I can't protect you. Even if the entire Song family were to use all its resources, we still couldn't protect you, unless the Song family wants to disappear from Nanling. Sacrificing you will preserve the Song family's position as a powerful clan, allowing it to continue developing peacefully. Your mother and I will also have another child to replace you, so go in peace. Song Yuanqing was stunned. Was this something a human could say, replacing him with someone else? Damn it, was he, Song Yuanqing, someone that could be replaced by some nobody? Old Chen, let me do it myself. After all, he's my son, and I want him to leave this world with dignity. Song Jirong opened the drawer and took out a bloodletting knife. 95, Chapter 95, Do you have any shame? In your next life, don't be my son Yuri such a pest, go and wreak havoc on other families. Having served in the army for several years, Song Rongji's physical condition was far superior to that of Song Yuanqing, who had been weakened by alcohol and women. He quickly subdued Song Yuanqing and stabbed him in the neck, causing blood to gush out. He died without ever knowing what kind of being he had offended that made his father personally kill him. Now let's talk about Su Yufei. Seeing that she hadn't come out for a long time, Lu Qingxian went straight to Director Su's office. In the office, Su Yufei huddled in a corner like a frightened rabbit, filled with fear and unease. At that moment, Director Su came out of the restroom leisurely after washing his hands. Young Master Song, I have a bed in my room. Would you like me to make room for you? It's windy outside, be careful not to catch a cold. Director Su said as he walked, unaware that he was about to face a terrible disaster. When he came out, there was no trace of young Master Song. Only Su Yufei and Lu Qingxian were standing there. Where is young Master Song? Su Yufei, where did young Master Song go? Director Su's expression changed, and he asked accusingly. Song Yuanqing promised him 300,000 yuan, but now that man is gone and the matter wasn't settled, does he still owe him money? I'm asking you a question, did you hear me? Director Su asked sternly. Yufei, don't put yourself in danger alone in the future. A person's good luck is limited. Lu Qingxian already knew what had happened here. He had just breathed a sigh of relief, but he was still filled with fear. If Chen Jiadi hadn't made that timely phone call, and if Song Yuanqing had known what was about to happen and acted recklessly and ruthlessly, then Yufei would be in a terrible situation today. And who are you? Who let you into my office? Go out. Director Su, still putting on airs of a leader, gave Lu Qingxian a good scolding. Yufei, you go out first. I want to have a good talk with this director. Brother Qingxian. Go outside and wait for me. It will be 3 minutes at most. Oh, Su Yufei obediently left the office. What do you think you're doing? I'm warning you, the security cameras are watching. If you dare to act recklessly in my office, I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in jail. Seeing that the other party remained silent, Director Su assumed that the other party had been intimidated by him, and immediately sneered, social scum like you, good-for-nothing trash, don't even have the qualifications to step into the gates of our Nanling University, yet you dare to barge into my office. Do you know that the deputy police inspector is my godnephew? I have connections with the entire upper echelons of Nanling City, which is beyond the imagination of ants like you at the bottom of society. I originally thought the school was quite clean, but it seems I was too naive. Lu Qingxian couldn't help but sigh. Because of his family background, he had never been to a school since childhood. His learning and training were all arranged by his family, a kind of grueling training in his mind. Whenever others talked about schools, they were a sacred place of learning that he longed for, full of knowledge, friends, joy and happiness. He always thought that schools were clean, pure and sacred. Now it seems that everything is different from what he imagined. Equally filthy, disgusting, and filled with the smell of sewers. From Song Yuanqing, the student who bullied the weak and oppressed the young, to the school's high-ranking officials who neglected their duties and aided and abetted the wicked, Lu Qingxian was utterly disappointed in such a school. What safety could Ye Fei possibly talk about? It seems that Chen Jiadi will have to take action and join forces with the top officials of Nanling City to carry out a cleanup operation. Clean, what century is that word from? I don't even understand what you're saying. I am warning you, get out of here right now, or I'll make you leave on your back. Lu Qingxian smiled faintly and walked over to Director Su's side. 3 minutes later, Lu Qingxian left the office, closing the door behind him and lighting a cigarette. The cigarette was barely lit when Su Yufei next to her stubbed it out, saying, "No smoking. If you want to relieve boredom and vent your frustrations, find other ways. Smoke less in the future." "Okay, I'll quit smoking from now on." "It's getting late, let's go eat," Lu Qingxian said, pulling her along. As the two walked on campus, night gradually fell. Walking along the path, surrounded by streetlights, lawns, and students casting envious glances, Lu Qingxian felt an overwhelming sense of beauty and a strong determination to protect this beauty. Across from the school is a century-old seafood restaurant. Arriving at this restaurant again, Lu Qingxian felt a strange emotion. This was the restaurant he and Li Yunmeng loved to visit during their courtship. They liked the name, 100 years, hoping their love would last 100 years, just like the restaurant's name. I never imagined it was a curse. If it weren't for Ye Fei insisting on eating here, Lu Qingxian really wouldn't have wanted to come in. You used to come here to eat with Sister Yunmeng all the time. I've seen you across from the school so many times. You have to bring me here this time too anyway. You can't skip anything you do with Sister Yunmeng. You have to do it all for me. Su Yufei wrinkled her delicate and exquisite nose and said sourly. Back then, she secretly harbored a crush on Lu Qingxian, but due to her status, she could only observe from afar. She never imagined that such feelings would one day belong to her. It was like a dream. You silly girl, you even want to be jealous of expired vinegar? I want to eat you. I was so envious before, but now I can finally have you openly. Why can't I eat you? Su Yufei said with a proud and defiant expression. At this moment, she is completely different from the person she was on stage. She is just a young girl who is hopelessly in love, not the dazzling star who was adored by thousands and called the rising star. Okay, I'll grant any request from Ye Fei. Lu Qingxian was both amused and exasperated. Lu Qingxian, who had only ever had a relationship with Li Yunmeng, found this completely different kind of romance novel. It was also interesting. He couldn't resist the girl's coquettishness at all, an experience he had never had before. Humph, that's more like it. Brother Qingxian is the best, the most considerate of me. Su Yufei hugged his arm and swayed it from side to side. I really didn't realize you, Su Yufei, were such a green tea bitch. Who were you pretending to be so innocent for before, saying things like that in public? Don't you have any shame? 96, Chapter 96, The Deceptive Physique. I really didn't realize you, Su Yufei, were such a green tea bitch. Who were you pretending to be so innocent for before, saying things like that in public? Don't you have any shame? The sudden remark caused Su Yufei's smile to freeze instantly. She looked up and saw Li Yunmeng standing behind her, with Lu Zixiao, the newly joined general manager of their company, beside her. The two went out to eat. When Li Yunmeng saw the sign for the century-old seafood restaurant, she thought of all the things she had done with Lu Qingxian in the past. On a whim, she brought Lu Zixiao to eat there. Unexpectedly, they ran into him and Su Yufei. It's such an incredible coincidence. Even more coincidentally, she happened to overhear what Su Yufei said. The thought that Lu Qingxian's actions and efforts would all be repeated on Su Yufei in the future filled her with inexplicable anger. The anger burned deep within her, almost extinguishing her reason, and so the words slipped out naturally. As soon as she finished speaking, she regretted it. After all, this was a grudge between her and Lu Qingxian, and she only regarded Su Yufei as a younger sister. But now, because of this one sentence, not only has their relationship plummeted to a freezing point, but her cooperation with Su Ao is also likely to fall through. Apologize to Consortia. Lu Qingxian looked at her, his eyes filled with nothing but coldness. Li Yunmeng originally wanted to apologize, but after Lu Qingxian said that, she didn't want to apologize anymore. Why should she do what he said? Who did he think he was? Am I not telling the truth? We've only been divorced for a short time, and you've already gotten involved with her. Don't you owe me an explanation? Or were you already secretly seeing her before our divorce? We didn't. Su Yufei burst into tears. She couldn't accept this injustice. I was the one who pursued him. If you have any complaints, come at me. Besides, we didn't do anything to wrong you. You were the one who rejected him first. Can't I even pick him up? Li Yunmeng frowned. Don't put on that fake pitiful act. It annoys me. Li Yunmeng, we are already divorced. If you continue to harass me and speak rudely to my woman, don't blame me for being ruthless and impolite. Su Yufei stared at him blankly. For his own sake, he actually spoke to Sister Yunmeng in such a harsh tone. This woman used to be his beloved, whom he cherished and protected. We're both men. Do you think I'm invisible? Lu Zixiao stepped forward, blocking Li Yunmeng's path. I'd like to see how you dare to be so impolite, threatening a woman like that. You've got some nerve. Lu Qingxian ignored him completely, his burning gaze stinging Li Yunmeng. She gritted her teeth, feeling resentful, aggrieved, and angry. The man who once cherished her is now threatening her for another woman. I don't want to repeat myself, but you just don't seem to understand. You were the one who had an affair with Chen Yulong during our marriage. You were the one who demanded that I sign the divorce papers and kick me out of the house. You were the one who didn't want to have anything to do with me anymore. And now you're the one who keeps interfering in my life after the divorce. Li Yunmeng, you are the president of 3 companies and the chairman of Mengyun Group. What exactly are you trying to do? Lu Qingxuan's voice wasn't quiet, and at this moment he didn't think about saving face for anyone. Half the people in the restaurant heard him, and the pointing and whispering looks made Li Yunmeng feel like she was sitting on pins and needles, her face and neck turning completely red. You, surnamed Lu, you're something else. You'll be kneeling before me begging for my life one day. When Lu Bingqing kicks you away, that's when you'll fall off a cliff from heaven. At that time, let's see how you'll still be so arrogant in front of me. After saying that, Li Yunmeng led Lu Zixiao to the private room inside. From beginning to end, Lu Qingxian never showed off in front of her, and he never intended to cause trouble. However, Li Yunmeng seemed to have developed a mental demon. Every time she saw Lu Qingxian, she felt that he was showing off and deliberately provoking her. Moreover, every time they met by chance, she felt that he was deliberately following her and creating opportunities to meet. Even this time, she even suspected that the other party had planned it with Su Yufei, that they had seen her arrive beforehand, and that they deliberately said these things to make her jealous. You're not angry, are you? Su Yufei asked cautiously, leaning closer. A fragrant breeze wafted over, and Lu Qingxian smiled and shook his head, then casually patted her head. I'm sorry, I've made you suffer. It's clearly a problem between her and me, but you always get dragged into it. Su Yufei quickly shook her head. To be honest, I did feel a little wrong just now, but it's not your fault. Sister Yunmeng hasn't gotten over her divorce yet. Seeing us so close, it's understandable that she said those things in a moment of excitement. That woman, Sai, she was the one who initiated the divorce, and now she's the one causing all this trouble. Lu Qingxian was speechless. Forget it, forget it. By the way, I think I've seen that guy next to her before. Someone posted about him on the campus forum before. Su Yufei placed her index finger on her lips, her brain actively processing the information. I remember now, isn't his name Lu Zixiao? Some classmates used to tease him, calling him Niu Zixiao. Ugh, so embarrassing. Anyway, that guy is a liar, and it's been announced on campus. A scam, a campus announcement? Lu Qingxian was completely confused. Su Yufei nodded seriously. Yes, he graduated from our school. To be precise, he didn't graduate, he was expelled for seriously violating school rules. After that, he faked his academic qualifications, pretending to be a master's graduate from overseas, and went around luring girls, cheating them out of money and sex. Many female students in the school have been deceived. Later, he was exposed and the news was posted on the campus forum. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxuan's expression became very strange. Li Yunmeng really seems to attract scammers. The last one, Chen Yulong, left a shadow on her before this was even over. Another Lu Zixiao appeared. How many more rounds of fraud can her company withstand? Just then, out of the corner of his eye, Lu Qingxian saw Lu Zixiao come out of the private room, pour 2 glasses of hot water outside, and then take out some powdery substance from his pocket, sprinkle it into the glasses, and then carry the 2 glasses of water back into the private room. He actually drugged me. Su Yufei's eyes widened. That despicable despicable and shameless scoundrel, he's definitely planning something in the private room. The fox's tail has finally been revealed, has been following Li Yunmeng around for the past few days, probably just trying to gain her trust. Today is the real time to make his move, Lu Qingxian said with a smile. But what did this have to do with him? That stupid woman, Li Yunmeng, has already made herself incredibly stupid, and she has repeatedly annoyed Lu Qingxuan. He doesn't want to go through the trouble of rescuing her anymore. I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of interesting expression Li Yunmeng will have when she wakes up and finds out she's been tricked again, Lu Qingxian said with a smile. 97, Chapter 97, Open Provocation. Brother Qingxian, please go and help her no matter what. She is your ex-wife. If she is willing, that would be fine, but now you don't want her to be violated by bad people, do you? Su Yufei said anxiously. She just said those things to you, don't you hate her? Lu Qingxian sat there without moving. Everyone has moments of impulsiveness, go for it, I don't mind. Su Yufei pushed him to the door of the private room. Inside the private room, Li Yunmeng had already picked up her water glass, smiling, showing no sign of wariness whatsoever. Lu Zixia was humorous and often uttered profound sayings that made Li Yunmeng sometimes burst into laughter and sometimes fall into deep thought. On this point alone, it is indeed something Lu Qingxian cannot do. He has always been rather dull and doesn't know how to talk to girls and make them happy. Squeak! The door to the private room opened. If I were you, I wouldn't drink this water. Lu Qingxian, what are you doing in our private room? Li Yunmeng's face was as cold as frost, but she was secretly a little smug. And you still say you didn't run into her on purpose? Seeing her alone in a room with a strange man, he couldn't contain himself and wondered what trouble he would deliberately cause by coming over again. I'm only here to tell you that he has drugged your water. If you drink it, who knows what will happen next. Out of consideration for our past as husband and wife, I came to warn you. I have no other intentions. Brother, I don't know what you're unhappy about with me, but isn't it going too far to accuse me of drugging her? Do you know how long I've known Yunmeng? If I hadn't gone abroad back then, do you think Yunmeng would have had a chance with you? You wouldn't even have had the chance to shine her shoes. Lu Zixia couldn't help but laugh. You're lying. Behind him, Su Yufei squeezed in and exposed Lu Zixia to his face. You never went abroad at all, and you never even graduated from our school. You deceived girls, cheated them out of money and sex, and you've already been infamous on the campus forum. As she spoke, Su Yufei immediately took out her phone and logged into the campus forum. Looking at the other party's confident demeanor, Li Yunmeng hesitated, unable to suppress her doubts. Was Lu Zixia really a liar? Although they weren't childhood sweethearts, they had known each other since they were young. The other person's character should be pretty good, and their family background was also quite good. I heard that they immigrated to Australia a few years ago, so they should be considered upper middle class. Under such an environment, even if Lu Zixia didn't have such a high level of education, he wouldn't be so notorious for swindling and deceiving people, right? Huh, that's strange. How did it get deleted? It was clearly still listed in this section before. Su Yufei blushed and anxiously searched through the forum. She stood up so confidently to accuse the other party, but then she couldn't produce any evidence herself. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Young man, you're in cahoots with him, so it's understandable that you would say such things. I won't hold it against you, but if you continue to cause trouble, I may have to call the police. After all, this concerns my reputation, and I can't let you do whatever you want, Lu Zixia said very politely. I saw it just a few days ago. Su Yufei was sweating profusely with anxiety. Yufei, I apologize for what you said when you came in, but you also have to apologize to Zixia about this. Zixia is now the general manager of our company. Putting aside our friendship, I will not allow you to slander my company's senior management. Furthermore, Lu Qingxian, I hope you will stop doing such childish things, whether it's stalking, creating coincidences, or repeatedly doing outrageous things to attract attention. It's all very childish, and I don't want to see it. Do you understand? Hearing this, Lu Qingxian looked at her incredulously. Li Yunmeng, we've been together for so many years. When have I ever lied to you? When have you ever trusted me? We've been divorced for so long now. Is it so hard for us to trust each other even once? Besides, what good would it do me to lie to you? Li Yunmeng said with a stern face, I don't care about those things. I only know that you're making trouble out of nothing. I've known Zixia for so many years. We're childhood sweethearts. He would never lie to me or hurt me if it weren't for. Lu Qingxian chuckled self-deprecatingly. It's all right, please continue. Li Yunmeng hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped. If you don't want to say it, I'll say it for you just like he said, if he hadn't left, I wouldn't have had the chance to marry you, right? Li Yunming gritted her teeth, there's no point in saying this now, please leave immediately and don't delay my meal with Zishu. If you continue to be unreasonable, I'll have to ask the waiters here to kick you out, and then it won't look good for anyone. Sister Yunming, we're not lying to you, this person was posted on the campus forum before, and the name is the same, I can't mistake him. Su Yufei quickly stepped forward to speak up for him. Li Yunming remained unmoved, then produced the evidence. Is it just your word? Who would believe such nonsense as saying it suddenly disappeared? Su Yufei wanted to produce evidence, but she didn't know why something she had seen a few days ago, and something that had been posted for several months, had suddenly been deleted without a trace on the forum. It was too suspicious. Never mind, let's go. Lu Qingxian had given up on helping her. This kind of thankless task wouldn't earn him any gratitude. But we clearly saw him drug it. Our eyes don't lie. Why don't we call the police and have them take the water back for testing? Then the truth will be clear. Su Yufei didn't want to leave just like that. The truth was right in front of her. Was she just going to watch the bad guys get away with it? Enough! Li Yunming slammed her fist on the table in anger. Get out of here. I've had enough of your unreasonable behavior. That's utterly absurd. Lu Zixiao remained smiling throughout. Finally, just as Lu Qingxian shook his head in disappointment and was about to leave, he took the opportunity of closing the door to come to Lu Qingxuan's side. The gentlemanly and refined look on his face vanished instantly, replaced by an intense coldness and ruthlessness. Yes, I am a con man who cheats people out of money and sex. You've seen through me, but so what? I paid to erase all those bad deeds when I first met Li Yunming. You can't find any evidence. Now Li Yunming trusts me completely. No matter how much you talk, she won't believe your nonsense. All I need to do is stand here, and she will protect me with her life. What can you do to fight me? Also, let me know that I've already booked the hotel tonight. I'll enjoy your woman to the fullest and play with her until she's worn out. Hee hee. Hee hee. As for the little girl next to you, she'll be my prey sooner or later, so don't be impatient. 98, Chapter 98, Foolish people are beyond redemption. Originally, Lu Qingxian would have just taken what he said earlier as a joke, but the last sentence directly crossed his bottom line. It's one thing to have designs on Li Yunming. The two are already divorced and have no further entanglement. Li Yunming herself was willingly deceived, so he has nothing to say. But who is Yufei? She is Lu Qingxuan's woman. Anyone who dares to make designs on her is dead. Lu Qingxuan's expression changed drastically, and he slapped Lu Zixiu across the face. Lu Zixiu was sent flying and crashed onto the table, half of his face swelling up like a pig's head. If you want to die, say those words out loud so others can hear whether I have a reason to kill you. The sudden turn of events not only stunned Su Yufei, but also stunned Li Yunming. No one expected Lu Qingxian to actually make a move. If you call him a liar, then you should gather evidence and find reasons to support your claim. You shouldn't take any action before the truth comes out, right? Li Yunming stood up angrily, strode over, picked up a glass of water and splashed it hard on Lu Qingxuan's face. You are a shameless scoundrel. You resort to violence without providing evidence. Aren't you just jealous of Zixiao? Is it really necessary? Me, jealous of him? This statement was even more unbelievable to him than having water splashed in his face. Lu Qingxian, a serious man, almost burst out laughing. Isn't that right? You're just a rude barbarian, jealous that Zixiao is educated, has a degree, is a returnee from overseas, and can even get a high-level position in our company, and is by my side every day. I'd say you're utterly despicable just because you know a little kung fu and can still live off Miss Lu. You think no one in this society can control you? Li Yunming, if your ability to discern was even a tenth as good as your ability to imagine, you wouldn't have been fooled by a fool like Chen Yulong. But it seems this kind of thing will continue in the future. That's all I have to say. Take care of yourself. Lu Qingxian was utterly disappointed. He grabbed Su Yufei's hand and left without eating. After all that commotion, the glass of water with the spilled medicine was also spilled in a way. Lu Qingxian saved her, however. For Li Yunming, it was Lu Qingxian who ruined her dinner and injured Lu Zixiao. Are you alright? I'll take you to the hospital. After this incident, Li Yunming lost her appetite for dinner and took out her phone to dial 120. Now let's talk about Lu Qingxian. The two went to a different restaurant. Su Yufei carefully used tissues to wipe the water stains off his body, apologizing repeatedly. She couldn't understand why the information about Lu Zixiao that was hanging up had suddenly disappeared. Had he been cleared of wrongdoing? It's not your fault. Nobody expected him to spend money to delete all that information. He did his homework thoroughly to get close to Li Yunming, Lu Qingxian said with a nonchalant smile. And she's defending him so fiercely that even if you prove he's a liar, she might still find some excuse to exonerate him. Sister Yunmeng is really too foolish, Su Yufei frowned. That's not stupidity, that's idiocy time and time again. No matter how much others help her, it's useless, let alone 3 companies. Even if you give her 30 companies, they will all go bankrupt one day, Lu Qingxian laughed. The reason he didn't help her achieve too much back then was because he saw that she lacked ability. 3 companies were already the limit. However, Lu Qingxian did not expect that after leaving him, she would not even be able to hold on to 3 companies in less than a month. She would be swindled out of everything and declared bankruptcy at that time. Would she still be able to hold her head high and remain proud? Who knows, let's wait and see. They changed the subject and stopped talking about these annoying trivial matters. When talking about what happens on campus, a smile always appears on the girl's face. People like Song Yuanqing are a minority most of the time. Campus life is peaceful and carefree, with countless activities among classmates, friends, and clubs. If it weren't for Lu Qingxian, she would have filled her time to the brim long ago. Brother Qingxian, in a few days our dance club will be participating in the Elizabeth Tour. This is our first official large-scale tour, and it's related to my future career. Could you please support us again? The Elizabeth? A huge question mark appeared above Lu Qingxuan's head. Yes, the Queen Elizabeth in the Western High Seas is a wealthy area that floats on the ocean year-round. Various events are often held on board. Our school finally managed to get a performance spot, and as the most popular candidate with the most votes on the campus forum, I was naturally chosen as the representative. If this tour goes well, I can continue to participate in talent shows organized by major TV stations such as Hunan TV and Ocean TV. Next year, if I'm lucky, I can smoothly embark on my path to stardom. Seeing the girl's eyes light up, Lu Qingxian couldn't help but laugh and ask, is Yufei's dream to become a big star? In fact, if he wanted to, he could pour his efforts into her right now, making her the most popular celebrity in the entire Jiangnan region and turning her into a dazzling new star. However, Lu Qingxian understood even better that such effortless success would not help her, but rather ruin her. The girl lowered her head shyly. It wasn't like that before. I simply like dancing, but now it's different. Even if it's just for Brother Qingxian, I have to become better and better, otherwise, how can I stand by your side? And the path to stardom is the one I am most likely to succeed on. Lu Qingxian was slightly taken aback. This girl actually wanted to become a star because of him? Don't look at her like that, she's just planning a dream. We don't even know if she'll be able to make it to that point. Su Yufei blushed. Even though nothing's really going on yet, she's already started doing it. It's such a shameful dream to become a big star. Yufei. Lu Qingxian felt a warmth in his heart. Ha! Su Yufei looked up at him. Their eyes met, and a strange feeling swept through their hearts. Remember this, my woman, no matter what she becomes, whether she is mediocre or outstanding, it will never change her unique place in my heart. But since it's your dream, go for it without worry. Your brother Qingxian will support you unconditionally. There was one more thing Lu Qingxian didn't say. He would clear away all the dirty obstacles for her, because the entertainment industry was a place with terrifyingly deep waters, and Su Yufei was terrifyingly naive. Brother Qingxian, Su Yufei's eyes were filled with tears. Who could refuse such words from the man they deeply love? Their lips drew closer and closer, finally meeting, and a delightful fragrance filled their mouths. At this moment, in the hospital in Nanling, Lu Zixia was lying on the bed with his face bandaged. When he saw Li Yunming turn around, he took out a packet of powder from his pants pocket and sprinkled it into the water glass by the bedside without anyone noticing. Zixiao, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have taken you there to eat. Li Yunming peeled the fruit, turned around and handed it to the bedside, saying apologetically. Lu Zixiao shook her head and smiled gently. It's not your fault. Who would have thought your ex-husband would be that kind of person, a complete barbarian, a disgrace to civilization. Li Yunming's face also showed disdain. He has no education or culture, and he can't compare to you. He must be jealous and resentful. No one expected him to attack you in a moment of impulse. Lu Zixiao felt slightly comforted after hearing these words. Then, changing his mind, he asked again, Yunmeng, do you believe what they say? Do you think I'm a liar? Li Yunmeng was startled and quickly shook her head. How could that be? We've known each other for 20 years. We played together when we were kids. How could you lie to me? Yes, as long as you believe me, Yunmeng, those rumors and gossip won't affect me at all. By the way, Yunmeng, you've been busy until now without taking a break. You must be thirsty here, have some water. Lu Zixiao picked up the water glass from the bedside table and handed it to Li Yunmeng without thinking. Li Yunmeng drank half of the glass in one gulp, not feeling anything was wrong, and instead said thank you. 99, Chapter 99, Go Reincarnate. Yunmeng, there's no need for such formalities between us. Sooner or later, we'll all be family, Lu Zixiao said with a meaningful smile. Yes, once you join my company, you'll be family with me. Zixiao, you need to make good use of what you learned abroad to help me run the company. Li Yunmeng was unaware of the other meaning behind his words and continued speaking to herself. As you can see, our company is in a very bad state right now due to the lack of cash flow and the banks refusing to lend. We are facing one problem after another, and we are about to go out of business. I'm under a lot of pressure hiring you as the company's general manager at this time, so please don't let me down. In fact, Li Yunmeng's closeness with Lu Zixiao these past few days was indeed because she had taken a liking to him, but not to him as a person. Rather, she was attracted to his talent. Most of the things he said to Lu Qingxian were out of anger. He said things like, if Lu Zixiao hadn't left back then, he would never have married Lu Qingxian. He said these things purely to disgust Lu Qingxian, but Lu Qingxian took them seriously. Li Yunmeng was unaware of the indirect consequences of her words. She only felt relieved and comfortable, and was too lazy to explain. Yunmeng, don't worry, your company is my company, and I won't let you down. By the way, Yunmeng, it's getting late. Don't rush off later. Stay here with me a little longer, okay? I'm quite afraid of being alone. Lu Zixiao made up an excuse to leave Li Yunmeng there. It will take a little while for the drug to take effect. Once the time is up, Li Yunmeng will be a little lamb at his mercy. He can play with her however he wants, and she will cooperate very well. This is the power of the potent aphrodisiac. At this time, Li Yunmeng was completely unaware of anything and was still foolishly staying in the ward, chatting with the other party about all sorts of things, occasionally belittling or cursing Lu Qingxian, which made her very happy. Achoo! Just after dropping Su Yufei off at home, Lu Qingxian, who was walking on the road, suddenly sneezed. Who insulted me? Before I could even think about it, my phone rang in my pocket. Mr. Lu, your medicine is simply too effective. At first, I only felt a little more comfortable, but now I feel like I'm 20 years younger, and I've returned to my peak male state. It's simply amazing. Uncle One? Let's get straight to the point, no need for formalities. Lu Qingxian had no interest in having a long phone conversation with a grown man, listening to his flattery. I love Mulu's straightforward personality. That's right, didn't I tell Mr. Lu before that the southern deep-sea mine has already been promised to someone else? Lu Qingxian nodded. That's true. Uncle Wen sighed heavily. The other party has a very powerful background. He is Qi Wanjiang, the Tiger Head Alliance leader of the Zhenghai Tiger Alliance. So it wasn't that I was unwilling to cooperate with Mr. Lu, but rather that I truly couldn't afford to offend him. However, later on, my life was in grave danger, and I couldn't care less about anything else, so I unilaterally tore up the contract with him. Now, a huge problem has come knocking, and I have no choice but to ask Mr. Lu for help. Mr. Lu, please don't refuse. We had an agreement before that you would help me once for free. I'll use this opportunity now. Please help me. Lu Qingxian frowned. This old guy really wasn't giving him any chance to speak. Mr. Lu, if you leave me to die and something happens to me, your deep-sea mining work will have to be put on hold. Moreover, if you don't deal with the Zhenghai Tiger Alliance, you can forget about mining seabed minerals in peace. So you're saying that the Zhenghai Tiger Alliance is someone I'll have to deal with sooner or later, is that what you're trying to say? Lu Qingxian said irritably. Although it feels a bit like playing the rogue, my uncle Wen is absolutely not lying about this matter. Without dealing with the Zhenghai Tiger Alliance, it would indeed be difficult to start the project. Lu Qingxian got into a taxi parked by the roadside place. Kahaiwan was overjoyed. Wild Game Pavilion, I'll be waiting for Mr. Lu here. It's still Wild Game Pavilion. But today, Wild Game Pavilion was completely empty. The entire venue had been booked by Uncle Wen. Of course, the current boss is Lu Qingxian, and he still obediently paid the money. To Lu Qingxuan's surprise, Lu Bingqing was also there. Mr. Lu, you've finally arrived. Kahaiwan stood up, smiling broadly as he strode forward to greet him. What do you need me to do? Just take them out? Lu Qingxian asked. No, Qi Wanjiang is the leader of the Tiger Alliance. Killing him would cause a major incident. The Tiger Alliance has hundreds of thousands of members throughout China, and with overseas members, it is close to 1 million. Such a huge force is not something that a mere maritime leader like me can afford to provoke. So what exactly do you want to do by inviting me here? Let me make this clear first. You've already used up the promise I made to you. Even if I don't act today, you'll never have the chance to ask me to come again. Of course, Mr. Lu, please rest assured the main reason I invited you here today is to keep things under control. Qi Wanjiang has countless extraordinary people around him, and I would feel uneasy if there wasn't a master in charge. As for how to deal with him, Miss Lu and I have already planned it out, so Mr. Lu doesn't need to worry about that. Lu Qingxian turned to look at Lu Bingqing, who gave him a sweet smile and nodded. Alright, I, Lu Qingxian, will be your bodyguard for 1 hour. Cherish it. What he said was true. Looking across China, there was no one qualified to be Lu Qingshuan's bodyguard, unless it was a promise he made himself. Sipping sake quietly, a commotion soon broke out outside the wild game pavilion. In the bamboo grove courtyard, everyone stood up. They're here. Lu Bingqing's expression was solemn as she looked outside through the dim light. Back then, I was only 13 years old when I first met Qi Wanjiang. At that time, Qi Wanjiang was already the leader of the Tiger Alliance, wielding immense power and dominating the entire Zhonghai region, his prestige unmatched. Now, more than 10 years later, the wrinkles on his face have hardly changed, but his aura has become even stronger. Lu Bingqing swallowed hard. She quietly approached Lu Qingxian and warned him, Uncle Wen asked you to come because he was afraid the other party would cause trouble and take his life, but unless your life is in danger, you must not make the first move. It would be very unwise to clash with Qi Wanjiang. Lu Qingxian nodded, I know what I'm doing. The powerful figure who dominates Haizhou has hundreds of thousands of members under his alliance, which is indeed terrifying. It would be difficult to find another civilian organization of such scale in the entire Chinese nation. From a distance, a man in his 60s, dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, stepped out of a nanny van. On either side, bodyguards in dark-colored outfits led the way, and behind the convoy, a group of heavily armed special mercenaries stood ready to maintain order. If you look closely, you'll see a few bright spots in the sky. Those are the armed helicopters that came along with them. It could be said that when this old man named Qi Wanjiang went out, the procession was as grand as that of an ancient emperor. As he walked towards them, everyone in the entire bamboo forest courtyard held their breath, not daring to breathe loudly. Eagle-eyed and wolf-like, it seems like a phrase invented specifically for him. To his left was an old man with gloomy eyes and long eyebrows that reached his ears. To his right was a middle-aged martial arts master with a robust build and bulging muscles all over his body. Kahaiwan was the first to step forward, smiling and bowing to greet him. Mr. Qi, your demeanor is as impressive as ever. I am deeply honored by your personal visit to my humble abode. Please forgive me if there is any shortcoming in our hospitality. Qi Wanjiang didn't speak, but instead went to sit in the highest position and slowly sipped his tea. Kahaiwan quickly gave a wink, and the old man next to him immediately took out 3 exquisite and classic boxes and pushed them in front of Qi Wanjiang. Mr. Qi, it was wrong of me to unilaterally break the contract. These 3 gifts are a small apology. They are all treasures personally selected by you, Mr. Qi. An elderly man standing next to Qi Wanjiang stepped forward and opened the 3 boxes. The first box contains a property deed for Zhonghai properties, in which Kahaiwan relinquishes all his properties in Zhonghai, transferring them all to Tiger Alliance. The second box contains the High Seas documents, which cede control of 1/3 of the sea area south of the Central Sea to the Tiger Alliance. The third box contained an antique bronze mirror, resembling a long-lost artifact. Your sincerity is commendable, but I'm curious, what makes you so determined to go against me and seize the deep-sea mine in the Southern Sea? Qi Wanjiang looked at him with a half-smile. Do you know that anyone who makes me, Qi Wanjiang, uncomfortable never sees the sun rise the next day? Kahaiwan's breath hitched, and he forced a smile. There are always exceptions to everything, and these 3 apologies. Old Master Qi, please don't be impulsive, let's talk this out. Kahaiwan was so scared he almost wet himself before he could finish speaking. He saw the other person pull out a gun, which nearly made him wet his pants on the spot. It wasn't that he was afraid of guns, but that he knew this old man was truly capable of firing a gun anytime, anywhere. For me, rules are rules, and there are no exceptions. Suddenly, Qi Wanzhang's anger turned into laughter. Of course, I am very satisfied with your apology, so I will make an exception for you today and choose someone to die in your place. This will not break the rules of my Tiger Alliance. As he spoke, Qi Wanzhang turned the gun in his hand and aimed it at Lu Qingxian, who was sitting next to Kahaiwan. Little guy, unfortunately, go and be reincarnated. 100, Chapter 100, God or Madman. Kahaiwan had just recovered from his shock when he saw Lu Qingxian pointing a gun at him, and he was so frightened that half of his soul was gone again. My goodness, how could you pick such good people? If they open fire, a fight will break out immediately, and there will be no deal left, and his plan will never be able to proceed. Grandpa Qi, our Sihai Shipping Association also has a gift for you. Could you please show leniency and let my friend off the hook? Seeing this, Lu Bingqing quickly made the difficult decision to part with the jade pendant, which she had prepared beforehand, and placed it on the table in front of her. The jade pendant, entirely silver, was exquisitely beautiful and immediately caught Qi Wanzhang's eye. It's actually the young fish from the Yin-Yang Pisces. Little girl from the Lu family, are you sure you want to use this gift to save his life? An ordinary person's life isn't worth this price. Qi Wanzhang's smiling eyes sent chills down one's spine, as if one's soul had been pierced through. Grandpa Qi, as I just said, he is my friend, so he can't be considered an ordinary person. If Grandpa Qi agrees, this jade pendant is yours. Lu Bingqing gritted her teeth. The Yin-Yang fish jade pendant is linked to the legendary Bronze Gate, which holds the ultimate secret. Seekers can even glimpse immortality. Therefore, countless treasure hunters, adventurers, and tomb raiders have followed one after another in order to unravel the secret of the Yin-Yang fish and find the Bronze Gate. More than 50 years ago, the Yin-Yang twin fish jade pendant was split in two and disappeared from the land of China. Qi Wanzhang searched for it for several years before finally finding the black yin fish jade pendant in the northern border region. As for the young fish side, there has been no news of it to this day. He never expected that this treasure had been hidden in the Lu family all along. For Lu Bingqing, this jade pendant was originally intended as a major bargaining chip to exchange for the other party's treasure, but she did not expect it to be used in this way. However, it was worth it to save Lu Qingshuan's life. She admitted that Lu Qingxian was very skilled in martial arts, but she simply did not believe that he could break through the encirclement of mercenaries and armed helicopters with martial arts alone. No one in this world could do that, unless they were a god. In fact, Lu Qingxian was also surprised by her actions. He could tell that the jade pendant was a priceless treasure in such a situation. Even close relatives might not be able to do this, let alone for a friend. The hardest thing to bear is the kindness of a beautiful woman. He secretly resolved to retrieve the jade pendant and return it to Lu Bingqing later. Across from him, Qi Wanzhang smiled and accepted the gift, nodding, alright, I'll give you face, little girl from the Lu family. Little guy, you're lucky the Lu family's little girl actually went to such great lengths to save your life. I am suddenly a little curious about you now. Under Qi Wanzhang's gaze, Lu Qingxian remained calm and composed, sitting there like a bodhisattva. This behavior slightly displeased Qi Wanzhang, because no young man had ever been able to withstand his imposing aura and remain so composed. Either he's good at disguising himself, or he simply doesn't know his own identity. Ahem, Mr. Qi, let's get down to business. Uncle Wen stepped in to smooth things over. The compensation for the deep-sea mine incident has been paid. Now it's time for our Haiwan group to make a deal with Old Master Qi's Tiger Alliance. Old Master Qi has long coveted the treasures I have, and I also have my eye on the Buddhist amulet blessed by Master Jiyun in Old Master Qi's possession. The previous 4 attempts to make a deal failed. This time, Old Master Qi has come all the way from Zhanghai, so he must be determined to make a deal this time. It is indeed a must-win situation, but how exactly to achieve it remains to be seen. A dangerous glint flashed in Qi Wanzhang's eyes. Ha, Mr. Qi is joking. Everyone knows you are the most law-abiding when it comes to transactions. Otherwise, with your impressive presence, no one would dare to sit here and trade with you. Right? Talking is useless. Whether or not you abide by the rules of the transaction depends on your sincerity. If you're trying to mess with me, none of you will leave here alive today, Qi Wanzhang said with a forced smile. Kahaiwan glanced at Lu Qingxian furtively, his heart pounding. He wondered if this guy could protect him if the negotiations broke down this time. Tiger Alliance's old ghost Qi had brought plenty of men. Even if he had laid an ambush at Wild Game Pavilion early on, he might not be able